The setting was grand, the Great Eldoria Kingdom, within Silverstream Province in Riverbend City. At the prestigious Riverbend Academy, the awakening ritual was currently underway. Amidst the murmuring crowd, Ethan found himself lost in thought. He wondered if the system he had been waiting for would finally activate, now that he was a transmigrator. The most significant differences between this world and his previous life were the ferocious beasts and superpowers. The passage of time seemed to echo nearby voices confirming they had reached the awakening ceremony. Ethan felt a deep sense of unease, knowing that survival in this world depended entirely on one's ability to awaken powers. The dangerous reality was that ferocious beasts, monsters emerging through passages from the underground world, wreaked havoc upon Earth. Fortunately, there always seemed to be an escape route, but everyone had the opportunity to awaken superpowers and fight these threats. Furthermore, the quality of those powers was closely tied to one's own genes. Those with high-quality abilities could even awaken them ahead of schedule. Ethan remembered his parents were merely ordinary office workers. In recent years, underground world passages had sprung up like mushrooms after rain, and ferocious beasts poured out onto Earth. The resulting chaos left the country short-handed, leading to critical oversights in dealing with the beast tides. Because of this escalating danger, Ethan's father had tragically died when he was only 7 years old, and his mother lost an arm at that time. He concluded that while awakening superpowers early might be advantageous, it would be perfectly sufficient just to wait until the normal age of 18. However, given his parents' ordinary background, the quality of any superpower Ethan awakened would most likely be very low. Ethan realized that becoming a powerful figure and awakening a rare superpower was crucial. After all, in such chaotic times, only strength could protect one, grant privilege, and elevate one to a superior existence. A sudden mechanical sound interrupted his thoughts, announcing that his account had been credited. Ethan's eyes flashed with sharp light. The system he had waited for had finally arrived. This was his chance to reach the pinnacle and defy fate. Immediately following this notification came a second message. He would receive a random S-rank ice type ability and 100 evolution points. Before he could recover from his elation, the system's mechanical voice rang in his ears again, announcing an S-rank ice type ability. Ethan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. S-rank superpowers were incredibly rare, even nationwide. He remembered that within their Silverstream province, there had been no S-rank superhumans for 2 consecutive years. Considering the entire province housed nearly 400,000 students annually, this confirmed just how precious such abilities truly were. However, a moment of surprise quickly followed. Why was it an ice-based ability? Before his transmigration, he had spent so much time reading online novels that he knew male protagonists usually awakened lightning, fire, or dark elements. This system did not seem to follow expected rules. Ice types were typically associated with female characters in fiction, symbolizing a cold personality. Despite the unexpected element, Ethan casually dismissed his concern. Being able to awaken an S-rank ability was already quite remarkable, regardless of its type. Daniel, Ethan's deskmate and childhood friend, approached him as the awakening ceremony neared its start, asking what kind of superpower he hoped to awaken. Ethan replied lightly that he guessed ice type would be suitable. Daniel appeared momentarily stunned by this answer, recalling how Ethan had previously suggested a man should aim for something powerful. Their conversation continued as they discussed the 4 main categories of super-elemental: summoning, combat, and special. Faced with Daniel's question, Ethan found himself speechless, realizing he could not admit to having awakened a system. After thinking for a while, he fabricated an answer, suggesting that ice-type abilities sounded logical. Daniel readily agreed with this assessment. At that moment, a broadcast announcement echoed through the hall. Everyone was instructed to line up in an orderly fashion, because the awakening ceremony was about to begin. Daniel encouraged Ethan, urging him not to be nervous and assuring him he would awaken the superpower he desired. Ethan simply nodded in response. The awakening ceremony proceeded in full swing. Every person present had their own destiny. Some were born to be kings while others were destined to become outlaws. During the process, some people expressed delight, while others felt deep disappointment. None of this affected Ethan, who knew that after the ritual was complete, they would no longer be on the same level. Next up them, number 42, Class 11, Grade 12. Time passed by quickly until it was finally his turn. Meanwhile, Principal Robert overheard a conversation between himself and the Dean of Students. The Dean expressed concern that few people at Riverbend Academy had awakened B-level superpowers recently, noting that the school's funding depended heavily on top student performance. A teacher spoke gently to him as he stepped onto the platform, advising Ethan not to be nervous and simply placing his hand on the awakening crystal. Naturally, Ethan felt no nervousness. He already knew the outcome. He smiled slightly and placed his hand upon the crystal. The moment Ethan's hand touched the awakening crystal, it burst forth with a wondrous icy blue luster. The crowd gasped in unison. One person immediately noted that this color was definitely ice-based. Another student wondered aloud if they were witnessing the emergence of the school's first B-level awakener in years, while a third voice raised the stakes, betting that ability must be at least B+ level or higher. The brilliant luster instantly captured everyone's attention, including Principal Robert, who stared intently at the scene. The annual allocation of government education funds depended heavily on the school's college entrance examination results, which were determined by both top student performance and average student performance. If Ethan truly awakened a B-level ability, or something even higher, it meant he could be the savior for their academic standing. Suddenly, sharp sneezes broke out in the crowd. The icy blue light shone with intense brilliance, sending wave after wave of palpable chill spreading outwards, causing many people to sneeze. An intense chill erupted around Ethan, making some wonder if an A-level superpower might be awakening. Principal Robert stood nearby, narrowing his eyes and stroking his chin, speculating that the school had not seen a student awaken an A-level ability in many years. Ethan did not let go of the awakening crystal. He could feel something resonating with his soul in the darkness. Suddenly, a tiny, almost imperceptible snowflake drifted down from the sky. Soon, 2 pieces appeared, followed by 3. The exposed skin felt cool and refreshing, causing some students to look up at the sky in confusion, wondering if it was raining. The snowflakes grew more numerous and dense until the realization dawned this was not rain, it was snow. The snowfall intensified rapidly, quickly covering the ground. A collective gasp of surprise went through the crowd at the sight of snow falling in June. Whispers immediately began circulating, speculating about whether this was a natural phenomenon, or what kind of B-level ability it represented, noting that it felt like at least an A-level power. After the initial shock wore off, all eyes turned to Ethan on the awakening platform. Gradually, a magnificent crown made of ice and snow formed upon his head. This added an air of profound awe to Ethan, who was already tall and handsome. For a moment every student was stunned. Many of the female students even had stars in their eyes. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the awakening crystal exploded on the spot, scattering debris everywhere. But now no one cared about potential injuries. All gazes were fixed intently on that tall and handsome figure. The fact that Ethan had shattered the crystal meant his awakened ability was at least S-rank. A top-tier superpower that hadn't appeared at Riverbend Academy since its establishment. Amidst the chaos, some people questioned why no one was concerned about Principal Robert having fainted from excitement, and urged them to call 110. Another student then asked what the number for 110 was again, prompting a third voice to caution them that they might have ulterior motives. After confirming Principal Robert's collapse, Director Thomas immediately took out his phone to contact the waiting ambulance outside the school. Originally intended only for students whose awakening abilities failed or did not meet expectations, this ambulance found its first patient in Principal Robert himself. A luminous screen flickered into existence before Ethan, announcing that he had awakened his S-rank superpower, the Ice and Snow Crown. Simultaneously, a second notification appeared, confirming that the panel feature had been activated. A detailed status panel materialized in front of him. It displayed his name Ethan, Evolution Points 100, Special Ability Ice Crown Yasa, Realm Awakener, Mental State 120 Hz, Chi and Blood 210 calories. His skill of marksmanship was listed at the beginner level with an upward arrow indicating potential growth. Ethan understood that QI and blood were crucial indicators for measuring physical fitness and strength, while spirit represented another vital manifestation of ability related to consciousness and soul. A buzz of discussion rippled through the students. Noticing this commotion, the Dean of Students, Director Thomas, waved his hand and called out to the crowd below. Temporarily suspending the awakening ceremony, he instructed everyone to return to their seats and wait for a new awakening crystal to arrive. He made it clear that awakening crystals were not precious commodities. It was impossible for an ordinary high school like this to prepare a second one in advance. Furthermore, he assured them that Ethan would not need to pay any compensation for breaking the original crystal. The nation needed more students to shatter the awakening crystal during their awakening. With that thought, Director Thomas approached Ethan and beckoned him to follow him to his office. Ethan of Principal Roberts near, fainting excitement, and thought that the investment opportunity for this future pillar could only be seized by himself. He felt like an angel investor. Meanwhile, Director Thomas couldn't help but feel a secret surge of delight at his own machinations. Ethan simply nodded, understanding the director's underlying purpose. The two arrived in the office. As soon as he entered, Director Thomas immediately asked Ethan about the superpower he had awakened. He explained that breaking the awakening crystal only proved that the ability level was S rank or above. Only the individual who awoke it knew the specifics of its special abilities. Ethan stated plainly that his S-class superpower was the Ice and Snow Crown. Upon hearing this, Director Thomas gasped, momentarily breathless. Even though he mentally prepared himself for such a revelation, Silverstream Province had not produced an S-level awakened ability user for 2 consecutive years. To see one emerge in a small place like theirs was truly unexpected. Director Thomas chuckled, trying to mask his shock. He then reminded Ethan that teachers from the 4 top universities were scheduled to visit that afternoon and asked if he had decided which university he wished to attend. Ethan replied he had not yet made a decision. He knew that if he could get into an institution of that caliber, someone would naturally analyze the pros and cons for him. Director Thomas's smile remained unchanged as he assured Ethan that it was fine, promising to analyze everything for him. He then listed the 4 top universities: Beijing North Superpower University, Shanghai Superpower University, Taochuan Superpower University, and Shenzhen Superpower University. Ethan listened attentively, only asking questions when necessary. He noted that while geographical location was a factor, he would recommend the Shanghai Superpower University and the Shenzhen Superpower University first. This made Director Thomas even more satisfied with Ethan's focused attention. The director explained his reasoning. Both of those universities had something in common. They were both managed by a 7th-level Ice-based master. A 7th-tier Ice-type master. Ethan's eyes lit up instantly. He knew that the realms in this world, from lowest to highest, proceeded through 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, and so on. Among these, only 7th-level ability users could be called Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Such individuals were rare throughout all of Adoria, numbering only a few hundred. If he could receive guidance from someone at that level, his future prospects would truly be limitless. Ethan began to imagine the incredible possibilities. Director offered further advice, cautioning him that while they were suggesting these options, he should also consider combining geographical location factors and the conditions they provide, analyzing everything from multiple perspectives. Then, he opened a drawer and handed a wooden box to Ethan. He confessed that he himself had awakened an Ice-type ability, and having worked for many years, no longer felt interest in cultivating it. With a serious expression, he gifted Ethan a skill book and several pills. Ethan's gaze sharpened as he accepted the wooden box. His guess was correct. Director Thomas had called him into his office to invest in him. Accepting investment from others was essentially free money. Seeing that Ethan accepted the gift, Director Thomas nodded with deep satisfaction. He then asked if Ethan would like to use his computer to look up information about the 4 schools while they still had time. Ethan shook his head and instead requested permission to borrow the director's phone, because he needed to call his mother. The call connected and Sarah sounded confused when she answered. Since Ethan had used Thomas's phone, his mother was naturally unaware of who was calling. Because Ethan rarely caused trouble, he did not expect the head of the teaching department to be contacting his guardian. To prevent her from hanging up, Ethan quickly clarified that it was him. Sarah's initial reaction showed surprise and concern regarding the outcome of the awakening ceremony. He immediately revealed that he had awakened an S-class superpower. The news caused Sarah's voice to soar in disbelief and joy. Her excitement was palpable. While she had anticipated a good result, she could not have imagined it would be this exceptional. After her husband's accident, Xiaoyuan's well-being had been her greatest worry. To her immense relief, he hadn't given up on himself. Instead, he seemed to have grown even stronger. Knowing that Han possessed such an extremely rare S-class ability allowed her to finally rest easy. Ethan then informed her that representatives from the 4 top universities would visit the school that afternoon for a special recruitment drive. Sarah responded with enthusiastic affirmations, promising him a celebratory dinner that night. After exchanging pleasantries and confirming he understood, she ended the call. After hanging up, Ethan returned the phone to Thomas. Thomas offered a polite acknowledgement before walking to his desk. He entered a login password and turned on the computer. Thomas then instructed Ethan that he could check detailed information about the 4 prestigious schools using the device. Since the awakening crystal had been rushed over from the city, Thomas explained that he needed to leave for the awakening ceremony. With those words, Thomas quickly departed, leaving Ethan alone in the vast office. Ethan felt a wave of bewilderment regarding where he should even begin his research on the 4 top universities. With no other option, he opened a short video platform to search for information. 10 minutes passed in quiet contemplation. The results were varied and diverse. Everyone seemed to have conflicting advice. One source claimed A was good, another insisted B was superior. C praised in finally D recommended A. It reminded him of his previous life, where students from Beida University would praise Tsinghua, while those from Tsinghua would boast about Beida. Since Ethan had never attended university before, he genuinely did not know where to start. Fortunately, the 4 prestigious universities were already renowned institutions, so concerns over amenities like bunk beds, air conditioning, or private bathrooms were irrelevant. Similarly, choosing a major was unnecessary. Given that he had awakened his Ice-type superpower, he knew he would naturally gravitate toward an Ice-type academy. He decided to pause the research and instead query the system directly. Ethan lowered his head in thought, suddenly realizing that the system had not only gifted him the S-rank Ice and Snow crown but also 100 evolution points. He wondered what these points were for and how he could acquire them. With these questions forming in his mind, Ethan communicated with the system internally. The system quickly responded. Evolution points could directly help enhance and level up his skills. A luminous message appeared on his internal panel, directing him to look at the upward arrow icon for more details. Upon receiving the explanation, Ethan instantly understood. It was a very traditional online game mechanic of leveling up by defeating monsters. He reviewed his system status. His name was Ethan. He possessed 100 evolution points. His special ability was the S-rank Ice Crown. His current realm was awakener. His mental state measured 120 Hz, while his QI and blood stood at 210 calories. His marksmanship remained at the beginner level, though the upward indicator hinted at imminent progress. Ethan felt a surge of satisfaction, exclaiming internally that he loved this simple and straightforward cheat code. He suppressed his excitement and continued to ask how to obtain evolution points. The system explained that they were earned by defeating ferocious beasts. This revelation gave him a second crucial criterion for selecting a university. The school must have an underground passage. He pieced together fragmented information from conversations with others, realizing that not all schools possessed such passages. He understood that the location of the underground world passage was often uncontrollable. Furthermore, student years were considered the golden period for improving one's strength. If something went wrong, it would be disastrous. Therefore, it was safer to wait until his strength improved, perhaps reaching level 2 or even 3, before venturing into the dangerous underground world. Currently, people who ventured into the underground world to hunt ferocious beasts were social superhumans. They made a living by hunting and extracting crystals from the creatures' bodies for money. While wealth could come quickly, it was always at the mercy of a single ferocious beast. However, Ethan felt little fear. After all, he was a player equipped with cheat codes. He decided to hold on to his evolution points for now. Having deterred his objective, Ethan analyzed the 4 prestigious universities once more. Having a clear direction made the process significantly faster. Within minutes, he reached the definitive conclusion the schools that met his criteria were Tianquan Superpower University and Shenzhen Superpower University. He recalled that both the Shanghai University of Superpowers and the Shenzhen University of Superpowers featured 7th-level ICE-type masters in their faculty. With these 2 options combined, Ethan had made his initial choice. Suddenly, the search results for Crystalport's Superpower Academy popped up on his computer screen. The academy was founded in 1983 and was located in Crystalport City, Vedantia Province. Its campus spanned over 200,000 acres and comprised 21 colleges. It was renowned as one of the 4 famous universities, known for its sheer scale. With a total campus area exceeding 200,000 mu, this massive size was remarkable, especially considering it was not even located in the capital city of Azuremir Province. The photos displayed magnificent gates, technologically advanced buildings, and a beautiful overall campus environment. As Ethan flipped through the pictures on his computer, he silently contemplated his future university life, feeling a wave of anticipation. He reflected that, in his previous existence, shortly after completing his college entry exams and choosing a major, he had suddenly transmigrated to another world. Despite everything, he still held high hopes for attending university. The awakening ceremony had concluded, leaving only a handful of people on the playground. Ethan knew that everyone would be granted a 3-day holiday following such an event. Thomas urged him to quickly pack his things in the classroom, suggesting he was worried about the room being locked and wasting his time. Soon Ethan returned to his original class 11 of Senior 3. As expected, his homeroom teacher was conducting a safety-related class meeting, discussing issues like swimming protocols or cybersecurity. The muffled sounds could be heard from outside the corridor. Ethan walked up to the classroom door and called out for attention. The homeroom teacher and all the students immediately turned their focus toward the tall and handsome figure standing in the doorway. With a warm smile, the teacher quickly invited him inside. For a moment, Ethan felt slightly unaccustomed to the sudden attention. He recalled that his homeroom teacher was usually nicknamed the Extinction Master, so he imagined how irritable she typically was. The current gentle demeanor was surprisingly pleasant. After Ethan took his seat, the homeroom teacher understood exactly why he had returned. Finally, the meeting concluded, and the students were dismissed to go home. The teacher then left the classroom. The class erupted in a wave of curiosity as the students surrounded him. They bombarded him with questions about what it felt like to awaken an S-class superpower, some even making suggestive comments about their crushes on him. Ethan was already one of the most popular students, but now that he had awakened his S-level superpower, the adoration was overwhelming. Ethan smiled while packing his belongings and responding to their chatter. He was in a good mood, so chatting with his classmates felt natural. Since he didn't have much stuff, only a small school bag, he left the piles of books and exam papers on the desks for the younger students who would eventually find them. Just as they had prepared to leave the classroom, one student shouted that when he reached university, he must remember to take photos and post them in the class group chat. Ethan nodded his acknowledgement, stepped through the door, and departed. After he left, the remaining students returned to their seats, continuing to chat enthusiastically about the future. In the front row, a pretty girl named Chloe was packing her things. She served as the class monitor. At this moment, her best friend approached her. She knew that her best friend harbored feelings for Ethan, but she had kept it secret, planning to confess after the college entrance examination. However, Ethan took an unexpected turn. Ethan had awakened his S-level superpower and was destined for special recruitment from 4 top universities, potentially bypassing the need for the college entrance exam altogether. Her best friend's suggestion was therefore to confess her feelings immediately. Chloe shook her head firmly, stating that they were no longer from the same world, and this seed hidden in her heart needed to be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. Chloe's best friend understood her meaning and sighed inwardly, hoping she could truly let go of the past and achieve good results on the college entrance examination. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the back door of the classroom. The sound immediately captured everyone's attention, because it belonged to Thomas, the head of the teaching department. He announced that Ethan had left less than 3 minutes ago and was heading down the hall in the opposite direction. Seeing Thomas's visibly anxious face, the students were taken aback. With those words, he quickly ran after the direction Ethan had gone. Thomas quickly ran downstairs and, upon closer inspection, spotted a figure carrying a small bag walking toward his office. He called out to Ethan, urging him to wait for a moment. Hearing the voice, Ethan turned around. Seeing Thomas rushing over to find him, drenched in sweat, caused Ethan's vague suspicions to solidify into certainty. As expected, Thomas's words confirmed that the admissions officers from the 4 top universities had arrived, and he needed to follow him immediately to the school lobby. Ethan followed Thomas through the entrance of the school hall. Waiting of the lobby entrance was a middle-aged man wearing glasses who smiled broadly, radiating an air of pleasantness. He showed no signs of weakness despite having fainted earlier. This man other than Robert, the principal of Riverbend Academy. Robert had rushed back to the academy from the hospital, because his greatest concern upon waking up was Ethan. Smiling warmly, he informed that the admissions officers from the 4 top universities were waiting inside, and asked him to come in with him. Ethan nodded and followed Robert into the school hall. The school lobby was generally reserved for important leaders, making it inaccessible to the public under normal circumstances. However, the group of admissions officers who had arrived were all 5th-level ability users, teachers from 4 prestigious universities whose status was directly comparable to that of a city mayor. The presence of 4 such individuals at once signaled immense importance. As the slowly opened, Ethan looked closely and saw 2 men and 2 women seated around a long table, engaged in conversation and laughter. Principal Robert then led Ethan toward the group, announcing to the waiting teachers that Ethan had finally arrived. At that precise moment, all 4 teachers at the long table simultaneously turned their attention toward them. Principal Robert led the 4 admissions officers from the prestigious universities into the school hall, brewing them a pot of tea. The atmosphere was immediately tense, thick with unspoken rivalry. It was clear these men knew each other well. A 5th-tier ability user. A terrifying prospect indeed. The 4 men exuded an undeniable aura as they spoke. Robert, who had only recently woken from his coma, and still felt weak in his legs, waited for Ethan's arrival in the school hall. Robert then introduced the 4 teachers one by one. Professor Michael from Aethelgard University, Professor David from Viridian Institute, Ms. Emily from Stormhaven College, and finally, Ms. Jessica from Crystalport Institute. Ethan gave a slight bow that was both polite and understated. He suggested skipping the small talk and getting straight to the special admission requirements, volunteering himself to speak first. Michael Rampeak Superpower University spoke first. He stated that his university offered 3 million Blue Star coins, in addition to coverage for all basic pills and potions for 4 years of study. David from the Viridian Institute followed suit, announcing that their institute would provide 3 million Blue Star coins along with a set of D-grade equipment. Next was Emily's turn. She spoke of 4 million Blue Star coins, a custom-made C-grade weapon, and the fact that her school possessed a 7th-tier ice mage. Upon hearing this, 2 admissions officers snorted coldly, noting that while Stormhaven had developed its economy, they could afford to spend even more money attracting new students. Jessica eluded the competitive bids by mentioning that although their institute only provided 1 million Blue Star coins, it offered an extra credit every year based on performance, with a minimum of 300 credits, and also possessed a 7th-tier ice-type master. Michael observed the competition, commenting aloud on how ruthlessly each academy was playing their hand. Ethan found the offer of a minimum of 300 credits every year surprisingly generous, and the other 2 admissions officers shared his surprise. It was crucial for him to understand that academic credits held different values in liberal arts universities versus those specializing in superpowers within superpower institutions. 1 credit could be exchanged for 10,000 Blue Star coins, a conversion that could not be reversed. This minimum of 300 credits was subject to increase based on subsequent performance. Over 4 years, even taking only the minimum requirement, the total would amount to 1,200 credits, translating directly into 12 million blue star coins. Jessica immediately used this advantage, pointing out that her institute hadn't recruited any students from the ice science department through early admission for 5 years and desperately needed resources. Although they did not fully grasp the exact value of credits, he noticed the surprised expressions on the faces of the other 3 teachers. He realized that Jessica from Crystalport Institute was offering by far the best terms. Internally, Ethan reflected that his choice seemed to be influenced by a combination of the Beast Passage and the Ice-type mentor, wondering if this was what people meant by going in both directions. Jessica then formally inquired whether he would choose Crystalport Academy. Emily quickly stepped forward, attempting to sway him by mentioning that Crystalport Academy regularly organized trips for its students to the underground world, urging him to think carefully. Ethan responded with intense seriousness, declaring his choice at Crystalport Academy. Jessica nodded slightly, casting an admiring glance at him and recognizing his enlightened nature. She noted if he were merely a coward who feared death, she would simply give up on recruiting him. With heartfelt wishes for his journey in cultivation, the other professors departed, concluding their part in the special admission ceremony. Having chosen an academy, there was no longer any need for them to complicate matters further. Only Reborn and Jessica remained within the vast school hall. As soon as the others left, a wave of profound relief washed over Robert. He realized that he was merely a high school principal, an ordinary person, and could not withstand such intense pressure. He resolved internally that next time, he would ensure Thomas received a much larger role. Jessica then approached Ethan, offering her contact information via QR code displayed on her phone. When he explained the difficulty of using cell phones due to the nature of the awakening ceremony, Robert quickly stepped in, realizing this situation was detrimental to his school's reputation. Jessica adapted immediately, taking a small notebook and carefully writing down her personal number for him. Next, she presented Ethan with an agreement and a pen, asking him to sign it as the special recruitment contract. After meticulously reviewing the document, Ethan signed his name. Jessica concluded by informing him that official approval would be finalized in 2 days. Following this process, the school would open its doors to specially admitted students, allowing him to arrive earlier if he wished. Ethan naturally planned to attend Crystalport Academy once formal approval was granted. He knew that entering university early and acquiring resources sooner would allow for faster growth. Every minute was too precious to waste. After Jessica departed, Ethan did not linger. He quickly left the school with his small backpack on his back. In this world, schools generally did not hold evening self-study sessions. Evenings usually reserved for students to practice independently. A dozen minutes later, he arrived at a magnificent building by bicycle. It was unlike the small houses surrounding it, appearing exceptionally tall and technologically advanced. Automatic doors opened and closed rhythmically, guiding a bustling crowd of people in and out. Directly in front of the structure, 5 large golden characters shone brightly Ethereum Hall. Ethan knew that this fighting ability academy had branches all over the country. One reason was its founder, George, who was a 9th-level expert. Another was that it catered to anyone who had awakened combat abilities, ensuring a massive base population. It felt much like the chain stores of his previous life. The Ethereum Hall was the largest ability hall in the entire nation, with Blaze Mastery Hall ranking second. Although fewer people possessed fire-based abilities compared to general combat skills, its owner, William, was also a 9th-level expert whose reputation and strength spoke for themselves. Inside a Shiv Citadel, services ranged from free to paid. Simple tests of QI and blood, spirit checks, or obtaining a regular room were all complimentary, though sometimes queues formed. However, purchasing weapons and potions, receiving lessons, or opening special training rooms required payment. After briefly admiring the imposing exterior of the fighting abilities arena, Ethan entered Ethereum Hall through the automatic doors. The facility was structured across 4 floors. The first floor served as reception. The second was the free area, the third was the paid area, and the fourth housed the offices. Each floor covered an immense area. Because the Starium Hall dedicated an entire floor to its reception services, Ethan easily reached the counter without having to queue, even with the hall densely populated. The salesman greeted him warmly and handed over a price list. He requested an E-grade training room. Although this was the lowest level available at the Combatability Hall, it was perfect for someone who had only recently awakened their superpowers. The receptionist informed him that the cost was 400 blue star coins per hour, with any time less than 1 hour being charged as a full hour. Ethan accepted the room card with the entered information. He felt this expenditure was worthwhile. After all, his family was not wealthy, and he could only afford to practice in a regular room before. Now that approximately 1.5 million blue star coins were about to arrive in his account, he certainly wouldn't be stingy. The keycard displayed a virtual screen showing the corresponding room number 303. This was the E-grade training room Ethan had just opened. With a swipe of the room card, the door to room 303 quickly opened. Inside the conservation room, the concentration of elemental energy in the air increased, which greatly improved the efficiency of practice. After successfully entering, Ethan looked around. An iron rack on the edge displayed various weapons: long spears, broadswords, and longswords. It seemed they had everything. Ethan selected a jet black spear from the rack. He practiced his marksmanship several times, noting that his movements were still somewhat clumsy and stiff. He then remembered his system. Realizing this was the perfect time to use his evolution points, Ethan opened his panel and pressed the only upward arrow button. The system immediately updated, deducting 100 evolution points and upgrading his skill from gun technique beginner to gun technique intermediate. After consuming the evolution points, a flood of memories regarding shooting techniques poured into his mind, as if he had been practicing day and night. When he came to his senses, he realized that his control over the black spear in his hand had indeed improved considerably. He sighed silently, acknowledging the power provided by the system. Incidentally, skill proficiency was divided into 6 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, supreme, and perfect. Next, Ethan raised his marksmanship to intermediate proficiency and fired several sharp shots, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Now he decided to try out his superpower again. He called forth the ice and snow crown. Ethan lowered his head in thought for a moment. Suddenly an ice and snow crown appeared above him, enhancing his imposing presence. His inner energy was instantly activated, and his eyes gradually turned ice blue. Endless snowflakes swirled around him, yet he felt no chill. Instead, he sensed a gentle warmth. Wisps of chilling energy emanated from the jet black spear, indicating that elemental energy was being channeled into the weapon. The tip of the spear was completely encased in ice. In this state, Ethan practiced his marksmanship for another half hour. He noted that after only 30 minutes of training, his interred energy had already decreased by half, reminding him that his superpower was still relatively low. Next, Ethan opened the small wooden box Thomas had given him. Inside were several ordinary pills and a skill book. The skill book contained ice rings AD. Its effect stated that after learning this skill, an ice spike would appear around the user, dealing minor damage while increasing the user's ice-type damage. The first page detailed the name and effect of the skill. Ethan felt receiving a D-level skill book was incredibly generous from Thomas, especially since standard D-rank skill books typically sold for about 100,000 blue star coins, and ice-type skills were even rarer. The abundant mental energy in the cultivation room greatly stimulated his thinking. After a brief pause, he sat down and began flipping through the skill book. Furthermore, he took one of the pills orally to enhance his mental agility. Time flew by. Although it was called a skill book, it was only a few thin pages long. Given that Ethan possessed the extremely rare S-class superpower Ice Crown, his ability to comprehend ice-type skills was naturally strong. More than 20 minutes later, Ethan stopped studying and exhaled. He opened his panel. It displayed his name: Ethan, evolution point Sir, special ability Ice Crown SF, realm awakener. Mental stare and 20 has Q and blood 210 calories, and listed his skills as marksmanship intermediate and ice shard ring DS beginner. After readily paying 400 blue star coins, Ethan left the fighting ability hall. As he walked out, His attention was drawn to his bicycle parked in the designated area near the fighting abilities arena. Upon getting closer, he spotted a creature next to his bike. It wasn't just any rat. This animal possessed square ears and bright blue eyes, making it clearly something far beyond an ordinary rodent. It had to be a ferocious beast. A surge of excitement ran through Ethan. This was a vital evolutionary point, and he felt compelled to interact with the creature. He started walking toward the square-eared rat, intending to capture it alive. However, when the animal saw him approaching, it quickly darted into the sewer next to his bike. Ethan considered using his superpower burst, releasing his internal energy remotely to kill the beast from a distance. The advantage of this instinctual power release was its speed, far quicker than executing formal skills. But since the rat was right beside his bicycle, and Ethan had only just awakened his powers, he hesitated. Making any move would not only risk damaging his own bike, but could also potentially harm other electric bikes parked nearby. He decided against it. He mused as they reached the underground world. There would be far too many ferocious beasts to worry about. He figured he could simply kill more then, and nothing would be regretted. His thoughts drifted further, focusing on why these ferocious beasts were appearing in the real world. Previously, they had indeed emerged through established underground passages. But recently, some had appeared without warning. Moreover, the sudden arrivals tended to be less aggressive than typical ferocious beasts, which he knew were synonymous with bloodlust and brutality. Most would regard a human as food upon first sight. These new arrivals were different. Instead of attacking humans, they simply ran away. The official explanation was the underground world projection, involving complex spatial theories that Ethan could not understand at all. Yet, deep down, he always felt that the official account was untenable, as if something significant was being hidden. Perhaps he would find the answer after arriving at Crystalport City University of Superpowers and meeting more powerful individuals. Ethan shook his head slightly, dismissing these thoughts for the moment. He was too weak right now, and becoming stronger remained his singular focus. After briefly reviewing the alarming news reports, Ethan sighed and headed to his room. He retrieved his usual hardwood stick from the corner of the wall. It was his practice weapon for marksmanship. In fact, he used this simple wooden shaft as a spear. After all, a proper spear that could resonate with supernatural abilities would cost at least 6 figures. However, due to Ethan's family situation, acquiring such equipment was difficult, requiring them to empty their savings entirely. Furthermore, if he were to use an ordinary iron spear with supernatural powers, it would instantly turn into a lump of soft tofu, becoming almost as pliable as a hard wooden pole. Ethan gazed at the hardwood pole with deep affection. It had been with him for so long. He reflected that people often forget their roots once they have money, and he felt the same way. Once he accumulated 1.5 million Blue Star coins, he planned to go to the Superpower Hall and purchase a new spear. One similar to the model on the iron frame in the Fighting Ability Arena testing room, which had caught his eye. He began practicing various movements with the makeshift spear, thrusting, picking, chopping, sweeping. Sweat soon soaked his back as he worked through the drills. After a long while, Ethan finally put the hardwood pole away and exhaled a breath of stale air. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was already 5:50 p.m. He knew that his mother should be home in about 10 minutes. However, 10 minutes passed, and Sarah had not arrived. 20 minutes later, while Ethan was sitting in the living room, he finally heard a knock at the door. He quickly ran over and opened it to find his mother, Sarah, smiling warmly and carrying a large bag of vegetables and meat. Trailing behind her was a middle-aged man. After Sarah entered the house, the middle-aged man carried a long gun into the rented room before leaving. Ethan looked at the spear lying on the ground with a complicated expression, wondering what it was. Sarah smiled gently, explaining that since he had awakened a rare superpower, this was a gift from her and asking if he was happy with it. Ethan simply nodded in confirmation. He immediately recognized the spear as being identical to the one he had just used in the Fighting Ability Arena. It became clear to him that there was indeed a profound telepathic connection between mother and son. He had originally intended to wait until his savings were sufficient before making any purchase, but now it seemed he wouldn't need to. As Sarah prepared to enter the kitchen with her groceries, she instructed him to go do his homework for a while, promising to call when dinner was ready. Ethan stopped her, gently reminding her that since he had been specially admitted to university, he didn't even need to take the college entrance exam, so what homework would he require? Sarah gave an awkward laugh and apologized, admitting she kept mentioning it. She then walked into the kitchen, and Ethan followed behind her. In a warm and comfortable atmosphere, time passed gently as various dishes were placed upon the table: sweet and sour pork ribs, braised prawns, and steamed fish head with chopped chili peppers. While these were not particularly difficult home-style meals, they were all dishes that Ethan greatly enjoyed. Sarah watched him eating heartily, laughing happily, because she was genuinely pleased by his appetite. The burst of superpowers within the Extreme Ability Hall, combined with several hours of marksmanship practice at home, had left Ethan physically exhausted. He ate 5 bowls of rice in one sitting, and after finishing his meal, his hunger gradually subsided as he patted his stomach contentedly. After noticing that Ethan was done eating, Sarah inquired about which university had specially admitted him. Ethan casually replied with the name of Crystalport Superpower University, and its location in Vedanta Province. Hearing this, Sarah responded with a warm smile, noting how lovely that region sounded. Ethan then brought up his earnings, mentioning that he had received a total of 1.5 million Blue Star coins in rewards from both high school and college. He suggested using the money to buy cosmetics and bags for her. Ethan's other, Sarah, had once been a school beauty, otherwise she would not have given birth to such a handsome son as Ethan. However, under the heavy pressure of life, her beauty had long faded, leaving her face increasingly haggard. Despite this, it was impossible to deny that Sarah felt immense happiness hearing about her son's success. But she waved her hand and declined his suggestion, telling him he could keep all the money for himself. She reasoned that people with superpowers tended to spend a lot of money, and besides, those items were meant for little girls, so she wouldn't need them. That night, lay in bed watching videos when a message suddenly appeared on QQ. Upon receiving the notification, he clicked it and saw that it was from Daniel, his childhood friend. The accompanying text exclaimed how beautiful the seniors of Crystalport Superpower University were, urging him to watch the video at 1 minute and 18 seconds. Ethan's heart skipped a beat. He knew Daniel intimately. Even if Daniel himself wasn't particularly handsome, his taste was incredibly discerning. Ethan felt genuine curiosity about what Daniel would describe so beautifully, and he clicked play on the video. The video began by showcasing various teams from Crystalport Superpower University. Ethan then dragged the progress bar forward to 1 minute and 18 seconds. A tall, slender girl instantly caught his eye. This young woman possessed extremely delicate features: a high, straight nose and skin as white as snow. Her long silvery, white hair cascaded down to her waist, appearing incredibly silky. Furthermore, a prominent beauty mark near the corner of her eye added a unique charm. She was not only beautiful but also had an excellent figure. Although she wore loose-fitting clothes, they somehow emphasized her curves. In the comments section, many people expressed their admiration for the senior student, jokingly pleading with Crystalport Superpower University to lower its admission standards. After only a brief glance, Ethan exited the video. He reflected that while beauty was pleasing and enjoyable occasionally, one must never become addicted to it. Sarah reluctantly saw Ethan off at the Riverbend City High-Speed Railway station. She expressed deep concern for his well-being at school and repeatedly asked him not to worry about anything at home, but Ethan reassured her that he would be fine. With a fan wait, he turned and walked into the massive high-speed rail station. The wait inside felt endless. Ethan periodically glanced up at the large display screen until a broadcast announced, "Attention passengers, boarding for train G888 from Tianjin Station to Crystalport City is about to begin. Passengers are instructed to take their belongings and proceed to Gate 2 for boarding." Ethan quickly dragged his luggage toward Gate number 2, navigating the smooth process of checking tickets, waiting in line and finally boarding. Once on the bus, Ethan located his seat, which was situated inside between 2 girls who occupied the window side seats, leaving the opposite side empty. He politely asked them to move so he could sit down properly. One of the girls reacted strongly, appearing instantly infatuated with him. The other girl managed only an awkward smile before pulling her best friend aside to clear a path for him. A boyward aside, parted hairstyle eventually took the seat opposite Ethan. Shortly after, a small blue hamster climbed onto the boy's shoulder. Its unusual blue coloration immediately signaled that this was no ordinary animal. It was the companion beast of a superhuman. The little creature looked incredibly cute, twitching its mouth and emitting soft chirping sounds. The text explained that companion beasts were actually ferocious, bloodthirsty creatures requiring a contract with their human master. Creating one was not easy. One had to first use a specialized ball, similar to a poke-eye ball, to capture the beast. Then, using another device, the captured beast's ball would be transformed into an egg, which then required waiting for it to hatch. Alternatively, it was possible to find already laid eggs and soak them in special potions. However, since the natural nesting grounds of these ferocious beasts were usually extremely well hidden from human discovery, companion beasts held immense value on the market. Regardless of their rank, the appearance of the little blue hamster immediately drew the attention of both women and Ethan himself. In turn amused that he also wanted to acquire his own top-tier companion beast someday. Observing all three people fixating on him, Jason, who sat nearby, curled lips into a smug smile, a clear display of bravado. Jason then introduced the creature with a flourish, naming it Xiao Mao. The two women gasped at its cuteness and immediately asked if they could touch it. Ethan, however, merely glanced at the hamster before looking away. His heart belonged to majestic creatures like dragons and phoenixes soaring through the sky. He found that these little hamsters were not particularly valuable in combat, their primary purpose generally limited to providing emotional support. For Ethan, there was simply no interest. Jason dismissed the hamster with a wave of his hand and commanded it to move. The little companion beast immediately climbed down from Jason's body, walked over to the two women, and affectionately rubbed its furry cheeks against their fingers. The light in the women's eyes shone brightly. The adorable creature was clearly melting their hearts. However, seeing that the two women were constantly focused on petting his companion beast and not paying any attention to him, Jason began to feel increasingly unhappy. He quickly summoned the animal again and started boasting about how wonderful it was. Initially, the two women showed genuine interest, but when she repeatedly asked the little hamster to come over, Jason changed the subject each time, because he desperately wanted their focus shifted back onto himself. This approach, however, gradually caused the two women to become impatient. Despite this growing impatience, Jason continued talking with great enthusiasm, completely immersed in his own narrative and failing to notice the shift in atmosphere. By the time he realized what was happening, one of the girls had already lowered her head, engrossed in playing on her phone. The other girl wasn't only using her phone. She kept glancing at Ethan by the window with a faint smile. Upon realizing that his performance was falling on deaf ears, Jason felt an intense wave of embarrassment. Although he belonged to a wealthy family, one whose house had been demolished and compensated for several $100s, his inherent loser nature remained unchanged. The awkwardness of the moment forced him into silence until he could muster a new topic. Jason started by asking if they knew that a student in Silverstream Province had awakened an S-rank Ice-type ability this year, assuming both girls were likely from Silverstream Province as well. One girl casually responded that she thought she had seen similar short videos before. Jason pressed on, stating that the student who achieved S-rank was actually his cousin. The two women's immediate reaction was disbelief. Rank Ice-type, could this be referring to Ethan? Just then, M took out a bottle of cola from his backpack. He squeezed it with one hand and channeled his internal energy into the can through his arm. Instantly, the cola transformed into iced cola, significantly improving its taste. Ethan drank his newly chilled beverage while watching the drama unfold. Jason nodded, adopting an overly serious expression. Since no one else was present, he felt free to boast as much as he wanted. He implied that it was impossible for the person in question to be standing right next to them. Jason's performance was so obviously fake that the two girls remained unconvinced and even showed signs of disgust. The girl whose gaze kept drifting toward Ethan pointed at him, who had been watching the scene from the sidelines, and made a statement implying she would rather believe he knew about the student than believe it was his cousin. She added playful comments suggesting what she would do if she were to know him. Hearing this final challenge, Jason became visibly anxious on the spot. 3 question marks slowly floated up above Ethan's head as the conversation began. One girl questioned his sister about her accurate predictions, noting that prophets were often killed. Another teased him about the boy across from them, calling him a little glutton for eating so quickly. Then, another friend asked if he knew any student who had awakened an S-level superpower. The first girl took this seriously and looked at Ethan with an expectant gaze. He shook his head slightly, stating that he did not know anyone, but then smiled calmly, prompting them to ask what else. All 3 girls focused their attention on him when he revealed that the student he knew had awakened an S-level ice-type ability. Not just any S-level one. As his crystalline ice shuttle appeared on his finger. Simultaneously, he released a small amount of his own aura. Although the emission was subtle, it was enough for everyone to glimpse the sheer strength of his superpower. The scope of this display was naturally limited only to those few people present. Those who sensed Ethan's special ability immediately sharpened their gazes and felt an immense pressure, as if they had fallen into a deep ice cave, making it difficult for them to breathe. Seeing their reaction, Ethan quickly withdrew his supernatural power. The 2 women were pleasantly surprised by what they witnessed. They hadn't expected that the person sitting next to them was not only handsome but also possessed such a powerful S-class ability. It felt like a scene straight out of a novel coming to life. This was incredibly lucky. Jason, meanwhile, blushed deeply with embarrassment. He truly had not anticipated that his casual boasting would actually draw the attention of the person in question. Before the group could say anything further, an announcement echoed through the high-speed train. "We're about to arrive at Crystalport Station. Passengers who are getting off the train, please gather your luggage in advance and wait at the doors at both ends of the carriage to disembark." Ethan was surprised by how soon their arrival would be. The 2 girls looked regretful, especially the girl whose gaze kept lingering on him. Jason let out a sigh of relief. This entire incident had made him feel uneasy, uncomfortable, and extremely embarrassed. Now that it was over, he felt immense relief. The high-speed train slowly pulled into Crystalport Station, and Ethan disembarked with a large number of passengers. As the automatic doors opened, a unique atmosphere wafted out, the kind that belonged exclusively to massive metropolitan centers. The dome inside the station was incredibly magnificent, featuring massive steel columns crisscrossing overhead while sunlight streamed evenly through the glass curtain walls. In the distance, towering buildings rose like colossal steel beasts, creating an overwhelming visual impact. Outside, advertisements flashed across high-up screens. One warned about lower back and leg pain from overworking, questioning if it stemmed from depleted kidneys. Another promoted a stable and happy life for both him and her. More ads followed, promoting everything from rainbows to day and motor speed, and even describing an ignition machine capable of igniting anywhere fire could not reach. While there were also luxury goods advertisements, Ethan was unfamiliar with that aspect, though he did notice posters for tomato novels on the train parked opposite. The girl whose gaze had kept glancing at Ethan couldn't help but shake her head, her beautiful eyes filled with profound reluctance. She realized that since the student had just awakened his S-level superpower and was getting off at Crystalport Station, he must be a special admission student of Crystalport Superpower University. In contrast, she herself was merely an ordinary college student attending a university in Crystalport with superpowers. And even their universities were not located in the same area. From this day forward, there would absolutely be no further contact between them. Meanwhile, Jessica recalled that she had previously messaged Ethan on QQ, promising to personally pick him up and take him to school upon his arrival in Crystalport. However, fate could be unpredictable. She had an important task to complete that day, requiring her to post the assignment at the school's task center. The task was quickly taken over by a senior student as soon as it was issued. Jessica finally apologized for her absence, and Ethan responded with understanding, noting that it was normal for something important to come up unexpectedly. Furthermore, She had already arranged for other senior students to pick him up, which was more than enough. The crowd was filled with murmurs of admiration and envy. Passers-by whispered about how, as expected of Crystalport's superpower university, the institution had attracted so much discussion. They spoke of the students, noting that after 4 years at such a top-tier university, they would all be at least at the 3rd level of cultivation. Hearing these whispers, Ethan pondered to himself. As soon as he stepped out of the station, his gaze settled on a young man with a peaceful appearance who was holding a flag bearing the 6 large characters. Crystalport Superpower University. The flags fluttered gently in the breeze. Judging by his presence, this must be the senior student assigned to pick him up. Ethan pulled his luggage and quickly walked toward the approaching figure. The senior student noticed him immediately and did not wait around. Carrying the flag, he approached Ethan, introducing himself as Kevin and confirming that Ethan was indeed who he expected. He then invited Ethan to follow him to Crystalport University. Ethan nodded but paused, explaining that he needed a moment to retrieve his weapon first. The reality of the situation quickly became clear. Due to safety regulations for passengers on the high-speed train, sharp objects like Ethan's spear, which could easily cause injury, were strictly prohibited and could only be transported as checked baggage. After exiting the car, they found themselves in the underground parking garage adjacent to the Silverwood Institute. As soon as Ethan stepped out, he realized that the vast majority of parked cars were luxury vehicles, each worth millions. Although he'd not identify specific brands, the luxurious feel emanating from every single vehicle was undeniable and impossible to hide. He felt certain that if these cars were taken out of context, they would certainly attract immense attention back in his hometown. Kevin noticed Ethan's stunned expression and gently questioned him about what was wrong. Kevin smiled reassuringly, assuring him that it was fine because he would be even more astonished later. Ethan wondered who else could possibly be more surprised by the place, but he kept silent. With a lingering sense of doubt, Ethan followed Kevin out of the underground parking garage. Turning right upon leaving the structure led them directly to the main entrance of the Silverwood Institute. Suddenly, a massive school gate came into view. It reached an imposing height of 100 meters and spanned tens of meters in length. Furthermore, the gate was constructed from alloys of various colors and qualities, giving it an overwhelmingly grand appearance. The sheer scale of the structure was enough to make him feel completely overwhelmed. Engraved at the top of the gate were the words, Silverwood Institute, displayed in a magnificent and imposing style. For Ethan, that stood at 1.8 meters tall, the size of the gate made him feel incredibly small for the first time. He was momentarily stunned by the sight. People continued to pass through the gates. Students chatted and laughed, radiating youthful energy. Most of them merely glanced at Ethan before looking away. Judging by their expressions, these were likely specially recruited freshmen, who were simply surprised by the school gate, which felt perfectly normal after all. After all, who wasn't like that a few years ago? Kevin chuckled softly, recalling that he had been just as stunned when he enrolled at the school years ago. Ethan managed to regain his composure and offered an awkward smile before remaining quiet. Kevin then waved his hand, urging Ethan to follow, explaining that they needed to hurry and get him registered early before the cafeteria ran out of good food. Ethan followed Kevin into the Silverwood Institute. Upon entering, he couldn't help but look around at the expansive grounds. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge fountain with clear water that seemed capable of soothing the heat in one's heart just by looking at it. Many young couples sat on benches next to the fountain, chatting idly with smiles on their faces. Beyond them, the buildings were mostly very tall, lending the entire area a magnificent and grand feel. Ethan took out his phone, snapped a photo, and immediately posted it in his senior year class group chat. This specific group was used for students to relax and play abstract games. No teachers were present. Expected just a few seconds after he posted the picture, several classmates commented with amazement. Ethan shook his head slightly at their reaction. The two continued walking side by side. The surprise whispers of the surrounding students shifted Ethan's focus. He noticed that everyone's eyes were now fixed on one particular direction. Ethan's gaze involuntarily turned toward an approaching group. A team was walking directly toward them, led by a tall, slender young woman with delicate features, fair skin, and an undeniably cool demeanor. Long, light hair flowed behind her like a banner of moonlight. Her battle suit bore the weight of conflict. It seemed too beautiful to endure, outlining a full, rounded silhouette. A beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a captivating charm that seemed out of place for her age. She walked into the school with long, graceful legs, radiating an intense aura of blood and slaughter. A palpable, murderous energy permeated the air. The long spear carried on her back was stained with visible dried blood. After a quick comparison, Ethan realized that her weapon was actually larger than his own. Beside her walked a silver-white wolf. Though it looked fierce and menacing, its movements were slow and obedient, creating a striking contrast. Following behind were the team's other 4 members. It was clear this group had just returned from another world after engaging in brutal combat. The surrounding crowd reacted with visible shock, exclaiming that it was Senior Jiang, and praising the Silver Wolf team for their successful return after hunting a ferocious beast. Ethan's gaze sharpened as he recognized the beautiful woman from a video Daniel had shared days earlier. Kevin teased him, wondering if he was stunned again. Ethan shook his head and questioned why Crystalport University of Superpowers did not possess an internal underground world passage for training, nor why the Silver Wolf team needed to venture into external passages to hunt ferocious beasts. Kevin explained that while the school's internal underground world passage was under its control and highly convenient for student training, it only housed ferocious beasts up to level 3. Since the Silver Wolf team was capable of fighting creatures at level 4, they naturally needed to travel to an external underground world passage to achieve truly comprehensive training. Ethan lowered his head in thought, realizing that a 4th-tier ferocious beast was still too far away for him right now. His primary focus remained fixed on advancing from awakened status to level 1 ability user. Kevin then announced that they had arrived at the student registration area. A short while later, he stopped and pointed toward a nearby building. Ethan was surprised that even the student registration area required its own dedicated structure. This realization helped him understand why Crystalport University of Superpowers could cover an immense area exceeding 200,000 mu. Most universities only occupied a few thousand acres, or sometimes much less. The two proceeded into the spacious student registration area. It felt rather empty, which made sense since the college entrance exam had not yet begun, and currently, only specially admitted students were registering. A rare occurrence indeed. The staff greeted them warmly. A teacher requested Ethan's ID card. After placing it into the scanner, a mechanical sound sounded, followed by an announcement that confirmed his identity scan successful. Identity confirmed as Ethan, a freshman from the class of 52. The receptionist then welcomed him to Crystalport University of Superpowers and handed over his student ID, school badge, dormitory key, and uniform. She noted all the dorm rooms were double occupancy units equipped with brand new furniture. Kevin added that the provided school uniform was only required for the opening ceremony. Ethan reflected on how quickly the special admission students had registered, concluding that this rapid process made sense given the scarcity of S-rank or higher superpowers among general applicants. Kevin chuckled lightly and mentioned that he might shock him again later. Ethan simply shook his head, guessing that the excellent dormitory conditions were likely what impressed everyone. The overall school environment was exceptionally beautiful. The surrounding areas were covered in lush greenery, the air smelled fresh, and the sunshine cast a warm glow. It was summer, and the paths are often graced by girls wearing short skirts, showing off their long white legs while chatting happily. A unique sight indeed. Following Kevin's footsteps, Ethan finally arrived at the dormitory area. Before him lay a large complex of 2-story villas. While not massive in scale, the entire area was undeniably exquisite. A gravel gran outside the villas, flanked by vibrant green plants and flower beds where students had grown colorful blooms in full splendor. Some villas were situated near flowing water, with small bridges arching over them, lending the whole scene a poetic atmosphere. Ethan stayed momentarily stunned. He had expected his accommodations to be high quality, but he never imagined they would be this luxurious. Kevin noticed Ethan's surprise and smiled warmly. A wave of joy washed over Ethan as he realized how wonderful it would be to live in such an environment. Kevin then gently informed him that since he had brought him all the way to the dormitory area, he should depart so as not to waste time at the cafeteria. As they exchanged farewells, Kevin gave a final piece of advice, noting that Peard appeared to be the only ICE-type special admission student in recent years, and strongly advising him to visit the school's 7th level ICE-type Grand Master when he had free time. Ethan arrived at Crystalport City Superpower University, having chosen the institution partly because a 7th level ICE-type master taught there. Following the number provided by the receptionist, he quickly located his dormitory. At that moment, however, a beautiful figure in the opposite building unexpectedly caught his eye. She possessed delicate features, her eyes were like autumn water, and her skin was fair with a slight pink tinge. Her thin lips looked as delicate and luscious as flower petals. Her long, smooth black hair was tied up high with a red ribbon. Even the simple T-shirt she wore could not hide her amazing figure. The thighs visible beneath the black mini-skirt were shapely and long, without an ounce of excess fat, making it impossible to look away. Perched on her shoulder was a light blue dragon. This must be her companion beast. Compared to the hamster he had seen on the high-speed train, this light blue dragon was superior in both strength and species. This suggested that the girl must come from an extremely wealthy family, as owning such a companion animal would require immense resources. Seeing a suitcase next to her, Ethan realized she too was a newly enrolled special student, just like him. He found it unexpected to encounter such stunning beauty among the few specially admitted students. After admiring her for a moment, he finally withdrew his gaze. He used his key and entered his spacious dormitory room with his suitcase. Across the street, at the entrance of the dormitory, another special admission student who had just arrived also noticed the boy in the opposite building. This man was striking. He had prominent eyebrows and bright eyes, a high nose bridge, a well-defined jawline, and a tall stature that gave him an exceptionally comfortable appearance. However, the specially admitted student noticed more than mere looks. Her name was Amelia, and she possessed an S-level grass-type ability called Natural Spiritual Essence, which granted her a certain degree of perception. Through this special ability, Amelia sensed that the boy in the opposite dormitory carried an aura as cold as ice. His awakened superpower was clearly ice-based. On Amelia's shoulder, the adorable voice of the Deepwater Dragon cub resonated in her mind, sounding drowsy and calling out for its master. Under normal circumstances, a superhuman could only contract one companion beast and vice versa. However, as the master, she retained the ability to break that contract at any time to form bonds with other companions. The Deepwater Dragon was an extremely rare companion beast, capable of reaching even the 7th rank in growth. Amelia's family had paired her with a water-type companion beast because her awakened grass-type ability was particularly vulnerable to fire types, which were among the most numerous elemental abilities. A water companion beast could help her owner absorb damage and assist in dealing damage. Yet, a new problem arose. While the issue of fire was resolved, it was not the only counter to grass type. Although fewer people awakened the ice type, it still held a counter effect on grass type, even if it wasn't as obvious as fire. Amelia mused there might be another specially recruited student with awakened ice type abilities. Such an opponent would prove formidable in the upcoming freshman competition. Her gaze sharpened, her red lips moved slightly, and she murmured softly to herself before communicating with her companion beast, the Deepwater Dragon cub. With that, she opened her own dormitory room door and went inside. Upon entering his dormitory, Ethan was greeted by a spacious living room within the 2-story villa. The ground floor was spotless, its shiny surface reflecting light like a mirror. An exquisite marble coffee table, plush leather sofa, and dazzling crystal chandelier combined to create an atmosphere that felt both warm and comforting. Ethan inwardly nodded, feeling deeply satisfied with the accommodation provided at Crystalport City Superpower University. A sweet yet somewhat mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ears, introducing itself as Xiaya, the smart dormitory management assistant. The voice suggested that he feel free to call her name anytime he needed anything inside the villa. Initially taken aback by the sudden presence, Ethan tentatively asked how to activate the air conditioner, realizing it would allow him to maintain a comfortable body temperature without relying on his superpowers. A gentle humming sound signaled the activation of the AC, and soon a cool breeze caressed his face. He found the system impressive, noting that the air conditioning was remarkably powerful. Ethan's gaze then drifted sideways, revealing a fully equipped kitchen inside the villa. Although he admitted to being terrible at cooking and often creating disastrous meals at home, having such a facility was certainly beneficial. His attempt continued past the living area until he reached a wooden spiral staircase leading up to the second floor. The first level consisted of a shared living room and a kitchen, which meant that the second floor must be dedicated to private use. With anticipation, Ethan ascended the stairs. He observed that the second floor contained 6 small rooms in total: 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms with washrooms, and 2 toilets. The layout was highly efficient, dividing the rooms symmetrically from the staircase exit, ensuring that each resident had 3 private areas. This thoughtful design allowed for simultaneous showering or toilet use without any congestion, earning Ethan a genuine thumbs up. Since he arrived first, Ethan claimed the set of 3 rooms located on the right side. He walked into his designated bedroom and placed his fingerprint, mindful maintaining strong personal boundaries. After completing the biometric scan, he pulled his suitcase inside. The room was spacious, though it currently felt somewhat empty. It was furnished with a soft, comfortable bed, a brand new wardrobe, a small table, and a floor lamp. Despite the abundance of items, Ethan still sensed an emptiness that only emphasized how vast the bedroom truly was. Furthermore, there was a sliding glass door on the interior wall. Looking through it, he saw it opened onto a huge balcony. He pushed open the glass door and stepped out, closing his eyes to feel the gentle breeze. The excellent lighting and ventilation were undeniable, making him sigh inwardly and give the dormitory conditions another big thumbs up. Just then Ethan's phone rang. Ethan quickly answered his phone and realized it was Jessica calling. She greeted him warmly, asking if he had arrived at the academy yet. Ethan affirmed that he was settled in the dormitory area and mentioned how helpful the senior student who picked him up had been, expressing clear appreciation for Kevin's assistance. Jessica acknowledged this gratitude before explaining that as a freshman, he could find answers either by utilizing the campus forum or by asking her directly. Her tone remained lively, reflecting both her youthful energy and deep knowledge of the academy system. When Ethan inquired about the location of the campus forum, Jessica sounded genuinely surprised, questioning whether his senior guide had informed him about it. Ethan responded with a slight air of exasperation, subtly implying that Kevin was at fault for failing to provide him with this crucial information. The brief silence on the other end of the line confirmed that Kevin had indeed forgotten to mention the campus forum's existence. Jessica then explained that the campus forum served as an open communication platform for all Crystalport Academy students, allowing them to post questions and receive timely answers from senior students who had free time. She immediately sent him a link, explaining that this was part of a specialized application for Crystalport Academy, which contained many functions. These included monthly cultivation potion distribution, cafeteria takeout delivery, dormitory furniture maintenance, and much more. The campus forum was merely one module within this comprehensive app. Ethan felt genuinely impressed by the sheer convenience and advanced nature of such a top-tier superpower university. He promptly clicked the link to download the application, which was titled Heart in Crystalport Academy. The internet speed in the dormitory proved incredibly fast, allowing the download to complete in under 2 seconds. Jessica prompted him about the successful installation, and after receiving his affirmative reply, she concluded by formally welcoming him to Crystalport Academy and wishing him an enjoyable campus life. Meanwhile, at the third canteen of Crystalport Academy, Kevin was interacting with a kind lady stationed at the service window. She asked him what he would like to eat for his meal. Kevin replied that he did not want the food intended for his classmates. Instead, he wanted a honey crispy roast chicken. He pointed toward the item and exclaimed, "You." This brief exchange repeated several times until Kevin suddenly sneezed multiple times in quick succession. The sudden burst of sneezing made him wonder if someone was thinking of him. After downloading the application, Ethan opened it with a mix of excitement and curiosity. Initially, he encountered a login page that featured a small print option for registration. Clicking this link guided him through a simple process requiring his ID number, student number, and password, followed by human verification. Upon successful entry, the app was divided into several functional sections: monthly cultivation, potion distribution, cafeteria takeout delivery, and dormitory furniture maintenance, among others. A search box sat at the top, where Ethan typed in forum and confirmed his query. The page instantly displayed the campus forum module. He scrolled through various posts, finding a pinned guide for freshmen alongside discussions about new local businesses and notable students. Through this exploration, several crucial points became clear to him. First, he realized that the number of available tutors at Crystalport Academy was limited, with each tutor capable of taking on only one student. Therefore, standing out in the freshman competition was paramount if he hoped to secure a mentor selection. The guide post specifically advised visiting a desired mentor in advance to increase his chances. Ethan noted this advice, recalling his specific goal: meeting the 7th tier Ice-type master at Crystalport Institute. The next major point of focus was the freshman competition itself. Since regular college entrance exams were scheduled for July and enrollment wasn't until August, the school had organized a unified freshman competition encompassing all new students, including those with special admissions criteria. The rankings achieved in this competition determined both the monthly credits and potions distributed by the school, and most importantly, it dictated the choice of mentor. Finally, his attention settled on academic credits. Within Crystalport Academy, these credits functioned as a specialized currency, allowing purchases of training resources such as potions, skills, and equipment. While blue star coins could certainly buy items, they were often considered outdated or worthless compared to the value of academic credits. Ethan concluded that academic credits held far greater purchasing power than mere money within the scope of Crystalport Academy. Recalling that the special admission criteria also involved these valuable credits, he quickly messaged Jessica on QQ to ask when they would be issued. Jessica replied promptly, reminding him about the freshman competition and clarifying that the credits would only be awarded after the competition concluded, as their distribution was based entirely on performance. A senior student, who appeared slightly older than his years and wore black-rimmed glasses, approached Ethan. The man shook his head, informing him that Professor Arthur was unavailable, and advising Ethan to depart. Ethan immediately questioned the stranger's identity. Having been riding the electric bike for 20 minutes, he could not simply turn around and leave based on a casual warning. He needed answers about what had actually transpired. The senior student with black-rimmed glasses smiled slightly and introduced himself as Richard, revealing that he was a student from Professor Arthur's class of 51. He then noted that Ethan must be a specially recruited freshman. Ethan responded by identifying himself as a freshman from the class of 52. Ethan felt no surprise, given that Richard was a student of Professor Arthur's and someone he hadn't met before. Coupled with the fact that Ethan had already reached the villa's entrance, it was natural for them to assume he was a special recruit. Richard's expression shifted to one of genuine surprise as he stated that Ethan must have awakened at least an S-rank Ice-type ability. Ethan confirmed this, revealing the power he had manifested was the S-rank Ice-type ability, the Ice Crown. As he spoke, Ethan activated his supernatural power, and a sudden burst forth from his body. Above his head, a crown made of ice and snow quietly materialized. Richard commented that an S-rank Ice-type ability posed no difficulty for their academy, noting it had been several years since they had encountered such a student. He added with confidence that Professor Arthur would definitely choose Ethan, suggesting there was even a possibility of him becoming his disciple. Richard patted Ethan on the shoulder and chuckled, acting as if they were old friends reuniting. Changing the subject, Richard mentioned with regret that Instructor Arthur had departed for the underground world passage in the province only a few days prior. He relayed that the butler at the gate estimated Professor Arthur would not return for another week. Ethan accepted this information and prepared to leave. However, Richard then suggested, in a friendly tone, that since Ethan was essentially his future junior brother and Richard had nothing better to do, he should give Ethan a comprehensive tour of Crystalport Academy. Especially since Ethan had only arrived at the school that day. After visiting several classic spots, Richard suddenly brought up a topic. He mentioned that the eldest daughter of the Xia family had been specially admitted to their school and was in the same year as Ethan. Ethan fell into deep thought, immediately remembering the girl who lived across the hall in the dormitory. At that time, she had been accompanied by a dragon-like companion beast on her shoulder, suggesting that her family must have been quite wealthy. He wondered if the young lady whom Richard referred to could be this same person. Richard then elaborated, explaining that the Xia family was a prominent and powerful lineage within Vedantia province. Furthermore, he revealed the family patriarch held the title of a 7th-level upper-level Grand Master, a rank 2 minor realms higher than Professor Arthur's own. Seeing In's contemplative expression, Richard assumed that Ethan did not know much about the Xia family, and proceeded to explain it thoroughly. With a solemn expression, he continued earnestly by warning that the competition for this year's freshman class would be exceptionally fierce. Ethan remained calm. Having witnessed the wonders of the system, he already knew that as long as he accumulated enough evolution points, he would be invincible. Richard chuckled and teased him, noting that while the eldest daughter of the Xia family was exceptionally beautiful, Ethan himself possessed considerable good looks. He jokingly suggested that if Ethan were to become her boyfriend, he would surely win any competition effortlessly. Ethan remained silent, making it impossible to discern his thoughts at that moment. Finally, Ethan hesitantly asked Richard if it would be possible for him to guide him into the Academy's underground world passage. Ethan knew that entering this area for the first time required guidance. However, since Richard was merely a senior student and had no obligation to help him, Ethan made sure his request sounded tentative. After hearing Richard's words, a barely perceptible hint of joy flashed across Ethan's face. If the underground world within Crystalport Academy was indeed designated as the venue for the freshman competition, as Richard had estimated, he would have some distinct advantages. Richard then suggested they visit the Nexus Point, slowing his pace slightly so that Ethan could follow. Ethan immediately agreed, showing keen interest in the location. A few hours earlier, he had learned about the existence of the Nexus Point within Crystalport Academy from Kevin's words, and hearing Richard mention the term again only piqued his curiosity further. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the entrance to the Nexus Point. Upon entering the large room, they were met with dozens of task display screens and approximately 10 task submission windows neatly arranged throughout the facility. Richard pointed out both the function of the task display screen and the task submission window. They moved toward one of the mission display screens, which was currently grayed out, showing no visible buttons to activate it. Ethan frowned slightly, unsure of how he should proceed. Chuckling softly, Richard took out his student ID and leaned it against the task display screen. A distinct beep sounded, and instantly, the screen lit up. Ethan suddenly realized that accessing the system required swiping a card. The activated task display screen revealed a wide variety of tasks. These missions were categorized by difficulty levels, ranging from lowest to highest D rank, C rank, B, A rank, S rank, and S. The corresponding colors flashed vividly: white for D rank, green for C rank, blue for B rank, purple for A rank, orange for S rank, and red for S rank. The examples displayed were numerous and varied. They either level D tasker, school orientation volunteer registration, which was currently at 129 out of 200 completions with a task completion reward of 0.02 credits. Another example showed a D-level mission, set up the venue, currently at 49 out of 50 completions, offering a mission completion reward of 0.01 credits. Higher tiers were also visible, such as a rank C mission for Shadowcat's Claws 10, with a mission completion reward of 0.5 credits. And a powerful rank A mission for Ghost Salamander Tile 5, which offered a substantial reward of 200 credits. The sheer variety of tasks left Ethan feeling overwhelmed. He noted that he could earn only 0.02 credits by volunteering for orientation or 0.01 credits by setting up the venue. Silently calculating the potential earnings, he gasped in realization. Simply welcoming new students to Crystalport Academy could yield 200 blue star coins, and merely decorating the venue alone could provide 100 blue star coins. As expected of a top-tier university specializing in superpowers, the system was truly impressive. Richard then explained that the final reward for any task depended heavily on the evaluation. He noted if the completion rating was deemed good, the final reward would be reduced by 20%. If it was only rated pass, the reward would be halved. Ethan pondered this exchange, suddenly wondering if the senior student who had picked him up earlier might have been rated as excellent for his task completion, but was only given a good or passing rating. Richard continued to explain that even though school hadn't begun, Ethan already possessed a student ID and could take on tasks whenever he wished. It was always beneficial to earn extra money. Ethan nodded in understanding, then inquired if it would be possible for him to take on multiple missions simultaneously. Since his plan involved entering the underground world passage to hunt ferocious beasts and collect materials according to mission requirements, he wouldn't be able to return frequently just to submit tasks. After a moment of thought, Richard advised that Ethan first needed to upgrade his mission level before attempting concurrent missions. He pointed to level 3 on the mission display screen with 3 fingers, explaining that at mission level 3, one could handle 3 missions at once. Suddenly, a considerable murmur of discussion erupted throughout the Nexus Point. Whispers started circulating about the arrival of the captain of the Silver Wolf team, who were to submit his mission. Other students openly commented on how much more beautiful the senior student had become, even suggesting that she possessed an aura that could turn them into homosexuals. Hearing the surrounding gossip, Ethan couldn't help but direct his gaze over. Standing before him was indeed the captain of the Silver Wolf team, a figure with flowing silver hair, a cool and refined face, and a distinct beauty mark near his eye. He still carried that long spear on his back, though the dried bloodstains were gone, leaving the weapon looking brand new and incredibly sharp. Amidst the crowd's chatter, Victoria had completely unfazed, as if she had heard all of it before. She strode forward with her long legs and walked straight toward one of the task submission windows. With a flash from her spatial ring, a large pile of loot materialized in front of the window. Victoria handed her student ID to the staff member at the task submission window and announced that she had completed these tasks. The staff member opened the task list on their screen, which detailed 5 total missions, 2 B-level missions, 2 A-level missions, and most significantly, 1 S-rank mission. After dirting the tally, the staff member enthusiastically announced that the total amount was 1,280 credits expected to arrive in Victoria's account that day. Victoria simply nodded before leaving the Nexus Point. The crowd gasped dramatically at the figure of 1,280 credits, realizing this equaled 12.8 million blue star coins. Another student quickly corrected them, explaining that such a calculation was impossible because blue star coins could not be exchanged for academic credits. In fact, on the campus forum, the ratio sometimes reached 1 to 20,000 at its highest. However, the staff member's explanation caused an even greater uproar among the crowd. A single mission earning 1,280 credits was still far too advanced for the students currently gathered at the Nexus Point. Richard and why her arrival had generated such a sensation, and Ethan shook his head, admitting he did not know, before tentatively asking if it might simply be because she was pretty. Richard explained that Victoria was not only beautiful but had also awakened the S-level superpower, Jade Purity Divine Thunder. At only 22 years old, she already held the status of mid-level 4th tier. He recounted that last year, when she was a junior student, she took on the heavy responsibility of leading Crystalport Academy to win the previous National Superpower University competition, following the serious injury of the original captain. After hearing Richard's explanation, Ethan finally understood why Victoria was so popular. In an era where everyone awakens supernatural abilities, people naturally possess an innate tendency to admire those who are strong. And to top it all off, this powerful woman was also incredibly beautiful. If she possessed only a pretty face, her influence would never have been so vast. After leaving the Nexus Point, they looked up at the sky as the sun set, glowing like burning embers. Richard suggested that it might be getting late, and proposed going to the cafeteria for lunch, a suggestion Ethan readily agreed with. The campus was enormous, featuring a total of 24 canteens throughout Crystalport Academy. They eventually arrived at the 14th canteen of Crystalport Institute, which was conveniently located nearby. The cafeteria itself was very large, almost magnificent in scale. After exchanging brief remarks, they walked inside together. A quick glance revealed the number of people in the dining hall was moderate, neither too crowded nor too sparse. Many students had their own companion beasts, and these animals ate alongside their owners while the students were eating. Ethan found this sight normal. Although companion beasts were extremely expensive, Crystalport Institute was a top university for abilities nationwide, meaning the students' earning power was immense. While raising a deepwater dragon cub like Amelia might be impossible, raising an ordinary one should not present any difficulty. Noticing that Ethan had slowed his pace, Richard inquired if he wished to keep a companion animal. Ethan nodded slightly. Who could refuse such a companion? However, what Ethan desired was not merely a decoration but a companion beast capable of assisting him in battle. Perhaps something like the deep-sea demon dragon. He then asked Senior Richard if he himself kept a companion animal. Richard smiled and confirmed that he did. As he spoke, Richard retrieved a containment sphere from his pocket and called out for it to appear. These spheres contained companion beasts within a single space, allowing them to be carried without exposure. A flash of light appeared, the sphere opened, and a milky white kitten emerged. The kitten stretched its paws and immediately hugged Richard tightly upon appearing. Richard stroked the fur and smiled sheepishly, apologizing that his little Mimi was somewhat shy. Ethan's pupils dilated slightly. He had not expected Senior Richard to favor this type of companion beast. After showing it to Ethan for a few moments, Richard carefully returned his companion beast into the containment sphere. The two then chose a window stall and began eating their meal. After dinner, Richard mentioned that he was heading back to his dormitory. Before parting ways, they exchanged contact information. Ethan did not return to his dormitory. Instead, he headed toward the school's resource trading office. He had made up his mind tomorrow. He would travel through the underground world passage. Although the internal passage within the academy was blocked, an external route outside the school remained accessible. As they parted ways, Senior Richard offered his assistance for anything Ethan might not understand. However, Ethan decided that he needed to go alone and attempt to join a team. He felt it would be too much trouble for others to accompany him through the external underground passage. It was simply not advisable. Through the campus forum, he already knew that ample preparation was necessary to avoid any unnecessary accidents when heading into the depths of the underground world. Soon after, Ethan arrived at the resource trading office. He approached a window belonging to an old man who, despite his completely white hair, appeared energetic and full of vitality. Ethan rattled off his required inventory: 3 bottles of Tier 1 energy potion, 1 bottle of Tier 1 disinfectant, 1 bottle of Tier 1 berserk potion, 1 bottle of Tier 1 calming potion, and finally, a set of Grade D Aloe combat suit. He explained the purpose of each item. The energy potions were necessary not only for satisfying hunger but also for accelerating the recovery of the body's vital energy. Similarly, the disinfectant and berserk potion served exactly as their names suggested. As for the calming agent, he recalled from the campus forum that when fighting ferocious beasts, one was inevitably tainted by bloodlust. Having a bottle on hand could effectively prevent losing control. The old man repeated the list of items while rapidly manipulating an abacus with his hands. Ethan's gaze sharpened in surprise. He had never expected to see an abacus used in this era. The beads clattered together at lightning speed, leaving Ethan completely in awe. After acknowledging Ethan's bewildered reaction, the old man stroked his beard and chuckled, stating that the total cost was 288,000. Since the school was running a promotion, the change was waived, making 288,000 sufficient. He then inquired whether payment would be made via cash card or facial recognition. Ethan's pupils suddenly widened at the sheer cost. He had never expected the total to exceed the entire area of the school. Even with a promotion, it was staggering. Seeing his expression, the old man smiled calmly and began detailing the costs. 3 bottles of energy potion cost 30,000, and 1 bottle of disinfectant cost 8,000. Before the old man could finish speaking, Ethan had already obediently handed over his bank card. He originally thought only the D-grade alloy suit would be expensive, but he hadn't anticipated that the potions alone were nearly as costly. The sound was not just the payment of a bank card, it was the audible expression of Ethan's heart-hatch. After completing the transaction, Ethan suddenly remembered something and casually inquired if, as a specially recruited student, he was eligible to receive monthly cultivation potions. The old man nodded and smiled, confirming that he was. Upon hearing this confirmation, Ethan handed his student ID card to the old man. After verifying his identity and acknowledging those words, the old man set off to fetch the medicine. Ethan first the relevant terms into the computer and began his search. The results quickly revealed that Valoria province contained approximately 20 superpower bases, each corresponding to a passage leading to an underground world. He noted that there were far more than 20 such passages throughout the entire province. These supernatural ability bases housed underground worlds where ferocious beasts generally remained at relatively low levels, usually below the 5th tier. This environment was essentially a place for those with special abilities to hunt beasts and earn money. However, he also learned that any underground world inhabited by 6th order ferocious beasts was heavily guarded and protected by the National Army. He mentally filed away the detail that these worlds were separate, independent spaces where the beasts lived, unconnected to one another. After careful consideration of all the information, Ethan made his final choice for the next day Iron Peak Citadel. This specific supernatural ability base was located in a remote area of Westmer Province, within the larger Iron Peak Citadel region. He determined that the level of ferocious beasts inside would be quite low, making it ideal for a newcomer like himself who was just starting out. With the research complete, Ethan lay down on the soft bed, ready to drift off to sleep. Although it was only 9 p.m., an active time for college students, he knew he needed ample rest and energy. He had to get up very early the next morning to head to the Iron Peak Citadel Special Abilities base. Ethan was woken up by his alarm clock. He went out onto the balcony, noting that only faint light was visible, but he did not return to bed. Instead, he quickly washed up. After putting on his newly bought Class D alloy battle suit and slinging a jet black long gun over his shoulder, he felt ready to head out. Just as he opened his dorm room door and walked out, Ethan noticed that the dormitory across the hall had also been opened. Amelia strode out from the opposite side of the hall with her long, slender legs. She wore a breathable white short-sleeved shirt that couldn't hide her perfect figure. To make running easier, she tied her beautiful hair up high with a red ribbon. Beside her, a small, dark blue dragon struggled to keep pace, its tiny legs barely kept up. This slither creature was Amelia's companion beast, a deep sea demon dragon cub, and the way it desperately tried to move its legs looked quite comical. Amelia slowed her pace, her gaze sharpening as she also noticed Ethan. She seemed to believe that he had gotten up early for exercise, wondering if the handsome man in the opposite dorm, fully armed and equipped, might be heading to the superpower training center. She dismissed the idea of him going to the interdimensional passage. After all, there were many ways to make money within the school, making a high-risk journey to another world unnecessary, unless one was strong enough. After briefly exchanging glances with Amelia, Ethan left the school carrying a long, black spear and headed to the nearby subway station. On the train, people appeared accustomed to his attire. Just like him, several other passengers in this carriage had woken up early, planning to go through the underground world passage to hunt ferocious beasts, and they were dressed similarly. Several hours later, Ethan finally arrived at his destination by taxi Iron Peak Citadel. The buildings within the citadel looked clearly old, with visible faint cracks, but this did nothing to deter the large number of superpowered individuals who came here. They didn't care about construction, their primary goal was making money and hunting ferocious beasts. The aura emanating from these social superhumans sent a shiver down Ethan's spine. Upon entering, since it was his first time there, Ethan couldn't help but look around curiously. Shirtless burly men were sitting together playing cards, women gathered to play mahjong, and others chatted idly. The atmosphere was so lovely that calling it merely a superpower base felt wrong. It resembled a small society. This made sense. as offering additional services would naturally generate revenue for the Citadel. Who could refuse money? Ethan recalled that according to the campus forum and his own research, he needed to register his identity before entering the underground world for the first time. After scanning the area, he finally spotted the registration window within the superpower base. The process was straightforward. Ethan approached the window and registered his identity using only his ID card. The fee was inexpensive, requiring just 500 blue star coins. Upon completion, he received a physical identity certificate for the superpower base, resembling a student ID. His status panel displayed Iron Peak Citadel to name Ethan Points Zothara. As he reviewed the 3 items on the screen, his curiosity led him to inquire about the points system. The staff member answered immediately, explaining that after a ferocious beast died, its important parts and internal crystal cores could be harvested and exchanged for points within the superpower base. These accumulated points could then be traded for blue star coins, resources, or equipment. Crucially, the staff member emphasized that points from different ability bases were not interchangeable. Using them at this location was more cost-effective than purchasing items directly with blue star coins. Ethan felt a wave of understanding wash over him. He had previously assumed that working here simply meant fighting monsters and earning money. The staff member then commented briefly on his preparedness, noting that he seemed quite well equipped for a newcomer, pointing out the long spear strapped to his back and the battle armor he wore. However, the staff member quickly advised that since Ethan was still new, it would be best for him to join a team first to ensure his safety. Ethan then asked how he could find a suitable team, realizing that suitability was not something that could be determined by mere appearance. He wondered if asking individual inquiries would prove too tedious. The staff member pointed him toward a designated room containing a large recruitment board for teams. This board listed various groups, detailing their current messages, specific recruitment requirements, and contact information. With thanks to the staff member, Ethan entered the room. His eyes scanned the listings. One team sought a combat-type ability user at least at the mid-level of Tier 1. Another required a female grass-type ability user. The sheer volume of information on the team recruitment board was dazzling, leaving Ethan pondering which group he should choose. After a period of selection, Ethan chose his team. The Firefox team required an ice-type ability user and had provided him with contact information. This requirement was exactly what he possessed. Other contrast had demanded specific levels of cultivations, certain ages or even genders. Ethan reviewed the requirements again, narrowing his eyes in thought. An ice-type ability user. He questioned if this truly was enough, but quickly shrugged off the concern, deciding that at least he met the basic criteria. He took out his phone and dialed the number left by the Firefox team during the recruitment process. The call was answered promptly by a woman whose voice suggested she was in her early 20s. Ethan introduced himself, stating that he had awakened ice-type abilities and thus fulfilled their requirements. The person on the other end sounded delighted, expressing how incredibly lucky they were, especially since the team was about to venture into an underground world to hunt ferocious beasts. They instructed him to come over immediately to the Ironvale City superpower base. Meanwhile, at the base, Lauren, the captain of the Firefox team, spoke with a tall, thin young man who was waiting for Ethan. The young man inquired if this meant their team was gaining a new member, specifically a younger brother. Lauren confirmed that he was currently at the base and that she had given him her location. She warned him to keep quiet until things settled down. Minutes later, Ethan arrived at the designated spot for the Firefox team. He observed the team currently consisted of 4 members, 2 men and 2 women. Lauren addressed him directly, asking if he was the newcomer wishing to join them, and instructed him to first prove his ice-type ability. Ethan snapped his fingers, and a single snowflake quietly appeared on his fingertip. Lauren nodded slightly, then smiled, officially welcoming Ethan as a member of the Firefox team. Hearing this, Ethan seemed surprised, questioning if there were no other requirements, such as strength. Lauren replied with visible irritation that the requirement was simply to possess an ice-type ability. She pointed out that she had been posting the recruitment information for 2 weeks, and only one person had contacted her. Regarding strength, she explained that they only needed someone who could awaken the ice element for now, suggesting he would primarily provide support from the back. She reassured him that since we were only operating in shallow areas, and because she possessed her companion beast, safety wouldn't be an issue. When Ethan asked about this companion beast, Lauren smiled slightly and took out a containment ball. It was revealed to be her powerful companion beast, which she had spent a year working hard in another world to acquire. The steer opened, releasing a flash of light that unveiled a fox-like creature before them. This fox was covered in fur that was a mix of beige and fiery red. Its pupils were crimson, like burning flame. With its well-proportioned body and long limbs, it exuded undeniable elegance. It gently swayed its tail, causing sparks to appear upon the tips. Ethan mused that this explained the team's name, the Fox Team. Lauren's playful demeanor shifted into a serious one. She advised Ethan that, as a newcomer in this other world, he should not force himself if he felt uncomfortable. Ethan agreed with the caution, acknowledging that while he could try his luck, he could not afford to be a burden or become a liability to others. She smiled slightly and glanced at him. Despite being new, she noted that Ethan was dressed in battle armor and carried weapons on his back, which gave him an excellent first impression of capability. Lauren then focused her attention, suddenly noticing a small circular symbol emblazoned on his battle suit. The upper half of the logo featured one design, while the lower half displayed 6 large, flowing characters: Crystoport Academy. The significance of those 6 characters was undeniable. Crystoport Academy was not only a top-tier university in China, but also held an extremely high reputation as a local institution within Vedantia province. Considering that Ethan's spear and battle suit were brand new, without any signs of wear or tear, Lauren immediately concluded that the little brother who had just joined her team was a specially recruited freshman from Crystoport Academy. She recalled that students who were specially recruited must have shattered their awakening crystal during the ceremony, an indicator of possessing an S rank or higher superpower. Such individuals were exceedingly rare, numbering only in the dozens across the entire country each year. Lauren felt an overwhelming sense of luck having him join her team. At the very least, he possessed an S-rank ice-type ability. She thought she had struck gold. The strength of one's superpower determined the upper limit of their combat capability, but even the lower limit was ridiculously high. This new junior member, though only at the awakened level, and not a formally recognized superhuman, already possessed strength comparable to that of a first-tier mid-level or even a first-tier high-level ability user who had awakened a C-level ability. Lauren's beautiful eyes widened suddenly upon realizing this incredible potential, revealing pure joy. With an expression of delight and absolute certainty, she inquired about his background, asking he was from Crystoport Academy. Ethan simply nodded, confirming the information. He showed no surprise at her recognition, as he had purchased the D-grade alloy suit directly from the academy, which naturally bore the school's unique logo. Ethan received a handshake and welcome from Lauren, initiating the team's gathering. Following the greeting, the other team members took turns introducing themselves to him. Olivia blinked slightly before giving her introduction. She stated that she had awakened the elemental C-level ability, Transparent Jellyfish, which leaned towards support abilities, and was currently at the mid-stage of the first tier. Ethan smiled warmly and returned the greeting to Sister Olivia. Next, Liam stood up and coughed twice before introducing himself in a deliberately serious tone. He announced that he had awakened the elemental C-type level ability Destructive Wind, confirmed his skill with a spear, and stated that his cultivation level was at the mid-first tier. He concluded by issuing a dramatic warning about maintaining a serious demeanor. Lauren rolled her eyes at Liam's antics, noting that his habit of joking contradicted any claim to seriousness. Ethan responded to Liam's greeting and also observed his point regarding the utility of long spears. Recalling his own weapon was a spear which he had recently upgraded to intermediate proficiency, using system points. He found himself wondering whether his spear, or Liam's, would prove stronger. The moment passed quickly when Liam exclaimed in surprise at Ethan's choice, pointing out that they both favored spears. Ethan scratched his head and responded by affirming that the spear was indeed a good weapon, referencing the saying "an inch longer an inch stronger. Following him, No stepped forward. He appeared to be a front-line member of the team, standing muscularly with a shield beside him and a double-edged axe resting behind him. He introduced himself as Noah, confirming that the double-edged axe on his back was his weapon. Furthermore, he revealed that he had awakened a C-type-level fighting ability called Tiger Soul, placing him at the upper level of the first tier. After these three introductions, Lauren took her turn. She stated her name and confirmed that her primary weapon was a trident. She also announced that she had awakened the Elemental B-level ability Wildfire, which was currently at the lower level of the second tier. Upon hearing this, Ethan's expression shifted to one of surprise. He never expected that a girl like Sister Lauren, who appeared rather quiet, would use a trident as her main weapon. With all four members having introduced themselves, it was time for Ethan to give his proper introduction. He greeted everyone: Sister Lauren, Sister Olivia, Brother No, and Brother Lime. He then announced that he had awakened the S-class Elemental Ice type ability, Ice Crown, and stated that at present, he was just an awakener. He concluded by admitting that he was new to this place and did not know anything, asking for their patience. Lime asked curiously about the name of Ethan's superpower. After a brief pause, Ethan nodded in confirmation. Lean then joked that he looked more handsome than Ethan when viewing himself in the mirror after a shower, patting him lightly on the shoulder. Ethan responded to the compliment with a smile. Lauren clapped her hands sharply, signaling everyone's attention to her. She announced that now that everyone was assembled, it was time for them to head to the underground world. The other team members nodded repeatedly until finally, Lauren remembered to ask Ethan if he had prepared medicine and food in advance. After receiving an affirmative answer from him, the procession began. Noah, carrying a double-edged axe, and Lauren, wielding a trident, walked at the very front. Lime, with his long spear slung across his back, followed in the middle of the group. Ethan, also carrying a long spear on his back, and Olivia, who held a staff, trailed at the very back. The group arrived at the stairs of the Iron Peak Citadel. As they ascended the steps, they found themselves near the third floor, the location of the Underground World Passage. The Underground World was simply a name humans used to describe the realm inhabited by ferocious beasts. It did not mean one actually needed to jump into the ground. The passage itself was easily visible after turning another corner on the left side of the stairs, as a long line of people was already queuing up like a dragon, stretching all the way to the entrance. Lauren beckoned them forward, and the group lined up at the back of the queue. At this moment, Olivia questioned Ethan about why their team needed an ice-type ability user. Ethan shook his head, admitting he truly did not know the reason. Olivia then explained that while the team had both Lauren and No, who could both attack and defend, their control ability was slightly lacking. She elaborated that combining a water type with an ice type would allow them to slow down opponents twice as effectively. Ethan immediately understood the logic. What the Firefox team lacked was comprehensive control. Ice and water were symbiotic elements, capable of working together. He recalled that grass-type characters also provided control effects, but they were relatively weaker because grass-based control involved using vines to bind a target, which fell under physical control. When their level was low and the vines too weak, it would be easy for a ferocious beast to corner them into a desperate situation. Lime leaned over again, giving Ethan a wink while assuring him not to be afraid. He boasted his marksmanship was rapidly approaching intermediate proficiency, promising that when those ferocious beasts came, he would blow them all to smithereens with just one shot. Ethan thoroughly managed an awkward smile in response, internally debating whether he should tell Liam that his own marksmanship had already reached intermediate proficiency. However, to protect Liam's self-esteem, he decided to keep quiet for the time being. Although the queue was long, the inspection process moved quite quickly. Soon it was the Firefox team's turn. The staff member checking documents noticed Ethan and smiled while complimenting Lauren on having arrived with a pretty good newcomer. Lauren muttered slightly and handed her identification document from the superpower base for inspection. Once all 5 identities were checked, Ethan finally saw the full view of the Underground World Passage, just as he had wished. It looked like a teleportation black hole in a game, Filled with excitement, Ethan followed the group inside. The passage itself felt strange and difficult to describe. The underground world passage was pitch black, making it impossible to see the path. Using their flashlights, Ethan followed the rest of the Firefox team forward, until they spotted a brilliant light ahead. The anticipated exit point. Emerging from the passage, Ethan looked around in surprise. The expected scene of monster hordes and corpses strewn across a wilderness did not materialize. Instead, he found himself surrounded by a massive crowd of people, all of whom exuded a faint aura of elemental energy, confirming that they were superhumans. Nearby vendors were shouting out their wares. One hawked potions, asking if anyone wanted to purchase the latest batch, while another yelled about medicine pills. The Firefox team's emergence from the underground world portal immediately drew attention, prompting more sales pitches. Vendors shouted about disinfectants, offering 10 bottles for only 5,000 yuan and warning that it was an opportunity not to be missed. Others advertised detailed maps, claiming they marked the activity ranges of all ferocious beasts with extreme accuracy for a price of 100,000 coins. The team members approached the vendors and questioned them. Lauren, acting as the captain, smiled faintly while rejecting their sales pitches one by one. Liam then casually explained that within Iron Peak Citadel, there were countless such vendors selling potions, pills, and maps. While some genuinely offered unique channels for relatively inexpensive goods, he warned Ethan that these people were a mixed bag. He cautioned that half of the medicine pills they sold might be fake, making it difficult for newcomers to distinguish between genuine items and counterfeits, which could lead to serious mistakes. Ethan muttered, keeping Lime's words about the questionable vendors in mind. Without being distracted by the surrounding chaos, his gaze gradually shifted into the distance. He realized that while this was a small city, its architectural style was distinctly different from modern construction. It resembled an ancient fortress. Imposing high walls lined the city's perimeter, neat, uniform, and airtight, giving everyone a profound sense of solidity and security. On these very walls stood superhumans dressed in battle suits, deployed by the state to guard the area. They monitored the surroundings with telescopes, ready to act if they spotted large numbers of ferocious beasts gathering or attempting to enter through the underground passage. The presence of such vigilant guards indicated that the outside world maintained a relatively stable society. As Ethan looked around curiously, Liam approached him and pointed into the distance. Following his direction, Ethan saw a building possessing a classical feel. Above its entrance was a wooden signboard bearing 3 large characters Moonlit Spire. At the entrance of the Moonlit Spire, 2 young women, heavily made up and dressed in daring clothing, were posing dramatically. Seeing this display, Olivia stamped her foot and frowned, warning them not to corrupt Ethan's newcomer spirit. Liam waved his hand dismissively, explaining that he was merely introducing him to the area. He then leaned close to Ethan's ear, speaking softly but clearly about the nature of the place. He explained that it was a spot where men could relax, a concept one could understand but not easily explain. Liam cautioned Ethan against being fooled by anyone's fierce appearance or the weapons they carried. He claimed that even Brother Tiger was a regular customer there. Ethan remained silent after hearing Liam's explanation. While he understood the concept, he knew that he himself would never be able to go. He suddenly questioned whether Brother Tiger had a wife. Liam sighed and countered that those in their line of work could die in another world at any moment, implicitly questioning Ethan's ability to abandon his family first. Hearing this, Ethan fell into deep thought. Liam chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, advising him to focus positively. Since he had just arrived in this other world, he should concentrate on improving his strength and finding a beautiful girlfriend in college. That was more important than anything else. Ethan remained non-committal, knowing that his sole goal was becoming stronger by any means necessary. Olivia frowned, visibly worried about Liam's influence over Ethan. Later, lulled the group to attention, instructing everyone that they were leaving the city immediately and needed to check all their equipment, medicines, and other supplies for any problems. The team members complied with a thorough inspection. While checking items, Liam asked Ethan if he felt nervous about hunting ferocious beasts. Ethan shook his head in response. After the inspection was complete, Lauren took out an old map from a backpack, which all the team members gathered around to view. Outside of Iron Peak Citadel, apart from natural landscapes like mountains and rivers, there were no buildings visible on the map. It clearly marked the distribution of various ferocious beasts in each area. Lauren then announced their plan: they should stay in the area containing the shadow cat and the white-spotted dog first, allowing Ethan to practice. The remaining team members unanimously agreed with this suggestion. Lauren concluded by stating that after undergoing a final inspection at the entrance, they were ready to set off from Iron Peak Citadel. Outside Iron Peak Citadel, as soon as Ethan stepped out of Riverbend City, he sensed that something was wrong. The oxygen concentration outside is just too high. This intense environment caused dizziness in Ethan, who was visiting the underground world for the first time. Olivia quickly comforted him, assuring him that he would get used to it, recalling that she had felt the same way upon her arrival. He could only endure the discomfort, trying his best to remain conscious while repeating the mantra of getting used to it. Gradually, the sensation shifted. It was as if his body's internal energy had reached some kind of equilibrium with the outside oxygen. The persistent discomfort began to fade away until Ethan felt completely free from the influence of the high oxygen concentration, and his dizziness finally lifted. He looked around in awe. This place was a primeval forest. The branches and leaves of towering ancient trees overlapped layer upon layer, almost entirely obscuring the sky. Only scattered sunlight, like fragments of gold, managed to pierce through the thick canopy, illuminating the decaying leaf litter below with soft rustling sounds when stepped on. The surrounding area was dense with bushes, making Ethan acutely aware that ferocious beasts could jump out at any moment, forcing him to move with extra caution. Meanwhile, the Firefox team maintained a tight formation. Team leader Lauren and Noah, who was responsible for carrying the wounded members, walked at the front. Support Ali and the newly joined Ethan were positioned in the middle of the group, while Liam, who also utilized a long spear like Ethan, held the rear position. They continued moving forward until suddenly, Lauren stopped and examined the map, announcing that they needed to turn left. As they proceeded, the figure of a ferocious beast leaped out from the bushes, appearing directly before them. Ethan observed it closely. It possessed sharp teeth and long claws, a conspicuous crescent-shaped mark on its forehead, and exceptionally fine fur. A cat's tail swayed gently behind it. Ethan instantly recognized the creature. His teacher had mentioned it in class. It was called the shadow cat. Furthermore, this particular shadow cat appeared to be small, in its juvenile form, and ranked at a low level of the first rank. Lauren stopped and turned around, looking at Ethan with clear anticipation. She inspurred him that there was a low-tier, first-level shadow cat ahead, and asked him to go practice with it to get a feel for combat. Ethan nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. Next, Olivia gently shook her staff, causing a faint blue light to appear on Ethan's body. This light signified a buff she was providing, which would increase his damage output. Ethan nodded slightly, confirming that he understood the benefit. Given that the shadow cat was arguably one of the weakest ferocious beasts, a lower-level first-tier creature, Ethan felt a surge of confidence. If he couldn't defeat these creatures, there was no reason for him to come to this underground world. He could simply return to school. Combined with the benefits Olivia provided, Ethan raised his spear, smiled confidently, and hurried forward with light steps. As Ethan moved away, Lauren spoke to Noah, Liam, and Olivia, instructing them that she would stay closer to monitor for any trouble. She asked the three of them to keep a vigilant watch for any attacking ferocious beasts. The three members nodded in perfect unison, understanding each other completely, and affirming their readiness. On Ethan's side, he swaggered up to the shadow cat, holding a jet black spear. Upon spotting him, the creature let out a sharp cry, its face contorted with ferocity, and its long pale white claws shot up as it lunged at him with its hind legs. Remaining calm, Ethan aimed his spear at the shadow cat's abdomen. He mobilized his internal energy, coating the weapon in it. With a sudden burst of strength, he thrust his arm forward. The movement created a whistling sound, and the metallic alloy piercing through flesh rang out immediately. A heart-wrenching meow echoed as the shadow cat's entire body was suspended on Ethan's spear. Then, Ethan placed the tip of his spear against the ground, stepping with his long boots onto the creature's body. With another burst of strength, he pulled back the spear, which contained some hidden mechanisms. The sight of the exposed intestines would likely make an ordinary person with poor psychological resilience vomit on the spot. A huge hole appeared in the shadow cat's body, and it soon died from excessive bleeding. A sister notification flashed: "You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points file 10. Hearing this announcement, Ethan felt a surge of joy. Not far away, Lauren watched Ethan, noting his decisiveness and lack of hesitation. She nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with satisfaction. It was clear that this new team member possessed not only high-level superpowers, but also a very solid foundation in basic skills. Most importantly, he remained calm and composed under pressure. Noah stood behind the group, lowering his head as if lost in thought, while Olivia watched him with admiration. She found the combat display incredibly cool. Her gaze then drifted to Liam, who was standing beside her, maintaining an air of unseriousness. She mused that there truly was no harm without comparison. However, Liam did not notice her look. His expression remained thoughtful. He sensed that Ethan's marksmanship was profoundly strange. He struggled to articulate it. But in short, Ethan's spear technique, including his strength and posture, seemed superior and more skilled than his own. This realization felt impossible to accept. Though somewhat unwilling to believe it, Liam had no choice but to acknowledge the facts. The thought of how she had previously mentioned teaching him spear techniques immediately filled her with a wave of embarrassment. It would be more accurate to say that Ethan was the one who should teach him marksmanship. The group gathered around the fallen beast. Lauren sincerely praised his performance, congratulating him on his success. Ethan simply waved his hand and responded with a casual smile. Noah, however, examined the shadow cat's corpse seriously. He reminded them that after hunting ferocious beasts, they needed to collect the spoils. The valuable parts of this creature were its claws and the crystals inside its body, urging everyone to take a close look. Immediately, he drew a dagger from his waist and slashed it sharply at a specific spot on the shadow cat's heart. With a whoosh, the blade cut out a bloody gash. As the blood slid down along the bone structure, the creature's claws were completely removed. After removing the claws, Noah calmly reached into the hole Ethan had created earlier and retrieved a very small crystal. The crystals appeared dark purple when exposed to sunlight. Ethan observed every detail carefully, memorizing Noah's actions. The surrounding grass rustled violently as Liam roared a warning and launched himself at the shadow cat, poised to pounce on Olivia, sending the creature flying with his wind-based ability. The force of the blast slightly increased the distance the cat was thrown. Seeing this immediate threat, the group quickly formed a defensive circle, standing back to prevent attacks from any direction. At the same time, Lauren, captain of the Firefox team, threw out a containment sphere to summon her companion beast. Hoo-Hoo stood to one side, its fox tail swaying gently and emitting tiny sparks of flame. As the rustling intensified, several shadow cats appeared in succession. Ethan observed them closely. These cats varied significantly in size. The smaller ones were likely still at the lower level of the first tier, while the slightly larger ones were expected to be at the mid-level of the first tier. But that was not all. Behind the initial wave, a much larger shadow cat slowly emerged from the group. This creature moved with graceful steps, and the crescent moon mark on its forehead was not only larger but also faintly glowing. Most strikingly, it possessed two tails growing from its back. These tails were intertwined and angled upwards, lending an inexplicable sense of elegance to the beast. Lauren realized that this must be the Shadow Cat King. Upon the king's appearance, he noticed Hoo-Hoo from the Firefox team, and Hoo-Hoo returned his gaze. Both creatures stared at each other with palpable contempt and disdain, creating a feeling as if they were competing for sheer elegance. Lauren then seriously declared that she and Hoo-Hoo would handle the Shadow Cat King, while the others should first deal with the regular cats before coming to assist them. The group nodded in understanding. They grasped the principle of soldiers fighting soldiers and kings fighting kings. Battle about to break out. Ethan's expression became solemn as he shook his staff. In the next second, a faint blue glow appeared on everyone's bodies, indicating that they had received Ethan's powerful buff. Following this, Ethan and Liam grabbed their spears and charged toward the shadow cats. When Ethan utilized his superpowers, he could kill a small shadow cat with just a single shot. While Liam was still somewhat inferior to Ethan, his explosive power did not match Ethan's. He was more than capable of dealing with the lower-level first-tier shadow cats. Meanwhile, No held back several mid-tier first-level shadow cats using his sturdy shield. After activating the Tiger Soul ability, a soft tiger roar sounded, and No suddenly felt a massive surge in strength. Even while resisting the onslaught of the cats, he retained enough power to swing his double-edged axe, though this was merely an effort to force them back, far from being enough to kill them. Ethan defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat, gaining 10 evolution points. He repeated this process, defeating another Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat, and earning another 10 evolution points. After dealing with a standard Shadow Cat, Ethan activated his ability by calling out, Ice Shard Ring. This was the skill book that Director Thomas had given him. He channeled his internal energy, and within the next second, 3 ice shards materialized, surrounding him. He could feel the primal energy within his body becoming more active. Gathering strength, he swung his spear and suddenly unleashed his power on a mid-level shadow cat of the first tier. With a sharp path, the jet-black spear pierced straight through its skull, shattering it instantly. Meanwhile, the 3 icicles circling around him scraped against the beast's body. Leaving dudes, the shadow cat died, granting Ethan 20 evolution points. Ethan was overjoyed at his gain of 20 evolution points. The remaining shadow cats stared at the boy holding the jet-black spear, sensing a strange sense of dread, or perhaps greed, in his eyes. This only fueled Ethan's courage. He continued to slay several more mid-level shadow cats in rapid succession, earning 20 evolution points and another 20 evolution points. Finally, he faced the Shadow Cat King. Despite its imposing title, the king was only at the upper level of the first rank, Lauren, who possessed a B-level elemental ability, and who stood at the lower level of the second tier, nearly overwhelmed the creature. The Shadow Cat King quickly became disorganized until it realized all its underlings had unknowingly perished. Abandoning any pretense of elegance, it fled in panic like a mouse, especially with its fur badly burned. At this critical moment, Ethan made his move. He raised his spear, anticipated the king's escape direction, and threw it precisely, striking the king's thigh. The Shadow Cat King fell to the ground. Ethan spurred forward, drew his spear, and repeatedly stabbed the fallen beast until its body was riddled with holes. He only lowered his weapon when the system notification sounded, confirming that the Shadow Cat King had died, granting 50 evolution points. The surrounding people gathered to praise Ethan one after another. There was no denying it. His performance in battle was simply too outstanding. By noon, members of the Firefox team enjoyed lunch and spent time chatting happily. The hunt continued into the afternoon. The group relentlessly pursued Shadowcat and White Dog beasts in this area. A system notification appeared: you have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadowcat, gaining 10 evolution points. Another alert followed: you have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the White Spotted Dog, gaining 12 evolution points. Ethan continued to frantically reap evolution points from every creature he felled. No matter how many beasts he killed, his excitement remained high. The continuous acquisition of evolution points provided him with an endless source of power. Soon, evening arrived. The nights in this region were markedly different from those on Earth. As early as 4 p.m., the sun had already begun a noticeable westward shift. By 6 p.m. the sky was completely pitch black. The group set up their respective tents, and Noah and Liam began grilling White Spotted Dog meat for the Firefox team. Shortly after the meat came into contact with the flames, scattered drops of oil started to fall, filling the air with a gradually spreading fragrance. After sprinkling on cumin, everyone settled down to feast. The moon hung high in the sky, scattering stars across the night. While individuals with low mental energy levels needed sleep to replenish their strength after a long day of work, high-level ability users possessed a higher mental fortitude that allowed them to stay awake for extended periods. To prevent attacks from ferocious beasts while everyone slept, the team unanimously decided they would take turns keeping watch. It was Ethan's turn tonight. He noted that all signals disappeared in the underground world. Cell towers could not be built underground. Although few people guarded the edges of the passages, many ferocious beasts lived nearby. The idea of building a signal-based station so these creatures could connect to the internet and play games with humans seemed laughable. However, EE realized his phone wouldn't completely turn into a brick. Thanks to a reminder on the campus forum, he knew the signal would disappear. He had downloaded several novels well in advance so that he could read them without an internet connection. After awakening his S-rank Ice-type superpower, he felt invincible as he began reading one of the stored novels with great interest. Halfway through the book, Ethan suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked his daily progress. With a thought, the long-lost system panel immediately appeared before him. The interface displayed his status name Ethan, evolution points 300, special ability Ice Crown Cycer, realm awakened, with an upward arrow indicating potential breakthrough. Mental stay 120 Hz, QI blood 210 calories, skills gunplay as intermediate and ice shard rings a DR, also marked with an upward arrow. To Ethan's surprise, not only could his ice shard ring skill be improved, but his cultivation realm could also break through. Between a simple skill upgrade and a major realm breakthrough, Ethan naturally chose the latter. He felt immense satisfaction at the thought of becoming a true superhuman. Suppressing his excitement, Ethan pressed the upward arrow button on the system panel without hesitation. The system immediately announced that 250 evolution points were consumed, triggering the breakthrough from Awaken to lower Tier 1. A power surge of spiritual and physical energy erupted within his body, causing him to concentrate involuntarily. When he opened the panel again, Ethan was shocked to discover that as he broke through his cultivation level, his spiritual and physical attributes had also improved significantly. Instantly, he felt both his thinking ability and strength enhanced. He no longer felt sleepy, he was wide awake. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Lauren was in a state between sleep and wakefulness. As a second-tier lower-level ability user, her sensitivity to elemental energy surpassed that of the other members of the Firefox team. While she slept, she sensed significant fluctuation of elemental energy outside the tent. She immediately perked up, unzipped the tent and stepped out. All she saw was Ethan, who was looking down at a novel. Lauren inquired if any traces of ferocious beasts had been found nearby. Ethan shook his head in response, indicating that he had not found any. Just as Lauren was about to return to sleep, she suddenly sensed something, and exclaimed in shock that he had broken through to become a superhuman. Ethan answered honestly, confirming the truth. Although surprised, Lauren felt happy for him. Ethan's increased strength meant the Firefox team's overall power had risen. After resolving her inner confusion, Lauren felt drowsiness return. She exhaled a breath, returned to her tent, and settled back into sleep. During his spare time, Ethan began his long night watch. Fortunately, the hours passed without incident. One by one, several members of the Firefox team woke up. After packing away the tents and quickly washing up, they resumed their plans. They recalled that the original intention had been for Ethan to practice first, but upon arriving at this gathering place of shadow cats and white spotted dogs, he proved even stronger than anyone had anticipated. Although it was meant to be a practice session, the team realized they hadn't actually learned much. In fact, Ethan didn't require extensive training. He only needed basic common sense instruction. For instance, how to efficiently collect crystal cores from the bodies of ferocious beasts, or which wild herbs were poisonous. Lauren took out the map, and the rest of the Firefox team gathered together. She proposed heading to an area they usually frequented that day, and everyone responded with enthusiastic agreement. The Firefox team often operated in a different part of the forest where black, spotted deer frequently appeared. Ethan narrowed his eyes at the target. The black spotted deer was a ferocious, deer-like beast with a completely black body. It was ugly in appearance, and its cultivation level typically hovered around the middle or upper levels of the first rank. Despite its unattractive look, however, the antlers of the black, spotted deer were highly sought after because they could nourish the body and replenish yang energy, making them a valuable commodity in the market. On the way, Liam leaned closer to Ethan, expressing concern about his physical condition and whether he experienced any difficulty suppressing his emotions. Ethan shook his head, assuring him that everything was fine. He knew Liam was referring to the bloodlust he had unconsciously acquired after hunting ferocious beasts. While calming potions could effectively prevent a loss of control, one still needed time in another world to cool down their system. Hearing this, Liam looked on with palpable envy and gave Ethan a thumbs up. He recounted that when he first entered the underworld, he lost control of his emotions that very afternoon and was forced to leave. Ethan understood it wasn't merely due to superior strength, but because his ice-type ability could effectively suppress his emotions, keeping him calmer. After walking for several hours and encountering and defeating numerous ferocious beasts along the way, they finally reached their destination. By the side of the stream, the group spotted another creature. It was an entirely black and unsightly beast, a black deer that lay on its back, drinking water. The black deer proved too skilled for the Firefox team, and they could not escape its clutches. With Ethan's participation, the group had made a massive haul by day's end, filling the large suitcases more than halfway. That night, keeping watch, Ethan suddenly felt compelled to check his system panel. The interface displayed his status name: Ethan Evolution Points 4050, Special Ability Ice Crown Cess, Realm Lower First Tier, Mental State 140 as, Q Blood 240 calories and Skills Marksmanship Intermediate and Ice Shard Ring Feed at the beginner level, with an upward arrow indicating potential growth. Observing the stats, he noted his total evolution points were 450. He recalled that yesterday he had only 50 points remaining. Thus, today's hunting had yielded a gain of 400 points. He reflected on this point accumulation. While killing a black deer would provide significantly more evolution points, shadow cats and white, spotted dogs were much more densely distributed, whereas the black deer could only be encountered once in a long time. Consequently, the total points gained today were not drastically higher than those from the previous day. A slight disappointment surfaced when he noticed that the upward arrow was present only on the ice shard ring and nowhere else concerning his realm level, meaning advancement was currently impossible. However, quickly dismissed this feeling. He remembered that haste makes waste. In the path of cultivation, the most taboo thing was to be overly eager for quick success. As night deepened and quietly faded into morning, the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, signaling the start of the third day. Daytime had arrived, and the Firefox team still intended to remain put and continue their hunt for black deer. After seeing a black deer's abdomen with a long spear and using a dagger to cut off the antlers of a black, spotted deer, Ethan felt a strange sense of lingering irritability in his heart. Although he could suppress it with his superpower, the sensation was still palpable. He reported this feeling to Lauren, the captain of the Firefox team. With an expression of deep concern that Ethan hadn't seen since joining the team, Lauren immediately took out a bottle of calming potion from her backpack. She opened it and forced him to drink the entire contents. After drinking the potion, Ethan felt that the inexplicable irritability in his heart was completely suppressed. However, he quickly realized this effect was only temporary. To prevent irreversible damage to his future spiritual practice and emotions, he understood that returning to the real world immediately was necessary for him to cool down. Consequently, after a unanimous decision by the Firefox team, they sent him back to Jiangzhou City to ensure his safety. The other members returned to their original world to continue the hunt. Time passed quickly. Upon arriving in Jiangzhou City, superhumans stationed at both sides of the city gate used special devices to scan the Firefox team members. The purpose was to check if anyone had brought a complete ferocious beast into the real world without authorization. After verifying that the companion beasts Hu and Lauren possessed superpowers and maintained a contractual relationship, the inspectors allowed them to pass. Ethan learned about Eldoria's strict rules. Only a specialized organization could bring captured ferocious beasts into the real world. Upon arrival, they had to be transformed into a ferocious beast egg using a special device before hatching again. This exclusive organization was none other than the renowned Companion Beast Breeding and Research Association. He also learned that some people awakened special abilities that were neither combat nor support in nature. Instead, these related to this field, allowing them to join the local companion beast breeding and research association for development. Lauren wrote down her QQ number on a piece of paper and gave it to Ethan, instructing him to add her upon his return. She also promised to notify him of any future operations according to their team's division rules. Ethan nodded slightly, folded the paper and put it in his pocket. The group subsequently parted ways. The Firefox team departed, heading deeper into another world to continue hunting ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, Ethan returned to the Iron Peak Citadel through the interdimensional portal within Jiangzhou City. Once connected to the internet, Ethan took out his phone and searched for QQ numbers using the provided information. The first name that caught his eye was a chibi-style portrait of a bright red fox. Thinking to himself that Sister Lauren really liked foxes, he sent her a friend request. Although the Jiangzhou City superpower base remained bustling with activity and noise, Ethan paid it no extra attention. He left alone, took the same subway, and after several hours, finally returned to Crystalport Academy. Upon arriving at Crystalport Academy, Ethan walked only a few steps before reaching the school gate. He paused there for a long time, observing the massive structure. It was often said that a university's gate represented its face, and he had to admit that the entrance of Crystalport Academy was truly magnificent. The sheer grandeur of the gate was so impressive that it made one want to stop and admire it. Entering the campus grounds, Ethan walked only a short distance when a familiar figure came into view, with a peaceful expression. Kevin, the senior student who had picked him up previously. He greeted Devon by calling out his name. Kevin noticed Ethan's greeting, but his attention was quickly drawn to the dried bloodstains on the spear carried over Ethan's back. He frowned slightly and questioned if Ethan had entered the underground world. Ethan did not deny the accusation, simply confirming that he had. Before Kevin could respond further, he sensed a faint aura emanating from Ethan. Changing the subject with a hint of surprise in his expression, Kevin then asked if Ethan had already advanced to the level of a superhuman. Upon hearing Ethan's affirmative answer, Kevin smiled and offered his congratulations. He also apologized for having forgotten to mention the campus forum to him a few days prior. Ethan simply waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he did not take the apology seriously. Taking advantage of the moment, Ethan addressed Kevin, posing a question. He specifically asked about the required interval between entering the underground world after having done so for the first time. As Ethan was leaving, Kevin reminded him that his weapons and combat suit needed cleaning. He pointed out a dedicated cleaning center at school, noting it was not far to the right of the dormitory area. Ethan scanned a shared electric scooter parked on the roadside. He realized these vehicles were more advanced than typical models because they utilized elemental energy drawn from a ferocious beast's crystal core for auxiliary propulsion, making them much faster within the academy grounds. Soon after, Ethan followed his phone's map and arrived at the cleaning center next to the dormitory area. Upon entering, the staff greeted him warmly, asking if he was there to have his weapons and equipment cleaned. Given the menacing aura emanating from Ethan, and the dried blood staining his gear, it was clear that the staff assumed he had just returned from the underground world. After indicated his needs, the staff member explained the costs. Spears were 68 blue star coins each, while a complete set of male combat armor cost 288 blue star coins. He requested Ethan's student ID and informed him that after cleaning, they would send a unique collection code to the Heart in Crystalport Academy app for retrieval. Ethan first earned 356 blue star coins using his mobile phone before handing over his student ID. Inside a specially equipped room, he changed out of his protective suit into casual clothes and handed over his battle armor and spear. After swiping Ethan's student ID, the staff member looked visibly surprised. The staff questioned him about still being a specially recruited freshman. Ethan simply asked what was wrong. The staff member shook his head, explaining that it was quite rare to see specially recruited freshmen venturing into the underground world. With the cleaning process complete, Ethan did not return to the dormitory area. Instead, he turned his electric scooter around and headed toward the Nexus Point Task Center. Ethan arrived at a task submission window and handed over the 10 Shadowcat paws, wrapped in plastic bags, along with his student ID to the staff. He stated that his mission was complete. These 10 shadowy cat paws represented his haul from his first day in the underground world. After carefully inspecting the paw samples and finding no problems, the staff returned the student ID to Ethan. They informed him that he had completed a C-level task, which was worth 0.5 credits, and that this reward was expected to arrive in his account that day. The realization struck Ethan that 0.5 credits were worth between 5,000 and 10,000 blue star coins, which wasn't much. However, immediately after completing the task, he was surprised to find that his task level had reached level 2 on the Heart in Crystalport Academy app. This meant he could now accept 2 tasks at the same time, a near doubling of his academic credit earning efficiency. With no immediate plans after leaving the Nexus Point, Ethan rode his electric bike back to his dormitory. After using his key and entering the door, he called out for Xiaoya to turn on the air conditioner. The response was instantaneous. The entire villa gradually filled with cool air, becoming much cooler. Ice-type ability users particularly preferred such cold environments. Ethan ordered takeout and settled onto the sofa while waiting for the meal. Suddenly, Xiaoya's mechanical voice rang out in the room, announcing that someone was knocking at the door. Simultaneously, a distinct thump-thump-thump sound echoed from outside. A sense of unease crept into Ethan's heart as he wondered who might be looking for him. He walked over to the dormitory door and opened it. Standing at the entrance was a tall, strong young man, but Ethan felt he did not recognize him. He wondered what this person wanted from him. Before Ethan could process his thoughts, the stranger spoke first, introducing himself as Fang Shai. He revealed that he had awakened the S-level Earth-type ability, Vadrashwan 2. Furthermore, he noted that like Ethan, he was also a specially recruited freshman at Crystalport Academy for the current year. Ethan responded by stating his name and raising an eyebrow in inquiry about Fang Shi's purpose. Fang Shi then chuckled heartily, revealing that his true intention was to challenge Ethan. Ethan did not press him on why he sought this confrontation. He understood that some people were naturally inclined to challenge others, seeking out weaknesses as a means of personal progress. Since everyone had a different way of cultivating themselves, such behavior was unsurprising. He then asked Fang Shi what benefits they would gain if he won the fight. Fang Shi scratched his head and laughed, proposing a deal. He would transfer 100,000 blue star coins to Ethan, regardless of whether or not Ethan emerged victorious. 100,000 blue star coins. Ethan's gaze sharpened immediately. He had not realized that Fang Shi, who appeared honest and simple, was actually a young master. Since he had spent so many blue star coins purchasing his battle suit previously, this offer represented an excellent way to recoup some of his losses. Ethan then suggested postponing the fight until the following day, explaining that he had just returned from the underground world and was feeling quite tired. Upon hearing the mention of the underground world, Fang Shi immediately displayed an expression of profound admiration. He commented on how early it was for Ethan to visit the underground world, adding that his own parents would not allow him such a trip, but viewing those who ventured into the depths, so young as brave. While the two men were talking, a pretty figure emerged from the dormitory across the way. On her shoulder rested a small, dark blue dragon. This was Amelia, and she was planning to take her companion beast, the deep-water demon dragon cub, to the school's ability hall for training. Hearing the conversation, Amelia's gaze drifted unconsciously toward them. Fang Shi observed this scene. He recalled that he had attempted to challenge her the day before, but she had politely declined. After all, since she possessed a grass-type ability, suppressing his earth-type ability would be easy, and he likely wouldn't gain much from a battle. Moreover, she certainly would not consider accepting 100,000 blue star coins. However, through her special ability, natural spiritual enlightenment, Amelia sensed that the two boys in the opposite dormitory seemed to possess a much stronger aura than they had displayed just a few days ago. She wondered if he had officially become a superhuman. Amelia was slightly surprised. It is important to understand that becoming a full-fledged superhuman from an awakened being is not something that happens overnight. It is more of a gradual process. Of course, our own comprehension and the guidance of a mentor can accelerate this process. Just like herself, She had only been awakened for a little over 3 months. But she had already broken through to the awakener realm, and her current realm had reached the middle level of the first rank. This is because her aunt happens to be a 7th tier master who has awakened an S-rank grass type ability, and she will give her some guidance from time to time. Speaking of which, Amelia chose Crystalport Academy not only because her family is based in Vedantia province. Another reason is that her aunt is the dean of the grass department at Crystalport Academy. But the boys in the dorm across the hall are different. Although he is tall and handsome, giving people a sunny feeling, judging from their clothing, their family's financial situation is probably not very good. There shouldn't be anyone specifically providing guidance. Aside from the tutor's guidance, it can only mean that the boy in the opposite dormitory has a pretty good understanding. Amelia narrowed her eyes, a barely perceptible hint of wariness flashing in her beautiful gaze. She sees Ethan as a rival. Without hesitation, she turned and left, quickening her pace toward the Ascension Citadel. In the afternoon, after having lunch, Ethan played on his phone for a while before lying down on the bed and falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, looking through the bedroom window, Ethan realized that it was already dark. He subconsciously picked up his phone from beside his pillow, unlocked the screen, and saw the time, 2021. At the same time, Ethan also discovered that Hart in Crystalport University had sent him a message. Your rifle and equipment have been cleaned. Please come and collect them as soon as possible. The collection code is 34679. Additional storage fees will be charged if the collection is delayed for more than 3 days. The message was sent approximately 1 hour ago. After quickly tying up, Ethan rode the shared electric scooter parked at the dormitory entrance toward the cleaning center. Despite the darkness, the tall streetlights along the roadside made the road as bright as day, so Ethan did not slow down his cycling speed. On the way, he felt his pocket shaking slightly. His phone was ringing. Ethan stopped his electric scooter, took out his phone, and saw that it was a call from his mother. Ethan was a little puzzled. His mother had called him when he first arrived at school. Now, only a few days later, why was she calling again? Of course, this doesn't mean I'm annoyed. Ethan knew his mother's personality well. She wasn't the type to call all the time or show excessive concern for her son. He answered the phone. The voice of his mother, Sarah, came through. Ethan, we are moving. Ethan quickly asked, moved? Where did you move to? Sarah replied, it is not decided yet. The city said we can just choose any one place. That is it. I will let you know after we have chosen. Just focus on your studies. The city said they could pick any apartment. Ethan understood. It was probably because of the reward given by the city. About 10 minutes later, Ethan arrived at the cleaning center as he had hoped. He walked to the reception desk and gave the staff his collection code. A few minutes later, the staff returned Ethan's spear and battle armor to him. The staff also warmly wished him well. Welcome to visit again next time, classmate. The next morning, a prompt alerted him that someone was knocking at the door. After Grace prompted him, Ethan, who was washing up on the second floor, sped up. Less than a minute later, he appeared in front of the dormitory. Opening the dormitory door, the tall, strong figure from yesterday was indeed there, with the same honest and simple expression. This person is James, who came to challenge them yesterday. Upon seeing Ethan emerge, James smiled and suggested that they head straight for the arena area. He explained that in a university setting, especially one like Crystalport Academy, top superpower institution in China, conflicts were common among hot-blooded students. To manage his universities typically set up special challenge areas. In a world of superpowers, it was perfectly normal to let strength speak for itself. Both parties may make a bet, and the referee shall act as a witness. Moreover, the arena is open to all students present to watch. Whether you win or lose, you cannot cheat. Ethan nodded and then noticed a cute-looking brown bear next to James. Ethan pointed his finger and noted that this was James's companion beast. James rubbed his nose and assured him that although Little Stone looks like this, it is actually quite strong. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ethan and James rode on shared electric bikes parked next to the dormitory building and headed towards the arena area of Crystalport Academy. During their journey, James mentioned that besides them, There were 8 other specially recruited students in the school who had all refused his challenge. When James stopped halfway, he reiterated this fact. Ethan immediately grasped the significance of this number, 10 specially recruited freshmen in the class of 52. He narrowed his eyes, and a serious expression settled over him. He realized that heroes from all over the world are as numerous as carp crossing a river. It seems that this year's freshman competition is truly full of strong contenders. Moreover, the rejection of James's request also demonstrates that the other 8 specially recruited students come from families with excellent financial conditions, far beyond what they themselves can compare to. Ethan thought privately that he needed to enter the other world again, as soon as possible to accelerate his strength improvement. Unlike ordinary universities, Crystalport Academy has a large campus with a large number of canteens, and even 4 arena areas. They were heading toward the nearest one. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally arrived at the designated arena area. Entering arena area, what came into view is a large area of neatly arranged square arenas. The ropes made of D-grade alloy that surround of the ring will not break easily. Ethan quickly counted them and estimated there were probably several dozen. However, since it was early morning, most of these arenas were empty and there was no one on them. Similarly, in the audience seats of the arena, only a few people were chatting idly. Upon arriving at the arena area, a staff member soon approached them and inquired if they wished to have a match. Both Ethan and James nodded in unison, confirming their desire for a friendly spar. After receiving affirmative answers from both men, the staff member instructed them to proceed to the registration desk. Once registered, they would be permitted to ascend to the ring for combat. The two walked over and filled out the forms provided by the staff. A knowing smile crossed the staff member's face as he directed them forward, and Ethan and James followed his guidance. As soon as they reached the front of the ring, a middle-aged man approached, trailing the staff member. The aura this referee unconsciously emitted allowed Ethan to immediately realize that the man was likely at the level of a second-tier ability user. His uniform confirmed his authority within Crystalport Academy. This realization fueled Ethan's internal critique. Crystalport Academy truly was arrogant. Even a second-tier superpowered individual could only serve as a minor referee here. He recalled vividly that in his hometown of Riverbend City, even a second-tier superhuman could achieve the rank of captain at the police station. While Ethan remained lost in thought, the staff had already unlocked the arena for them. The referee then asked if they intended to make any bets. Both men shook their heads immediately. James's gift of 100,000 Blue Star coins was a voluntary gesture following the previous competition, and could not be considered a wager. After dismissing the bet discussion, the referee stated that they would each take up opposite sides of the ring, and the match would commence instantly. The two nodded in agreement and walked to separate corners. Initially, James's companion beast, the stone-armored bear cub, attempted to accompany him into the arena. However, considering that Ethan did not appear to have his own companion beast yet, James decided to leave the stone-armored bear cub safely under the arena floor, ensuring a much fairer one-on-one confrontation. The two young men stood facing each other on either side of the ring. One held a long spear with gleaming eyes, while the other gripped a large knife, his face radiating confidence. James suggested they have a friendly spar and agreed to stop when they reached their natural limit, which Ethan acknowledged with an okay gesture. After counting down, the referee announced the start and blew the whistle, signaling that battle was about to break out. James began by activating his power, calling forth Diamond Mystic Soil. He gripped the knife with both hands, and earth-based energy covered the greatsword, giving it a warm, dark yellow sheen instead of sparks flying. Taking half a step forward, the treads on the soles of his boots settled steadily onto the steel plate floor without resistance. At the same moment, Ethan did not hold back. A crown made of ice and snow quietly appeared atop his head, and simultaneously, 3 icicles began rotating around him. Seeing this display, James couldn't help but think that Ethan was quite handsome. Emedium moved with his gun, condensing his ice-type ability into fine frost flowers at the tip. Instead of melting or dripping, these frost flowers cast small, cold shadows across the arena floor as he moved. As he dodged James's sweeping blade, his movements were swift and agile, gliding across the steel plate with a slight rustling sound from his shoes. When the square stone was cleaved vertically downward, the dull thud of the blade hitting the air did not raise earth or rock. Instead, the dark yellow luster of the blade became even more solid. Ethan spun around to dodge, allowing his spear shaft to diagonally touch the side of the blade, where the ice flowers and the dark yellow energy met. After the two forces collided, they quickly separated. Although it was meant to be a friendly sparring match, both men displayed their true skills in combat. After a period of intense fighting, fine beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of both men. Ethan realized that James's ability to endure was stronger than his own. He decided to create an opening, provoking James into making a radical strike with a triumphant smile gracing his lips. By the time James registered what was happening, it was too late. All Ethan was a flash of cold light appearing first, followed by the spear thrusting out like a dragon. After firsting with his spear, Ethan suddenly flicked it, sending James's broadsword flying to the side of the arena. With one weapon disarmed, the outcome was self-evident. The referee announced that Ethan had won. A closer look at the official revealed a hint of lingering enjoyment in his expression. He seemed convinced that Ethan had performed a fantastic battle worthy of being a specially recruited freshman at Crystalport Academy. The match concluded. James clasped his hands into a fist salute and offered sincere congratulations to Ethan. Ethan returned the gesture, stating that it was fun to spar with someone of the same skill level, as he himself had discovered several problems that would likely allow him to improve significantly. After leaving the ring, James readily honored their agreement by transferring 100,000 Blue Star coins into Ethan's bank account. Upon receiving the transfer, Ethan asked James if he had eaten breakfast that day. James scratched his head and chuckled, replying that he hadn't. He suggested they go have breakfast together, which Ethan agreed to. At the teen, Ethan ordered a basket of xiaolongbao, also known as soup dumplings, and a bowl of soy milk, while James ordered several times more than Ethan did. The two ate their meal and chatted casually. James then asked Ethan to describe what life was like in the underground world. This had been a question that James wanted to ask since the previous day. Although he could find related pictures online, they all seemed bland and uninteresting. He still desired a first-hand account from someone who had actually experienced it. Ethan recounted in detail everything he had seen and heard within the underground world, describing the scenery as being roughly like an immense forest. James listened with intense focus, nodding repeatedly while a look of deep longing settled across his face. He made up his mind right then. He would join a team and venture into the underground world to broaden his horizons. At worst, he'd keep this ambition from his family. After all, they had not installed any surveillance cameras around him. After finishing breakfast and replenishing his energy, Ethan did not head straight back to his dormitory for rest. Instead, he decided to visit the school's dedicated Superpowers Hall for practice. Top universities like Crystalport Academy had signed special contracts with multiple superpower academies across the country. Among so many supernatural ability pavilions, there would naturally be an Ice and Snow Superpowers Hall, since Riverbend City did not possess one. But a superpower center utilizing the same system as his had appeared here. Ethan felt compelled to go and take a look. The first Ability Hall was founded by Clara, an 8th rank Grandmaster who had awakened the S rank ability, Divine Frost Mystic Ice. Despite its impressive origins, Clara's influence remained somewhat inferior to that of the owners of the two major superpower halls, Ethereum Hall and Blaze Mastery Hall. After all, those two masters were 9th level experts, a rarity in all of Eldoria. Furthermore, ice-type abilities are extremely rare, and specialized ability centers have not been established everywhere. Consequently, they do not dot every corner of the country. In places like Ethan's hometown of Riverbend City, there was no trace of the Frostheart Ability Hall. To facilitate student training, Crystalport Academy had designated a specific area for building superpower halls. About 20 minutes later, Ethan found himself near this designated zone while riding a shared electric scooter. He looked up and gazed into the distance. There stood numerous tall and magnificent buildings: Ethereum Hall, Blaze Mastery Hall, Tidal Surge Ability Hall, and more. Because each superpower represented by these halls dictated unique architectural styles, every building exuded an undeniable sense of grandeur and awe, stirring both people's hearts and minds. As Ethan continued riding, he noticed a pattern. Venues like Ethereum Hall and Blaze Mastery Hall, halls corresponding to abilities with a relatively higher probability of awakening during the ceremony, attracted significantly larger crowds. Conversely, halls for abilities with lower awakening probabilities, such as grass or ice types, were almost completely deserted. Ethan finally drove all the way to the entrance of the Frost Art Ability Hall and parked his scooter in the designated area. It had been too far away to see clearly until now. He could finally get a clear view from the front. The building's overall color scheme was ice blue, complemented by snowflake symbols on the roof and deliberately placed falling snowflakes surrounding it. Various elements were combined and arranged perfectly, exhibiting a distinctive icy characteristic. Directly in front of the structure, 5 characters reading Frost Art Superpower Hall were written in a flamboyant and elegant style. Ethan genuinely praised its construction for how well built it was. Yet, he felt a deep sense of disappointment. No matter how grandly built the Frost Art Ability Hall was, it remained as deserted as its corresponding ice element, with hardly anyone visiting. After letting out a simple sigh, Ethan entered the Frost Art Ability Hall. A chilling blast of cold air immediately hit him in the face. He looked up the temperature display on the wall and noted that the room temperature was below 10 degrees Celsius. This environment felt excellent for an ice-type ability user, especially compared to the artificial cooling of his dormitory. His gaze swept around the hall. Aside from sharing the same icy blue color scheme as the exterior, the interior was quite similar to Ethereum Hall. However, as this superpower hall was located on the sprawling campus of Crystalport Academy, rather than in his hometown of Riverbend City, it had been constructed to an even grander scale. Seeing that Ethan appeared to be a first-time visitor, a staff member wearing a uniform greeted him with a beautiful smile and offered assistance. Ethan muttered slightly and explained his situation. He had awakened an S-rank ice-type ability, currently at the lower level of the first tier, and utilized a spear as his primary weapon. Since it was his first visit, he hoped for recommendations regarding a suitable training room. The staff member's pupils suddenly widened upon hearing about the S-rank ability, making her visibly taken aback. When Ethan prompted her reaction, she quickly recovered her composure. She explained that she had only ever encountered students with abilities up to a level. Finding an S rank was incredibly rare, particularly given the intense competition from Stormhaven College. Following this explanation, she recommended that he proceed to the C-level training room on the second floor, suggesting it would be more suitable for his current stage. Ethan confirmed this and inquired about the cost, pulling out his student ID. The staff member informed him that the fee was 1,000 blue star coins per hour, adding that any time less than a full hour would still be calculated as a complete hour. Ethan accepted the key provided by the staff and headed to the second floor of the Frost Art Ability Hall. Upon entering his training room, Ethan was shocked. The entire cultivation space was not only filled with abundant yuan energy but also piled high with thick ice and snow. He quickly realized that this material was no ordinary natural element. It possessed a unique function designed to assist in the absorption of yuan energy. Finding an open spot, he began practicing his spear techniques while simultaneously meditating to absorb elemental power. Several hours passed in what felt like the blink of an eye. Ethan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling incredibly refreshed, a sensation that could never be replicated in Ethereum Hall before. Immediately afterward, he left the training room and paid 4,000 blue star coins when retrieving his student ID. The total payment indicated that he had practiced for a full 4 hours that morning. The staff member smiled sweetly upon his departure, warmly welcoming him and encouraging him to return again next time. The moment Ethan stepped through the automatic doors, his gaze instinctively drifted to his right, where he had parked his shared electric scooter. However, drawing his attention even more was another sight, a slender figure emerging from the nearby Whisperwind Ability Hall. Amelia possessed delicate features and fair skin, her appearance giving an impression that was both neat and efficient. A red ribbon was tied high in her ponytail, And though she wore a loose-fitting outfit, it could not conceal her beautiful figure. Her thighs were notably shapely and long, prompting admiration for what seemed like the creator's masterpiece. This girl was Emilia, residing in the dormitory opposite Ethan's. Trailing behind her was a baby deep sea dragon struggling to keep pace with its mistress. The cub communicated mentally with Emilia, expressing regret for falling behind. Emilia responded by crossing her arms and letting out a cold snort, making it clear that this was a punishment for the companion beast's repeated lack of effort during training earlier that morning. Ethan silently sighed to himself, thinking how magnificent she looked, like a heroine straight out of a manga. After admiring her for a couple of seconds, he turned away. He got on a shared electric scooter parked next to the Frost Art Ability Hall and headed toward the nearest cafeteria to replenish his energy. Time passed day by day, bringing Ethan to the 6th day since his arrival at Crystalport Academy as a specially recruited freshman. The Firefox team had finally left the other world and returned to reality from the Iron Peak Citadel. Soon, a sent him a message detailing their team's revenue-sharing rules. He was entitled to 30% of the total revenue for the first 3 days. Ethan quickly replied, expressing surprise at the percentage. He then reiterated that since his performance over the initial 3 days had been outstanding and exceeded expectations, both he and Lauren would each receive 30%, while Noah, Liam, and Olivia would share 40%. He advised her to simply accept it. Since she insisted, Ethan felt no reason to refuse. Next, he asked if she preferred points or blue star coins after the redemption process, noting we're currently at the Iron Peak Citadel, and he could help redeem them on the spot if necessary. Lauren confirmed that sticking with blue star coins was best, although purchasing resources using points in the Iron Peak Citadel would be more cost-effective. Ethan calculated that buying them on his own campus would be even better. As a top university in the country, Crystalport Academy offered preferential treatment incomparable to other superpower bases. 10 minutes later, Ethan received a transfer from Lauren, a total of 89,680 blue star coins. He was somewhat taken aback by the amount, having not expected such a harvest after only 2.5 days of hunting ferocious beasts in the underground world. The suits showed little wear and tear, and were therefore excluded from the cost calculation. His only expenses had been a bottle of disinfectant used for a cut he sustained on the first day's hike, and 2 energy potions to replenish his body's reserves. The total cost was less than 30,000 yuan. In essence, he had made a net profit of 60,000 yuan on this trip. Earning 20,000 yuan a day was a goal he had never dared to dream of before, but now he had achieved it with relative ease. He mused it was no wonder so many people in society possessed supernatural abilities. They knew the danger, but once involved, they rarely left. Suddenly, Ethan remembered using a bottle of calming potion from Lauren before he departed. Realizing this, he sent her another message asking for the cost of the potion and offering to transfer the money immediately. Lauren quickly replied that it was unnecessary, stating that since they were on the same team, helping each other out was normal. However, Ethan insisted on keeping their accounts separate, reminding her that even close colleagues needed clear financial boundaries. With a hint of helplessness in her reply, Lauren can the total amount 12,000 blue star coins. She instructed him to transfer it immediately. Unseen by Ethan, Lauren watched the screen with an exceptionally pleasant mood. She was extremely glad she had made such a good choice that day, hoping to bring into the team a new member who was both skilled and possessed a good personality. After transferring the blue star coins to Lauren, Ethan suddenly had a thought and opened his system panel. The interface displayed his current status. His name was Ethan. He possessed 560 evolution points. His special ability remained the S-rank Ice Crown. His realm level stood at lower first tier, with an upward arrow indicating potential growth. His mental stale measured 140. 2 Hz and his QN blood were recorded at 246 calories. Furthermore, his skills listed marksmanship at intermediate level and ice shard ring at D grade, also marked for advancement. Ethan reflected that on the second night in the underground world, he had only accumulated 450 evolution points. It took the addition of points from ferocious beasts hunted on the third day to reach 560. Since his visit to the Frost Art Ability Hall, Ethan had diligently taken the relevant medicines and persisted in cultivating for at least 6 hours every single day there. Thanks to his intense efforts over the past few days, even though the upward arrow did not appear after the marksmanship skill, it had reappeared next to his realm level. Without any hesitation, Ethan once again chose to attempt a breakthrough of his own realm. A dramatic notification flashed across his vision. 560 evolution points were consumed. His realm was set to advance from lower first tier to middle first tier. As the familiar feeling washed over him, Ethan quickly sat cross-legged on the bed like a straight sword blade, closing his eyes to feel the surging energy within his body. Meanwhile, in the dormitory across the street, Amelia was carrying freshly washed clothes toward the line to hang them out to dry. Thanks to a special power, natural spiritual essence, she possessed extraordinary sensory abilities. At that moment, she suddenly sensed a faint burst of elemental energy emanating from the opposite dormitory. Although the two buildings were separated by a major road, even this slight detection was relative to Amelia's heightened senses. The fact that she could feel it across such a distance indicated that the energy burst must have been extremely powerful. Her first thought was one of deep suspicion. Could the student in the opposite dormitory have broken through to an even higher realm? However, Amelia quickly dismissed this idea. She reasoned that the individual had only recently achieved superhuman status, specifically at the lower first tier. It seemed impossible for him to have advanced all the way to a mid-level first rank in such a short period. If it was no breakthrough in cultivation level, then what exactly was causing such an intense burst of yuan energy? Amelia blinked, unable to contain her curiosity about the mystery. She decided that she would wait patiently until she could no longer sense the residual energy before crossing the road and investigating the dormitory across the street. After nearly an hour, the burst of yuan energy finally dissipated entirely. Even utilizing her own special ability, natural spiritual essence, Amelia could no longer sense any trace of it. She paused, pondering where they had successfully located the source of the energy surge. Instinctively, she began walking toward Ethan's dormitory door. Just as her finger lifted to knock, however, Amelia stopped herself, raising an eyebrow in careful consideration. It felt too abrupt to simply show up and ask him something. She retreated back to her own room and retrieved 2 slices of chilled watermelon from the refrigerator. Given how hot it was right now, she thought the fruit would be perfect for him. After all, the student residing in the opposite dorm was an ice-type ability user, so he deserved a refreshing treat. Holding the 2 cold slices, Amelia finally knocked on his door, inside Ethan's dormitory. As the surging energy within his body gradually calmed down, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. With a control panel materialized before him, it displayed name Ethan, evolution point 0, special ability, Ice Crown Zacer, realm level mid-tier 1, mental scalar, 172 Hz. QI and blood mount 96 carry skills markship intermediate, ice shard ring yadi beginner. Ethan noted his mental state had improved by 30 Hz, and both his energy and blood reserves had increased by 50 calories. After a brief comparison, he nodded slightly, deeply satisfied with the gains achieved after his cultivation breakthrough. Looking around, he noticed an unusual chill in the air, even seeing a thin layer of frost collecting in some corners. He sighed, wondering if it was truly that scary. Just as he prepared to get out of bed, Shiaya's voice called from inside the room, alerting him that someone had rung the doorbell. Ethan slightly pondering who might be at the door. It did not seem like a square stone. However, he decided not to dwell on it, figuring he would find out once he went downstairs. He descended the spiral staircase and arrived at the dormitory entrance. Upon opening the door, his gaze fell upon a graceful young woman wearing a white, close-fitting, thin short-sleeved shirt. She stood in front of her own dorm room, possessing delicate features and a high, straight nose. Unlike her usual appearance with a red ribbon, her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. In her hands she held 2 slices of chilled watermelon. Ethan wondered what her intentions were. Amelia chuckled, puffing out her chest while giving a confident self-introduction, a smile that was undeniably infectious. Ethan smiled slightly and returned the greeting, asking what had brought her to his door. As he glanced at Amelia's ample breasts and the chilled watermelon she held, Ethan accidentally activated auto-aiming. He thought that chilled watermelon was simply a blessing in summer, especially since these 2 slices were seedless. A bite would surely be incredibly refreshing. Amelia smiled knowingly and reached out, handing both pieces of chilled watermelon to him. After accepting the fruit, Ethan asked again if there was anything else she needed to discuss, as he couldn't simply accept a treat. Amelia didn't hesitate. She directly explained that she had sensed a strong burst of elemental energy while inside her dorm room, which is why she came over to inquire about what was happening. Ethan scratched his head and laughed when he questioned how she could sense it even within the confines of her own dorm room. Amelia explained that this ability stemmed from her awakened superpower, natural spiritual essence, granting her a certain degree of sensory perception. She then challenged him by stating that, since they were standing right in front of each other, he should be able to sense her presence now. Ethan smiled faintly and released his supernatural power without any concealment. Amelia's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her cherry-like lips parted slightly. She was clearly incredibly surprised. As soon as Ethan walked out of the dormitory and stood before her, the feedback from her supernatural ability indicated that the person in front of her had recently broken through their cultivation level and was now likely at the middle level of the 1st tier. Amelia struggled to believe it subconsciously. After all, how could someone's cultivation breakthrough speed be so terrifying? But since Ethan himself admitted it, and his supernatural abilities were released without any concealment, Amelia had no choice but to accept the facts. After her initial shock subsided, she forced a calm smile, turned around and left Ethan's door. Ethan did not linger in front of the dormitory. He took the 2 slices of chilled watermelon, went back inside and began to enjoy them. He found the fruit crisp and sweet, absolutely delicious. Meanwhile, Amelia returned to her dormitory. Her full breasts rose and fell slightly as a sudden sense of urgency gripped her heart. She realized that Ethan, who lived in the dormitory across the street, had skipped 2 levels and transformed from an awakener into a mid-level 1st-tier ability user in just a few days since entering the school. Although she herself had awakened her supernatural abilities ahead of time and was already at the mid-level of the 1st tier when she entered, she remained stuck at that level with no visible improvement. Amelia shook her head slightly, then suddenly wondered if Ethan's recent trip to the underground world was somehow responsible for her stagnation. Originally, Amelia had planned to wait until the freshman competition ended and the school's passage to the underground world opened before exploring it herself. However, fate proved unpredictable. Now, she felt compelled to try her luck in the underground world ahead of schedule. She reasserted herself that despite its appearance, this companion beast was actually a growth-type companion beast, currently at the mid-level of the 1st tier. They were still noble dragons whose combat abilities far surpassed those of ordinary ferocious beasts, meaning there shouldn't be any problem ensuring her safety. The baby deep-sea dragon, who had been sleeping on the sofa, was startled awake by Amelia. It questioned what she was doing with a cute, childlike voice. Slowly, it opened its eyes, still confused about the sudden disturbance. Amelia announced that they were going to the underground world soon. The deep-sea dragon cub's tail swayed gently as it looked at her with confusion, questioning why, since Amelia had told him they were supposed to rest that day. Amelia managed an awkward smile and used a mix of coaxing and deception, promising him he would definitely get a break next time. At this moment, the deepwater dragon cub fully regained its consciousness. The next day, it was also the 7th day since Ethan entered Crystalport Academy. That afternoon, Ethan walked out of the Frostart Ability Hall with a satisfied and content expression. At that moment, the phone in his pocket trembled slightly. Someone had messaged him. Ethan took his phone out of his pocket, tapped the screen, and looked at it. "Junior brother Ethan, are you there?" It was a message from Richard. Since the 2 parted ways at the cafeteria entrance a few days ago and casually exchanged contact information, they hadn't chatted much since then. And now he was surprised to see that Richard had sent him a message. This made Ethan curious. What would Richard say to him? "Ethan," Thentya replied, "Senior Richard, I'm here. What's up?" With this in mind, he asked, "Professor Kuhn is back. He wants you to visit him tomorrow." After Ethan replied, Richard's message appeared before his eyes again. "Professor Kuhn is back." Upon seeing this, Ethan's pupils widened suddenly, his heart trembled, and he couldn't help but feel excited. In his excitement, Ethan quickly asked after calming down, "Should I bring any gifts?" Since it was his first time visiting his supervisor, he felt unprepared to go empty-handed. However, choosing a gift was difficult. Something too expensive would hurt feelings, while something cheap might be worse than nothing at all. Finding the right one seemed harder than climbing to heaven. Therefore, asking Professor Kuhn's senior student, Richard, directly was best. Richard replied that no gift was needed, just going directly. Ethan felt relieved that Professor Kuhn did not require a gift. He thought this mentor was wonderful. Richard then offered encouragement. "Just relax when you go. Your mentor definitely won't do anything to you. You are currently the only student in our school to have awakened an S-level ice-type ability. Becoming a student is practically guaranteed, and the probability of being accepted as a disciple is probably very high. Do your best." Then Richard sent another message, "Don't worry, I will." Ethan smiled knowingly and sent his reply. Immediate rode a shared electric scooter from the entrance of the Frostart Ability Hall, intending to drive to the nearest cafeteria. Suddenly he noticed that in front of him, at the location of the Rock Ability Hall, a person with a very familiar back view was riding an electric bike ahead of him. Ethan looked closely and suddenly remembered. Wasn't that James's back view? So Ethan turned the handlebars to accelerate his electric vehicle. When his scooter got very close to James's electric scooter, Ethan called out, "Brother James." James responded instantly, "Brother Ethan." He then deliberately slowed down to keep pace with Ethan. "Brother Ethan, I didn't expect you to be cultivating here at the Supernatural Abilities Hall. I'm going to the cafeteria for lunch now. Would you like to come with me?" James spoke first. "Perfect timing, I'm hungry too, let's go together." Ethan agreed to James's request. Not long after, the two parked their electric scooters in front of a cafeteria at Crystalport Academy. Ethan ordered 2 servings of green pepper, beef and egg fried rice, along with a large bowl of warm and delicious black chicken soup. He noted that training in the Superpower Hall was extremely physically demanding, so one naturally needed to eat more. But then James's appetite was immense. Of 4 servings of green pepper and beef fried rice, 2 large bowls of tender and fall off the bone corn and pork rib soup, and even 2 large flatbreads. Ethan knew well that James's tone and personality told him he was a northerner from Adoria. Flatbread was a must for him. However, despite the massive amount of food, James did not look fat. He remained strong and muscular, showing that he truly worked out hard. James then reminded Ethan, "Oh, right, brother Ethan. I forgot to tell you last time, one of our specially recruited freshmen has awakened an S-level fire-type ability. You better watch out in the upcoming ability competition." James, who had just taken a big gulp of corn and pork rib soup, offered this friendly reminder. "Wes, I will," Ethan replied, narrowing his eyes with vigilance. He reflected that while ice-based abilities were rare and difficult to achieve during awakening rituals, they were countered by one of the most common types of superpowers: fire-type superpowers. Moreover, this level of restraint was much stronger than the usual restriction of ice-type against grass-type. It was a very strong constraint. At the same superpower level, at the same cultivation level, or even with a difference of 1 or 2 minor cultivation levels, ice would be melted by fire. The water produced by melting ice no longer contained any elemental energy. It was just ordinary water, and posed no threat whatsoever to flames of hundreds or thousands of degrees. Even if you have a high level of superpower, you must never let your guard down the next day. Early in the morning, filled with excitement about his upcoming visit to Professor Kuhn, Ethan got up very early. Since it was so early, he could not go directly to Instructor Kuhn's residence. So he left the dormitory and decided to run a small loop around the dormitory area. Morning runs were very helpful in improving physical fitness. Since arriving at Crystalport Academy, Ethan had insisted on going for a morning run every day, except when he was in the other world. Sometimes he would even run into Amelia from the dorm across the hall, who was also jogging in the morning. After his morning run, fine beads of sweat appeared on Ethan's forehead. At the same time, his appetite increased significantly. After having a hearty meal at the nearest cafeteria, Ethan rode a shared electric scooter, bought some fruit, and then headed towards Arthur's residence, which he remembered. More than 20 minutes passed quietly. Arthur's residence. This was the same type of building as Ethan's dormitory, two-story villa. After parking, Ethan walked towards Arthur's residence. As he approached, Ethan noticed that at the entrance to the residence, there was an older man who looked like he was waiting for someone. Needless to say, this must be the butler that Richard mentioned. There was also a burly middle-aged man, as upright as a pine tree, with piercing eyes. He was clearly the bodyguard. Although Professor Kuhn's strength as a 7th-tier ice-type master made this middle-aged man inferior, they were better described as alarm officers, simply serving as an alarm system. Ethan quickly tidied his hair and clothes to ensure he looked like a composed student, then walked over to meet their gazes. Seeing him, the butler vaguely guessed Ethan's identity and also approached. "You must stay of the right?" the butler asked. "Yes, I am Ethan." Hearing the butler's question, Ethan nodded. "Professor Kuhn is already waiting for you inside. Come with me." The butler waved, signaling Ethan to follow. Until the two arrived at the door of Professor Kuhn's residence, the butler pushed open the door and gestured for Ethan to go in. At a time like this, it was impossible not to be nervous. Ethan's throat moved slightly to calm his nerves, and then he went inside. Upon entering Professor Arthur's residence, Ethan easily spotted a figure seated on the sofa, a middle-aged draped in a long gown who was taking small sips from his ceramic teacup. The aura unconsciously emanating from him caused Ethan's breath to catch and his heart rate to quicken. However, after using his special abilities to control his emotions, the sensation improved considerably. Professor Arthur noticed Ethan's arrival and turned his gaze over. As expected of a 7th-level Grandmaster, the pressure exerted by his look was undeniable. Ethan nodded slightly, maintaining an expression that was neither overly humble nor arrogant. He greeted Professor Arthur and requested permission to be seated. The professor pointed toward the sofa opposite him, and Ethan walked over slowly before sitting down. Professor Arthur smiled faintly, complimenting Ethan's skill level. He remarked that their school had not received any specially recruited freshmen with ice-related abilities for 5 years. Ethan scratched his head and returned a smile, stating that he felt incredibly lucky. Professor Arthur's expression softened as he shifted the conversation to the core topic at hand. He explained that while professors typically select students after the freshman competition, it was also possible to make selections in advance. Ethan confirmed that he understood this fact. Since Professor Arthur had brought up the matter of selection, Ethan realized that becoming his student was practically a foregone conclusion. Professor Arthur then picked up his teacup again and revealed a mysterious smile, questioning if Ethan's visit was for something deeper than simply wanting to be a student. Ethan spoke with complete honesty, clarifying that he desired not only to be Professor Arthur's student but also his official disciple. Professor Arthur responded with equal candor, explaining that becoming his disciple was straightforward. One needed to place in the top 3 of the freshman competition. He clarified that first place was unnecessary, merely achieving a spot within the top 3 sufficed. Ethan nodded and readily agreed to this requirement. Arthur laughed lightly before retrieving a skill book from the cabinet beside him and handing it to Ethan. The book contained the skill ice-breaking technique. He explained that this specific item was a gift, the skill book for the B-rank ability, ice-breaking technique. As Ethan examined the cover, Professor Arthur continued his explanation. He revealed that ice-breaking technique served as a prerequisite skill for his self-created mastery, ice explosion technique. He promised that once Ethan officially became his disciple, he would also receive the skill book for ice explosion technique. Hearing his promise, Ethan's gaze sharpened and his heart began to race. He immediately understood the immense value of what was offered. Ice explosion technique was an S-rank ability. Its book alone could cost tens of millions outside the market, making it highly sought after yet rarely available. Furthermore, because it was a unique skill created by Professor Arthur himself, it surpassed ordinary S-level abilities. Ethan made a firm resolution in his heart. He absolutely had to place among the top 3 in the freshman competition and become Professor Arthur's disciple. Suddenly, a crucial question occurred to Ethan. He asked what Ice-type ability users should do when they encountered Fire-type ability users. He recalled that James had mentioned an S-rank Fire-type ability user among the specially recruited freshmen whose self-control was particularly evident. This concern made him worry about accidentally running into such a person during the freshman competition and being eliminated early. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ethan naturally sought advice from Professor Arthur. The professor pondered for a moment before stating with a serious expression that Ice was at a natural disadvantage against Fire. He warned them never to engage in a head-on confrontation unless their strength far surpassed the opponent's. The first solution suggested was raising a water-type companion beast, as water naturally counters fire. Professor Arthur then looked directly at Ethan and inquired if he possessed such a creature. Ethan shook his head slightly, confirming that he did not have one at the moment. A second strategy involved striking unexpectedly, catching the opponent off guard by attacking quickly when they were not paying attention so they could not react. However, Professor Arthur introduced a third solution. Noting that both Ethan and himself used spears as weapons, he recalled the adage, "An inch longer, an inch stronger." He advised that one could use a spear to suddenly unleash inner energy, knocking the opponent's weapon away. Then they should take advantage of the momentary lapse in concentration to deliver a fatal blow. Ethan understood. It seemed he still needed to hone his marksmanship. After concluding the strategy discussion, Professor Arthur asked if there was anything else Ethan wished to ask. Ethan replied that nothing came to mind at that moment. Professor Arthur then gave further instructions. He advised Ethan to visit the library later and select a body tempering technique suitable for him. He specifically recommended Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, mentioning that he himself had learned this technique and offered his pointers if needed. Ethan, keeping those words in mind, and decided to head straight to the library after leaving Professor Arthur's residence. Professor Arthur then took out his phone to exchange contact information with Ethan. After saying goodbye, he casually asked a final question: when had Ethan awakened his superpower? Ethan replied it was about 10 days ago. At this moment, Professor Arthur seemed somewhat stunned and widened his eyes, asking if he was absolutely sure of the timeline. After careful consideration, Ethan gave a definite answer again. Professor Arthur burst into laughter, stating there was no need to wait until the freshman competition ended. He immediately declared that he would take Ethan as his disciple right then, asking for Ethan's willingness. Arthur expressed his delight by repeating a phrase of approval twice, questioning why he had accepted Ethan as a disciple. He knew that this action meant foregoing the requirement having placed in the top 3 of the freshman competition. The reason was Arthur sensed that Ethan's current realm stood at the mid-level of the first rank due to his extremely high spiritual attributes. Furthermore, this mid-level status felt completely genuine, lacking any signs of superficiality. It demonstrated a breakthrough achieved through personal understanding and enlightenment, which was incomparable to simply taking drugs. However, Arthur recalled what he had just heard 10 days prior. Ethan had awakened his superpower during the ceremony. To successfully break through to the mid-level of the first tier in such a short time proved that Ethan's comprehension was absolutely terrifying. Given such immense potential, Arthur felt there was no reason not to take him on. He concluded that this was not wasting a fine piece of raw jade, and wastefulness was shameful. Therefore, Arthur made an exception and accepted Ethan as his personal disciple. Next, Arthur announced that, as agreed, he would personally teach Ethan the Ice Blast spell. He entered a room and retrieved a thick skill book resembling a modern Chinese dictionary. The S-rank skill book Ice Blast was handed over to Ethan. Upon seeing it, Ethan's eyes lit up. This item was incredibly valuable, yet Arthur had given it away so easily. Ethan noted that while the skill book was quite thick and heavy in his hand, he understood Arthur's reasoning. Arthur explained that he had initially considered waiting until Ethan learned the prerequisite skill Ice Break and established a certain foundation. However, considering Ethan's terrifying comprehension, skipping previous steps and learning East Blast directly would be much easier. Arthur's expression conveyed complete satisfaction with his decision. After all, Ethan was not only a rare ice-type special recruit unseen in 5 years, but also possessed extraordinary, a terrifying comprehension. How could the dean of the Ice Academy at Crystalport Academy possibly be dissatisfied? Ethan offered his thanks for the compliment. Arthur was very pleased by these words. He narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded, making an immediate decision. He would personally take Ethan to the library to borrow the body tempering technique called Mysterious Netherworld Ice Soul Body, allowing Ethan to study it at any time. Arthur explained that there was a significant difference between letting Ethan go on his own versus personally leading him. The library at Crystalport Academy stipulated that skill books and body tempering techniques could only be borrowed from the facility, with strictly restricted time limits. Given the large student population and limited school resources, they had no choice but to follow this measure, meaning learning efficiency would naturally not be very fast. Nevertheless, Arthur believed there was always a way out, always a chance for things to turn around. With this title as the Dean of the Ice Academy, borrowing a copy of Mysterious Netherworld Ice Soul Body directly would be quite simple. He mused that the environment at Crystalport Academy, and indeed the entire world of superpowers, tended to make resources gravitate towards those who were strong. Arthur softly called out Xiaoyu and retrieved a containment sphere from his spatial ring. With a flash of light, a huge ice-blue eagle materialized before them. This magnificent creature possessed sharp talons and piercing eyes, appearing ready to seize any target it locked onto. He explained that Xiaoyu was his companion beast, and suggested they take flight immediately, noting that the library was quite far from their current location. Using Xiaoyu's help would save a considerable amount of time. The two settled comfortably on the back of the ice-blue eagle. After receiving silent affirmation from both, the magnificent bird took off. Its back was large enough for them to sit securely. It flapped its wings slightly and soared hundreds of meters above the ground, giving Ethan a view of an entirely new world he had never witnessed. Ethan opened his eyes wide, gazing around with intense curiosity. The once towering buildings now appeared miniature beneath them. Furthermore, the eagle utilized a mental barrier to block most of the airflow during flight. Despite the high speed, Ethan only felt a gentle, incredibly refreshing breeze on his face. He then inquired about elemental compatibility, wondering why Arthur's companion beast was still ice-type when one typically relied on water-type beasts to fight fire-type ability users, and if this did not make Arthur doubly vulnerable to fire. Arthur explained the principle of playing to strengths and avoiding weaknesses. He added that a companion beast sharing the same element could slightly accelerate the growth of both individuals under their contract relationship, while also increasing the power it brought to that specific element. At an altitude of several hundred meters, Ethan casually sent Richard a message containing great news: he had become Arthur's disciple. About a minute later, Richard gave the message and quickly offered his congratulations, praising Ethan for gaining Professor Arthur's approval and becoming his disciple so rapidly, suggesting that Ethan was truly on the verge of taking off. A short while later, an eagle landed, bringing Ethan and Arthur before the school library. The building was constructed with extreme luxury, comparable to any major teaching facility. The crowds passing by were bustling, some students chatted and laughed openly, while others moved silently, bowing their heads in contemplation. Many of them made time to study within its halls. Ethan exclaimed his amazement at the sight. Arthur simply instructed him to proceed inside immediately. Upon entering, a staff member greeted them warmly, though the smile became noticeably more enthusiastic when they recognized Arthur. The staff member then inquired about their purpose for visiting, and Arthur formally requested permission to borrow the body tempering technique known as Mysterious Netherworld Ice Soul Body for his disciple. The staff member responded immediately and cheerfully, assuring them that they only needed to wait a moment while someone retrieved it. Inside the library's free speech area on the first floor, several students noticed the scene and couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. About 10 minutes later, another staff member rushed toward the reception desk carrying an equally thick book. The staff member handed it to Arthur, announcing that this was the body tempering technique Dean Samuel had requested, the mysterious nether ice soul body. The surrounding students reacted with visible envy, marveling at the S-rank nature of the technique and how privileged Ethan was to read about it. They continued whispering amongst themselves, casting envious glances at Ethan standing beside Arthur. To become Dean Samuel's disciple immediately after enrollment meant his future prospects were seemingly limitless. Arthur ignored the murmurs of the other students. After obtaining the body tempering technique mysterious nether ice soul body, the two turned and left the library. Arthur then suggested they head to his residence so he could teach Ethan some of the essentials of the Schwamming ice soul body. Ethan nodded in agreement, and soon, both traveled back from the library to Arthur's residence atop Shiaoyu. Once settled, Arthur began a detailed explanation of body tempering techniques. He explained that these techniques consist of 4 types: tempering bones, tempering organs, tempering meridians, and tempering flesh and blood. These areas are sequential, running from front to back, and they range in level from 1 to 4. Furthermore, he noted that at level B and below, there were only 4 levels of body tempering. Arthur continued with the advanced rules. Grade A and Grade S body tempering techniques could be used for secondary tempering. This meant a person could temper bones, organs, meridians, and flesh again in sequence, boosting them to the 5th through 8th level. He clarified that because these areas were all basic parts of the human body, different body tempering techniques related to the same type would not incur excessive cost when switching between them. However, he warned about future limitations. If one accessed S-level or higher body tempering techniques, they would need to develop a deeper understanding of the corresponding S-level technique and master the 9th level or higher. Crucially, Arthur emphasized that SS level and above body tempering techniques could not be transferred to another technique. If transfer was desired, the user would have to start all over again from the previous S-level body tempering technique. Ethan absorbed every word of Arthur's detailed explanation. Seeing Ethan's eyes show little confusion, Arthur nodded in satisfaction and began the practical lesson by instructing him to open the mysterious nether ice soul body so they could begin tempering his bones. Following these instructions, Arthur provided further context. The human body contained a total of 206 bones, including 29 skull bones, 51 trunk bones, and 126 limb bones. Of those 126 limb bones, there were 64 upper limb bones and 62 lower limb bones. He explained that by tempering all 206 bones of the human body, following the method outlined in the mysterious nether ice soul body and guided by his own ice-type supernatural power, one could officially reach the 1st level of the my soul body. Upon hearing this, Ethan's pupils dilated slightly and a sharp realization struck him. It required tempering all 206 bones to achieve the 1st level of the mysterious nether ice soul body. The sheer scale of the task made the road ahead seem incredibly long and arduous. Yet, after asking the system a question he hadn't asked in a long time and receiving an answer, Ethan's mind settled. He remembered that body tempering techniques could also be improved using evolution points. Therefore, the problem wasn't insurmountable. Arthur then announced that it was time to start bone tempering, warning that the initial process would definitely cause pain and required endurance. Ethan acknowledged his understanding, mentally preparing himself for the grueling task. As predicted, the initial body tempering technique involving bones was excruciatingly painful. Intentionally guiding the body's internal energy to constantly impact one's bones caused agony. Those who knew understood this deep discomfort. It made E feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. However, by gritting his teeth and persevering, the sensation eventually became tolerable, even enjoyable in a strange way. Still, Arthur cautioned that bone tempering could not be rushed. Doing so would make it extremely difficult to get out of bed the next day, potentially leading hidden ailments that could hinder future cultivation. After spending an entire morning learning the technique, Ethan finally understood how to guide his yuan energy within his body to temper his bones. At noon, he bid farewell to Arthur. After having lunch to replenish his energy, Ethan hurried over to the Frost Art Ability Hall. He spent time practicing his marksmanship, tempering his bones. and absorbing elemental energy through potions for cultivation. In just one day, he managed to temper 11 bones entirely through his own efforts. He couldn't help but shake his head at the progress. This rate improvement would take more than 2 weeks, a pace that was far too slow if others knew about it. Ethan realized with certainty that he still needed to enter the underground world. That was where he could improve his strength the fastest. He then pondered aloud that since the bloodlust within him had almost completely dissipated, it was time for him to re-enter the underground world. With this goal in mind, Ethan took the initiative to send a message to Lauren, inquiring about their team's next trip into the underground world. A few minutes later he received a reply. The team usually enter the underground world twice a month, and each operation lasted approximately 1 week. Since they had only returned yesterday, they would have to wait a few more days before another entry was possible. Ethan replied with a simple confirmation. He then felt immense relief, realizing that in just a few days, the bloodthirsty energy within him would surely disappear completely, meaning he had no worries whatsoever. This timing was perfect. He planned to take advantage of these few remaining days to master the basics of Ice Blast. The imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Ethan had originally planned to use this time to reach a basic level in ice explosion technique. As after watching for several days, Ethan only understood a tiny bit of the basics. Since Ice Blast is not displayed on the panel, evolution points cannot be used. Time flies and a few days pass quickly. After several days of diligent practice, Ethan's attributes have improved to a certain extent. As he prepared to enter the underground world once again, Ethan was still filled with excitement. After all, the underground world is full of evolution points. How could this not be captivating? With a panel was immediately brought up naming Ethan, Evolution Point 0, Special Ability Ice Crownacy, Realm Level Mid, Tier 1, Mental Scale 174 Hazikai and Blood Tra 301 Calories. His skill for the Marksmanship at Immediate and Ice Shard Ring ADS a Beginner. His body tempering technique was Profound Nether Ice Soul Body Guess at Level 0. He noted the system's observation that his blood and energy levels had exceeded 300 calories, a cause for celebration. It was worth mentioning that there is an additional item on the panel. Body tempering technique. But it is only at level 0. Furthermore, Arthur later gave them a book titled The Complete Guide to Basic Fighting Techniques. He emphasized that people with superpowers cannot rely solely on weapons. Learning martial arts is equally essential. Lauren added to the team's group chat in QQ, instructing everyone to assemble at the Iron Peak Citadel Superpower Base at 12 noon tomorrow. Liam was the first to respond, confirming receipt of the message, followed by others. After setting his alarm, it was only 9 p.m. when Ethan fell into a deep sleep. Upon return to the underground world, Ethan naturally needed to make ample preparations and conserve his energy. After a night's rest, he got up early. He performed his routine, brushing his teeth, washing his face, putting on his battle gear, and slinging his weapon over his shoulder, all in one smooth motion. Leaving the house, Ethan suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Amelia from the opposite dormitory since she had asked him a question. However, Ethan didn't dwell on it. This was ultimately their personal matter, and there was no reason for him to meddle. He rode a shared electric bike outside the dormitory to the school gate, and then took the subway nearby. A few hours later, Ethan arrived at the Iron Peak Citadel again. As soon as he entered the room, Lauren spotted him, calling out and waving for him to come over. Hearing her voice, Ethan nodded slightly and walked toward her. At this moment, Lauren was waiting for someone near the entrance of the Aethelberg City Superpower Base. Lime looked down, engrossed in chatting via text message. Wearing a smile, though the subject remained unclear to Ethan. No stood quietly to the side, methodically wiping his double-edged axe. The cold light reflecting off the blade indicated its exceptional sharpness. Lime initiated the conversation by asking how Ethan's initial experience entering the underground world had been. Ethan responded with a calm tone, admitting that it had not been bad at all. He reminded Liam that the trip had provided him with several hundred evolution points and tens of thousands of blue star coins, which certainly wasn't poor compensation. Lime smiled in response, patting Ethan on the shoulder and suggesting that Ethan was much calmer than he had been previously. When Ethan then asked about their next planned entry into the underground world, Lauren replied that Olivia was currently exchanging points for necessary medicines nearby and should be back within a few minutes. A few minutes later, just as Lauren had predicted, Olivia returned with several bottles of medicine. She then turned around and announced to everyone the entire Firefox team was present and they were heading into the underworld. Following her lead, after a quick inspection, they passed through the passage and arrived back in the familiar Athelberg city. Ethan scanned his surroundings briefly. The guards stationed on the city wall were visible, as were vendors shouting their wares. Even the spire seemed completely unchanged. Lauren took out a map, and all members of the Firefox team gathered around it. She inquired if they were planning to hunt black, spotted deer again this time. The rest of the Firefox team quickly agreed with her suggestion, and Ethan confirmed that he had no objections either. Ethan then laid out his own plan. Although his true strength was definitely comparable to a second-tier lower or even middle-level ferocious beast, these creatures were often solitary or lived in groups. Fighting them alone presented too much risk. If they accidentally ran into a pack of beasts, they would be left without backup. Therefore, he proposed that their current goal should be hunting first-tier ferocious beasts to safely increase their collective strength. They needed to wait until their power improved before attempting second-tier creatures. Seeing that no one had any objections to the plan, Lauren announced that it was time for them to set off immediately. After passing through the checkpoint outside the city, the group maintained its formation and left Athelberg city. While the Firefox team was on their way, Ethan's evolution points were also slowly increasing. In the underground world, time is perfectly standardized: sunrise at 6 am and sunset at 6 p.m. It was already dark. The members of the Firefox team stopped in their tracks and set up several tents on the spot. A stream flowed nearby, and the sound of the water was like a beautiful melody. In the stream, several unidentified fish were leaping and frolicking. Upon closer inspection, these fish were quite large and plump. They looked like they would have plenty of meat. The team members decided to catch grilled fish for dinner. Seeing this prospect, everyone went into the water to fish. At night, they lit a campfire using dry branches that had fallen naturally nearby. Next, they stewed the fish with thin twigs and roasted them over the campfire. After roasting, sprinkling some cumin on top made the smell amazing. After dinner, long night began. When it was Ethan's turn to keep watch, he still did not slack off in his training. He practiced damonship, bone tempering, and learning ice explosion. The next morning, the Firefox team resumed their journey. About an hour later, the group arrived at the black deer habitat marked on the map. Lauren instructed them to spread out and search, but warned that they should not stay more than 500 meters apart. Ethan understood that this was a measure to ensure every teammate's safety while maintaining high efficiency. Not long after, Ethan noticed a rustling sound coming from the bushes ahead. The next second, a ferocious deer-like beast sprang out of the bushes. It was entirely black and had an ugly appearance. This was their target, the black deer. Upon seeing Ethan and the other humans not far away, instead of getting angry or provoking it, the black deer took off running. Ethan let out a low shout and thrust his spear forward with a fierce thrust. Unfortunately, the black deer's movements were completely unpredictable, and the spear missed its mark, embedding itself in a nearby tree. Rumble. The ice elemental energy attached to the tip of the spear immediately emanated, piercing right through the tree. Then, with a loud crash, the tree fell to the ground. A thin layer of frost formed in its original spot. The birds that had been perched in the trees scattered and fled. The loud noise drew the attention of the rest of the Firefox team. After Ethan gave a brief explanation, everyone chased after the black deer in the direction it had fled. Following the trail of the escaped black deer, the group arrived at a small black deer settlement. There were about 10 black deer in the settlement. The largest of these was naturally the leader of the dozen or so black deer. The black deer leader roared and unleashed its full power as a lower, level tier 2 second-tier deer. Lauren's gaze sharpened, and she summoned her companion beast, Hoo-Hoo, as well. Olivia quickly applied her buffs to the other members of the Firefox team. It was worth noting that the Firefox team took a full year to form. But black deer leaders are not common. This was the second time that the Firefox team had encountered a Tier 2 lower rank Black Deer leader. The first encounter was 6 months ago when Lauren, the team captain, was defeated and seriously injured. Fortunately, she escaped, but she was still bedridden for a week. Now, not only Ethan gained a companion beast named Hoo Hoo, but he had also gained a powerful new member. He might just be able to have a run in with this Black Deer leader. Lauren uttered those words when Ethan, surrounded by 3 icicles, stepped forward, simultaneously raising his spear to prepare for battle. Upon approaching the Black Deer leader, its muscles bulged and its arms suddenly exerted force. A tremendous tearing sound rang out. The spear in Ethan's hand actually pierced through the thick skin of the Black Deer leader, who was at least at the second tier lower level. Then Ethan pulled out his spear again, and a thin layer of frost appeared where the Black Deer leader had been stabbed. In contrast, the Black Deer leader looked pained, and its forelegs suddenly went numb, causing it to collapse to the ground. Ethan showed no mercy and, after several shots, took the life of the Black Deer leader. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the Black Spotted Deer, and gained 20 evolution points. Ethan was very pleased to hear the system's announcement. He never expected that this Black Deer leader would be so valuable. Seeing a newly joined team member, Ethan, with just a few shots, they took care of the blackened deer leader they feared. The rest of the Firefox team were stunned and gave Ethan a thumbs up. Even No, who is usually quiet, cast an admiring glance at Ethan. After the Black Deer leader was killed, the remaining Black Deer were naturally routed and quickly dealt with by the rest of the Firefox team. The system broadcasted a notification that they had defeated a Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the Black Spotted Deer, granting 22 evolution points. This message appeared multiple times, confirming the considerable amount of evolution points the Black Deer provided to Ethan. Liam frowned as he frantically cut at the antlers on the head of the Black Deer leader, finding the task too difficult. Upon closer inspection, he realized the problem wasn't that the antlers wouldn't detach, rather his own dagger was sustaining damage. No stepped forward, switched to a harder material dagger, and successfully severed the antlers from the Black Deer leader's head at the correct spot. Holding the massive pair of antlers in his palm, Liam suddenly understood that what he possessed was not mere bone, but tens of thousands of blue star coins. Following No's method, Ethan extracted a moderate-sized brown crystal core from the Black Deer leader's body. Lauren and Olavia efficiently collected all remaining spoils from the dead Black Deer. Just as everyone prepared for a break, Lauren suddenly questioned Ethan about his sudden increase in strength. She clearly recalled that during their last operation with the Firefox team, Ethan had struggled merely to fight a first-tier low-level ferocious beast. Yet now, they were able to strike first and kill the second-tier, lower-level Black Deer leader within just a few rounds. It had only been about 10 days since Ethan left the other world. How could his strength have increased so dramatically? The rest of the Firefox team also turned their interested gazes toward him upon hearing this. Ethan smiled slightly and explained that he had managed to break through to the mid-level of the first tier purely by luck. He released a controlled burst of his aura, making it obvious that his current realm was at the mid-stage of the first rank. A wave of surprise went through the team members. They remembered that when Ethan first joined them, he had introduced himself as an awakened one and asked for understanding. How could he suddenly become a mid-level Tier 1 ability user? This caused everyone's pupils to widen, even Noah, who was usually silent. Lauren subconsciously worried about him, casting a concerned look his way. Ethan immediately understood her concern, waving his hand dismissively and reassuring her that he had not taken any random drugs. It was understandable why Lauren would think this given his unbelievable breakthrough speed. However, the system had awakened on its own, and achieving such terrifying progress was simply what it deserved. Hearing his answer, Lauren felt immense relief. She had feared Ethan might jeopardize his future for temporary gains, but now she realized how unlikely it was that such a composed person could act inappropriately. Liam then intervened with a smile, suggesting that Ethan must be a genius who only appeared once in a century. Ethan responded to Liam's playful teasing with an equally similar smile, After a short period of rest to replenish their energy and fluids, the members of the Firefox team resumed searching for and hunting ferocious beasts. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the evening of the second day arrived. Ethan checked his evolution points. He had accumulated a total of 560 points over the past day and a half. He observed the only skill available for enhancement was the D-level Ice Shard Ring, but he decided to save those precious evolution points instead. A long night passed, marking the start of the third day since Ethan entered the underground world for the second time. Unlike the inexplicable irritability he had felt at noon on this third day, even as evening approached, Ethan did not experience any of the usual discomfort symptoms. His mood remained cheerful, which surprised and delighted him. After all, being able to stay in the underground world for little longer meant acquiring more evolution points. When it was his turn to keep watch, he naturally took advantage of this break to begin practicing his marksmanship. He simulated thrusts, pricks, deflections, sweeps, braces, and gathers. Half an hour later, Ethan exhaled a breath of stale air. There wasn't a drop of sweat behind him. Instead, there was only a constant stream of cold air. During this break, he opened his personal panel. The status displayed his name as Ethan. He had accumulated 870 evolution points. His special ability remained the S-rank Ice Crown. His current realm level was mid, Tier 1. His mental scale measured 174 Hz, and his Q in blood stood at 302 calories. His skill showed marksmanship at intermediate with an upward indicator, an Ice Shard Ring at beginner with an upward indicator. Finally, his body tethering technique remained the S-rank Profound Nether Ice Soul Body at level 0. The evolution points had reached 870, putting him close to breaking the 1,000 point mark by the next day. Ethan nodded slightly in satisfaction, thinking not bad. Not bad. He was just about to put away the panel and prepare himself for learning Ice Explosion when a long, absent upward indicator suddenly appeared next to marksmanship. Ethan recalled that the last time such an arrow had appeared after a marksman's skill was when he had first obtained the system and awakened his superpowers. Marksmanship was incredibly important to him right now. Without further hesitation, Ethan immediately pressed the upward indicator button on the panel. A massive notification flashed across his vision: evolution points minus 860. Gun Technique Immediate Advanced to Gun Technique Advanced. In an instant, a massive amount of memories flooded into Ethan's mind, as if he had been practicing his marksmanship day and night. The addition of these memories was incredibly smooth, not only leaving him feeling comfortable, but also making him feel that his brain capacity had expanded significantly. After absorbing all the knowledge, Ethan smiled, recognizing the profound depth of advanced proficiency in marksmanship. He realized that he had mastered a level of skill that many ordinary superhumans could never achieve in their entire lives. Yet he had grasped it with remarkable ease. He declared his intention to test the power of this advanced level marksmanship. Ethan picked up the spear beside him and assumed a ready stance. With 3 powerful, whooshing shots delivered in rapid succession, he demonstrated his newfound mastery. It was as if there were no obstacles at all. Every shot was executed without hesitation or delay. He confidently assessed that if he were still facing the Black Deer leader from earlier, the fight would not last even a second against him. Ethan sheathed his spear, a satisfied smile playing on his lips, acknowledging his truly impressive advanced marksmanship. After this initial burst of exhilaration, Ethan continued to immerse himself in learning the Ice Explosion technique. Ethan and members of the Firefox team began searching for traces of nearby ferocious beasts, Ethan seeming unusually proactive that day compared to his usual demeanor. Not long after, he spotted several small bamboo leaf snakes curled up beneath withered leaves. The moment lifted the dry foliage. Multiple snakes instantly bared their fangs, attempting to scare him away. He found himself thinking that their little fangs looked surprisingly cute. However, quickly realized that the humans standing before them showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, they wore expressions of sheer joy. The creatures were about to escape. Ethan brandished his spear, and a tiny glint of cold light gradually magnified in the snake's green pupils. With swift movements, he struck out repeatedly. In the next second, The small bamboo leaf snakes were instantly pierced through by the force of his spear. The system immediately announced that he had defeated 2 Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beasts, the bamboo leaf snake, granting him a total of 20 evolution points. As this blip notification rang in Ethan's ears, he subconsciously opened his panel. He noticed that there was still no upgrade arrow next to the skill Ice Explosion, confirming that he did not have enough evolution points yet. With this knowledge, Ethan began another round of searching. For the next half hour, whether it was fate working against him or simply bad luck, he could not find even a single trace of a ferocious beast. Suddenly his melodious voice rang out, announcing that she had located a low-tier first-level red-haired rat. Just as Ethan was using his spear to probe the nooks and crannies of the habitat, he heard a call. Ethan smiled knowingly and quickly walked over. He remembered that the entire Firefox team had agreed to summon him immediately if they discovered any trace of a ferocious beast. Upon taking a closer look, he observed a red-haired rat covered in dark red fur, its face set in a fierce expression. The creature instantly pounced on Olivia, who appeared particularly delicate compared to the others. Ethan raised an eyebrow and thrust his spear forward with a command that signaled death. A flash of steel cut through the air, splashing fresh blood onto the ground and staining the once lush green grass red. The red-haired rat was undeniably dead. Ethan realized that facing such low-level ferocious beasts, he could kill them effortlessly with a single spear thrust without even needing to utilize his special abilities. A system notification then appeared he had defeated a Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the red-haired rat, and gained 10 evolution points. Having gained another 10 evolution points, Ethan felt a surge of satisfaction. He realized that today was no mere stroke of luck, even though they were in a habitat dense with black deer. The entire Firefox team had spent the whole morning without spotting a single one. Lauren couldn't help but feel doubt, wondering if all the local black deer had either been killed or gone into hiding. She took out a folded map from her pocket, unfolded it, and gathered everyone in the Firefox team together. She suggested that they probably would not find any more black, spotted deer there and proposed venturing deeper into the area to investigate. Olivia frowned, pointing to the opened map with her slender white fingers. She warned them that, judging by the map, the probability of encountering second-tier ferocious beasts increased significantly in the deeper areas. Liam spoke up, reminding the group that their Firefox team included Ethan, who was capable of taking down a Tier 2 lower-level black deer leader with just a few shots. He suggested that even encountering a Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast would not be fatal. Ethan confidently patted his firm chest and assured them he had everything under control. Lauren then sought Noah's opinion, and Noah stated that he had no objection, believing that with Ethan present, the chances of danger were low. After reaching a consensus, Lauren announced their plan to head toward the area known as the Purple Fang Serpent's habitat, suggesting they rest there for half an hour before continuing. The time passed quickly. The Firefox team ventured into deeper, uncharted territory. Midway through their journey, a Tier 1 mid-level pippy pig happened to pass by. As expected, Ethan swiftly stabbed it to death with a few shots. A system notification appeared. You have defeated the Tier 1 mid-rank ferocious beast, Pippy Pig, and gained 24 evolution points. Ethan itchily opened his panel again. He discovered that the arrow next to Ice Explosion, which he had been longing for, had finally materialized. Without a moment's hesitation, Ethan pressed the arrow button on the panel. A system notification flashed: evolution points -100. Ice Blast Yasset Beginner transition to Ice Blast as SS Elementary. The instant the evolution point was consumed, several tips regarding the use of Ice Explosion automatically appeared in Ethan's mind. If he looked at the parts of the skill book that had previously been difficult to understand, they now seemed easy to grasp. Of course, these new insights only helped learners reach a basic level of proficiency. Achieving future mastery would require relying on their own comprehension and diligent practice day and night. Suddenly, a voice from beside him pulled Ethan back to his senses. It was Liam, who had been talking to him. Ethan realized he had been so absorbed in absorbing memories that he had missed the sound. He calmly asked Liam what was wrong. Liam smiled and suggested having roasted pork belly for dinner that night, hoping it would be even more delicious than those sold outside. Ethan nodded his agreement with the idea. The purple-toothed snake's habitat is quite far from here. It took a full 6 hours to reach this place, and even on the 4th night after Ethan entered the underground world, he still failed to arrive. Fortunately, they had prepared sufficient supplies, so they had no worries about food or other necessities. Just as Liam guessed, roasted pork belly did indeed taste better than regular roasted pork belly. It is important to know that pippy pigs grow up in this primitive environment, while pigs outside eat high-tech feed and grow up in enclosures. The meat is naturally not as delicious as that of a pippy pig, so the difference in taste when roasted is immediately apparent. The wonderful atmosphere around the campfire quickly came to an end. As bedtime approached, Lauren asked Ethan if he was feeling any discomfort. Ethan knew that Lauren was worried about him. It must be said that although Lauren is not old, only about 27 or 28 years old, she is quite thoughtful and considerate of others. Ethan shook his head and reassured her that he was fine. She advised him that if he experienced any discomfort, he should speak up rather than suffering in silence. After leaving those words, Lauren departed. When it was Fern's turn to keep watch, since his need for marksmanship and ice explosion technique had come to an end, he took advantage of the break to continue tempering his bones. He took our complete guide to basic fighting techniques that Arthur had given him earlier and began to practice. Just as Arthur said, even if he has no weapon or his weapon malfunctions, he can still continue fighting by engaging in close quarters combat. When Ethan began learning martial arts, a new item quietly appeared on his panel: Martial Arts, a beginner. As dawn broke and the sky began to lighten, the 4 members of the Firefox team got up early. Liam expressed a strong desire for chicken legs, noting how good they smelled. Ethan walked to Liam's tent, unzipped it, and woke him up. After everyone washed up using the pre-prepared water, the entire Firefox team continued their journey. 2 more hours passed before they finally arrived at their destination. Lauren stated with a serious expression, while consulting the map, that everyone needed to stick together and move forward. She emphasized that the purple fang serpent is not like the black flower deer from before. It is a second-tier low-level ferocious beast. If one is not careful, they may lose their lives. Furthermore, this was their first time here, so extreme caution was necessary. Liam spotted something and pointed his finger to a pile of stones on the ground. He had barely finished speaking when he trembled and hid behind Ethan. Yesterday he was carefree, but today he was afraid. Ethan stepped forward and used his spear to pry open the scattered stones. He declared that the purple-fanged serpent was about to die. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this was not a purple-fanged snake at all, but clearly the shed skin of one. Lauren looked delighted and carefully put away the skin that the purple-toothed snake had shed. Hiss hiss hiss. Suddenly, screams rang out all around. Everyone looked as if facing a formidable enemy, their faces serious. Lauren also summoned her companion beast, Hoo-Hoo. After all, one more beast meant one more unit of strength. Only Ethan remained calm, his expression as indifferent as still water. Just as they had predicted, 2 serpentine beasts emerged from the bushes. These 2 ferocious beasts were quite large, appearing to be nearly a meter long. What was most striking, of course, were their long, sharp, purple teeth. The purple stains on your teeth aren't just for decoration, they are packed with toxins. If the skin is broken by their long, sharp teeth, the toxins will seep through and invade the nerves of the target. Therefore they are called purple-toothed snakes, or more accurately, long-toothed venomous snakes. The purple-fanged snake opened its mouth, revealing its complete set of teeth, which looked particularly eerie. At the same time, it spat out a snake apricot, its purple pupils staring intently at the members of the Firefox team. It was obvious they were treating everyone like prey. Ethan raised an eyebrow and mobilized the energy within his body. The tip of the spear was covered with a layer of ice, elemental energy, emitting wisps of cold air. In the moment, Ethan fired 3 sharp and fierce shots in a second, instantly killing one of the purple-fanged snakes. The snake's tongue, which had been trembling slightly just moments before, now drooped to the ground, completely lifeless. Oh, you have defeated the Tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the purple-fang serpent, and gained 130 evolution points. Originally, the two purple-fanged snakes intended to attack the humans in front of them. But a second later, one of the purple-fanged snakes was surprised to find that its companion had been killed so easily. Something's extremely wrong. The surviving purple-fanged snake twisted its body, attempting to escape. The biggest problem now is that although it escapes very quickly, it is far slower than Ethan's gun. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the Purple Fang Serpent, and gained 130 evolution points. Seeing that Ethan had killed the two purple-toothed snakes so easily, the people behind him gave him a thumbs up. While harvesting the spoils from the Purple Fang Serpent, Lime remarked how he had never had snake meat before and suggested they roast some purple-fanged snake tonight. Ethan responded with a playful challenge regarding paying respects to him next year. Lauren shook her head in regret. Note it was a pity the fangs of the purple-fanged snake could not be removed easily, resulting in a loss worth tens of thousands. She pointed out that she didn't bring any professional tools, and that their gloves were not tough enough. If they acted rashly and the gloves got punctured along with their skin while retrieving the fangs, they might accidentally get poisoned, which would be a huge loss. Ethan smiled and stated that he had a solution. Upon hearing his words, a light immediately shone in Lauren's dim eyes. She asked in surprise if he had any ideas. Ethan bent down, stretched out his hand towards the purple fang snake's fangs, and released a large amount of icy air. The icy air instantly turned into a layer of ice upon contact with the venomous fangs, covering them. As the ice grew thicker, Ethan used his bare hands to forcefully break off the fang's click. The fang was snapped in two like a cookie stick. Rumble just then, a loud noise came from afar, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone's were involuntarily drawn toward the source of a loud, deep rumble. Lime expressed confusion, wondering if the sound was merely an earthquake, or if such phenomena could occur within the underground world. Lauren frowned, quickly determining that the source was not natural seismic activity, but rather a ferocious beast approaching them. A few seconds later, a massive figure silently emerged from the depths of the forest. It was a rhinoceros-shaped creature, nearly 4 meters long and 1.6 meters tall. Its body was covered in rough skin, possessing thick musculature and sturdy thighs, with an estimated weight of several tons. Most striking was the single horn on its head. It was hook-shaped and exceptionally large, taking up more than half of its entire skull. Sunlight caught the horn, reflecting a cold light that sent shivers down their spines just from looking at it. Lauren's gaze sharpened into deep seriousness. She noted that this area did not appear to be the natural habitat for such creatures, suggesting they had been incredibly unlucky indeed. After assessing its power, she determined that this one-horned rhinoceros was classified as a Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast. She urgently warned the group that it might be too much for them, and advised an immediate retreat. Upon hearing of Morin's warning, Ethan instantly abandoned his previous intention to escape. He mused internally that sheer size did not necessarily equate to a higher cultivation level. Deciding to test his abilities, he stated that while he had learned the skill Ice Blast, he had never used it in combat and intended to use it on the beast first. To the surprise of the rest of the Firefox team, Ethan raised a long spear and charged straight at the approaching monster. Lauren immediately called out for him to return quickly, cautioning him against such recklessness. Lime swiftly intervened, arguing that Ethan was always composed and trustworthy, which helped calm Lauren's initial alarm. Meanwhile, Ethan ran toward the enemy with absolute confidence. The one-horned rhinoceros did not attempt to flee. Instead, it charged forward willingly, seemingly drawn to the human presence. It raised its single horn and attacked directly at Ethan, showing no mercy, as if intending to smash him into pieces like a bolt of lightning. However, the violent scenario never came to pass. With a shout, Ethan unleashed his Ice Blast. The moment his spear clashed with the rhino's horn, a massive amount of elemental energy was released from the tip of the weapon. This power passed through the rhinoceros's horn and enveloped its entire body. The next second, a powerful burst of ice-type elemental energy erupted instantly, as if an enormous bomb had been planted inside it. The blast did not merely affect the horn, it obliterated the entire one-horned rhinoceros. Fragments of the beast mixed with blood flew in all directions. Ethan's battle armor, face, and hair were splattered by bright red gore. Even several hundred meters away, felt a wave of nausea upon witnessing such a bloody spectacle. Liam, Lauren, and Noah were more shocked than disgusted by the outcome. They had considered the beast to be manageable, but they never expected Ethan to kill it with a single blow, realizing that his growth rate was truly incomprehensible. Yet, Ethan, who stood closest to the corpse, felt no physical impact from the blood splatters. He only registered a profound sense of emptiness. The instant he unleashed the skill ice explosion, he could feel that most of the yuan energy in his body was being violently drawn away out of thin air. Suddenly, it was completely taken aback by the sudden drain, and slumped heavily to the ground, panting raggedly. A system notification flashed before them. He had defeated the Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast, the unicorn rhinoceros, gaining 400 evolution points. Fortunately, the result was highly beneficial. The death of the horned rhinoceros not only meant that its white crystals, which resisted elemental energy, remained intact for a considerable price, but Ethan also gained a full 400 evolution points. With this addition, his accumulated evolution points were rapidly approaching 700. Ethan realized just how fast his growth rate was. The deeper they ventured, the stronger the ferocious beasts he killed, and consequently, the faster he accrued evolution points. The entire Firefox team rushed over to him. Liam gave him a thumbs up with a beaming smile, openly praising Ethan's amazing feat of strength. Meanwhile, Lauren noticed Ethan's unusual behavior, observing him with a serious and thoughtful expression. Later, as the group began discussing their next meal, Liam excitedly mentioned that they would not have to eat roasted snake meat tonight, noting that rhinoceros meat was much better. Ethan raised an eyebrow, pointing out that ordinary flames would be insufficient to roast such meat, and suggested asking Lauren if she could use her special ability for preparation. At this moment, Lauren blinked her bright eyes, turning her attention back to him as she questioned the powerful skill he had just utilized. After them raised a question, drawing the attention of others who also looked on with questions. The visual impact of his attack was simply too great. It was natural for doubts to arise. So, Ethan revealed the truth. This is my teacher's self-created S-rank skill ice explosion, which I only learned yesterday. Lauren's pupils widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Huh, an S-rank skill?" The other members of the Firefox team were shocked once again. It was important to know that even an S-rank skill book is incredibly valuable, let alone a self-created S-rank skill, which is even rarer. However, they quickly realized that the main point wasn't just the rarity, it was Ethan's ability to learn such high-level skills so quickly. They knowed only about 3 weeks had passed since his entry into Crystalport Academy. A mere amount of time, during which he hadn't even mastered a C-level skill. An S-rank skill. That seemed like pure fantasy. This clearly demonstrated how extraordinary Ethan's comprehension was. Yet, upon closer reflection, they realized that without the S-rank skill, the mid-tier second-order rhinoceros would never have been instantly killed, and a large portion of his internal energy would never have vanished into thin air. After collecting the remaining valuable loot from the one-horned rhinoceros, Lauren spoke with a strangely melancholic tone, stating that Han's strength was not suitable for staying here for long, because the risks were simply too great. She questioned whether he still wanted to remain. However, since Ethan still intended to hunt ferocious beasts here, another question arose. After thinking for a moment, Ethan nodded in affirmation. He did want to stay and continue hunting. Compared to the outside world, hunting a ferocious beast from his current location was equivalent to a day's harvest in terms of evolution points. Lauren agreed with his decision, then instructed them to head back. She warned him to be careful on his own, promising that they would give him everything he was owed. In fact, she stuffed most of the energy potions from her backpack into Ethan's, keeping only one bottle for herself. A sign of her genuine care. Furthermore, because Ethan's original spear could not withstand the release of his ace explosion technique, both his old spear and the one-horned rhinoceros had shattered. Therefore, as they prepared to leave, Liam also handed his spear to Ethan. It was a high-quality item, costing around 200,000 yuan when purchased, and superior to Ethan's previous weapon. Liam cautioned that this spear of his wasn't cheap, so he'd better treat it with care. Ethan smiled slightly and assured him not to worry. After the rest of the Firefox team departed, Ethan felt he had almost fully recovered his energy. He rushed deeper into the area, driven by the promise of tons of evolution points. About 10 minutes later, Ethan realized a very crucial problem. Lauren had forgotten to leave him a map. He had planned to return to his starting point and wait for her to bring it back. Instead, he was faced with trees on both the left and right sides. Who knew where the original spot was? The next, a sound came from the surrounding bushes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Purple fang snakes slithered past him. A smile immediately appeared on Ethan's lips. Look, free evolution points. You defeated the Tier 2 lower, rank ferocious beast, the purple fang serpent, and gained 130 evolution points. He murmured to himself in satisfaction that this was really great. He now had a new idea. Even without a map or the ability to return to his original location, why not just wander around the neighborhood and not go too far? It was simple enough to get back. He just needed to keep walking generally in the direction he came from. Fortunaran Peak Citadel was very large and conspicuous, making it visible from afar. With this thought, Ethan began to wander, using a dagger to mark the trees he passed by as markers. Until he parred the bushes, they discovered an open space ahead, upon which lay the lair of a ferocious beast. He became cautious and squatted down on one side of the grass to observe carefully, deciding they should find out what kind of creature's lair it was before proceeding. After observing for a period of time, he concluded that the creature was a wolf-shaped beast with a fierce appearance, a bluish-green body, and relatively rough fur. Its tail also carried a faint wisp of wind elemental energy. Ethan immediately recognized it as the lair of the Gale demon wolves. He recalled what Mr. Ethan had taught him back in high school. The Gale wolf, when fully grown, can reach the upper level of the second tier. Unlike many other types of wolves, the Gale wolf usually lives with one male and one female, and absolutely will not allow other members of its kind to enter its habitat. 2 adult Gale wolves, both at the upper level second tier. This was going to be tricky. Ethan hesitated internally. Although the Gale wolf was significantly weaker in defense than the unicorn rhinoceros by species, it was still a formidable predator. However, the difference in their levels was undeniable. Even a minor realm gap could create a huge disparity. 1 Gale wolf was manageable, but 2 would be troublesome. He questioned whether he should give up this tempting opportunity right in front of him. According to the system's prompts, killing the unicorn rhinoceros had brought him 400 evolution points. Conservatively speaking, a single second-tier upper-level Gale wolf would definitely have 500 evolution points, and 2 would yield over 1,000. Just as Ethan was pondering and hesitating, a sound came from the bushes behind him. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he looked towards the source. Following Ethan's gaze, a pretty figure emerged from the bushes before him. She possessed delicate features and long, flowing hair, clad in a light black battle suit that showcased her perfect figure. Perched on her shoulder was a small, dark blue dragon cub. The woman was Amelia, who lived in the dormitory opposite Ethan's. He realized with surprise that he hadn't seen her at school since asking himself this question previously. However, these details were secondary. The key question remained: how had Amelia ended up here? Not only was Ethan stunned by the situation, but Amelia herself seemed surprised as well. After a few seconds, she blinked her bright eyes and questioned the sheer coincidence of his presence in this location. Ethan spoke truthfully. There was nothing he needed to hide. He stated that they were in the underground world and that he must have come here specifically to hunt ferocious beasts. He then turned the question back to her regarding her own purpose for being there, reasoning that ordinary people only entered the underground world for one reason: making money. Given its extreme danger, losing one's life was a real possibility if one wasn't careful. If they couldn't earn substantial wealth through this dangerous endeavor, who would bother coming here? Ethan, by contrast, had a goal beyond mere profit. He sought to acquire evolution points. But Amelia stood before him as the eldest daughter of the Shia family in Vedantia province. Her family had prepared a rare deep sea dragon cub for her to serve as a companion beast. It did not seem like she needed to hunt ferocious beasts in the underground world just to earn a small amount of money, especially since she hadn't awakened a system like Ethan did. Amelia offered a partial truth, explaining that she was there to train her teamwork with Megan through practical combat. She believed that training teamwork often yielded better results in actual battle than it could in a controlled training room. Furthermore, everyone present knew that the underground world within the school had been sealed off in preparation for the freshman competition scheduled a month away, making it an excellent place to familiarize oneself with the environment before entering the real underground world. As for the other half of the truth, Amelia guessed that Ethan's terrifyingly fast rate of growth might be related to his trips into the underground world. Thus, just a few days ago, she entered the underground world for the first time. Similarly, the underground path connecting through the Iron Peak Citadel was suitable not only for Ethan, but also for her. Although she did not gain any insights into cultivation during her initial entry, and had even hastily left due to a bloodthirsty aura, she still chose to enter the underground world a second time because she genuinely enjoyed the feeling of freedom found in the wilderness. A sense of freedom, something she could never experience, no matter how realistic the simulation might be. Ethan paused, noticing unfamiliar keywords after hearing Amelia's response and calling out to Little Blue, who was lounging on him like a lazy pet. Amelia smiled faintly as she introduced the companion beast resting upon her. The deep sea dragon cub let out a lazy sound before settling onto her shoulder. It seemed profoundly sleepy, though perhaps that was just a habit for the creature. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Ethan. Although he knew he was no match for the two Gale wolves, both residing at the upper level of the second tier, he realized that things were different now. If Amelia agreed to assist him, these wolves would naturally become manageable. He then asked if she could help him take down the pair ahead. Amelia immediately frowned, worry clouding her fair face. She suggested that she and Megan could handle one wolf, but questioned Ethan's capability to take on the other. Her concern stemmed from the fact that Ethan was only at the mid-level of the first rank, while the opponent's Gale wolf stood at the upper level of the second tier. Even with the first-rank awakened superpower, she felt it couldn't bridge such a significant gap between major and minor realms. Hearing Amelia's worried assessment, Ethan adopted an oddly confident expression. He wondered if she was implying he wasn't good enough, but dismissed the thought instantly. Patting his chest with a knowing smile, he assured her that he would handle the other Gale wolf without any problem. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Amelia's worries slowly dissipated. The two then spotted down in the spot where Ethan had been standing. As he got closer, a faint fragrance, like delicate flower petals, wafted into his nose, perhaps related to Amelia's awakened grass-type ability. Ethan and Amelia discussed their strategy. They would each take on one wolf within the den ahead, making sure to leave the Gale wolf they were dealing with alive. Amelia questioned why they needed to spare a breath of life, recalling that living ferocious beasts could not be brought into the real world. Ethan explained that he intended to deliver the final blow himself. Amelia nodded in agreement. Ethan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't pressed him on this point, or he would have struggled greatly to explain it. Ethan and Amelia emerged from the bushes moments later. Immediately and picked up a stone and smashed it hard against the Gale wolf's lair. The loud snap echoed through the area, a sudden noise that interrupted the male and female wolves who were inside their den, attempting to increase the number of members in the pack. Soon after, two Gale wolves emerged. Their faces showed clear displeasure, and their light green eyes seemed to burn with palpable anger. They lowered their heads and let out a deep howl, gathering strength for the inevitable confrontation. The loud cry startled the birds in nearby trees, causing them to take flight. Ethan declared that while loud voice was useless, true strength was the foundation of everything. Holding the light green spear Liam had left him, he rushed forward. Amelia was equally determined and quickly drew her long sword, charging into the fray right behind him. Simultaneously, Little Blue jumped off Amelia's shoulder, instantly growing larger. Like many companion beasts, it possessed two distinct states, a daily state and a battle state. This deep sea dragon cub was no exception. Just like now, it had instantly transitioned from its daily state to its full battle state. The two swift wolves did not retreat. Instead, their fighting spirit intensified as they challenged Ethan's presence, declaring that it was time to settle a score. However, upon seeing the deep, sea dragon cub in its fighting stance, the anger in Ethan's heart instantly extinguished. This creature was identified as a companion beast of the dragon race, an extremely powerful and top-tier ferocious beast. Observing this, both the male and female Gale wolves began communicating among themselves, debating whether they should still fight against a dragon. One wolf suggested that since the dragon was so small, it could not possibly be a match for them, leading the others to conclude that they must continue fighting, because their enjoyment had been ruined. Ethan couldn't understand the language of the Gale wolves, only questioning what gibberish they were speaking. Frowning, Ethan held his long spear and advanced toward the two wolves. The beasts were not outdone, they imbued their claws with wind elemental energy. One wolf raised its sharp claws as if to clash head-on with Ethan's spear. Amelia followed suit, swinging her longsword and unleashing the skill-flying leaf blade. A hook-shaped blade flew swiftly toward one of the Gale wolves. Simultaneously, Megan used her skill, water balloon impact, spitting out several water balls that flew towards the same wolf. As the lead passed, it cut a shallow wound on the Gale wolf, causing drops of blood to drip to the ground. Several water balls hit the wolf in succession, inflicting considerable pain, and the Gale wolf's attention instantly shifted from Ethan to Amelia. The claws of the Gale wolf clashed with Ethan's spear, producing a sharp metallic clang. The wind elemental energy attached to the wolf claws caused Ethan's spear to tremble irregularly. Fortunately, Ian's marksmanship was highly proficient, allowing him to control this level of skill easily. Next, he activated the skill Ice Shard Ring, increasing the activity of ice-type elemental energy within his body. He declared with fierce intent that he was no longer playing around. In an instant, most of his body's energy was drained. Even though this was the second time he had used Ice Blast, Ethan still hadn't fully adapted to its immense drain. Although feeling uneasy, the Gale wolf he was fighting was in an even worse state. The powerful ice elemental energy flowed through the spear in Ethan's hand, covering the entire body of the Gale wolf. With a violent shattering sound, the head of the Gale wolf was blasted open with a huge bloody hole. Due to firstfence in their cultivation levels, its vitality remained stronger than that of previous mid-level second-tier rhinoceroses. Ethan mused internally that there is a limit to jokes. Although its head was gone, the Gale wolf's life force had not completely disappeared, and its limbs were still twitching. However, for Ethan this was nothing more than a few more blows. He raised a spear and launched a fierce attack on the still active part of the Gale wolf. A few seconds later, the Gale wolf finally died. The system announced that he had defeated the Tier 2 high-rank ferocious beast, Gale wolf, gaining 550 evolution points. Ethan's eyes lit up at the massive reward. This far exceeded what he had gained in a day in the shallow waters. Indeed, nothing ventured, nothing gained. As his thoughts wandered, Ethan turned his attention to Amelia and the other Gale wolf. The second wolf was also covered in wounds of varying sizes and depths. Its once green fur was matted together in many places, stained with blood and water damage, looking utterly disheveled. In contrast, Amelia's light black battle suit was almost spotless, indicating she was relatively relaxed. After all, her companion beast, the deep-water dragon cub, was no pushover. Even though it was still in its cub form, its offensive capabilities should not be underestimated. Ethan raised a spear and threw it forward, piercing through the dying Gale wolf's body. Ice-type elemental energy raged wildly within its core. The system confirmed that he had defeated the Tier 2 high-rank ferocious beast, Gale wolf, gaining 550 evolution points. With a whopping 1,100 evolution points in hand, Ethan clapped his hands together in satisfaction. However, the good times did not last long. Due to the depletion of his internal energy, Ethan instantly felt powerless and collapsed to the ground. Amelia rushed over immediately, expressing concern for him. When he reassured her that he was fine, she accepted it. But Ethan quickly pulled out an energy potion from the backpack behind him and drank it all in one go before regaining his footing. He thanked her profusely, explaining that without Amelia's help, he would not have been able to handle those two Gale wolves alone. He admitted that after just one use of Ice Blast, he would have been severely weakened and lacked the strength needed for the second wolf. After polite acknowledgement, Amelia voiced the question that had been nagging at her, what skill he had just used, noting how incredibly powerful it was. The loud explosion from his last blast had instantly captured her full attention. To their astonishment, they discovered that the once enormous adult Gale wolf had been blasted into many pieces. However, since this was still a time of conflict, she refrained from asking any further questions. Ethan then revealed the truth. It was an S-rank skill belonging exclusively to his teacher, East Blast. Amelia's bright, beautiful eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this revelation. She recalled her aunt had also given her an S-level skill book on the day she registered for the job, but even now, she had only managed to learn 60% of it, falling short of beginner proficiency. A slight sense of frustration washed over Amelia due to Ethan's evident excellence, especially considering he came from such a prominent family. Yet, she quickly dismissed the feeling, reminding herself that cultivation was about breaking through one's own limitations step by step, not constantly comparing oneself to others. Seeing the bloodstains on his face, she gently offered to clean them for him. Ethan nodded in response to Amelia's question. He suddenly recalled an advertising slogan from his previous life, thinking the sentiment was strikingly similar to the scene they were currently experiencing. After a quick wash, the bloodstains on Ethan's face vanished completely. After thanking her, he inquired if Amelia had brought a map. Amelia responded matter-of-factly that she indeed had one. Hearing this, Ethan's eyes brightened and mentioned that he was currently without any maps. He suggested that Amelia and Megan could train their teamwork skills, offering to be given a ride instead. Amelia nodded in agreement, confirming that since she could help her classmate whenever possible, she would. Later, while traveling with Amelia, Ethan opened his control panel. The interface displayed: Name Ethan. Evolution 900. Special ability Ice Crown Ice Air Realm Level Tier 1 Mental Scale 174 has Q Iron Blood 302 calories. Skills Marksmanship Advanced. Melee Combat as Basic. Ice Ring D Basic with an upward arrow. Ice Blasia CS Sick Body Tempering Technique. Profound Nether Ice Soul Body AASI Level 0 with an upward arrow. He observed that although his evolution points had reached 1,900, there were still areas requiring improvement. After glancing at the panel, Ethan noticed a small up arrow next to the body tempering technique. He realized he had completed the tempering of approximately 90 bones, which was still more than 100 short of the complete 206 bones. For other aspects, such as his realm or marksmanship, he determined that he did not have enough evolution points right now. Ethan was also surprised by how low his cultivation level remained. It used to only take 560 evolution points to advance to the middle tier, but now it required over 1,000. When he questioned the system, it confirmed that everything was normal. Having no other choice, Ethan opted to directly allocate points to the body tempering technique. He then stopped and addressed Amelia, who was standing nearby, explaining that he had experienced a sudden realization regarding the body tempering technique he was learning. He requested her help by asking if she could keep watch for him. Amelia's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly as she opened her mouth in surprise at his epiphany concerning body tempering techniques. She noted that mastering these techniques relied on perseverance and pushing the body to its limits, stating that these two elements were indispensable and complementary. However, given their current situation, she wondered how long it had been since he broke through to the mid-level first rank a few days ago, especially after learning the S-rank skill, Ice Explosion Technique. She found his sudden epiphany about the body tempering technique absolutely outrageous, questioning if cultivation was like riding a rocket. Only by thinking this way could Amelia find his focus on the body tempering technique somewhat reasonable. Ethan muttered to himself that it was just luck, unaware of Amelia's thoughts. He pressed the up arrow button on the system panel and simply found an open space before sitting down. A powerful surge of ice elemental energy immediately erupted from his body. The process of allocating points to the body tempering technique was far from easy. One cliff to another rang out as he poured in the resources. Simultaneously, beads of cold sweat dripped from Ethan's forehead, and he frowned deeply, feeling his entire body tremble. After approximately an hour, Ethan slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled a breath of stale air, noting that the flow of Qi blood within him felt significantly more active. Furthermore, the ice elemental energy inside his body had become even more abundant. He immediately opened the panel to check for changes in his attributes. The system displayed name Ethan, evolution points 800, special ability Ice Crowns Ice, realm level mid T1, spirit to 192 Hz, Qi blood 422 calories, skills marksmanship advanced. Melee combat basic, ice ring Shi Diaxisic with an upward arrow, ice blast asses a basic, body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body assess, to first level. Ethan's gaze sharpened as he compared the results. He remembered that when his body tempering technique was at level 0, his spirit had measured 174 Hz, and his blood energy stood at 302 calories. Now, his spirit had reached 192 Hz, and his blood energy had jumped to 422 calories. While the improvement in spirit was not massive for a body tempering technique, the boost to Qi and blood was truly significant. A full 120 calories. This increase far surpassed the 50-calorie gain he experienced when breaking through from the lower level to the middle level of the first tier. Another crucial point was that the total amount of ice-type elemental energy within his body had increased by about 1/3. Previously, either with all his might, he could only unleash Ice Blast once, but now he felt capable of managing it twice. Amelia noticed the commotion beside her and turned her attention over. It was thusly time for Amelia to have her meal. She and her companion beast were enjoying the sandwiches that Amelia had brought. Ethan took a sandwich from Amelia's hand and began eating it in large bites. The bread had a soft yet chewy texture, and the fillings, fried eggs, ham, chicken breast, and more, created an extremely rich selection of ingredients. The accompanying sauce was perfectly balanced, sweet without being cloying. Ethan praised the sandwich for its deliciousness. Amelia puffed out her chest, expressing her pride that she had made it herself. Although she knew she could not compare to Ethan in terms of cultivation power, she felt confident in other aspects of her life. During the meal, Amelia's superpower, natural spiritual essence, passively sensed a profound change in Ethan's aura. She slowed her chewing and involuntarily wondered how such an increase in aura could possibly be attributed to a low-level body tempering technique. Since Ethan himself was present, she naturally inquired about the quality of the body tempering technique he had mastered. Ethan spoke frankly, revealing that his technique was the S-rank body tempering technique, Zhuaming Ice Soul Body. Amelia gasped at the mention of the S status and instinctively inquired how he had achieved it. Ethan replied, admitting that he wasn't sure himself, suggesting that perhaps sheer luck or simply a deep understanding of the principles must have been responsible. He knew he could not openly tell Amelia that he gained evolution points by killing ferocious beasts, and then used those points to skip the natural cultivation process with a single click. The look of surprise on Amelia's pretty face did not diminish in the slightest. She was now certain of one thing: the title of genius was no longer enough to describe him. Only the word monster could truly capture his essence. The remaining half-day was spent hunting. Although he failed to find any second-tier high-level ferocious beasts, such as the Gale Wolf, Ethan instead encountered nearly 10 second-tier low-level ferocious beasts, including the Purple Fang Serpent. As he fought them, system notifications flashed before him. He had defeated the Tier 2 low-rank ferocious beast, the Liffey Monkey, and gained 120 evolution points. Furthermore, he had defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, Little Yellow Bear, gaining 140 evolution points. In the Ethan opened his panel to check his total harvest. His status read name Ethan, evolution points 2050. Unfortunately, even though his evolution points had reached 2050, he still could not break through his current realm, a reason that would be explained later. Fortunately, however, Ethan managed to improve his proficiency in the skill Ice Shard Ring from beginner to intermediate level. This was a skill book Thomas had given him previously, and he had been able to achieve this proficiency breakthrough long ago. He spent 200 evolution points, triggering the upgrade. Ice Ring D transitioned from beginner to intermediate. Breaking through to a higher skill level proved much easier than advancing his body tempering technique. First, a large amount of memories flooded into his brain, which he then needed to absorb entirely. After absorbing these memories, Ethan mobilized his internal energy and released the ice prism ring once again. He immediately discovered that the number of ice shards released after using the ice shard ring had increased from 3 to 4. Moreover, the individual ice shards were slightly larger, and their ice-type amplification was noticeably stronger. Thinking about it carefully, Ethan realized this made perfect sense. After all, it was merely a D-level skill. What other requirements could it possibly have? He further discovered that after the ice prism ring technique reached intermediate proficiency, the upward arrow icon remained visible on the panel. In other words, with his remaining 1,850 evolution points, he still had enough to upgrade Ice Ring Body from intermediate proficiency to advanced proficiency. Of course, and decided not to invest a large amount of evolution points into a D-level skill like Ice Ring Body at this moment. As nightfall arrived, Amelia and the deep sea demon dragon cub were quietly eating the food they had brought. Ethan, however, gathered some dry branches nearby and lit a campfire. The bonfire blazed brightly, casting a warm glow over the area. Next, he used thin twigs as skewers to cook the meat from the ferocious beasts they had hunted that day. The moment the beast meat touched the flames, thick smoke instantly billowed out. He sprinkled them on cumin and various seasonings, creating an aroma that was simply amazing. The fragrance drifted toward Amelia and Megan, who were standing nearby. In her mind, Megan communicated a strong desire for meat, its saliva practically dripping down its throat. Sensing this craving, Ethan approached the man and beast with several freshly grilled skewers, offering them some of the meal. Little Blue was already drooling uncontrollably, eagerly demanding more food. Amelia smiled gently. She accepted his kindness with thanks. Ethan simply waved his hand, dismissing her gratitude by stating that since they were all classmates, it was natural for both him to help and her to assist. After taking a bite of the skewer, Amelia found that the heat was perfectly controlled and the seasoning was highly flavorful, remarking on how well grilled the skewers were. She then wondered aloud about Little Blue's energy source, noting the immense power contained within its small body. Before Amelia could take many bites, Megan had already finished all her skewers. Seeing this, Little Blue stuck out its tongue again, demanding more. Amelia playfully called it a gluttonous little dragon, and gently flicked her companion beast on the forehead. Little Blue acted as if it were in pain, touching its head with both tiny paws, looking utterly heartbroken. While finishing the remaining skewers, Ethan handed a freshly grilled skewer to Megan. The night passed in such a pleasant atmosphere that worry was forgotten. Because Amelia possessed the est-level superpower, natural spiritual essence, which granted her extraordinary sensory abilities, sensing the arrival of ferocious beasts was not a problem for her. This protective ability remained active even while she slept. Consequently, Ethan no longer needed to keep watch. He recalled when he had been with the rest of the Firefox team. Their schedule required them to maintain watch duty for 10 hours, from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. The 5 members were supposed to divide this time equally, resulting in 2 hours per person. Regardless, one's sleep interrupted was always unpleasant. Now that there was no need to keep guard, Ethan slept soundly. It felt like the deepest rest he had experienced in days. The next day arrived, and Ethan and Amelia got up early. After all, 10 hours of sleep was enough for anyone these days, provided they didn't stay up late or spend time on their phones. A soft snore echoed from the area, which Ethan realized must have been Megan. 10 hours of rest truly felt restorative. This brought a key point into focus. Megan was not a person, she was a deep sea demon dragon cub and Amelia's companion beast. The two were fundamentally different creatures. After even Amelia finished washing up, they began making breakfast. With a flash of light, a microwave oven materialized from Amelia's spatial ring. She explained that the appliance could be powered by energy. Placing the food inside, she turned on the switch while simultaneously transmitting her own vital energy into the microwave. The delicious aroma wafting out was enough to rouse Megan from sleep. Little Blue also flew over with its little wings flapping. Amelia smiled slightly, stating that she knew this trick would wake up Megan. Suddenly, however, as if sensing something unexpected, her pupils widened in utter disbelief. Seeing Amelia's horrified expression, Ethan questioned her about what was wrong and what had happened. Amelia frowned deeply, sensing that a ferocious beast with an extremely strong aura was located approximately 1,000 meters away from them. She identified it as likely being a third-tier ferocious beast, an assessment that initially took Ethan by surprise. Suddenly, a tremendous roar ripped through the valley. The tiger's bellow caused all nearby beasts to tremble in fear, and the lurking creatures in the shadows shook even more intensely. With a massive earth-shaking roar, the figure of the ferocious beast slowly emerged from the darkness. At first, Ethan could not discern its appearance in the gloom, but once revealed, the creature seemed to generate its own light source. Approaching was a colossal, fiery tiger. Its body was as solid as a small mountain, and every step it took carried immense pressure that the ground beneath their feet trembled slightly. Its limbs were thick and muscular, and its pupils held an intimidating gaze. Wherever its eyes swept, they felt almost like being burned. The beast's entire form was covered in a fiery red mane, and real flames even burned along its tail. It illuminated the surrounding space, allowing Ethan and Amelia to take in its full, terrifying appearance. This sheer momentum suggested that this creature far surpassed anything a second-tier high-level Gale wolf could possess. Even if they did not know the exact level of the flaming tiger before them, it was clear that its realm was at least third-tier. Ethan quickly processed the implications. Third-order power meant that even at the lower end of the third tier, its damage resistance was several times stronger than that of the upper tier of the second level. An attack capable of instantly killing a Tier 2 upper-level enemy would only inflict minor injuries upon a Tier 3 lower-level enemy, and wouldn't even break the skin of a Tier 3 middle-level enemy. Although third-tier ferocious beast would yield many evolution points, Ethan knew they could not consider fighting a losing battle with their current resources. Their choice was immediate and clear: they had to run away. They exchanged a look, sharing the same desperate conclusion. Amelia proactively suggested that they immediately put all their belongings into her spatial ring, because there was no time for proper packing. Ethan felt slightly taken aback but nodded in agreement. He recalled his original plan to abandon everything just to save their lives. He marveled at how large Amelia's spatial ring was, noting could actually fit 2 open tents inside. Furthermore, she managed to guide Megan back into the containment sphere. After securing all their possessions, Ethan and Amelia turned around without hesitation and began running away. The flaming tiger spotted them immediately and, viewing them as mere prey, relentlessly pursued their escape. Both protagonists were at the mid-level of the first rank, meaning their natural speed was significantly inferior to that of the massive tiger. The distance between them rapidly closed: 800 meters, then 500 meters, then 300 meters. Ethan felt the wind whipping past him and shook his head in despair, realizing they would be caught soon. Amelia's mind stirred, and she took out 2 white pills from her spatial ring. She advised Ethan that these were speed pills containing wind elemental energy, which could significantly increase his speed for a short period of time. Ethan pondered aloud about the potential adverse reactions, given that he had awakened an ice-type ability while taking wind-type energy. However, there was no time to worry about such things. Survival was paramount. He took the white swiftness pill from Amelia's hand and swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, a surge of heat passed through him, making him feel slightly breathless. Simultaneously, his running speed increased threefold, reaching 4 times his original pace. This boost was more than enough to leave the flaming tiger far behind. With the help of the speed pill Amelia had prepared, the 2 easily outpaced the beast. The flaming tiger paused, initially puzzled by how much faster the 2 humans suddenly became. It continued chasing them for a while but soon realized it could not catch up at its own speed. If catching up was impossible, continuing the chase was pointless trouble. Therefore, the flaming tiger gave up the pursuit, reasoning that there were plenty of ferocious beasts in this underground world, and no need to make such a fuss over 2 humans, especially since it still had a mission to complete. After several minutes of thrilling escape, both Ethan and Amelia collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Ethan soon realized his shortness of breath was worsening rapidly, understanding it must be the price paid for possessing additional elemental energies in his body. Just as he prepared to endure the pain, Amelia softly mentioned a natural bath. In the next second, a green light shone upon him, revealing that Amelia had used her skill to remove this negative status from Ethan. Finding his breathing smooth again, Ethan's face lit up with joy. He remarked on the potency of the speed pill, noting how it felt like turning into a gust of wind, even though the side effects were severe. Amelia responded irritably, questioning how he could possibly doubt its power and reminding him that the speed pill had cost her over 300,000 blue star coins. Ethan quickly clenched his fists, thanking her profusely and promising to transfer the money once they were safe. He concluded that if a pill costing over 300,000 yuan wasn't potent enough, it must be fake. Amelia merely acknowledged this with a dismissive sound, confirming that while her family was wealthy, she would not give away such valuable items for free, and expected payment for what was owed. Next, Amelia released all the belongings she hadn't had time to pack from her spatial ring. She also let Little Blue out of the containment sphere. Seizing this opportunity, Ethan asked about the size of her spatial ring, noting its impressive capacity. It could hold 2 tenths. This was a question he had wanted to ask for a long time but had been prevented by the emergency. Amelia paused before answering, stating that it measured 100 cubic meters. Upon hearing those words, Ethan's pupils suddenly gleamed with sharp realization. He recalled seeing on television that a ring with only 1 cubic meter volume cost around 30,000 yuan. Based on this calculation, a 100 cubic meter space ring would cost an astronomical 3 million blue star coins. Furthermore, he reasoned that the larger the volume of the ring, the more complex the manufacturing process must be, meaning the final price would definitely exceed 3 million blue star coins, perhaps even reaching 5 million blue star coins. Thinking about this staggering value, Ethan gasped internally, reflecting on what life was like for a truly big family and feeling profoundly ignorant. Ethan once again asked Amelia, puzzled, why she had not simply absorbed him into her spatial ring, especially since it was so large. He suggested that doing so would save her a swiftness pill. Amelia burst out laughing at his words, leaving him completely stumped. His expression became strange, as if he were questioning the humor of the entire situation. Feeling it inappropriate, Amelia covered her mouth and ceased smiling. She then turned his curiosity toward his own spatial ring, noting that he did not appear to possess one. Ethan confirmed that he had been so focused on cultivation that acquiring a ring had slipped his mind. He planned to visit a school after leaving the Shadowmire to purchase one. Amelia's expression shifted to one of knowing certainty as she explained that a spatial ring was essentially a mental space, requiring an imprint with a mental mark before official possession. She then issued a warning regarding independent spirits, explaining that humans possessed these unique souls, and if they wished to enter the spatial ring, they would have to completely eradicate those spirits. Ethan quickly grasped the implication, questioning whether this meant turning people into slaves without independent thought. Amelia confirmed the concept with a smile and a nod, assuring him that it was definitely not possible. A moment later, several blue figures flew past overhead at incredible speed. They must have used wind-related power to increase their velocity, similar to when they had taken the swiftness pill before. The movement was extremely fast, though its general outline remained unclear to Ethan and Amelia. These flying shapes were none other than the ferocious beast known as the Gale Eagle. Shortly after, several more white figures flew by. Their speed was slower than the Gale Eagle's, allowing their forms to be clearly visible below. Amelia instantly recognized them, identifying with widened eyes. They were mid-tier second-order ferocious beasts, called white-feathered pigeons. Ethan looked puzzled, recalling that both types of beasts usually preferred staying near their natural habitats and were reluctant to venture out, even when foraging. He wondered what could have caused them to fly at such full speed. Amelia noted the direction they traveled seemed to be heading toward Owen's location. Ethan made a bold guess that the ferocious beasts might be planning an attack on Owen. While no one could give a definitive answer, they knew only that this place was not safe for long. 2 waves of ferocious beasts flew past in rapid succession. If any more noticed them on the ground, it would truly be a dead end. Amelia suggested returning to the real world. Ethan agreed, citing several reasons. First, He had been trapped in the shadow mire for about a week. Second, he could feel an uncontrollable turmoil within himself. And third, the current situation was indeed unsafe. Furthermore, his gains from this trip were substantial. He had mastered the ice explosion technique at a beginner level, completed the first level of the body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, and still retained 1,850 evolution points. After leaving, he would also receive a large amount of blue star coins. With these considerations, the two continued their journey without stopping for a moment. Though they knew that sleep was necessary at night, since the Shadowmire was pitch black and visibility remained 0 until noon the next day. Eventually they reached the city gate of Valoria City. Superhumans stationed on both sides checked their identification documents. Ethan, Amelia presented their respective superpower base identification documents, and the contractual relationship between Megan and Amelia was also examined without issue. Following the inspection, a superhuman stepped aside to allow them entry. He mentioned that arriving early was fortunate because specialized instruments had detected a significant increase in the number of ferocious beasts nearby, posing a serious risk of an attack on the city. Another superhuman warned them sternly that if they had returned while the beasts were actively attacking, the gate would not have opened. Hearing this warning, Ethan and Amelia felt a wave of relief wash over them. As they entered Ironspire City, Ethan noticed that the number of superhumans guarding the gate had increased significantly. Cannons, which had been previously absent, were now set up. It was clear preparation for an imminent attack wave. Although more beasts did not guarantee an assault, being prepared was certainly better. Seeing Amelia preparing to leave alone, Ethan intervened immediately, offering her half of the points they had earned from hunting the ferocious beasts together. He pointed out that while Amelia had discovered some beasts, she had left them alive so he could kill them and earn evolution points. Specifically, he reminded her that without Amelia's intervention, he would have wasted 1,100 evolution points on the Gale Wolf. Amelia nodded slightly in agreement. She was not one for pretense. If she did not want something, she would not act like it. Yet, Ethan reflected internally that even though a few days might pass before she discussed how others were doing, Amelia was not only trustworthy but also handsome, and possessed good character, making him feel quite comfortable with her presence. The two returned to the real world through the Shadowmire passage located within Valoria City. Ethan recalled Amelia having mentioned this previously. The location for exchanging loot and earning points was on the second floor of the Valoria City ability base. They approached 3 windows in a row, and one window prominently displayed the 6 characters loot exchange. Ethan pulled out his suitcase and walked over to it. This case held all of his spoils gathered since he separated from the Firefox team. The counter at the window was large enough for him to fully open his suitcase and place its contents upon it. Inside were a dozen or so crystals of various colors and sizes, along with valuable parts taken from the ferocious beasts. A staff member chuckled softly, noting that these goods must be worth many points. They then began taking stock of all the spoils Ethan had brought in. The staff meticulously counted every piece of spoil Ethan brought in, item by item. They announced that he had accumulated a total of 620 points. At the Iron Peak Citadel superpower base, the exchange ratio was established at 1 point to 1,000 blue star coins, meaning the loot Ethan had acquired was worth 620,000 blue star coins if exchanged directly. Despite having made some estimates before arriving, hearing the staff's exact quote still left him somewhat shocked. To rake in a staggering 620,000 blue star coins in a single day. He mused on the sheer earning potential of those with superpowers. It was truly terrifying. This realization only reinforced his belief that spending money was highly profitable. The D-grade alloy battle suit, valued at over 100,000 blue star coins, and the tens of thousands of potions were indeed very reasonable purchases. Ethan bowed his head in thought and handed his identification document to the staff member. After entering a string of numbers into the device, a notification sounded. Points had been credited to his account. The staff confirmed that 20 points had been added to his balance. He requested an exchange for blue star coins. The staff member smiled and agreed, asking for his bank card number. Ethan recited the long string of digits. Given their superior energy reserves compared to ordinary people, those with superpowers possessed stronger memories, making it easy for him to recall the required banking information. Less than 2 seconds later, Ethan's phone vibrated slightly. Checking the screen revealed a text message confirming that 620,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. With the money now secured, he felt free to leave. He recalled how quickly they had returned, otherwise, they would have perished in the attack by ferocious beasts. The memory of such an assault hitting the city was vivid and terrifying. Upon arriving at the first floor of the Iron Peak Citadel, Ethan and Amelia went directly to the changing room to change into normal casual clothes. His battle suit was covered in bloodstains, a piece of gear he had wanted to replace for a long time. After leaving the changing room, Ethan requested Amelia's bank card number, remembering his promise to transfer half of the blue star coins to her. She provided the digits with her melodious voice, and he immediately transferred 310,000 blue star coins to her account. This large transaction did not trigger any regulatory mechanisms, unlike in his previous life. This current world had so many people with superpowers that their ability to generate money was terrifying. As long as Lung proved superpowered status on the app, massive transfers could be made directly without triggering alarms. Suddenly remembering another expense, Ethan inquired about transferring the funds for the swiftness pill, which cost over 300,000 blue star coins. He knew that without Amelia's pill, he would most likely have died there, making payment absolutely necessary. Amelia paused in thought before agreeing to the transfer. Ethan operated his phone again, and another 300,000 blue star coins vanished from his account. Reviewing the day's transactions, he noted that 620,000 blue star coins had been received while 610,000 blue star coins were spent, resulting in a net gain of only 10,000 blue star coins. Amelia observed this discrepancy and questioned whether such a small net gain truly made any difference. Ethan calmly reassured her that it was perfectly fine. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He explained that money was not his primary concern, evolution points were far more important. As long as he possessed those points, he could become incredibly powerful, and his potential earnings would vastly surpass his current level. Furthermore, he reminded her that during the days leading up to entering the underground world, he and the Firefox team had hunted many ferocious beasts, ensuring a considerable accumulation of blue star coins. The two then left the Iron Peak Citadel. Ethan bid farewell to Amelia, stating that he was heading back to school. She confirmed she was also returning to her studies, and offered him a ride using car keys, retrieved from her spatial ring. Since it was around noon, peak time for subway operations, Ethan wondered why they would choose such an inconvenient method when a ride-sharing service was readily available. Following Amelia, they arrived at the underground parking garage next to the Iron Peak Citadel. Upon entering, Ethan noticed a large crowd gathered around one vehicle, praising it and taking pictures. It was a bright red Ferrari, exuding the unique luxury feel of high-end automobiles. As soon as Amelia pressed the key, the Ferrari made a distinct sound. The people had been photographing the car and expressing their amazement, immediately turned their attention to the vehicle, whispering amongst themselves about perceived wealth and the unfairness of the beautiful women in the area. Ethan was unaware that some passers-by had already assumed he was Amelia's male concubine. Amelia sighed inwardly, frowning as she remarked that this Ferrari was only 4 million, the cheapest model in her garage, and questioned why so many people were watching. Ethan's goggles widened immediately at the figure of 4 million. Was that all? He suddenly realized the profound difference between his current understanding and the world of the rich. Inside Amelia's Ferrari, watching the scenery flow backward outside the window and listening to the high-pitched engine roar, Ethan quickly returned to Crystalport Academy. He was lost in thought throughout the journey. He mused that when he first arrived in Crystalport City, the senior student who had picked him up had driven a Maybach valued at over 2 million blue star dollars. Now, the car he was in was a Ferrari worth more than 4 million blue star coins. This comparison sparked an idea. He wanted to buy a luxury car someday. Of course, this desire was contingent on having enough blue star coins. He knew he wouldn't actually do it. Instead of spending his several million newly acquired blue star coins on cultivation resources, he would spend them all on purely luxurious items that held no practical use for his growth. Upon arriving at the entrance of Crystalport Academy, Ethan and Amelia maintained a slight distance as they entered. Suddenly, a senior student wearing black-rimmed glasses approached them. It was Richard, one of Ethan's seniors, a sophomore. Richard greeted him, noting the sheer coincidence of their meeting. He then glanced at Amelia walking beside Ethan, giving him a meaningful look without saying a word. Unfortunately for Ethan, he failed to grasp the underlying meaning and simply replied that it truly was quite a coincidence. Ethan thought about how last time he returned to Crystalport Academy from the Iron Peak Citadel, he had run into Senior Kevin at the entrance. This time, returning again from the Iron Peak Citadel, he ran into Senior Richard once more. Was this also just a strange coincidence? After greeting Richard, the two gradually walked deeper into the campus. Seeing that Ethan did not seem to understand his meaning, Richard then took out his phone and sent a message to him on QQ, playfully questioning how he managed to win Amelia's affection. Hearing the notification sound from his phone, Ethan unlocked the screen. This news initially left him completely bewildered. A dozen seconds later, Ethan remembered Richard's earlier sarcastic remark when discussing the fierce competition for freshmen, that the young lady of the Shear family was also extremely beautiful, and suggested he would win without a fight if he were her boyfriend. Upon seeing this message, Ethan realized Richard had misinterpreted the situation. He promptly sent a reply on QQ, clarifying that he had simply met Amelia in the underground world of the Iron Peak Citadel, and they had subsequently returned together. Richard's expression changed upon hearing the formal address Ethan used. He realized he had indeed misinterpreted the situation. However, his focus shifted. He was now interested in the underground world. Therefore, Richard asked if Ethan had already gone to the underground world. When Ethan confirmed that he had, Richard couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Back then, Richard first entered the underground world about 3 or 4 months after the start of the school year. Unexpectedly, junior student Ethan had already done so before school even started. After Amelia received a phone call upon arriving at school, she quickly left the campus again, and her next destination remained unclear. Ethan, meanwhile, began his routine by heading straight to the cleaning center to clean both his spear and battle suit. Sitting on an electric scooter, he appeared somewhat dazed. His original spear was now shattered into pieces, reduced merely to a pile of scrap metal. All that remained in his hand was Liam's spear. He knew he'd eventually have to go to the school's resource trading office to purchase a brand new weapon, and then return the current spear to Liam. After leaving the cleaning center, Ethan proceeded directly to the nearby Nexus point. Before departing school, he had taken on 2 assignments simultaneously, 1 C-level mission and 1 D-level mission. Together, these tasks earned him 2.5 credits. The missions were easy for Ethan, because he only accepted them after being certain of his ability to complete them. Although it was not a huge amount, the earnings helped Ethan recover some health. Next, Ethan naturally headed toward the resource trading area, where he intended to buy a new spear. A staff member greeted him warmly and asked what he wished to order. Ethan replied that he needed a long spear, and the staff member then inquired about the desired quality. Ethan initially planned to ask for a D-grade spear, since his previous one was of that caliber. However, before he could finish speaking, he changed his mind entirely. A D-grade spear would only be acceptable if it broke again after he used Ice Blast. He absolutely could not treat a weapon like a disposable firecracker. Therefore, Ethan decided to upgrade the quality of his armament. The staff member then handed him a tablet computer, displaying all available C-grade spears. The screen provided detailed descriptions of every long gun in the resource trading area, including length images and corresponding prices. He saw that the Fengyang spear was a grade C spear weighing 55 kilograms and measuring 2.6 meters long, priced at 448,000 blue star coins. Next to it was the Black Dragon spear, which weighed 60 kilograms and measured 2.7 meters long, costing 499,000 blue star coins. Finally, it was the Lingxiao spear, a grade C long spear weighing 80 kilograms and measuring 2.9 meters long, priced at 60 credits payable only with credits. Seeing the prices, Ethan felt a pang of regret. The cheapest C-grade spear was the Azure Cloud Spear, costing over 440,000 Blue Star coins. It was clear that improving the quality significantly increased the price. But things had come to this point, and there was no turning back. When he first arrived at school, he had 1.5 million Blue Star coins in his bank account. If he gritted his teeth, he could still afford it. He assessed his current weight comfort zone for holding a weapon, which was roughly between 56 and 64 kilograms. After careful selection and repeated comparison of the images, Ethan finally chose the Black Dragon Spear. It weighed 60 kilograms and measured 2.7 meters long, making it a perfect fit for him in his current state. The staff member then spoke to a colleague, asking them to accompany him inside to retrieve the spear while the other stood guard. After Ethan swiped his bank card, the staff led him inside because they could not lift the 60-kilogram Black Dragon Spear themselves. The staff led him to the location where equipment was stored in the resource trading area. Along the way, he saw all sorts of weapons, broadswords, longswords. You name it. Finally, the staff led him to a long spear. This day it was entirely dark black. The tip was polished to a very sharp point, and the cold glint of light reflected from it. There was also a small dragon wrapped around the handle. This little dragon was carved to life. It served as both decoration and made the grip more comfortable. That is the Black Dragon Spear that Ethan just bought. The staff member warmly presented the spear, indicating it was exactly what Ethan wanted. Ethan picked up the spear immediately to test its feel. It was really great. Moreover, the weight was just right, allowing him to exert his strength. Unlike his old broken spear, which was a bit too soft and not very comfortable to use, this one's perfect. So, Ethan left the resource trading center with the brand new Black Dragon Spear, feeling quite pleased with himself. From the resource trading office to the shared electric bikes parking area was a few hundred meters away. He took out his phone and scrolled through short videos for a while. The results for the martial arts exam were released today. The National College Entrance Examination (NCEE) is divided into two parts: the Military Skills Test and the Academic Skills Test. Here it simply refers to the martial arts exam. The martial arts exam tests your spirit, health and damages support abilities, and you also have to answer some questions about ferocious beasts, so the results are given very quickly. It was impossible to throw all these students, who had only been awakened for less than a month, into the underground space to kill ferocious beasts, let alone killing them. Most students would be lucky if they didn't tremble and scream for their mothers when faced with a ferocious beast. Killing ferocious beasts was unrealistic. He glanced at the video announcing the results of the martial arts exam, but Ethan only looked at it casually a few times. After all, he was now a college student, and the college entrance examination was a thing of the past. Speaking of the college entrance examination, Ethan thought of his good brother from high school, Daniel. His awakened superpower was only at level E, which wouldn't even qualify him for a specialized college through the martial arts exam. As for the written exam, based on his usual grades, he could still get into a regular undergraduate program, so he chose the written exam. The written exam was scheduled a few days later than the martial arts exam. It had only just begun. Ethan silently wished Daniel well in his heart. Also, there was his former class monitor, Chloe. He remembered hearing from classmates that her awakened superpower seemed to be B-level, which wasn't bad. She probably awakened a B-level superpower through the martial arts exam. He wondered how she did on the exam and where she ranked. Ethan didn't dwell too much on these things. As he walked, he unknowingly arrived at the location where shared electric bikes were parked. Ethan initiated the shared electric vehicle program. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and slowly drove towards his dormitory. Having just returned from the Iron Peak Citadel, and then wandered around the Christoport Academy campus, he was currently experiencing both physical and mental exhaustion and naturally needed plenty of rest. The wind was quite strong, and Ethan could hear a constant whooshing sound. Not long after Ethan returned to his dormitory, he immediately went up the spiral staircase to the second floor and entered his bedroom. Extreme exhaustion prevented him from even taking a shower. As soon as he got into bed, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, Ethan habitually picked up his phone from beside his pillow and took a look. It was over 10 m. He felt that sleeping until 10 p.m. meant he wouldn't be able to fall asleep tonight. After waking up, Ethan felt much better and had more energy. He quitted to the bathroom next door and took a refreshing cold shower. Since he hadn't eaten much after returning, he was hungry. On the Crystal Port Academy app, he ordered himself a honey crispy roast chicken. It was only a little past 10 p.m., and college students' lives were just beginning. The cafeteria's takeout service was still operating normally. The honey-glazed crispy roast chicken had been recommended by Senior Kevin, and sales were booming. Even if it was late at night, like 10 p.m., the cafeteria would still prepare the freshest meal. If Ethan had been quick with his hands, he might not have been able to snag it. Sure enough, he woke up at 10 p.m., and when it was time to go to sleep, he couldn't fall back asleep. It wasn't until 3 a.m. that Ethan felt sleepy and fell asleep again. Ethan did not get up early today. He got up at 8 a.m. After quick breakfast, Ethan rode a shared electric scooter to the Frostart Ability Hall. Daily training was necessary. Even if he could directly add points through the system, Ethan would not give up any opportunity to become even a little bit stronger in ordinary times. After all, becoming stronger during normal times reduced the number of evolution points consumed when more were needed. To some extent, this could also be considered a way to acquire evolution points. After leaving the Frostart Ability Hall with great satisfaction, Ethan went to the cafeteria for lunch. Normally after lunch, he would return to his dormitory for a 1 to 2 hour nap, and then go to the Frostart Ability Hall for afternoon training. Today, however, he did not plan to go back to his dorm because he had gotten enough sleep. Ethan returned to the Frostart Ability Hall in the afternoon. This made even the staff who were familiar with him look at him with new respect. They remembered that Ethan used to take afternoon naps, but now he didn't even do them anymore. He had awakened a rare S-class superpower, and he was still working so hard. After training for about 5 hours at the Frostart Ability Hall, Ethan first had dinner and then returned to his dormitory. Upon entering the dormitory, Ethan's gaze immediately sharpened. He discovered several bags of snacks that didn't belong to him next to the sofa in the living room on the first floor. Ordinary people cannot enter their own dormitories, therefore, it could only be. Just then a tall, thin young man with fairer skin walked down the spiral staircase. Judging from his appearance, this young man should be about the same age as Ethan. The young man gave a kind smile and introduced himself as his roommate. Just as Ethan had guessed, the young man was indeed his assigned roommate. The results for the martial arts exam were released quickly, and the application process was even faster. For the martial arts exam, one only needed to apply to schools. Unlike liberal arts exams, there was no need to worry about things like majors or transfers. Once an application was submitted, admission results would be received the very next day. Seeing this information, Ethan smiled warmly and offered a friendly greeting. The two exchanged friendly handshakes, and Ethan found his new roommate's personality quite pleasant, making his initial impression positive. The roommate quickly questioned Ethan about his status as a specially recruited student and urgently asked him to reveal the type of superpower he had awakened. Ethan responded truthfully that his awakening was an S-class superpower ice crown. The mention of the S-class ability caused the roommate's breath to hitch. He looked on with obvious envy before asking if they could hold a match the following day. Suddenly, this request completely stumped Ethan. His understanding of combat suggested a confrontation between two opposing sides, so he wondered why they needed to fight. He considered if there might be some kind of grudge, but the roommate's warm smile suggested otherwise. Noticing Ethan's slightly confused expression, the roommate clarified his intent. He explained that he was the top scorer in this year's Tianchuan Province martial arts exam and had awakened an A-flare level ice type ability. His goal was simply to test the difference between an A-flare level ice type ability and a full S-class ice type ability. Ethan felt both amused and exasperated by the coincidence, realizing that ice-type abilities were rare elemental powers. It was unexpected that his new roommate had awakened one as well. Ethan agreed that if the roommate wished to fight, he was ready, raising an eyebrow in acceptance. He immediately followed up by inquiring about the roommate's current cultivation realm. The roommate scratched his head and admitted that he had awakened his superpower 2 months ago, but was still only at the awakened level. Ethan quickly proposed a reasonable solution. If the roommate was at the awakened 1 level, he would also suppress his own cultivation down to that same level for a fair match, ensuring that the difference between their superpowers could be properly revealed. However, the roommate then asked Ethan about his current realm. Upon hearing this, Ethan quickly revealed that he was currently at the mid-level 1st rank. The revelation caused the roommate's pupils to dilate in shock. The mid-level 1st tier. This was a goal Ethan had set for himself to achieve during his first semester of university. How could the roommate already be at such a high rank before school had even officially started? It was genuinely terrifying. Ethan then numbered another question he had forgotten. When did the roommate awaken his superpower? He asked this directly, knowing that awakening abilities was determined by innate talent, and the rarer the power, the easier it was to manifest early. The roommate replied that he had awakened his power about a month ago, specifically on the day of the awakening ceremony. The revelation completely stunned Ethan. To awaken S-class superpower and jump directly from an awakener to a mid-level 1st tier individual in less than a full month was virtually incomprehensible. Such a person would be an unbelievable existence. Despite his new roommate's friendly demeanor, Ethan felt immense pressure. Thankfully, the roommate quickly reassured him that he would suppress his own cultivation down to the awakened level, which eased Ethan's anxiety about any potential embarrassment. The next day arrived at the arena area within the school grounds. Along the way they encountered a tall, strong young man named James. He had just left his dormitory and was heading to the Fengyang arena for training. Upon learning that the two intended to have a match in the ring, James smiled and stated that he also wished to watch the game, an action that gave Ethan a bad feeling. The arena area itself was vast. After communicating with the staff, they were able to step onto the ring as planned. There were no bets involved, it was simply a simple game of skill. Ethan urged James to proceed, his expression firm. The environment within the ring felt profoundly different. As soon as he stepped onto it, Ethan felt an immediate surge of confidence and power coursing through him. However, he quickly changed the subject, reminding himself that while passion was important, maintaining rationality in one's mind was even more crucial. James stood by the arena railing, staring intently at the two combatants. He had only recently entered the underground world. Unfortunately, the first team he joined proved unreliable, leaving him with little knowledge to draw upon. Therefore, he wanted to ask Ethan for advice on how to improve. As agreed, Ethan suppressed his cultivation level down to that of an awakened individual. With this arrangement, the battle was about to break out. The sight of the S-class superpower, the Ice Crown, appearing on Ethan's head made him genuinely amazed. Ethan's weapon was a broadsword, which represented a significant disadvantage compared to his own 2.7-meter-long black dragon spear. Clang, clang! The two weapons clashed, producing sharp metallic sounds. With his highly skilled marksmanship, Ethan easily suppressed James's attacks. Even though James infused the greatsword with ice-type elemental energy, Ethan could match him blow for blow without even using any of his own elemental power. This was because Ethan's rudimentary level of swordsmanship was like a baby to him. Seeing this overwhelming display of skill, James sighed in despair and expressed how outrageous it was that Ethan's marksmanship was so proficient. He told the young man that he still needed much more practice. Ethan shook his head, feigning helplessness. After speaking, he infused his spear with ice, elemental energy, and successfully knocked James's broadsword away. The weapon clattered to the ground not far from them. James stated helplessly that he surrendered, asking what they could fight without weapons. Ethan analyzed the situation, pointing out that James's swordsmanship lacked sharpness, and his movements were often sluggish. Both marksmanship and knife skills fundamentally relied on the skill and understanding of how to wield a weapon. And even with James's rudimentary level of swordsmanship, Ethan could still identify several critical flaws. Its initial purpose was simply to observe the difference between A+ level ice-type abilities and S-level ice-type abilities. However, he found that he could not discern any functional difference in their capabilities. On the contrary, the exercise exposed one of Ethan's flaws: his swordsmanship was too poor and too fragmented. After hearing this critique, Ethan repeatedly nodded. He declared that starting the next day, he would diligently practice his swordsmanship and strive to reach the intermediate proficiency level before the freshman competition. Giving an encouraging look, he urged him to work hard. The other person nodded in agreement. Since Ethan had only just enrolled in school, he was already so strong. He could not afford to fall too far behind. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory across the street, Emily exclaimed about their good fortune of being assigned to the same dorm in college. She revealed that she had awakened the A-level superpower called Ruthless Storm, and her martial arts exam score ranked 10th in Vedantia province. On the day the results were released, she chose Crystalport Academy without hesitation when applying for university, because it was close to her home. And more importantly, because her best friend also attended this school. Hearing Emily's words, Amelia couldn't help but smile internally at their good luck. In reality, it had been Amelia who spoke with her aunt, the dean of the Grass-type academy, to help Emily change dormitories. Of course, Emily suspected that Amelia had helped her move rooms, and what she just said was merely a joke. Emily made a playful comment regarding Amelia's figure, joking about which person would end up with her. She looked pointedly at Amelia's chest area, making a lecherous expression as if to pinch it, but Amelia quickly dodged the gesture. Amelia frowned slightly and spoke reproachfully, suggesting that Emily was too unserious even after arriving. Despite the teasing tone, she acknowledged how wonderful her best friend was. Emily shook her head, chuckled, and changed the subject by suggesting a drive that night. Amelia readily agreed. She had been under a lot of pressure lately, and a relaxing outing would be good for both of them. Later, after speaking at length with James, Ethan guided his friend to the Frost Art Ability Hall. Based on Ethan's expression, he realized that his hometown must possess a dedicated center for ice-type abilities. Upon arriving at the hall, however, he did not display the same curiosity as before. The two quickly entered their respective training rooms and commenced their session. The morning training session concluded swiftly. Both of them were utterly exhausted. Leaving the training room, they headed straight for the cafeteria. Since the honey-glazed crispy roast chicken was sold out, Ethan and his friend had to find an alternative place to eat. While queuing the cafeteria, Ethan received a message from Lauren. The message inquired whether he had left Iron Peak Citadel. Ethan responded with an emoji to confirm his departure. He recalled that communication was usually impossible underground, because there were no signals. Lauren reminded him that Iron Peak Citadel had been completely sealed off following a large-scale attack by ferocious beasts. It was estimated that they would be unable to hunt those creatures there for at least 1 month. Lauren reported that the Firefox team's gains over the past few days had totaled 900 points, which was equivalent to 900,000 blue star coins. Following this report, Ethan received a transfer of 630,000 blue star coins from Lauren. Seeing the large sum, Ethan paused before accepting it immediately. He felt that receiving 50% would have been appropriate, while 70% seemed excessive. However, Lauren sent another message, urging him to keep all of it, stating that without his contribution, they could not have achieved such a high score. Given her words and knowing they were true, Ethan quickly accepted the transfer. Everything was suddenly much better. He had not only covered the cost of the Black Dragon Spear, but, after deducting the potions used in the underworld, he had achieved a net profit of approximately 100,000 blue star coins. After receiving the funds, Lauren remained silent for a moment and did not send any further messages. A few minutes later, however, a new message appeared. It conveyed that while Ethan had indeed brought many surprises to the team since joining, his strength meant he should not be limited by their current group. The meaning behind these words was painfully clear. They felt their team was too weak and would hold him back. Therefore, he was being asked to leave, either to fight on his own or find a stronger collective. This assessment held undeniable truth, as evidenced by the one-horned rhinoceros. Otherwise, Lauren would not have asked the rest of the team to return first. Seeing the exchange, Ethan felt deeply conflicted. He thought about the Firefox team: Lauren, who was warm and concerned; Liam, who was unconventional yet humorous; Noah, who had taught him so much about the underground world; and Olivia, who, though timid, provided vital buffs from behind the group. Although had been with them for less than a month, and had only visited the underground world twice, he genuinely felt the warmth of every member there, making the thought of leaving incredibly reluctant. Amelia, standing nearby, turned around to him, gently asking him to stop staring at his phone so they could pick up vegetables. When it was time for them to leave, Ethan felt a wave of hesitation wash over him. Amelia gently reminded him about their current task, pulling him back to the present moment. He snapped out of his daze, putting down his phone, and picking up the dishes he had just ordered. He walked back to the table alongside Amelia. He then asked her if she was free the following night, suggesting they have dinner together sometime soon. Moments later, when he reopened his phone, a message arrived from Lauren. She confirmed that she would be there on time tomorrow night. Ethan found this arrangement acceptable. Having one last meal with them all would allow them to part on good terms. After the farewell dinner with Amelia, she had originally planned to return to the dormitory with him. However, Ethan informed her that he had other commitments and left alone instead. Immediately after replying to Lauren's message, Ethan approached his teacher, Arthur, and asked if he was free at noon that day. Upon confirmation of his availability, it became clear that the matter Ethan needed to discuss was a meeting regarding a significant problem he had discovered upon returning from the underground world. After departing from Ethan, Arthur arrived at his residence, where a butler quickly made way for him. Upon entering, Ethan saw Arthur seated on the sofa. The sense of pressure Arthur exuded was noticeably less intense than their first meeting, perhaps due to Ethan's adaptation, but he proceeded directly to his main point. He explained that while the ice explosion technique was highly effective in the underground world, it consumed too much internal energy for him to sustain consistently. Furthermore, relying solely on a spear proved insufficient for achieving sufficient damage output, prompting him to ask Arthur if he could recommend any suitable skills. Arthur was not surprised by the mention of the underground world, as sensing the bloodthirsty aura emanating from Ethan was incredibly easy for him as a 7th-tier Grandmaster. However, when he heard the name Ice Explosion, genuine surprise crossed his face. He realized that Ethan possessed not only strong comprehension of cultivation realms, but also an exceptional ability to learn skills, coupled with a good personality that won Arthur's heart. Arthur inwardly thought that he had truly taken on a promising disciple. In response, Arthur advised that the more powerful the skill, the greater the consumption of yuan energy, which was entirely normal and not cause for worry. He explained as Ethan's cultivation level increased, and he gradually mastered the body tempering technique, his body's reserves of yuan energy would increase significantly, allowing him to unleash higher rank skills. With those words, Arthur presented 3 skill books: Ice Blade, Ice Flash, and Frozen Shield. He briefly explained their functions. Ice Blade was an A-level skill designed for ranged ice attacks. Ice Flash was a B-level skill enabling rapid movement useful for chasing or dodging, and Frozen Shield was an A-level skill that granted the user a shield capable of blocking damage. Upon accepting the books, Ethan repeatedly expressed his gratitude. He reflected his previous methods in the underground world, relying only on spears or high-energy supernatural bursts, and realized that having skills like Ice Blade for ranged damage, and Ice Flash and Frozen Shield for mobility and defense, would make his combat capabilities far more comprehensive. After expressing his thanks, Ethan redirected the conversation to the mysterious Nether Ice Soul body. He noted the book was as thick as a modern Chinese dictionary, and planned to study it when Arthur was not around. Instead of reviewing the text, he decided to ask directly about the precautions required for reaching the 2nd level. Arthur seemed momentarily stunned by how the mysterious Nether Ice Soul body had reached its 1st level after mastering the ice explosion technique, finding the progress slightly exaggerated. Using his spiritual power, Arthur probed Ethan's skeleton and confirmed that all 206 bones were tempered with ice-type elemental energy, showing no signs of improper tempering whatsoever. He observed that Ethan's bone strength was now several times greater than that of other superhumans. After a brief pause, Arthur began explaining the second level of cultivation. It required tempering 5 internal organs: the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. He also warned that should Ethan reach the 6th level, 6 organs would need tempering, including the gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and triple burner. But he stressed that such a goal was far beyond Ethan's current readiness. The most crucial instruction Arthur gave was that the heart must be tempered first. It served as the core support for the entire system; otherwise, the strain could easily trigger fatal internal explosions. To temper these 5 vital organs, Arthur explained that one needed to build 5 bridges. These bridges connected the body's yuan energy channels directly to the yuan energy nodes within the heart, establishing a stable and continuous circulation path for both qi and blood. This same principle applied when tempering the other 4 organs. Arthur then offered to teach Ethan how to temper his heart first, advising him that he should refer to the book for all subsequent details. Ethan acknowledged this instruction, and the two proceeded together to the training room at Arthur's residence to begin their one-on-one teaching. It was not until evening that Ethan left Arthur's residence, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He used the Heart in Crystalport Institute app to order takeout before taking the 3 skill books back to his dormitory. As soon as he entered his room, he found a friend sitting on the sofa, casually watching television while eating snacks. The person had only consumed a few pieces from an opened bag of potato chips, and Ethan enthusiastically offered some chips to his companion. After receiving thanks, Ethan placed the 3 skill books neatly on the table and grabbed a few pieces for himself. The friend then inquired about the origin of the skill books, recalling that library rules strictly prohibited taking them out. Ethan explained that his teacher had given them to him, causing the friend to seem somewhat bewildered by the mention of a teacher. Ethan realized that his friend was completely unaware of the existence of the campus forum. Since the friend was a regular student, and not one specially admitted, he hadn't received special treatment, such as being picked up or dropped off. Furthermore, the friend had arrived in a hurry the night before, and had missed this detail. Therefore, much like his friend had done previously, Ethan sent a link to the campus forum, explaining that Crystalport Institute maintained a dedicated application for it. After sending the link, he went to wash his hands, and then took the 3 skill books upstairs. Inside the Frost-Out Ability Hall, the dense elemental energy permeating the air, combined with the special ice and snow surrounding them, enhanced every aspect of training. In just one morning, Ethan managed to absorb enough knowledge from the 3 skill books that he could finally comprehend the B-level skill, Ice Flash. Assistant notification appeared: evolution points -60. The skill upgraded from Ice Flash B beginner to Ice Flash B elementary. Having spent the points, Ethan now had 1,790 evolution points remaining. He checked his panel and saw that his skill could be improved through proficiency breakthroughs. While a B-level skill did not consume excessive evolution points to advance from beginner to intermediate, he decided to save his resources for now. The current beginner level of Ice Flash was sufficient for his immediate needs. With the freshman competition only about a month away, Ethan set a clear goal. Before the competition, he needed to reach at least the upper 1st rank, or ideally, the lower 2nd rank. Determined to test his progress, Ethan lowered his head and called out Ice Flash. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of blue light, dashing forward a measurable distance, leaving patches of white snowflakes in his wake. He quickly estimated that the complete action took him approximately 0.4 seconds and achieved a maximum displacement of 15 meters. The effect was satisfactory, prompting a mud of deep satisfaction from Ethan. However, the reality check came next. After spending 4,000 blue star coins for the session, he realized the sheer cost of his ambition. To train effectively, Ethan needed at least 8 hours a day, which would consume no less than 8,000 blue star coins. Furthermore, the school's basic monthly supply of pills and medicines was nowhere near enough to sustain him. Based on these calculations, Ethan first stated that maintaining his current rigorous training schedule would cost him an average of between 10,000 and 20,000 blue star coins every single day. As the saying went, what is the point of mastering martial arts if one lacks money? While those with superpowers could earn substantial wealth, they also burned through resources incredibly fast if they sought rapid growth. That much was undeniable. Therefore, once the initial burst of bloodlust within him completely dissipated, Ethan made a firm decision. He would return to the underground world to hunt ferocious beasts. He needed blue star coins, and he desperately needed evolution points. Ethan did not need to spend 8,000 blue star coins at the Frost Art Ability Hall today. That afternoon, he left the school on a shared electric scooter and arrived at the subway station near the gate. He took the long spear wrapped in satin cloth, boarded the subway, and headed toward Liam City. Ethan was mindful that he still needed to return the spear to Amelia. The dinner reservation was set for 6 p.m. The details had come via a message from Lauren the night before, who had also sent him her exact location so he could find her easily. Around 5:40 p.m., Ethan arrived in front of Juxianla restaurant. 2 stone irons with piercing eyes stood guard at the entrance. Above them, the 3 characters for Juxianla were displayed in large, gold-plated lettering beneath a 3-story eave. The stroke appeared as vigorous and powerful as a swimming dragon, gleaming with a warm luster under the sun. The entire building was constructed mainly of rosewood, accented by layers of carved window lattices. A string of red lanterns hung along the outward corridor, their tassels swaying gently in the breeze, and making the vermilion railings appear even brighter. Ethan observed that not only the name but also the decor possessed a very classic feel. He wondered if this traditional aesthetic was why so many people frequented the restaurant. The crowd inside was bustling and constantly moving. He withdrew his gaze and walked into Juxianla's entrance. At the reception counter he provided Lauren's name. The clerk checked her information before enthusiastically confirming that she had booked room number 52, and asking if he would like them to escort him there. Ethan nodded slightly in acknowledgement and thanked the clerk for their assistance. Since it was his first time visiting, rather than wandering around aimlessly, he decided to let the counter clerk guide him. After a short walk, Ethan finally arrived at private room number 52. The clerk smiled, confirming that she had delivered him directly there, and asking if anything else was needed. Ethan shook his head, stating that nothing was required for now. Once the clerk left, Ethan entered private room number 52. 4 people were already waiting inside of the other members of the Firefox team besides himself. He knew that after this meal, he would officially leave the Firefox team. Upon entering the private room, Ethan greeted his former teammates, Lauren, William, Liam, and Clal, with a warm smile. Liam immediately beckoned him over, gesturing for him to sit down. Ethan then reminded Liam that he had brought his spear and placed it carefully in the corner. Lauren announced that since she was the team leader, ordering the meal was her responsibility. Liam responded by saying that such a rare opportunity meant he would ensure Lauren had a wonderful time. Olivia commented on how unusual it was to see Lauren being so generous. The 2 women picked up their respective menus and began placing orders using the mechanical display screen in front of them. Ethan followed suit. To Ethan's amazement, Juxianla not only possessed a unique style of decoration, but also offered surprisingly affordable dishes. Many items only tens to hundreds of blue star coins. He silently realized that this was due to their low profit margins and high sales volume. The food arrived with remarkable speed. In less than half an hour, all the ordered dishes were laid out on the table: poached chicken, steamed grouper, and roast goose, a variety of exquisite fare. At that moment, another person entered the private room, bringing several bottles of beer with a relatively low alcohol content. Liam asked Ed if he could drink beer, and Ethan confirmed that he absolutely could. Once all the dishes were served and the beer was poured into bowls, everyone began to enjoy their meal. The poached chicken was tender and juicy, the steamed grouper was flavorful, and the roast goose was plump and satisfying. Every dish seemed prepared perfectly. More than an hour later, after the wonderful meal concluded, Ethan felt a pang of sadness and reluctantly said goodbye to his former teammates from the Firefox team. As evening descended, Ethan left Whisperwood Manor, officially bidding farewell to the members of the Firefox team. Since there was too much pedestrian traffic nearby and taxis could not navigate through the crowd, He walked for a while until he reached a relatively open area before hailing a cab. The evening breeze felt bleak as Ethan stood lost in thought. Suddenly, a sound interrupted his contemplation. Meow meow meow. Ethan subconsciously looked toward the source of the noise. To his surprise, he discovered that something was profoundly wrong with the cat. It was much larger than an ordinary feline, possessing sharp teeth and long claws. Furthermore, it bore a crescent moon mark on its forehead. However, this marking appeared slightly dim, and the fur covering its body was not fine at all. Instead, it looked rough and messy. Ethan wondered if he was seeing a shadow cat appearing in the real world. He questioned his own sobriety, dismissing the idea that mere beer consumption could have intoxicated him to such an extent. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced back in the direction of the creature, and the figure of the shadow cat remained visible. He reflected on how ferocious beasts usually manifested in the real world, noting that they were generally non-aggressive creatures, like the square-eared rat, posing almost zero threat to humans. Yet, this particular shadow cat did not seem harmless. It looked capable of threatening people. Ethan muttered these observations to himself. Immediately, his supernatural power erupted. Since he was outside the underground world, there was no need to conserve elemental energy. Choosing the fastest method available, endless ice and snow surged from around him, completely burying the newly appeared shadow cat. The creature solid with alarming ease. A system notification flashed before him. He had defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat, earning 8 evolution points. Ethan felt confused by the reward amount. Only 8 evolution points. Shouldn't it have been 10, since this was his first ferocious beast kill? He remembered the point gain clearly. He recalled gaining 10 evolution points for eliminating a shadow cat at the lower level of Tier 1. He pondered whether the reduced reward was because this specific shadow cat was only barely at the lower tier of Tier 1, and thus too weak. With no one else in the area, and the large trees blocking their view, no one noticed him. Ethan made a firm call to the relevant authorities before finally getting into the taxi. Inside the taxi, Ethan spent time reflecting on his past experiences. He recalled that back in Ethereum Hall, he had discovered traces of a ferocious beast near his bicycle. However, that creature was merely a square-eared rat and posed no threat whatsoever. At the time, he had thought to himself that he would find answers once he reached Crystalport Academy and met more powerful individuals. Yet, upon arriving at the academy, all he could think about was entering the underground world, hunting ferocious beasts, acquiring evolution points, and becoming infinitely stronger. He realized he had forgotten his original goal until he encountered the shadow cat again. If one were to discuss the strongest person he had ever met, it would undoubtedly be his teacher, Arthur, the dean of the Frostpeak Institute. With the sight, Ethan decided to send a message directly to him. However, there was no immediate reply. The taxi arrived quickly, and Ethan took a subway train back to Crystalport Academy. The familiar gate looked as magnificent as ever. As soon as he stepped inside, a fountain radiating colorful light immediately caught his attention. On the benches next to the fountain, many couples were whispering sweet nothings to each other. Ethan felt a pang of regret looking at the scene and quickly moved away from the area. He hopped onto a shared electric scooter and hurried back toward his dormitory. Upon entering the first floor, Ethan glanced around briefly but saw no one. He assumed that everyone had returned to their respective bedrooms, so he did not investigate further. Instead, he went straight to his room and began studying Ice Blade. He opened the skill book's first page for Ice Blade, noting that the initial step required him to mobilize the ice-type elemental energy within his body and condense it into a blade. For Ethan, all he needed to do was practice the skill and then use evolution points to level it up toward basic proficiency. 2 hours passed in this focused study session until Ethan suddenly realized that Teacher Arthur had already replied to his message. Arthur's message explained that the source of the problem was likely the Black Blood cult, a domestic cult. They enjoyed releasing ferocious beasts in inconspicuous locations with few people, but the creatures they released were usually not very fierce. In fact, the shadow cat Ethan had encountered probably only looked fierce and wasn't actually dangerous. Arthur continued by mentioning that while the country was cracking down on the Black Blood cult, the school's mission center occasionally issued related missions. He advised Ethan to keep an eye out for such opportunities, if he were interested. Reading this reply, Ethan's expression gradually became serious. The world of superpowers was fraught with danger, facing not only external threats but also internal strife. It was exactly what he had suspected. The official explanation regarding the underground world projection was indeed intended to conceal the existence of the Black Blood cult and prevent public panic. However, Ethan still had many questions to solve. He quickly pulled out his phone and typed a message on QQ. Why are ferocious beasts appearing in the real world? A few minutes later, Arthur replied with crucial information. These ferocious beasts in the real world were actually created by grafting the flesh of true underground beasts onto normal animals, and then injecting them with drugs to force fusion and mutation. This was how they were finally produced. Arthur added that this process is why the creatures appearing on the surface lacked natural ferocity, and that the government currently did not have a comprehensive solution for this threat. Upon seeing Arthur's reply, Ethan's thoughts suddenly clicked into place. It made perfect sense now why the crescent moon mark on the forehead of the shadow he saw was slightly dim, and why its originally fine hair was unusually coarse. This ferocious beast wasn't a complete creature, it was merely a product of the fusion and mutation between genuine ferocious beast meat and normal animal tissue. He shook his head in disbelief at the members of the Black Blood cult, thinking they were truly insane. At this moment, his desire to become stronger grew even more intense. Arthur cautioned him with unusual seriousness that everything he was telling Ethan must not be revealed to ordinary people. Ethan assured him that he understood. He was certainly not the kind of reckless person who would leak such secrets. Ethan had not yet mastered skills like Ice Blade or Frozen Shield. Over the past 3 days, he focused intensely on studying the technique known as Ice Blade. On the 3rd day, a system modification appeared. Evolution points were deducted by 80 points, and his skill upgraded from Ice Blade A beginner to Ice Blade A elementary. Memories flooded into his mind, allowing Ethan to successfully master the technique. He immediately raised the black dragon spear and swung it violently. 3 sharp slashes followed in rapid succession as several crescent-shaped ice blades were thrown out, exploding at their ends and emitting a faint mist of ice. Crucially realized that he could throw these ice blades without needing the spear, because this ability stemmed from directly consuming his body's internal energy, independent of any weapon. Despite having enough resources for further advancement, a system message indicated that 1,718 evolution points were sufficient for him to break through to the intermediate proficiency level of Ice Blade, though he chose not to do so at this time. 3 more days passed. Ethan then began learning Frozen Shield. Again, 80 evolution points were deducted, upgrading his ability from Frozen Shield A beginner to Frozen Shield at elementary. After absorbing the memories, Ethan mastered the release method for the shield. When activated, a seemingly thin but actually very thick ice barrier would materialize around him, helping to prevent a certain amount of damage. His remaining evolution points were 1,638. Similarly, even though he possessed enough evolution points, Ethan refrained from upgrading the skill's proficiency level. He then turned his attention to the first bridge of the 2nd level of the Zhuaming Ice Soul body, the tempering of the heart. The sign of successful tempering was that both the primordial energy channels and the primordial energy nodes in the heart must achieve a stable primordial energy circulation path. Ethan knew he was still far from reaching that point, as he could still feel a strong sense of blockage. The tempering of the heart truly could not be rushed. With a deep sigh, Ethan decided to shift his focus entirely toward breaking through his cultivation level. Time passed day by day until another 4 days had elapsed. That evening, Ethan returned to his dormitory bedroom to continue absorbing yuan energy and cultivating. He let out a long breath, sitting naked on the bed while wisps of cold air emanated from his body. After exhaling and opening his eyes, he did not bother putting on clothes and immediately opened the system panel. The interface displayed his current status realm level mid, Tawanya. Every time he absorbed elemental energy, Ethan would open this panel to check if a breakthrough to a higher realm was possible. Now, The familiar upward arrow had appeared, signifying that he had finally reached the threshold for advancement. The system stat allocation mechanism was equivalent to directly accelerating the cultivation process. This meant that training for even a portion of time in advance could significantly reduce the required consumption of evolution points. This realization explained why he possessed 2,050 evolution points in the underground world, but still could not break through his realm. Yet upon returning to school, he was able to advance to the first, level high realm with far fewer points. The 10 days of rigorous training that had occurred in between were clearly indispensable. Without hesitation, Ethan pressed the upward arrow button on the system panel. A dramatic notification flashed: evolution points -1,628, realm first tier mid level to first tier upper level. In an instant, an immense and powerful surge of spiritual and blood energy erupted within his body. Unconsciously, terrifying fluctuations of elemental energy were generated. Even Amelia, who possessed SS-class superpower natural spiritual essence, could sense this massive energy fluctuation. Furthermore, Ethan himself, while casually eating watermelon and watching television in the living room on the first floor, felt the overwhelming surge. A gasp of shock escaped him. His pupils widened suddenly, causing the half-eaten watermelon in his hand to instantly lose its flavor. He was stunned by the magnitude of the event. Little did he know that when he had previously inquired about his cultivation level at the dormitory, it had been reported as mid-tier first rank. An incredible achievement considering that he had only awakened to the awakened realm after passing the martial arts exam and becoming a provincial champion. But this terrifying fluctuation of elemental energy pointed toward only one possible outcome. Ethan was breaking through to the first tier upper level. He lowered his head, murmuring at how absolutely terrifying the process was. This feeling referred not just to the fluctuations of elemental energy, but also to the sheer depth of his own talent. With this overwhelming realization, Ethan immediately abandoned the watermelon and rushed back to his bedroom to cultivate. While he usually trained for 6 hours, starting that day, he intended to add 2 more hours. Meanwhile, Amelia and her best friend Emily were chatting idly after taking a bath. Suddenly, Amelia seemed to sense something, her pupils dilated, and she stared blankly into the distance. Concern washed over her as she questioned what was wrong with Emily. Seeing this, Emily quickly reached out and waved her hand in front of Amelia's pretty face, reassuring her that everything was all right. As Amelia snapped out of her daze and shook her head, Emily chuckled, teasing her about whether she was thinking about a handsome guy. Amelia, who was already used to such antics, merely maintained an unreadable expression. In some ways, Emily guessed correctly. Amelia was indeed preoccupied with thoughts of a handsome man. Then, she slightly parted her red lips and calmly posed a question, asking if Emily believed that someone who awakened supernatural abilities during an awakening ceremony could actually be breaking through to the upper level of the first tier. Emily shook her head, clearly skeptical. She found it highly unlikely, even with a full semester's worth of training. Achieving a first-level promotion would be difficult for her. Amelia then suggested that they go look at the dormitory across the street. With some doubt, Emily stood up from the sofa, put on a pair of slippers, and walked to the door, opening it. Between the dormitories was a wide avenue, spanning more than 10 meters. Emily only took a few steps forward when she could clearly feel the massive energy fluctuations brought about by Ethan's breakthrough. Shock filled her as she questioned how this was possible. She remembered that just moments ago, she had been completely disbelieving. Half a minute earlier, she had been caught between belief and doubt. But now, the undeniable facts were right in front of her. Amelia soon followed out of the dormitory, asking Emily if she believed her now. Emily nodded repeatedly, confirming her belief, and then asked who the genius in the opposite dorm was and if Amelia knew him. She reflected on her own situation. Having awakened her supernatural abilities early, she had access to all necessary cultivation resources and hadn't missed a single day of training, yet she only stood at the mid-level of the first tier. Meanwhile, the person in the opposite dormitory not only hadn't awakened their superpowers beforehand, but their current cultivation level actually surpassed that of her best friend. This disparity sparked intense curiosity in Emily. Amelia answered with a calm certainty, stating his name was Ethan, a person whose talent was so extraordinary it could be described as monstrous, and who was equally hard-working. As the breakthrough progressed, the fluctuations in primordial energy gradually calmed down. Once Ethan fully reached the upper first tier, he opened his eyes and immediately checked his status panel. The system displayed his name as Ethan, showing 10 evolution points and a special ability of Ice Crown ASE. His realm was confirmed at upper first tier. His mental state stood at 260 Hz, and his ki and blood reserves were 520 calories. His skills listed included marksmanship at advanced, melee combat beginner, Ice Shard Ring D intermediate, Ice Flash B a beginner, Ice Blade AA a beginner, Frozen Shield A beginner, and Ice Blast SS beginner. Furthermore, his body technique was Profound Nether Ice Soul Body SS as first level. He noted before breaking through to the next level, his spirit had been 197 Hz and his blood energy was 428 calories. Currently, however, his mental state stood at 260 Hz, and his energy level reached 520 calories. Although the increase in blood and ki was not as significant as that provided by the body tempering technique, the boost to his spirit was still quite good, increasing by 63 Hz. Ethan glanced over his impressive stats, and then at his extremely limited number of evolution points. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down, ensuring he did not sense any bloodthirsty aura. He realized that it was time to return to the underground world. Evolution points would not wait for anyone. Ethan reached out and cleared some of the ice and snow from the computer screen before powering up his terminal. He began researching passages leading to the underground world. The underground world near the Iron Peak Citadel, a place he knew intimately, had been sealed off, making it inaccessible. After a period of careful screening and comparison, Ethan made his final decision: Crystalport City No. 3 Superpower Base. Crystalport City housed 3 superpower bases in total. He determined that the beast within the underground world corresponding to this specific base was the weakest. It was also conveniently located near Crystalport Academy, and its environment resembled that of the Iron Peak Citadel, both being primeval forests. Unfortunately, it was already late, making an immediate trip impractical. Ethan knew he would simply have to wait another night. The next day, Ethan woke up early. Wearing his slightly worn D-grade alloy battle suit, and carrying a black dragon spear wrapped in black satin on his back, he descended from the second floor of the dormitory to the first via the spiral staircase. His own alarm clock roused him at this moment. After his provocation the previous day, Ethan was significantly more self-disciplined than when he had first arrived. He planned to brush his teeth and wash his face, followed by breakfast, before heading to the Frostart Ability Hall for today's training session. Amelia noticed his attire and asked him where he was going. Ethan gave a very simple answer: the underworld. He then called the dormitory's smart management assistant to open the door, and immediately confirmed that the door slid apart as it opened. As Ethan walked out of the dormitory, he ran into both Amelia and Emily, who were dressed casually and appeared ready for a morning run. Amelia greeted him and inquired if he was heading back to the underworld. Ethan confirmed this, then asked them if they were also going for their jog. Emily introduced herself, stating that she lived in the dormitory across from theirs. Ethan returned the greeting with a smile. After a brief exchange, the two parted ways. Emily then questioned whether Ethan often visited the underworld. Amelia casually replied that she had run into him there last time. Emily then began teasing them by commenting on how difficult it would be for something to happen between a man and a woman in the wild. Amelia simply rolled her eyes at the comment. After leaving the campus, Ethan hailed a taxi. As he exited the vehicle, the driver offered him a warning with a kind smile. Ethan realized this was a double entendre. It referred not only to exiting the car, but also to navigating the dangers of the underground world. What came into view was Crystalport City's No. 3 Superpower Base. As a first-tier city, Crystalport's economic development far surpassed that of Jingjian in Vedantia province, making this superpower base even more impressive than the one at Iron Peak Citadel. The architecture featured the latest design, and 2 additional security guards stood stationed at the entrance. They maintained an upright posture with bright eyes, showing no sign of complacency. Ethan moved through the bustling crowd and entered the gate of the No. 3 superpower base in Christoport City. Since it was his first time there, human nature compelled him to look around. The interior furnishings were similar to those found at Iron Peak Citadel. Every superpower base required obtaining unique identity certificate that could not be used interchangeably with others. Just as he prepared to register his identity, a middle-aged man wearing black glasses walked over. He questioned if Ethan was new, and immediately offered him a map for 50,000 blue star coins, insisting there would be no questions asked. The vendor waved the rolled-up map in his hand. Ethan paused. Since he planned to hunt the ferocious beast alone this time, a reliable map was essential. However, he had no way of confirming its authenticity. If he were scammed, losing money would be secondary, losing his life would be the real problem. Suddenly, an idea struck Ethan. He suggested taking the map to the staff members stationed nearby for verification, promising that if it proved genuine, he would pay immediately without haggling. The middle-aged man remained silent and simply walked away. He then moved toward other people who appeared to be newcomers, resuming his promotion of maps. Ethan muttered under his breath, wondering why they had come this way, and whether we might have guessed correctly that the map was fake. He reasoned that while the map might be real, it wasn't worth the money being demanded. A different middle-aged man, who appeared to be about 35 years old and wore a Class C alloy suit, approached him. This vendor countered that a genuine map could save a life, therefore, it certainly deserved the 50,000 blue star coin price tag. Ethan couldn't help but ask him more questions out of curiosity. The middle-aged man offered a faint smile and explained that the map was merely a complimentary gift, contingent upon registering one's identity. He then implied that hearing the title staff member made him nervous about exposure, causing him to quickly scan the area for a new target. Ethan felt an internal wave of disgust at the situation, noting how profitable it was to acquire something for free and sell it without any initial investment. Next, the middle-aged man asked if Ethan attended Crystalport Institute. Upon confirmation, he continued by mentioning that their team had recently acquired a freshman from Ethan's school. He then questioned what had been happening at Ethan's school lately, recalling its underground passage suitable for freshmen with high strength. The man specifically inquired why there were still freshmen coming to the area. Ethan replied that the underground passage to his school had been blocked, guessing that this was related to the current year's freshman competition. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's pupils dilated slightly, concluding that the freshman competition at Ethan's school must be quite fierce. Ethan responded casually, confirming that since there were 10 specially recruited students this year, the competition was bound to be intense. The man then pressed him again, asking if he himself was a freshman. When Ethan confirmed it, the middle-aged man revealed that the new recruit who had joined their team possessed an S-rank Earth-type ability, and was also a specially recruited student, suggesting that Ethan might even know him. The man smiled, prompting Ethan to think about Earth-based superpowers. He recalled running into James on the road near the time of his duel with the middle-aged man. At that time, James had mentioned leaving his previous unreliable team to join a new one. While Earth-type abilities were not as rare as Ice-type ones, they were certainly uncommon, especially when coupled with an S-rank ability. It was almost certain, 100% chance, that the recruit was James. The middle-aged man then extended a warm invitation, suggesting that since Ethan and the supposed new recruit were both specially recruited freshmen in the same year, they could get to know each other and become friends by joining their team. Ethan waved his hand, declining the invitation. He reasoned that while ability users with S-class abilities had high potential, teams required sharing profits. If a group worked together, the number of ferocious beasts found wouldn't be much greater than if an individual acted alone. However, with additional people, each person's share would decrease. Ethan stated clearly that what he lacked was not only evolution points, but also blue star coins. While teamwork could improve safety, the amount of blue star coins received after profit sharing would naturally be less than acting alone. Furthermore, since he would inevitably have to go down to the underground world frequently to obtain future evolution points, he needed independence. He concluded that it was still more practical for him to act alone. The middle-aged man gave Ethan a final warning to be careful when entering the underground world. After leaving the middle-aged man, Ethan went to a window to register his identity at the No. 3 superpower base in Crystalport City. The fee for this registration was 1,000 blue star coins. A luminous display confirmed his status. Crystalport City No. 3 superpower base, name Ethan, points 0. This certificate served as Ethan's identity proof from the superpower base, and looked nearly identical to the one issued by Iron Peak Citadel, though it was not exactly the same. Ethan thought silently that the process of registering accounts must generate a substantial amount of money for them. Nevertheless, he was pleased because he had obtained the map of this underground world as desired. He slowly unfolded and studied it briefly before deciding on his walking route through the underground world passage. Upon entering Deep City No. 3 via the underground world passage, Ethan surveyed his surroundings. The construction seemed not much different from Iron Peak Citadel. All he could hear were vendors shouting their wares. One vendor loudly advertised a bulk sale of herbs, starting at 20% off, while another shouted about the mental sustaining pill, which cost 200,000 blue star coins each and allowed users to stay energetic even through the night without needing rest. As Ethan prepared to ignore the shouts and leave Deep City No. 3 to hunt ferocious beasts, he suddenly noticed the advertisement again and stopped in his tracks. The vendor was once more promoting the mental sustaining pill for 200,000 blue star coins each, claiming it kept users energetic even at night without requiring rest. Hearing this repeated claim, Ethan narrowed his eyes. This spirit-maintaining pill was extremely useful to him. It could save valuable nighttime hours, giving him more time to hunt ferocious beasts. With the freshman competition approaching, spending less time in the underground world would allow him to dedicate significantly more time to training at school, greatly increasing his chances of success. He decided to inquire about the product and asked if there were any side effects associated with such a good item. The vendor's stall had a long queue, which confirmed the pill's effectiveness. When it was finally Ethan's turn, he reiterated his questions, asking how long the spirit maintenance pill lasted and again inquiring about potential side effects. The vendor explained that he only stocked the 200,000 yuan pills, stating they would last for 7 days. Regarding side effects, he clarified that they were not severe. The main effect was simply that one might sleep a day or two longer after the pill's benefits wore off. Ethan calculated that the time saved by using the pill could completely offset the extra day or two of sleep. He reached for his bank card and readily agreed to purchase it. However, the vendor stopped him, explaining that for the spirit maintenance pill to take effect, there were certain requirements concerning one's own spiritual attributes. Ethan looked concerned and immediately inquired about the necessary prerequisites for the pills. The vendor quickly stated that the user's mental attribute needed to exceed 250 Hz, otherwise, taking the spirit maintenance pill could diminish its effect or even cause irreparable bodily harm. He then asked if Ethan met this requirement. Ethan recalled checking his status after reaching the upper level of the first tier and confirmed that his mental attribute stood at 260 Hz, meeting the necessary criteria. After a slight nod from Ethan, the vendor remained silent. He took Ethan's bank card, swiped it, and requested the payment password. Following the successful transaction, the vendor passed the dark brown spirit maintenance pill to Ethan. He also issued a warning that Ethan could consume no more than one such pill per month, or risk adverse effects on his health. Just as Ethan turned away, a one-eyed youth approached him, whose black eye patch gave him a distinctly menacing air. The youth dramatically patted his chest and demanded 5 spirit maintenance pills. The vendor offered an apologetic smile, explaining that they only had 4 pills remaining. Nevertheless, the one-eyed youth presented his bank card to the vendor, insisting on paying for all 4 available pills. After the payment was processed, he collected the pills. Having secured the 4 pills, the one-eyed youth suddenly accelerated, blocking Ethan's path. It was clear his motive for stopping Ethan was directly related to the shortage of pills. Seeing someone approach and block his way, Ethan felt a subtle wave of annoyance but kept his expression neutral, merely asking if assistance was required. The one-eyed youth spoke to him with aggressive intent, declaring that he desired the remaining spirit maintenance pill in Ethan's possession. Because his team consisted of 5 members, each requiring a pill, he aggressively demanded that Ethan sell it to him. The one-eyed youth forced out a grotesque smile, but Ethan responded with firm finality the pills were not for sale. With that, he turned and walked away. Ethan's departure prompted an immediate reaction from the one-eyed youth. He questioned how Ethan could not understand the principle of first come, first served. The youth challenged Ethan's ability to sell products merely by speaking a few words, demanding to know where such a good deal existed in the world. He mused that if he simply raised the price, it would be an entirely different matter. If Ethan genuinely desired the spirit maintenance pills, he would willingly pay a higher cost, acting as though he had found money lying on the street. Staring wide at Ethan's retreating figure, the one-eyed youth thought to himself that this little brat hadn't even grown his first hair yet, and was already considering raising prices on the spot. He concluded that he had clearly seen through Ethan's true purpose. If paying a higher price was necessary, it would mean losing money, and he absolutely could not tolerate such a loss. With a cold snort, the one-eyed youth shouted a menacing warning, telling Ethan to be extremely careful that they did not cross paths again in the future. Outside Crystoport Sector 3, air rich with a high concentration of oxygen rushed toward them. After leaving the commercial district and returning to Shadowmire, Ethan still felt somewhat unaccustomed to the environment. Fortunately, his prior preparations paid off. Within minutes, he was breathing smoothly. The surrounding trees grew incredibly tall, completely blocking out the sky above. He had walked for less than 10 minutes when his boots stepped on a hard and brittle object that caught his attention. It was a bone. Upon closer inspection, he realized the material underfoot was indeed bone. It was unknown whether it belonged to a human or a ferocious beast. He swept away the soil covering it with his boot, revealing more bones beneath. Scattered nearby were additional skeletal remains. Judging by their shape, they clearly originated from a ferocious beast. Ethan found this common sight unsurprising. After a powerful creature was slain, superhumans typically removed the most valuable crystals and important organs, sometimes even cutting off flesh before leaving the body. The remaining carcass naturally weathered into bones over time, especially after being consumed by other beasts. This situation was entirely typical throughout Shadowmire. A sudden squeaking sound drew Ethan's attention again. Following his gaze, 2 monkeys came into view, sitting comfortably on a towering tree trunk while eating bananas. Based on their appearance, these creatures possessed sharp fangs and claws on every finger, and their skin displayed a distinct black and white pattern, much like zebras. They were clearly not normal animals, but ferocious beasts that had taken the shape of monkeys. Ethan smiled faintly, declaring his intent to fight them. He swung his spear violently, sending several crescent-shaped ice blades whistling through the air in succession. Although the attack missed the 2 monkeys, it struck the tree trunk beneath their feet. As billowing cold smoke appeared from the impact point, the 2 ferocious beasts fell down. They were covered in blood, one had a broken arm, and the other had a broken thigh. Despite their injuries, they still intended to fight to the death. With bloodshot eyes and bared teeth, they lunged at Ethan with all their might. Ethan raised his spear and charged forward. In just 2 swift rounds, 2 large holes appeared in their bodies. The system confirmed that he had defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the black and white monkey, gaining 12 evolution points. This notification repeated itself for the second creature. The system confirmation signaled the complete death of both ferocious beasts. Ethan's lips curled slightly as he noted their vulnerability. After removing the crystals from the 2 black and white monkeys, he gradually walked deeper into the area, following the location he had originally planned on his map. We pressed deeper into the labyrinthine depths of the area. Along the way, Ethan was confronted by a relentless tide of ferocious beasts. He had defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat, earning 10 evolution points. He also defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Pippy Pig, gaining 24 evolution points, and the Tier 1 high-rank ferocious beast, Great Fanged Squirrel, for 40 evolution points. With the mastery of Ice Blade, the efficiency of his kills had become a brutal rhythm. The beasts fell faster now than before. It was clear that not every creature would charge man at sight. Many were wary, choosing instead to flee into the shadows. He recalled the black-spotted deer, a magnificent decoy that led its predators straight into the heart of its settlement. Though the result was a massacre for the attackers, it had cost the deer dearly. A full day the way into the oppressive silence. Ethan's accumulated evolution points now stood at 490. Since his arrival, when he started with only 10, his net gain for the day alone was a staggering 480 points. This is still merely the shallow edge of this world, he thought, lowering his head as if listening to the Earth's secrets. No second-tier beasts had even appeared yet. If we push deeper, the flow of evolution points will only intensify. That evening, after consuming a few high-energy compressed biscuits from his pack, Ethan swallowed the spirit maintenance pill in one smooth gulp. The pill was an unsettling brownish black, but it lacked any bitterness. Instead, it carried a faint, almost sweet undertone. The moment it slid down his throat, a surge of vitality coursed through him. The deep Q accumulated from days of trekking and hunting vanished like smoke in the wind. Its effect is remarkable. Ethan wasted no time on contemplation. He retrieved a powerful flashlight from his backpack and flicked it on, bathing the area in an artificial brilliance that seemed to defy the gloom. Most ferocious beasts required rest, and they tended to succumb to sleep far more easily than humans. Even shining a beam of light upon them rarely provoked a reaction. However, there were creatures that remained invisible by day, only stirring when night fell. This was why the Firefox team needed people on constant watch shifts. Without vigilance, these nocturnal predators could launch devastating sneak attacks. Ethan moved with practiced caution, using Iceblade to dispatch threats from a distance, while his peripheral vision constantly scanned for ambush points, any beast that might strike from the blind side. He defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, red-toothed giant earthworm, gaining 11 evolution points, and the Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, toothless tiger, earning 20 evolution points. Another map passed. Ethan's total accumulated evolution points reached 710. The flashlight beam was a finite thing, leaving countless beasts unseen in its periphery. On the first night alone, his net gain had been 220 points. Cumulatively, he had amassed 700 points on the first day. The second day, the third, Ethan delved deeper and deeper into the unknown strata. Over 3 days, he earned a total of 2,400 evolution points. With a mere thought, the panel materialized before him. His name was Ethan. He had 2,410 evolution points. His special ability was Ice Crown, which ranked as S. His realm was upper first tier. His mental state measured 260 Hz. His Q9 blood reserves were 520 calories. His skills included gunplay at an advanced level, melee combat at a beginner level, showing improvement, Ice Ring at an intermediate level, also improving, Ice Flash at a beginner level, improving, Ice Blade at a beginner level, improving, Frozen Shield at a beginner level, improving, and Ice Blast at a beginner level, improving. His body Temen technique was Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, ranked S, at the first level. Ethan scanned the data sheet, his eyes tracing the upward arrows that seemed to blur before him. Every skill, save marksmanship, was ripe for advancement. He hesitated between allocating points to Ice Blade, a devastating tool against monsters, and Ice Blast, which promised ultimate burst damage. After a moment of deep consideration, he decided to conserve his resources. Save the evolution points, he mused. It is far more crucial right now to break through to the lower second-tier realm. The first competition was set within an underground space of constantly shifting environments. Instead of perfecting skills, focusing on elevating one's core realm was paramount. It was a path that promised not only stability, avoiding the pitfalls of unstable foundations or over-reliance on external boosts, but also the inherent boost to QI and spirit attributes gained from true breakthrough, which would indirectly amplify his existing skill power. On the first day, Ethan paused, looking at the map while muttering aloud, "I think I've reached the middle stratum of this underground world." He retrieved the map and continued his trek. Soon, a subtle vibration tickled the ground beneath his boots. He couldn't believe an earthquake had struck in this subterranean realm. It must be something massive, he murmured, immediately ducking into the dense cover of nearby bushes. Let's wait and see. Sure enough, a beast emerged, a creature as immense as a small hill. It possessed a minuscule horn on its head, so negligible compared to its sheer bulk that it was practically decorative. Its eyes were long, narrow slits set in a body encased entirely in thick, sturdy grey armor. The plating was uneven, scarred by countless impacts and deep notches. It was colossal, short, powerful limbs supporting a weight easily exceeding 10 tons, larger than the most magnificent one-horned rhinoceros he had ever witnessed. Every deliberate step it took sent a palpable tremor through the earth. Ethan narrowed his eyes. His high school teachers had never mentioned such a creature, it was entirely unknown to him. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone and snapped a photograph of the slowly advancing behemoth. Next, he opened the Heart in Crystalport Institute app. The automatic search function instantly matched the beast through the photo. It was an incredible convenience. As long as the database was pre-downloaded, signal strength was irrelevant. It functioned perfectly even deep within this underground void. Ethan felt a surge of gratitude for the designer of the Heart in Crystalport Institute app. After inserting the image, the information flooded onto the screen. The armored rhinoceros, in its adult form, reaches the upper level of the second tier, with only a sparse few existing at the lower third tier level. It can grow up to 3 meters tall. Its armor grants it extreme defensive capabilities, but this same protection severely limits its movement speed. So, this ferocious beast is called the armored rhinoceros. Ethan absorbed the details. He observed that the creature before him was slightly over 2 meters tall, still a considerable distance from the maximum height of 3 meters. This indicated he was facing a second-tier superior specimen. I wonder how many more evolution points I'll gain from taking down this armored rhinoceros compared to the Gale Wolf. The previous Gale Wolf, despite being a high-level second-tier creature, had only yielded 550 evolution points upon defeat, a testament to its overall limitations. A mid-tier 2 one-horned rhino granted 400 points. But if he were to fell an upper-rank armored rhinoceros, the potential yield was estimated at around 800 evolution points. Ethan was unsure if he could inflict effective damage on the armored rhinoceros. As stated in the Heart in Crystalport Institute app, the beast armor gave it extremely strong defensive capabilities. Recognizing this limitation, Ethan decided to bypass direct combat and instead focus on adding points directly to his skills. He was not a rigid person, he knew how to adapt to changing circumstances. The creature was merely a fleshy stump, nothing comparable to a ferocious beast like the flaming tiger, making the fight seem easy. He could not let such an easy prize slip away. Ethan opened his panel and pressed the up arrow next to the skill Ice Explosion. A system notification flashed: evolution points minus 1,600. Ice Blast Beginner changing to Ice Blast S Intermediate. The cost of improving an S-rank skill was indeed substantial, totaling 1,600 evolution points. The moment the point was added, countless memories detailing how to use the Ice Explosion spell flooded into his mind. After absorbing these memories, Ethan realized that the power of his Ice Explosion spell had increased by at least 50%. He pondered internally that with such a significant upgrade, the armored rhinoceros probably would not be able to withstand it now, and he waited quietly for the beast to approach. When the armored rhinoceros finally approached, Ethan suddenly stood up, raised the black dragon spear, and charged forward at an extremely high speed. Before the rhinoceros could even react, it took a solid hit from Ethan's Ice Blast spell, which he had just mastered at the intermediate level. The ice covering the tip of the black dragon spear vanished, followed by a deafening roar. The armored rhinoceros' prized armor was blasted open, leaving a small hole in its plating. Ethan knew for himself that he hadn't expected the armor to be so tough, noting that even the intermediate level Ice Blast spell could not completely break through it. With a sigh, Ethan quickly poured himself an energy potion. The intermediate level Ice Explosion technique required far more elemental energy than before, nearly draining him dry. Although the blast did not penetrate the armor entirely, the effect was still quite similar. After the small hole appeared in the plating, the soft flesh inside was revealed. He no longer cared about being merciful. Ethan directly stabbed the spear into the exposed tissue and began stirring it wildly. The rhinoceros let out an extremely miserable and painful cry. What Ethan did was far more agonizing than simply rubbing salt into a wound. But he didn't care. Ferocious beasts and humans were natural enemies, and Ethan felt no guilt whatsoever. In fact, there was even a hint of satisfaction, because once the armored rhinoceros was completely dead, he would gain a considerable amount of evolution points. As Ethan continued to stir it with the black dragon spear, bright red blood gushed out like a spring. The armored rhinoceros went into a state of complete frenzy. Despite the intense pain, it struggled and bumped around aimlessly. Ethan noticed this pattern and quickly pulled back using Ice Flash. Retreating 15 meters allowed him to temporarily avoid injuring himself. As he moved around, Ethan used his ice blades to relentlessly attack the armored rhinoceros's weak points. Several ice blades were fired in quick succession. The armored rhinoceros gradually slowed down until, with a boom, it fell straight to the ground. A system notification confirmed that the armored rhinoceros was indeed completely dead. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-ranking ferocious beast, the armored rhinoceros, and gained 900 evolution points. To Ethan's surprise, killing the creature brought him a gain of 900 evolution points. 100 more than he had estimated. Ethan removed the silvery white crystal from inside the carcass, thinking that this was not bad. He then continued to venture deeper into the underground area. In Ethan's perception, most of the active ferocious beasts in this area were of the lower first rank, with a few being of the lower second rank, and only a very small number reaching the middle second rank. He concluded encountering the superior armored rhinoceros had been purely due to luck, since maps could only mark general areas, and could not possibly show every single detail. Time quickly passed until the evening of the fourth day. Ethan opened his panel to check his accumulated gains, confirming he possessed 1,500 evolution points. He felt quite satisfied with this total, but it struck him that in his deep focus on cultivation over the past few days, he had completely forgotten to acquire a spatial ring. Looking at his already full backpack and the suitcase he was pulling, Ethan shook his head slightly. The valuable parts of any ferocious beast were divided into crystals and important organs. Since the organs could be quite large, Ethan knew he would have to discard some in order to make room for more crystals. Although he discarded organs from low-level ferocious beasts that weren't worth much money, a pang of sadness struck him. It felt akin to throwing away money earned with his own hands, regardless of the actual amount. Ethan continued his journey into the night. Suddenly an unsettling feeling crept into his heart, prompting him to quickly shine his flashlight behind him. Before he knew it, several blue-winged bats were following in his wake. These creatures are entirely blue and looked quite eerie. Ethan frowned slightly and hurled a few ice blades behind him. Two of the blue-winged bats crashed instantly on the spot, causing the rest of the flock to scatter and flee, abandoning their companions. The system immediately notified him that he had defeated the Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the azure-winged bat, gaining 20 evolution points. He received a second notification confirming the defeat of another Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the azure-winged bat, adding another 20 evolution points to his total. Ethan wondered if someone might be nearby, perhaps needing him to earn some extra money. On the first day, daylight arrived, and Ethan unleashed another wave of frenzied slaughter. This area was teeming with mid-tier second-order ferocious beasts, and traces of several high-tier second-order ferocious beasts could also be seen. However, defeating these higher-level creatures consumed a tremendous amount of his body's energy. Ethan realized he had to conserve his strength, giving up the fight against any beast that proved too difficult to kill. While energy potions were useful for replenishing stamina, he remembered the saying, "Too much of a good thing can be bad." He decided to limit himself to a maximum of 3 bottles per day. Otherwise, everyone might assume they possessed unlimited magical power. The sun began setting, signaling dusk. Ethan opened his panel and took a careful look at his status. His evolution points had reached an astonishing 3,000. This the first was more than double what he had achieved on his first day in this underground world. Unfortunately, the familiar upgrade arrow did not appear after the boundary. He guessed that perhaps it required over 4,000 evolution points. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a cave suddenly materialized directly in front of him. Ethan felt an immediate pull to enter and investigate. The interior was not very large. Within it flowed a clear spring, surrounded by a cluster of weeds. He initially found the sight rather dull, almost boring. Just as he turned away, however, he sensed that something was amiss. Were these truly just ordinary weeds? He quickly took out his phone and snapped a picture. The final results displayed. Although these plants were all different, they shared one characteristic: they grew in an unremarkable manner. Ethan first analyzed a sample using his app. Next, examined a grade B herb called junling grass, which was noted for its ability to calm the mind. He continued his inspection with another specimen, the grade A herb dewdrop grass, also known for calming the mind and assisting with cultivation. After examining several more specimens, Ethan realized that these seemingly ordinary weeds were actually highly valuable medicinal herbs. In this world, the demand for such resources was enormous. Pills and potions used in daily cultivation, and even in the underground world, were all derived from various herbs, each possessing unique effects. The only difference between a pill and a medicine was simply their physical state, one being solid, and the other liquid. A single grade B herb alone was worth several tens of thousands of blue star coins. However, a single grade A herb commanded hundreds of thousands of blue star coins. This sudden wave of potential profit netted Ethan several 100,000 yuan, an amount that felt incredibly comfortable to him. He could not help but feel amazed by the results displayed on his phone. While marveling at his discovery, he spotted another herb he had not yet photographed. Taking a picture and uploading it to the Heart in Christoport Institute app, Ethan quickly received the result. The S-Grey herb blood boosting grass was an excellent tonic for improving blood and Qi. However, the results also warned him that this was a highly potent herb, and its processed products should not be used excessively. The display of the S-grade herb caused Ethan's pupils to dilate in surprise. He felt of luck at finding such a rare specimen within this tiny cave. The rarity difference between S-grade and A-grade herbs was vast, while A-grade herbs were difficult to cultivate. They remained far inferior to S-grade. In China, the month-tier experts could grow S-grade herbs, a number that could be counted on one hand. Consequently, S-grade herbs were incredibly valuable, estimated to be at least 10 times more valuable than A-grade herbs, potentially worth millions of blue star coins. Ethan recalled the last time he had seen 1,000,000 blue star coins, which was after his special recruitment and when Crystalport Academy deposited the money into his bank account. He wondered if this seemingly ordinary spring water could also be some kind of rare treasure. The database indicated that it was just an ordinary spring. Ethan felt skeptical. How could the spring water near a location where S-grade herbs grew be completely normal? He guessed that perhaps all such springs looked identical, clear and transparent, making them indistinguishable. After taking a sip, he felt an extremely slight burning sensation, and his blood and Qi surged slightly throughout his body. It was then that Ethan realized the truth. The spring water had not stimulated him. Rather, the S-grade herb had stimulated the spring water, causing the subtle surge in his own blood and Qi. Just as Ethan was about to collect the remaining S-grade herb, he heard voices approaching. Suddenly, a small team walked to the cave from outside. Leading group was none other than the one-eyed youth, the same rival who had previously attempted to steal his spirit-sustaining pill, and made several boastful remarks during their encounter. Accompanying him were 4 other team members of similar age. These 5 people immediately spotted Ethan within the cave entrance. The one-eyed youth met his gaze with a mocking tone, asserting while everything might operate on a first-come, first-served basis, true power dictated the rules. He declared the area had been requisitioned by them and ordered Ethan to leave without resistance. The one-eyed youth entered the cave, intending to use it as a temporary dwelling. Ethan was too lazy to argue with him further, so he proceeded to uproot the S-grade herb, blood-activating grass, preparing for departure. One of the team members pointed directly at the S-grade herb, blood-piercing grass in Ethan's hand. Before Ethan could fabricate a story or excuse, the one-eyed youth preemptively mocked him, suggesting that whatever was in his possession must be some rare and valuable herb, and aggressively demanding its immediate surrender. Ethan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the one-eyed youth's cleverness. He saw through the pretense immediately. When challenged on payment, Ethan remained cold and unyielding. The one-eyed youth erupted in loud laughter, painting the underground world as a place without laws. He boasted that even if he killed Ethan there, he would bear no consequences, taunting to confront this harsh reality and questioning his very ability to survive. Ethan responded with a faint smile, challenging the notion of consequence for murder. The one-eyed youth laughed wildly again, further escalating the challenge to Ethan's courage. Ethan did not speak, he simply stood up straight, gripping the black dragon spear in his hand. His gaze was deep and intense, fixing on the one-eyed youth as if already anticipating death. Following this exchange, the one-eyed youth grew visibly more aggressive, waving his hand and lifting his broadsword high. He sneered at Ethan's seemingly delicate appearance, warning that they would certainly not treat him gently. The other team members laughed heartily, their expressions dripping with contempt, showing no regard for Ethan whatsoever. This history was well known a year prior. This team had been involved in a dispute over loot allocation where the one-eyed youth had accidentally killed someone. In the underground world, such acts were never punished. This established the one-eyed youth's twisted mentality, not only hunting beasts but also collecting spoils from weaker teams and killing people without consequence. Furthermore, Ethan held a deep grudge against him stemming from their previous conflict in Crystal Port Sector 3. Ethan's gaze sharpened sharply in response to their open bullying. Knowing that they were challenging him openly, he resolved not to show any mercy. With a flash of ice, he instantly rushed forward. Chapter 64 has been released. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than action followed. With a blinding burst of speed, Ethan thrust the black dragon spear forward, striking the one-eyed youth with decisive force. He immediately channeled his internal energy, saturating the spearhead with an immense torrent of glacial power. The next moment was marked by the sound of ice exploding in catastrophic splendor. Before the one-eyed youth could even register the danger, he dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind only the terrifying spectacle of his own demise. No, to be preciser, the explosion erupted directly in front of his four companions. Even their reinforced battle armor of utterly insufficient against Ethan's ice explosion technique, shattering instantly into a cloud of crystalline powder, pulverized ice mist, and thick, copper blood vapor. The one-eyed youth's mangled, bloody form was flung outward, striking one of the team members across the face. A sickening sound followed as half a head rolled free, landing with a wet thud at the feet of the group. It bore no resemblance to human features. It was a grotesque mockery of life. The remaining four teammates stood frozen, their faces masks of utter disbelief. What had they witnessed? The team's strongest captain reduced to this by one single, devastating move from this boy. And not even a complete body remained. The sheer shockwave of the scene paralyzed them. A wave of primal terror washed over the group. They stumbled backward, instinctively pulling away as if struck by an invisible force. The confidence and arrogance that had fueled their bravado evaporated in an instant. Worsted a guttural thump, the leader dropped to his knees, bowing low in abject supplication. We have many crystals here," he stammered, voice trembling violently. "A total value of several 100,000. Please let us go." Seeing this capitulation, the others quickly followed suit, dropping to their knees and kowtowing repeatedly before Ethan. Ethan took a slow sip from an energy potion, a faint, cold smile touching his lips. "Here, let you go. Killing you won't change anything. These crystals will still end up in my hands." He made no move to release them. Even if the possibility was infinitesimally small, he would never leave any loose ends or hidden dangers for his future self. Several razor-sharp ice blades were thrown by Ethan, severing the necks of the kneeling figures with brutal efficiency. Blood and shredded flesh pooled on the cave floor. Any ordinary person witnessing this carnage would likely suffer nightmares for weeks. This was Ethan's first time taking a life. Yet, he felt no pang of guilt. The other party had initiated the threat. His actions were merely self-defense taken to its logical extreme. Of course, in real world, such an act would be deemed excessive and carry severe legal repercussions. But here, in this subterranean crucible, there was no law, only survival. So what if someone died? Even if a video recording existed back home, Ethan knew he would never face trial. He stepped forward, methodically pocketing their spoils. He quickly scanned the contents. First-tier beast crystals were abundant, while second-tier accounted for roughly 30% of the haul. More critically, the vast majority of that second-tier loot belonged to lower-ranked beasts. Not a single crystal from a higher-grade second-tier monster was visible. Although it's not a fortune, Ethan murmured, it's still an extra bonus. After resolving the incident in the cave, Ethan did not linger for even a moment of rest. The effects of the spirit maintenance pill were still active. They needed to move quickly. He continued his search and hunt for ferocious beasts as he began his journey back. Go any deeper, and one would encounter the lairs of third-tier monsters. For him now, it felt less like exploration and more like a lamb being led inexorably toward the slaughterhouse. Hunting beasts at night was grueling. Over the past few nights, Ethan had spent hours trekking without encountering a single monster. On average, an hour yielded nothing. Fortunately, he was in a favorable position now, bolstered by the steady stream of evolution points from his kills. One night passed. Ethan opened the panel and surveyed the numbers. Evolution points 3,900. Realm, upper first tier. To his slight dismay, he still could not allocate any points to his cultivation level. It's not going to cost over 4,000 evolution points, is it? Ethan mused aloud. He hoped so. If they needed more and it wasn't enough when they left, the consequences would be dire. Before he knew it, the 6th day had dawned. Ethan was less fortunate. The number of beasts was significantly lower than the day before. After dispatching the last remaining second-tier low-level creature, a leaf monkey busy munching on foliage, Ethan opened the panel again. Evolution points 4,600. Realm, upper first tier, with an upward arrow indicating potential advancement. He rubbed his eyes, but the scene remained unchanged. He was about to tap the up button on the system interface when a flash of rational caution halted him. Breaking fur to a higher realm required an abundance of primordial energy to twist and weave within one's body, a process demanding absolute focus that precluded any movement for even a heartbeat. If he allocated skill points now, even if a few low-level second-tier beasts appeared during the allocation period, he risked losing his life entirely. For too long, Ethan had been unable to find a place where he could sit quietly for hours without being interrupted by unexpected danger. Helpless, he knew he would have to return to school and attempt the breakthrough there. How many evolution points do I need to advance my marksmanship? And then there's Ice Explosion, mysterious nether ice soul body, and the superpower that is most critical to me. Seeing the 4 empty slots on his mental whiteboard, another question immediately surfaced. After killing 2 more beasts, his total reached 4,850. Ice Blast Assiges Intermediate, with an upward arrow indicating potential advancement. The familiar up arrow appeared after the skill Ice Blast. Ethan paused, then decided against allocating any points. While mastering Ice Blast to an advanced level would greatly improve his chances against a low-tier third beast, the true bottleneck was his body's internal energy reserves. The current Ice Blast spell felt like a special move in a game. It could not be cast continuously. The intermediate level Ice Explosion technique, however, remained within the manageable scope of his own internal power, even if it was only barely at that level. To push it further, whether his elemental energy could sustain the full might of advanced Ice Explosion was a gamble he wasn't ready to take. Ultimately, Ethan chose to prioritize advancing his core cultivation level. As he walked back through the wilderness, he kept his senses sharp, scanning for any nearby beasts that might offer a necessary boost. 2 high-ranking second-tier blue spotted tigers were seen relentlessly chasing a team. If Ethan were there, he would have noticed that the captain of this team was the very person who had tried to recruit him into the team. There was also an acquaintance of Ethan in the team, namely James, who had challenged Ethan back then. Team Captain Andrew spat out his frustration. They could deal with ordinary second-tier high-level ferocious beasts, but these were blue spotted tigers, one of the best among the second-tier high-level ferocious beasts. To make matters worse, there were 2 blue spotted tigers, making them even more difficult to deal with. The female support player frowned and questioned the captain about what they should do. She worried that her sea-level superpower, Gentle Breeze, which provided a speed boost to all teammates at the lower level of the second stage, and was useful for both travel and chasing beasts, was insufficient. The speed boost simply wasn't enough in this critical moment. Meanwhile, James stood silently, maintaining a solemn expression. Although he was wealthy and had prepared many elixirs, Ethan realized that none of them included the crucial swiftness pill needed for escape. Andrew's eyes grew red, his fists clenched, and he spoke with cold desperation, urging that if the tigers did not leave soon, they would have no choice but to drink berserk potions and fight until death. Suddenly, a team member who had been panicking pointed ahead. A small black dot appeared in the distance. As it approached, it became clear that it was not another beast, but a person. Ethan wondered if this individual, walking alone in the underground world, might be some kind of powerful being. Relief washed over the entire team, who cheered loudly, their tense faces finally relaxing. Andrew felt a surge of hope. However, as the figure grew closer and their face became visible, the team members realized something was wrong. The man appeared to be a young university student, perhaps around 18 years old. Both James and Andrew stared in disbelief, murmuring that the man was Ethan, recalling him from Crystalport Sector 3. Before Ethan could be drawn into unnecessary disaster, James urgently warned his classmate about the 2-second-tier upper-level blue, spotted tigers nearby, emphasizing that they needed to run immediately. Despite being in danger himself, James showed remarkable decency by prioritizing his friend's safety. Meanwhile, Ethan was rushing back. Not only was the effect of the spirit maintenance pill about to end, but his bloodlust was also reaching its peak. He noticed 2 small black dots relentlessly chasing 5 other small black dots. Based on their general shape, it was obvious that 2 ferocious beasts were pursuing 5 humans. Ethan considered whether they should investigate. He thought that if he could help, he would. But if the situation put him at risk, he wouldn't hesitate to turn away. Ethan had just realized how familiar 2 people in the team looked. The person who had invited him to join and James, a classmate from school. When James shouted again about the 2 blue spotted tigers at the upper level of the second tier being nearby, Ethan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he pondered the threat posed by 2 ferocious beasts at that high level. He never expected to gain such a large amount of evolution points just before leaving the underground world. Ethan quickly increased his pace and rushed toward the location. Seeing that not only did not leave but instead sped up and moved over, James felt a strange mix of emotions, silently sighing at how incredibly loyal Ethan was. The other team members also sighed in relief. They all knew that James was a specially recruited freshman at Crystalport Institute. From their reaction to James's tone during this period, it was clear that the person arriving was his classmate and another specially recruited freshman at Crystalport Institute. A student who, at best, would only be at the mid-level of the first rank. Andrew raised his voice like a bell, declaring that since Ethan was willing to help, they could not give up. He urged everyone to take a berserk potion to fight the beasts until death. His words were highly impactful and instantly boosted the morale of the entire team. Ethan used Ice Flash, then suddenly unleashed a frost blast on one of the blue, spotted tigers. With a tremendous sound of ice exploding, the beast was blown into pieces right there on the spot. The deep blue crystal inside its body was exposed, refracting light of corresponding colors when hit by sunlight. Seeing this, the disdain in the other blue, spotted tiger's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by sheer terror. Without the slightest hesitation, they ran away with all their might. The Gru, who had just drunk the berserk potion, stood stunned and wide-eyed, staring at the scene before them in utter disbelief. They wondered what had happened, questioning how a high-level second-tier blue, spotted tiger could be killed so instantly. They thought this young man came here because he was acting impulsively out of enthusiasm, but it turned out he possessed absolute confidence in his own strength. It was no wonder they were so strong after all. They never imagined that a specially recruited freshman, who had only awakened his superpower a few months ago, would be this powerful. A luminous system notification appeared. You have defeated the Tier 2 superior ferocious beast, the blue, spotted tiger, and gained 1,000 evolution points. At the same time, Ethan heard the kill notification, which made him smile. This blue spotted tiger had given a lot of evolution points, even more than the armored rhinoceros we killed not long ago. After drinking an energy potion, they finished collecting the dark blue crystal from the spotted tiger's body when the rest of the team rushed over. They expressed their thanks with expressions of gratitude and joy at surviving such a close call. Ethan waved his hand dismissively, looking completely relaxed, stating there was nothing and not to worry about it. However, internally, he felt a little regretful. The other blue spotted tiger had run really fast, causing him to lose 1,000 evolution points for nothing. Ethan turning amidst a tide of admiring gazes. After he passed, James muttered to himself, his voice thick with awe. "Brother Ethan is terrifying. I need to work even harder." Leaving echoing depths of the Shadowmire, Ethan stepped out into the bright claimer of Crystalport Sector 3. His eyes immediately flicked to the system panel floating before him, displaying 6,400 evolution points. A clear understanding settled over him, and he dismissed the panel with a silent command. He approached a staff member nearby, his demeanor polite despite the exhaustion clinging to him. "Excuse me," he began smoothly. "Where is the designated area for exchanging loot for points?" The staff member offered a warm smile. "It's on the second floor. Just go upstairs and turn right, you'll see it. Would you like me to show you, okay?" Ethan nodded, accepting the gesture of kindness without hesitation. At Crystalport Sector 3 Superpower Base, on the second floor, the staff member pointed toward a large window bay. "It's right there." "This is going to be troublesome," Ethan murmured under his breath. He adjusted the weight of his tactical backpack and pulled his suitcase along, moving to the designated area. The window was expansive, more than enough space for him to empty every piece of salvage he carried. Ethan poured all the spoils onto the glass surface. At the sight, the staff member's pupils dilated instantly. "So many crystals, nearly half of them are second order," he gasped, leaning closer. This isn't a crystallized armored rhinoceros, and a blue spotted tiger. Judging by their size, they must both be upper-tier second-grade materials. The sheer volume and quality of the spoils Ethan had displayed already surpassed what most teams could boast. Worse still was the youth of the man presenting them. But then the staff member paused, his brow furrowing in thought. Perhaps this young man had powerful teammates who simply hadn't arrived. To address the unspoken question, the staff member asked, "Why didn't your teammates accompany you?" Typically, when exchanging loot, entire teams came together. After all, once points were logged into the superpower base's identity system, records became private. If only one person was present, there was a risk of misappropriation. Only with everyone watching could absolute fairness be guaranteed. This had happened before. Thus, point redemption always required the full team presence. Ethan shook his head slowly. "I did all of this by myself." His tone was unnervingly calm, as if discussing something utterly trivial. "Huh. You played through this all alone?" The staff member's mouth gaped slightly. A visible ripple of unease crossed his face. He wondered if this young man could look so youthful, yet actually be over 25. The staff member began counting the items. A pair of cabbage monkey ears cost 19 points. The crystallization of the ironclad rhinoceros costs 90 points each. As he methodically counted Ethan's spoils, the staff member finally managed to ask, "May I ask how old you are this year?" Ethan scratched his head, momentarily puzzled by the question, but he answered nonetheless. 18 years old." The staff member froze mid-motion. The air seemed to thin around them. 18. Entering the Shadowmire alone, and with this much loot. Ethan's brief statement caused a palpable stir among the other staff members present. Meeting the stunned gaze of the employee, Ethan simply offered him an unreadable look. Seeing that, the staff member could only force a strained smile and continue his inventory count. After the final tally, even the staff members looked somewhat incredulous. "That totals 2,540 points. Please hand over your identification document from the special ability base." Ethan provided his bank card number and requested the transfer of blue star coins. Then, a notification flashed, the account ending in 62. Received a transfer of 2,540,000 yuan on X month X day at X hour X minute. Current balance was updated. The moment the money officially hit his account, Ethan felt an immediate surge of elation. It was a staggering sum, over 2 million yuan. To earn more than 2 million in just 7 days before the semester even began was nothing short of phenomenal. Of course, cost investment had been equally massive. First, a spirit maintenance pill costing 200,000 points. Second, 21 energy potions, totaling 110,000 blue star coins. Finally, his battle suit was heavily damaged, having cost him over 100,000 blue star coins when he purchased it. Overall, earning 200,000 yuan a day was a level of income he could never have imagined achieving in his past life. Leaving the superpower base, Ethan found himself at a nearby restaurant. Despite its prime location, the dishes were outrageously expensive, and the taste did nothing to justify the price tag. But necessity ruled. Food was essential for survival. In the Shadowmire he had subsisted on compressed biscuits for days, and his stomach rumbled with deep hunger. After wolfing down 10 bowls of rice, Ethan hailed a taxi and headed straight back toward campus. He drifted into sleep within the cab. "Sir, we've arrived at Crystalport Academy." The driver reminded him several times, but eventually, he had to physically nudge Ethan awake. Ethan felt groggy, his expression bearing the disorientation of someone who had just been pulled from a deep slumber. He wondered why he felt even sleepier after such a short nap. Upon entering Crystalport Academy, Ethan bypassed the mission center and ignored the cleaning station where he could have scrubbed the bloodstains from his weapons and battle clothes. Instead, he walked straight toward the dormitories on shared electric bikes. He was utterly drained, his eyelids felt weighted with lead, screaming for rest. As he neared the dormitory entrance, 2 girls approached him. One was petite and ceaselessly chatty. The other possessed a graceful figure, barely contained by a simple white t-shirt, complemented by blue jeans that gave her an effortlessly youthful vibe. It was Emily and Amelia, returning to their dorm together. Spotting of the naturally effusive Emily started to greet him, but Amelia gently placed a hand on her arm, halting her. Amelia narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing something amiss with Ethan. "Ethan, wrong. Are you in such bad shape?" she thought to herself. Suddenly, the memory of last week when Ethan had gone into the Shadowmire flashed through her mind. The truth struck her. Ethan must have encountered some serious danger down there. She wondered why he was so determined to enter the Shadowmire, and if he was truly that desperate for money. Amelia couldn't quite grasp the full weight of his desperation. "Brother, you're back." Back in the dorm room, Ethan murmured to Ethan, "I think I'll be confined to my own room for the next few days." The implication was clear: do not knock on his door out of mere curiosity. With that warning, he ascended the spiral staircase and retreated into the sanctuary of his bedroom. Even during this short journey, Ethan couldn't help but muse aloud. The after-effects of these spirit maintenance pills are truly potent. He felt too drained for a bath. The moment his fingertips brushed against the mattress, exhaustion claimed him and he collapsed onto the soft bedding. 1 day passed, then 2. Finally, on the 4th morning, Ethan slowly surfaced from a deep slumber as the first tentative rays of sunlight streamed through the large window, painting stripes across his face. He rubbed his eyes, letting out a long, shuddering breath. A good night's sleep, he thought vaguely. I feel much better. How long had he slept? Ethan subconsciously reached for his phone on the bedside table and flicked it on. The screen revealed a startling truth: he had slept for 4 full days. A sudden pang of emptiness hit him. "I'm starving. We need to go out and get something to eat." He pressed a hand against his rumbling stomach. Before venturing downstairs, Ethan performed the necessary rituals: washing up, taking a shower, and changing clothes. After all this long convalescence, he hadn't bathed in ages. He even washed the quilt and sheets, determined to start fresh. Once ready, he descended the stairs. There, waiting for him, was Ethan, who had clearly orchestrated a clandestine feast of fried skewers in the living room. "Brother Ethan, you're finally awake." Hearing his voice, Ethan turned his head. Seeing him revived, Ethan's face lit up with genuine delight. He picked a handful of golden brown enoki mushrooms and offered them to Ethan. Without hesitation, Ethan accepted the offering. Starving, he needed sustenance desperately. "Stop eating. Leave some for me," Ethan pleaded, his voice bordering on tears. Ethan devoured the skewers laid out on the table like a wolf feasting at a kill. It was clear that Ethan had barely touched a third of the bounty himself had purchased. Taking a large bite from a fried duck wing, Ethan gently patted Ethan's shoulder. "It's okay. I'll treat you to a proper lunch." "Really?" Ethan's despair instantly melted into sheer joy. "How could me?" Ethan smiled faintly, the words hanging in the air. The fried steers were nothing more than a meager appetizer for someone who had been confined to bed for 4 days. After leaving the dorm, Ethan headed straight for the cafeteria to fill his stomach properly. In the bustling hall, he bumped into an acquaintance, Richard, a senior student and a classmate of his teacher, Arthur. Naturally drawn by the familiarity, Ethan gravitated toward their table. "Junior brother Ethan, it's been too long. Where have you been making your fortune lately?" Richard greeted him, deploying an old internet meme. Ethan blinked, genuinely confused. He was a high school senior with virtually no experience navigating the wild currents of online humor. He simply answered truthfully, "I haven't gotten rich, just a little money." 2 million Blue Star coins certainly didn't qualify as a fortune. His daily cultivation demands consumed vast amounts of those coins. If he remained idle, his reserves would dwindle quickly. "Junior the Ethan," Richard continued, glancing at the 10 empty bowls before him and observing Ethan's continued ravenous eating. "Has your appetite increased lately? Even a combat-type ability user couldn't consume this much, could they?" "I just got back from the Shadowmire and slept for several days. I'm completely starved," Ethan explained with a wary smile. After leaving the cafeteria, Ethan returned to his dormitory and took the Black Dragon Spear to the cleaning center. He then proceeded to the mission center to submit his latest tasks, earning a total of 25 credits. Finally, he arrived at the resource trading office within the school. Behind the empty counter sat an old man, the very same man Ethan had encountered when he first visited this establishment. Despite the passage of time, the man retained the same vibrant energy and vitality. "I need a Class C alloy combat suit and a 20 cubic meter space ring," Ethan stated, cutting straight to the chase. Before coming, he had researched the spatial rings, noting that capacities ranged from low to high in increments of 1, 10, 20, 50, and 100 cubic meters. For anything else or larger, specialized users were required for customization, at an exorbitant cost. Given his current funds, the 20 cubic meter ring was his best choice. It was sufficient for his immediate needs. "That will be a total of 1.6 million Blue Star coins. Please swipe your card, classmate," the old man announced flatly. Ethan's pupils dilated instantly. He had only expected 2 items. It shouldn't require an abacus. A C-grade alloy battle suit costs 400,000 Blue Star coins, and a 20 cubic meter space costs 1.2 million Blue Star coins. Together, that makes 1.6 million, the old man clarified. The cost of the C-grade armor, 400,000 coins, was understandable. His own Black Dragon Spear was also C-grade, and had cost over 490,000. But a 20 cubic meter space ring demanded a full 1.2 million Blue Star coins. It utterly defied Ethan's imagination. He had only researched the capacity, never the price. He remembered seeing on television that a 1 cubic meter ring cost around 30,000 yuan. He assumed a 20 cubic meter unit wouldn't exceed 1 million coins. Not just 1 million, but an extra 200,000. In the end, Ethan paid the full sum. The purchased ring possessed exactly 20 cubic meters of space. He briefly wondered why he hadn't bought 2 10 cubic meter rings, but quickly dismissed the thought. Low-level ability users had limited mental capacity and could only maintain one primary spatial imprint. The sheer cost of this single ring brought to mind the 100 cubic meter space ring Amelia once possessed. Ethan performed a quick, rough calculation in his head. A 100 cubic meter ring would require 6 million Blue Star coins. This was based on simple multiplication. The actual price must be far higher. "The power of the family is truly terrifying," he sighed to himself. With the transaction complete, Ethan didn't forget one final task. "I also need to collect this month's cultivation resources." Ethan selected an ice blue spatial ring, noting that its color matched his supernatural ice and snow crown quite well. After placing the ring on his hand, he focused his mental power. Suddenly, he felt a lock mechanism within the ring unlock in his consciousness. The campus scene before him vanished, replaced by empty space. This void had a volume of exactly 20 cubic meters. Beyond this boundary, Like an invisible wall in a game, Ethan's consciousness could not extend outward. He brought his awareness back to reality and pointed the spatial ring at his newly purchased C-grade alloy battle suit and the cultivation resources he had just acquired. With a flash of light, both items disappeared into the ring's depths. Now that everything was safely stored, Ethan knew it was time for him to head back to his dorm. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ethan smiled at his friend, mentioning that it was almost time, and promising to treat him to a nice meal. Seeing Ethan finally return, his companion quickly stood up in excitement and gazed at him. Soon, the friend's attention became fixated on the spatial ring adorning Ethan's finger. The friend had said how dazzling it was, even blinding him, jokingly suggesting they could not go out. Ethan understood the joke immediately. He laughed and gently scolded his friend for complaining if his eyes were going to be blinded. Changing the subject, Ethan began flattering him, complimenting that the spatial ring suited his temperament perfectly. The friend teased him about his terrible flattery skills while patting him on the shoulder. Afterward, the two set off together toward the highest-rated restaurant near Crystalport Academy. After a hearty meal, they arrived at the entrance of Crystalport Academy. Ethan informed his companion that he needed to go to his teacher's residence first and that the friend should return by himself. He had already arranged this with Arthur while eating, and it happened that Arthur was also at the residence. Thus, the two parted ways. At Arthur's residence, a serious tone emerged from him as he questioned Ethan. He pointed out that his ice-breaking technique was only at the intermediate level of proficiency and demanded that Ethan work harder. Arthur reminded him that Ethan's junior brother had already mastered the ice explosion technique at the beginner level. After Ethan learned the ice explosion technique, he returned the skill book to Arthur. It was important for everyone present to understand that the content within skill books could only help learners reach a basic level of proficiency. Moving forward, breakthroughs required daily practice and seizing limited opportunities. With the stale book returned, Arthur contemplated giving the ice explosion skill to his level 51 student, Richard. He reminded himself that what was given was merely the right to use, not the right to own. As for more precious resources, he would naturally decide on them, reserving the vast majority for his disciple, Ethan. Arthur then internally questioned if they had reached advanced proficiency in ice-breaking technique after nearly a year of training. After all, without Ethan's terrifying comprehension, one would qualify to formally learn the ice explosion technique after achieving an advanced level of proficiency in ice-breaking technique and laying a solid foundation in related techniques. As expected, Richard indeed disappointed him, leaving Arthur with no choice but to scold him. Ethan stood politely at the doorway, listening without interrupting. Once Arthur finished reprimanding Richard, Ethan stepped forward and announced his presence to his teacher. Upon seeing Ethan, Arthur, who had been angry moments before, instantly switched to a smile. Naturally, Richard also departed, leaving the space solely for Ethan and Arthur. Ethan then declared that his Ice Blast spell had broken through to the intermediate level of proficiency. He was motivated by both a desire to save face for Senior Richard and the realization that demonstrating greater abilities was the only way to acquire more resources from his teacher. He understood that in this world, strength dictated everything. Arthur was somewhat surprised by this rapid progress. He recalled that when his own teacher had taught him an S-class skill during college, it took him 1 month just to learn it, and another 3 months to reach intermediate proficiency. To hear that Ethan had reached the same level in less than a month after receiving the Ice Blast skill book was truly unexpected. With a smile, Ethan suggested demonstrating his abilities, and Arthur simply nodded in agreement. Next, they traveled to the backyard of Arthur's residence. Arthur used his elemental energy to conjure a shield and instructed Ethan to use Ice Blast to unleash his full power. Hearing this, Ethan selected a long spear from the weapon rack nearby, one similar in appearance to his Black Dragon spear. He immediately mobilized his internal energy, suddenly exerting force through his arms without any mercy. With a loud boom, the spear pierced the shield, but when the icy smoke dissipated, the shield remained completely undamaged. Arthur noted that this was normal, stating that only if the shield developed cracks would there be a problem. He then praised Ethan, commenting that the Ice Blast spell had indeed reached intermediate proficiency, and noting that his foundation was quite good, suggesting Ethan must have spent considerable time training. Furthermore, he observed that Ethan had improved much faster than Arthur himself had in his youth, truly surpassing his teacher's former self. Ethan responded with a respectful bow, thanking him for the compliment. Arthur then inquired about the true purpose of their meeting, questioning if it was solely to prove that Ethan's ice explosion technique had reached intermediate proficiency. Ethan affirmed this was not the only reason and stated that he wished to learn skill books that granted sensory abilities, asking Arthur if he had any recommendations. He explained his motivation: the aftereffects of using a spirit maintenance pill were so profound that he did not want to risk using it again. Moreover, resting alone in the underground world carried the inherent risk of attacks from ferocious beasts. Having the ability to sense things would make it much easier to find the tracks of these creatures, thereby increasing his rate of acquiring evolution points. For various reasons, Ethan put it that he needed a special ability that allowed him to perceive things. We also plus rank skill books. Would you prefer to study an A rank or an S rank technique? Meeting Ethan's expectant gaze, Arthur spoke slowly, each word measured and deliberate. SS rank. Without a moment's hesitation. The choice was immediate. High-quality skills, whether in their upper or lower limits, inherently surpassed low-grade ones, and were far less likely to become obsolete. Given the opportunity to absorb superior material, Ethan would naturally gravitate toward the pinnacle of power. Are you certain? Your current proficiency is still at the peak of the first tier. With your existing mental attributes, even a rank mastery would be a significant challenge, let alone S level, Arthur cautioned gently. After all, skills rooted in perception belong to the mental discipline, a field utterly distinct from ice elemental energy. Such a leap was notoriously difficult. Generally speaking, mastering an S-rank mental skill book required a minimum of 1,000 points in pure mental attribute. It will be fine, I have ample time, I intend to proceed straight to S-level techniques. Ethan's eyes held a resolute fire. He thought that since he possessed the system, he only needed to reach a level where he could grasp its fundamentals. He did not need to absorb every single character of the skill book, just to achieve basic proficiency. Once that beginner threshold was crossed, let alone intermediate, advanced, or master, as long as evolution points were available, progress would be seamless and unobstructed. At worst, he mused, he could simply try it himself first. If all else failed, he would heed his teacher's advice and settle for a lower grade skill. Having such self-assurance is commendable. Keep that spirit burning, I believe in you. Arthur clapped him on the shoulder, offering genuine encouragement. He had witnessed too many miracles surrounding Ethan, events far beyond what he had ever seen in his own lifetime. For this reason, he was willing to continue placing his trust in the young man. Then, Arthur continued, this particular skill book is called Detective Technique, and it resides deep within the library archives. However, it belongs to a different department's curriculum, and many senior students from other faculties are currently mastering it. It's one of the most popular skills, so I cannot simply borrow it for you. But if you mention my name, those in charge should grant you several extra hours of study time. I understand, Ethan nodded. He mused internally that Detective Technique was accompanied by a faint sense of awe at the imposing title. Just then the doorbell chimed at Arthur's residence. The housekeeper, who had been tidying the living room, opened the door to admit a woman whose appearance was gentle and refined. Hearing the sound, both Arthur and Ethan moved from the backyard back into the main living area. Old Arthur, the tree fruit sent from above have arrived. The woman placed a small, ornate box containing the fruit upon the coffee table. She then glanced at Ethan, her expression shifting to curiosity. Is this your student? Or perhaps your disciple? She had heard whispers that Crystalport Academy had finally enrolled a student who had awakened an S-level ice-type superpower this year. But she did not know what he looked like, and was unsure if the young man standing before her matched the description. This is my newly accepted disciple, Ethan, who has awakened an S-level ice-type ability. Arthur introduced them. And you must be Eleanor, the dean of the Water-type Academy. It was impossible to miss how deliberately Arthur emphasized the words, S-class. a subtle undertone of pride woven into his greeting. "Stop pretending in front of me. You know there are no specially recruited freshmen in the water department this year, right?" Eleanor laughed, her tone sharp as she scolded him playfully. She then turned abruptly and hurried out of Arthur's residence, moving with an air of urgent business. Arthur walked to the center of the living room and began opening the box containing the tree fruit, peeling back layers upon intricate seals. The container was secured by multiple levels of magical wards. Even the ones sent directly to him required considerable effort to breach. There was no other way. The security measures were simply too sophisticated. What kind of tree fruit is Dean Eleanor speaking of? And why are the seals so complex? Ethan couldn't help but ask, his curiosity piqued. You should know how many superpowers exist in this world, shouldn't you? While channeling his mental power to break the outermost seal, Arthur simultaneously projected a sliver of his consciousness toward Ethan. Wesadu, Adoria, the Beautiful Kingdom, the White Continent Alliance, the Black Continent Alliance, and the Ocean Continent Alliance, the 5 major superpowers. Ethan had learned these facts back in elementary school. Precisely. In the largest known underground world, a plant called the verdant wood grows. Access to this subterranean passage is not granted to ordinary ability users. One must first break through to the 7th level Grand Master realm to be allowed entry and view it. The verdant wood is a colossal giant, reaching 1,000 meters in height. Every 4 years, it bears an abundance of fruits. These fruits are categorized into 3 grades based on their potency: S+ grade resources, SS+ grade resources, and SS+ grade resources. These precious materials are distributed jointly by the 5 superpowers through binding contracts. In our Eldoria, we typically allocate S+ grade tree fruits to 7th level Grand Masters once a year, Arthur explained. As I'm a master of ice, the fruit allocated here naturally possesses the effect of activating the latent ice elemental energy within my body. He added that active ice elemental energy translates to an ice elemental damage bonus in combat. While it does not directly increase experience points or significantly boost realm advancement, its actual improvement is far greater than mere level progression. At that moment, Arthur finally shattered the last seal, and 3 tree fruits appeared in his outstretched hand. The fruit was entirely an icy blue, constantly emitting a chilling aura. To Ethan's eye, it resembled a dramatically oversized blueberry. Less than a minute after being exposed to the air, a delicate layer of frost formed around the fruit's surface. Here, take one. Arthur offered a tree fruit to Ethan. No, teachers or resources sent to you from above. How can I possibly accept them? Besides, they are S+ level materials. They are incredibly valuable. Ethan shook his head gently, refusing the gift. Take it if I give it to you. You cannot receive something for nothing, but you must promise me one thing. Arthur laughed heartily. Since his teacher had insisted, Ethan no longer hesitated and accepted the fruit from his hand. What? Ethan asked. He realized that he had a very high probability of succeeding in this task, otherwise his teacher would not ask. When we meet our students at the freshman competition, we must not hold back. We need to beat him thoroughly. Arthur's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthless determination. I'd initially planned for you to avoid their sharp edges, but seeing how well you are performing now, I have no more concerns. Disciple understands. Ethan nodded slightly and replied. He knew that Richard, one of the senior students, often spoke to him about teacher Arthur. Owen was frequently mentioned among them. He was the dean of the Fire Academy. Not only were they rivals due to their elemental affinities, but they disagreed on countless matters in daily life. He was so arrogant because he always seemed to attract specially recruited fire-type freshmen every year. Fortune had shifted. Ethan's excellence far surpassed Arthur's initial expectations. The freshman competition loomed just around the corner, and the time for him to finally shine was almost here. Leaving Arthur's residence, Ethan carried with him 2 immensely valuable resources: the S-grade herb blood, piercing grass obtained in the Shadowmire, and the 1st-grade resource verdantwood fruit that Arthur had gifted him. He headed directly for the Ethereum workshop at the school. He knew neither of these materials could be consumed raw, because his current physique was not yet capable of withstanding such potent energy. Attempting to force them into his body would cause the terrifying elemental power to rampage through him, inevitably leading to explosion and death. Therefore, they absolutely needed to be refined into individual pills for controlled consumption. Ethan walked to the appropriate window within the Ethereum workshop, carefully handing over the few herbs he had gathered along with the fruit from the verdant wood. He requested that these resources be processed into medicinal pills. The person stationed at the counter was a senior student who possessed fire-type abilities and appeared to be working there part-time. The senior student smiled slightly and agreed to assist him. However, after taking a closer look at both the herbs Ethan brought and the verdantwood fruit, her expression shifted dramatically. She displayed a mixture of shock and confusion, questioning the true origin and nature of such rare items. Realizing that she could not handle materials of this caliber alone, the senior student immediately decided to call for the section chief. A few seconds later, a young man with a peaceful appearance walked in from the door. Ethan subconsciously looked back and recognized him. It was his senior, Kevin. Kevin greeted him, expressing surprise at finding him within the Ethereum workshop. He inquired about the type of pills Ethan intended to refine. When Ethan showed him both the herbs and the fruit, confirming that they were resources he had acquired, Kevin immediately acknowledged the exceptional quality of the blood. Piercing grass. From its sheer rarity, Kevin deduced with certainty that it must have been sourced from the Shadowmire. Kevin then brought up the upcoming freshman competition. He suggested that after the competition concluded, Ethan should seriously consider joining his seniors' team. Kevin reasoned that since Ethan had first returned from the Shadowmire and become a formal superhuman, he must have advanced significantly in his cultivation level by now. Ethan thanked Kevin for the generous invitation but decisively declined. He felt that while joining a large team might offer support, it would inevitably come with a significant team fee. More importantly, he knew that complex interpersonal relationships could easily cause friction, especially since new members were often treated poorly by veteran players. Ethan concluded that his own system resources, combined with the guidance of his teachers, were already more than sufficient. A clattering sound echoed down the stairs, signaling an arrival. Ethan turned his head to see the senior student leading a man with a long white beard and wearing a purple robe. The director of the Ethereum workshop. The director approached them, immediately demanding to inspect the blood-piercing grass. Ethan presented both the rare herbs and the fruit, asking for their refinement. The director's gaze was intense, revealing an almost obsessive passion for alchemy. When his eyes fell upon the verdantwood fruit, however, his pupils dilated in visible shock. Both the senior student and Kevin instantly understood that this resource must be something extraordinary. They quickly checked their communication devices, and were stunned by the results. Even the lowest quality of the verdantwood fruit was classified as Ester grade. The director then assured Ethan that he could refine the resources immediately, promising completion within 2 days. He explained that thanks to advancements in technology and his own decades of experience as a 5th-level ability user within a level fire-type ability, the process would be swift. As Ethan prepared to depart, he remembered the payment required for such services. The director simply waved off any discussion of money, stating that he was more than happy with the opportunity to refine such rare items, let alone asking for currency. Chapter the 2nd level of the profound nether ice soul body. The moment Ethan stepped out of the Ethereum workshop, his phone rang. He answered it and saw that the caller was none other than his mother, Sarah. After receiving the call, there wasn't much to do. Ethan learned that his family had moved from their old, dilapidated rental house to the Whisperwind residential area in the city center. This revelation was significant. The Whisperwind residential area was a place reserved for city leaders of all ranks and their relatives. Natru's move was attributed to the benefit of his awakened S-class superpower. Upon hearing this news, Ethan felt a wave of delight. His mother had worked tirelessly throughout her life, transitioning from a school beauty to a working-class woman. It was finally time for her to enjoy life's comforts. Ethan returned to his dormitory. After dealing with matters in the Shadowmire, he had slept for 4 days and subsequently managed various affairs. However, he hadn't yet utilized any of the system's accumulated evolution points. He found No in the living room on the 1st floor. He mused that since he had fed someone until they were stuffed, They must have returned to their bedroom to sleep. Ethan walked up the spiral staircase and entered his own room, immediately sitting down on the bed. With a mere thought, the status panel appeared before him. The interface displayed name Ethan evolution points 6400, special ability Ice Crown Yase, realm upper first tier, mental state 260 odd blood 500 calories. His skills included gunplay advanced, melee combat beginner, ice ring GD intermediate A, ice flash B beginner, S, ice blayer beginner Esha, frozen shield A, beginner A and ice blast S intermediate A. His body green technique was the profound nether ice soul body for first level N. The sheer number of evolution points and the dense cluster of upward arrows caught Ethan's eye. He glanced at the status briefly, believing he was about to break through to a lower second tier when something felt wrong. He looked the panel again, scrutinizing the details more carefully. Only then did the truth hit him: his body-tearing technique could actually be broken through. He fell into deep thought, weighing his options. Should he choose to advance his realm, or should he focus on elevating his body-tempering technique? After careful consideration, Ethan made his decision. He would break through the body-tempering technique. His reasoning was simpler: the upward arrow associated with his realm appeared before the one for his body-tempering technique. This indicated that breaking through the latter consumed a greater amount of evolution points. The more points spent, the greater the resulting improvement. With the upcoming freshman competition approaching, Ethan naturally chose the path that offered the maximum possible strength boost. A person's level of attainment does not represent everything. True combat prowess relies on overall physical strength. Having high skills while neglecting fundamental bodily improvements would inevitably lead to defeat by those with superior foundational power. After this internal deliberation, Ethan no longer hesitated and pressed the upward arrow next to his body-tempering technique. A system announcement flashed across his vision. 6,000 evolution points were consumed. The mysterious ice soul body advanced from the first level to the second level. The moment the points were deducted, a searing burning sensation spread throughout his entire body. Specifically, his heart felt intensely hot. Thump. Thump. Ethan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and the powerful rhythm echoed in his ears. A massive surge of primordial energy flowed directly from his core, shattering all the obstacles that had previously prevented him from establishing a stable energy cycle. Once this wave completed its first cycle, the first bridge was established, completing the tempering of his heart. The process moved swiftly to the liver. The remaining obstacles shattered, and the second cycle was easily established, building the second bridge and completing the liver's tempering. Following these were the spleen, lungs and kidneys, which underwent the same rigorous tempering process. This ordeal was far from easy. After enduring what felt like 2 hours of intense torment, Ethan slowly opened his eyes. His forehead and back were soaked with cold sweat. He could clearly feel that now that the cycles were established, he possessed a vastly improved ability to mobilize the energy within his body. The human body itself is truly a mystery. With this thought, Ethan immediately reopened the panel to check the changes in his attributes. The interface displayed his name was Ethan. He had 400 evolution points remaining. His S-rank special ability remained the Ice Crown. His realm stood at upper first tier. His mental energy measured 300 Hz, and his QI blood registered 710 calories. His skills listed marksmanship advanced and hand-to-hand combat beginner. Most significantly, his body tempering technique was now the mysterious ice soul body assessor at the second level. Ethan still remembered that when he was at the first level of the profound nether ice soul body, his mental energy had been 260 Hz, and his blood energy 520 calories. Comparing the two figures revealed a massive increase. His ment energy had risen by 40 Hz, and his blood energy had increased by 190 calories. This attribute boost was already terrifying. However, that was not the most crucial point. Most importantly, the establishment of 5 bridges. The creation of the primordial energy cycle had given Ethan a qualitative leap in his control over the ice-type elemental energy within his body. Taking the most basic function of superpowers, such as bursts of power, as an example, Ethan recalled encountering the shadow cat in the city when he visited Frostfall Hall for a meal. When using superpower bursts, it was extremely difficult to accurately control the amount of primal energy used by the body, which is why killing even a tiny shadow cat produced so much ice and snow. Now, with improved control over ice-type elemental energy, Ethan could better manage the effects of his ability bursts. He then tested this newfound control, extending his hands and generating snowflakes. The flakes slowly drifted down from his palms, exhibiting an extreme precision that was like a near-perfect work of art. Previously, he had been unable to generate snowflakes with such high accuracy. Furthermore, Ethan sensed that the speed at which his body's vital energy recovered had accelerated by approximately 50%. He felt deep satisfaction regarding these results. Recognizing that the third level of the body tempering technique involved tempering the meridians, a process that would likely be another huge undertaking, he decided to wait until after the freshman competition before delving deeper into it. After a moment of reflection, Ethan went to the bathroom next to his bedroom to take a shower, as his clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. Once he had showered, dried his hair, and changed into clean new clothes, Ethan did not waste any time. He immediately set off for the library. Filled with curiosity, he was eager to understand what this S-rank mental skill, detective technique, entailed. The journey to the library was quite long from his bedroom. Even using the shared electric bikes at high speed would take almost an hour of travel. The library of Crystalport Academy was vast. The first floor served as the lending area for all available books, requiring students to register with staff before proceeding upstairs to the second floor reading area. Notably, there was also a free speech area on the first floor, established specifically for people who needed space to speak, such as two students studying the same skill. Ethan recalled an earlier incident when Arthur had directly borrowed the S-rank body tempering technique, Swamming Ice Soul Body. The display of this powerful book had caused considerable discussion among students in the free speech area on the first floor. Fortunately, because the ceiling was covered with special soundproofing material, the two individuals did not disturb each other. After entering the book lending section, Ethan questioned where the mental element skills were located, noting that fire, wind, and lightning elements had been accounted for elsewhere. He soon found books related to mental health in a specific section. His gaze gradually moved upwards as he discovered that S-rank skills were housed at the very top of the counter. Illusionary ray, telekinetic cutting, and finally, detective technique. The sheer luxury of the Crystalport Academy library was surprising to him. Rare S-rank skills, which were seldom found elsewhere, were available here in over a dozen different types, especially within the mental category. Each stayed with approximately a dozen corresponding skill books. It was important to remember that these skill books could not be created by simple photocopying. They required a superhuman possessing master-level proficiency who had to write them out stroke by stroke using their mind and concentration. This demonstrated the terrifying strength of Crystalport Academy. After searching for some time, Ethan finally located his target, the S-rank mental skill, detective technique. He noted that this skill was highly sought after. While several other mental skill books remained, only one copy of the book for detective technique was left. Ethan reached out and took down the skill book, detective technique. As he did so, a pretty figure walked towards him, causing him to turn his head in surprise. She had a slender figure and long, fair legs. This beautiful woman was Amelia. Amelia greeted him with a blink of her beautiful eyes, expressing delight at the coincidence of their meeting. Ethan simply stated that he was studying the skill book. Amelia explained that her special ability was somewhat related to this area, allowing her to learn it faster than most people, and offered to help him with anything he did not understand. Ethan smiled slightly and agreed. However, he immediately pointed out that the skill book in his hands was the last remaining copy on the counter. Amelia's expression shifted, showing a of regret. She then suggested an alternative. She would teach him how to learn the skill book directly to speed up his learning process, provided he gave her half of his reading time in exchange. Ethan readily agreed that this arrangement was acceptable. He reasoned that while self-study was necessary, having someone guide him would undoubtedly accelerate the process. He reflected on Amelia's willingness to help, comparing it to a classmate who had once generously given away the swiftness pill without trying to raise the price when encountering a third-tier ferocious beast in the Shadow Mire. He concluded that accepting her help was merely doing her a small favor. Thus, after registering their books, the two did not proceed to the second-floor reading area. Instead, they went to the free speech area on the first floor. They settled into an inconspicuous corner, where the noise level was low, making it ideal for the upcoming lesson. Facing each other, Ethan turned to the first page of the skill book. Even just looking at these words made his head feel swollen. The tutoring process proved incredibly taxing for Ethan. Not only was learning the skill book inherently difficult, even with Amelia's excellent instruction, but his focus constantly challenged by her presence. Her stunningly beautiful face and melodious voice often caused him to lose concentration, making it hard to immerse himself in his studies. He had to repeatedly remind himself that this distraction was normal. He was not incapable of focusing. 2 hours passed in a blur. Ethan felt that his control over the skill book had reached an astonishing 1%. He knew it was crucial not to be fooled by this low number. He recalled that achieving entry-level proficiency, which is necessary for allocating skill points, only required 10% mastery of the skill book. This meant, if he repeated the learning process for another 9 days, he could directly reach the beginner level of proficiency, allowing him to add points and quickly break through to the junior level of proficiency. Ethan thanked Amelia profusely for her excellent teaching. He realized that without her specialized help, he might have been forced to transfer away to an A-level school, or even a lower-tier institution plagued by perception effects. Amelia simply acknowledged his thanks and returned to studying, flipping through the skill book herself. Ethan made a rough estimate, determining that the skill book's progress was already about 70%, confirming just how much she had mastered the technique. Around 5:30 p.m., as Ethan prepared to leave the library, he asked Amelia if she needed him to bring her anything for dinner. She confirmed that it was time for a meal and casually requested a serving of Sa Longbao, while continuing to browse through the skill book. Ethan left the library and went to a nearby cafeteria to have his own meal. Shortly after, he returned to the library carrying the steamed buns Amelia had requested. She was still quietly seated in her chair, immersed in her studies. However, there was one new person present: Amelia's roommate and best friend, Emily. Ethan met Emily's gaze, and she returned it with an unnerving intensity. "Amelia, here are your steamed buns." He placed the basket on the table, his movements casual, ready to depart, when a predatory gleam entered Emily's eyes. A slow, knowing grin spread across her face. "Ethan, you even bought dinner for our Amelia. Are you perhaps developing feelings for her?" Before Ethan could formulate a reply, Amelia moved. Her fingers darted out, pinching the soft flesh just above Emily's waist. The gasp of pain that escaped Emily's lips was theatrical and loud. "Hi, I apologize, I was wrong." Amelia released her hand, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, Ethan. Please add me on QQ, I will transfer the money to you later." Govan simply nodded. With that, he left. Once they were alone, Emily fixed Amelia with an expression of profound disappointment. "Amelia, girls should maintain a certain decorum. Look at you, you've already given your QQ account away." "No," Amelia interrupted sharply, her voice laced with disbelief. "How can what you are saying be the same as what I just did?" Hearing the challenge in her tone, Emily couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. "Amelia, back in high school, you never had such a close relationship with any boy. Look at you now." She planted her hands on her hips, adopting the posture of a disappointed elder sister. Stop. Before Emily could finish her lecture, Amelia cut her off with a swift rebuttal. "Most of those male students in high school were merely trying to take advantage of my enthusiasm and ask me questions." She paused, letting her gaze soften slightly. "But Ethan is different. In his eye is genuine appreciation, and an undeniable determination to become stronger." Amelia had never held a favorable opinion of her former male classmates. One particularly audacious student had attempted an overly dramatic lunge, only to be met by Amelia's swift kick that sent him crashing into the wall. Following that incident, coupled with some subtle family influence, they had ensured he was sidelined for a period. Since then, no one dared provoke her. Compared to the others, Ethan left an undeniably positive impression. He was tall, handsome, and possessed a commanding presence, the kind of man who made a good impression anywhere he went. Yet, there was something else she wanted to ask him, a deeper question that lingered in the air. But she didn't voice it. She sensed that Ethan's aura had increased significantly. He was growing exponentially stronger. However, that the current situation was vastly different from before, and with the freshman competition looming, she chose her silence. Night fell. After leaving the library, Ethan did not head straight back to his dormitory. Instead, he walked toward the Frostart Ability Hall. He had slept for 4 whole days, and he hadn't had a single day of proper practice. The freshman competition was rapidly approaching. He couldn't afford to slack off now. Ethan immediately activated a sea-level training room and began his marksmanship drills. Shot after shot erupted from the chamber. "I'm still a bit rusty," he muttered to himself, but the words were quickly swallowed by the rhythm of his continued practice. Back in the dormitory, Ethan opened his phone and saw that Amelia had already sent him the transfer confirmation. He accepted it immediately. How could she get Amelia to continue teaching her? Other people's time is valuable. This was just a coincidence. She suddenly remembered Amelia's words. "If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." Furthermore, since Amelia was still mastering the detective technique, she would inevitably return to the library soon. Doesn't this mean she could easily corner her for advice at the library? While it wouldn't be as fast as direct instruction, it was infinitely better than figuring everything out alone. Ethan typed a message. "Amelia, when do you usually go to the library?" The reply came instantly, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She usually goes at 2. At that time, there are fewer people in the library, and leftover skill books like detective techniques are often available. Plus, after 4 hours of study, it's 6 a.m., which is perfect timing for dinner at the nearby cafeteria. Unfortunately, she had some urgent business today and arrived late, leading to all this. Amelia already knows why she messaged. She wants to take the opportunity to ask questions about detective technique. It doesn't bother her, she'll just consider it helping out. As for he as a competitor, Amelia shook her head dismissively. After witnessing his monstrous cultivation speed, she no longer harbored such thoughts. The next day arrived with renewed purpose. In the morning, Ethan headed to the Frostart Ability Hall for intensive training. In the afternoon, he met Amelia at the library. Ethan was astonished to find that after just 1 day of learning, his ability to absorb this skill had improved dramatically. Even on the second day, when he studied mostly independently and only asked Amelia a few questions, his progress increased by over 1%, a staggering rate of improvement. This rapid ascent was a boon for Ethan. It meant he could master detective techniques much sooner than anticipated. He even wondered what expression would cross Amelia's face when she realized that she had suddenly conceived a bright idea: the ability to absorb an entire skill book in a single night. The third day dawned early. "Are the pills actually ready? So fast?" Upon receiving the message from the alchemy department, Ethan hurried there. One of the elixirs was crafted using S-grade blood-piercing grass and various auxiliary herbs. The other required an even more precious S+ resource, the fruit of the verdantwood. From the moment he handed over his materials to the head alchemist, he had been eager to see the final results. "Young man, the elixir is ready." The head alchemist appeared as Ethan entered, carrying 2 wooden boxes, one in each hand. The box on his left held vibrant red pills. The one on his right contained an ice blue pill. Their colors alone spoke volumes about their potent ingredients. "This," the head alchemist explained with a serious expression, "is a blood-boosting pill that can improve your circulation and ki, but you must not take too much at once. For safety, it is best taken 1 pill every 2 days. He then gestured to the second box. "And this extreme ice pill will activate the ice-type elemental energy within your body. It should also be consumed no more frequently than once every 2 days. "Understood." Ethan acknowledged, accepting both wooden boxes and carefully closing their lids. Ethan first took out a bright red blood-activating pill. The pill caused a subtle stirring in his blood just by its presence. He swallowed the blood-boosting pill in 1 gulp, and instantly, A burning sensation spread from his stomach throughout his body, causing him to tremble slightly. His heart began beating rapidly, establishing a noticeable rhythm in the quiet environment. Because it had awakened ice-type superpowers, an elemental energy flowed within him, creating a unique state of ice and fire. This intense condition lasted for a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Ethan let out a breath. Next, he swallowed the extreme ice pill in one gulp. He found the effects of this pill to be incredibly potent. Initially, since he had awakened his ice-type ability, Ethan expected no discomfort. But swallowing the extreme ice pill felt like consuming a solid block of ice. The temperature was far too cold for him. He mused internally about how difficult it must be for others, especially when compared to natural materials such as the fruit of the verdant wood. He wished he could absorb things directly, much like Teacherkin did. Ethan closed his eyes and focused intensely on absorbing the effects of the extreme ice pill. After a few minutes, the discomfort lessened, allowing him to gradually adapt. Eventually, the effects were completely absorbed and Ethan opened his eyes. He felt that the energy within his body had become significantly more active. This was only one pill. The head of the alchemy department had given him a total of 15 pills for refinement. It was clear that after consuming all the extreme ice pills, the activity level of his yuan energy would be greatly improved. Time passed day by day. Ethan maintained his routine, visiting the Frost Art Ability Hall in the morning and the library in the afternoon. More than a week later at 6 p.m., after leaving the library with Amelia, Ethan suddenly opened his panel. A luminous message appeared: Detective skills, sir, if beginner, yes sir. The sister notes that after so much effort, the skill, detective skill, had finally appeared on his character panel. Furthermore, the familiar upward arrow indicated that he could directly break through to the beginner proficiency level. The next second, a dramatic change occurred: evolution points -100. Detective skills sex a beginner transitioned into detective skills as SC's elementary. With only 300 evolution points remaining on his panel, a flood of memories rushed into Ethan's mind, and he mastered how to use the detective technique. The moment he grasped the technique, he learned that he could continuously expend a small amount of mental energy to sense all individuals within a radius of 1,500 meters centered on himself for an extended period. He also discovered that, by expending a large amount of mental energy intermittently, he could expand his range of perception. Though this action was extremely short-lived, Ethan immediately tested the skill. The range expanded to 4 times its original size, achieving a radius of 3,000 meters, centered on himself. He realized that the skill's effective range was closely tied to his mental attributes and skill proficiency. He noted that this ability was not X-ray vision. At most, it could only sense the presence and aura of living beings, but nothing else. He concluded that a maximum radius of 3,000 meters would be sufficient for navigating the Shadowmire. After parting ways with Amelia, Ethan felt a wave of awkwardness. Since he had already learned the skill, he no longer needed to visit the library. He recalled asking her many questions earlier in the day and did not want to immediately claim such profound mastery right after leaving the facility. Therefore, he decided that letting the conversation continue until tomorrow would be best. The next day, Ethan headed to the Frost Art Ability Hall for his morning training session. A staff member who recognized him couldn't help but inquire why he had been absent from the afternoon sessions lately, suggesting that something might have happened. She recalled that Ethan used to cultivate diligently for 8 hours or more every morning and afternoon without fail, making his absence noticeable. Ethan simply waved his hand dismissively and explained that he had spent the previous afternoon learning a new skill at the library. Meanwhile, Nia frowned slightly when she saw that Ethan was almost an hour late. She wondered if her classmate had fallen asleep, or if he had been tied up on a phone call via QQ. Since Ethan entered the cultivation room, he placed his phone in the safe outside, and no one answered it. Amelia pondered that perhaps Ethan was busy with something else, and decided to continue with her own studies. For her, only one crucial issue remained before she could fully master the entire skill book. The whole afternoon passed by quietly. She finally closed the skill book and focused her mental power. A sudden realization struck her. she was already able to use the S-rank skill, detective technique, as she left the library alone. A message arrived from Ethan. He apologized for forgetting to mention that he had mastered the detective technique that morning. It turned out after leaving the cultivation room, Ethan had retrieved his phone and found a missed call record from Amelia via QQ. He therefore quickly fabricated an excuse for her. Amelia froze instantly upon seeing the message. Her breath caught in her throat. She was so profoundly surprised that she could not speak. Just yesterday, Ethan had only learned the basics of the technique, and even asked her questions about it. But today, he had already mastered it. Unable to figure out the reason for this massive leap, she could only conclude that Ethan's comprehension speed was terrifyingly far beyond her own. She reflected that in just one morning, he achieved a sudden realization, like a spring that never stops flowing, completing several weeks' worth of work in an instant. Thinking about it carefully, Ethan's comprehension had always been incredibly impressive, evident when she studied S-rank body, tempering techniques, and other S-rank skills. She thought to herself that he was truly a monster, someone she could not compare herself to. Amelia regained her radiant smile, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of seeing everyone's expressions when they encountered Ethan during the freshman competition. The opening ceremony looms just 2 days away. The stakes are impossibly high. We cannot afford to let our guard drop for a single moment. Ethan rose early this morning, performing his usual routine, brushing teeth, washing his face, and securing his spatial ring before heading toward the Frosted Ability Hall. He was surprised to find that Ethan had arrived even earlier than him. Yet, it was clear from his demeanor that Ethan had been working relentlessly in recent times. Just yesterday, he had declared a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, claiming proficiency at the intermediate level and officially achieving superhuman status, a lower-tier first-rank existence. "Brother, come quickly. Look at this post on the campus forum." Ethan waved, beckoning Ethan downstairs. A post on the campus forum. Ethan leaned closer, a furrow of confusion creasing his brow. A headline caught his eye on Ethan's phone screen, shocking. 2 S-rank Ice-type students have appeared among this year's freshmen. The title crafted with irresistible hooks, words like surprising and unexpectedly, designed to snag the reader's attention. Furthermore, the combination of S-rank and Ice-type, 2 rare attributes, made it an absolute must-click sensation. It practically begs you to click and find out. Another's rank Ice-type has emerged. Ethan's brow tightened slightly as he clicked on the post. The article was no mere clickbait. It confirmed that 2 new students had awakened S-rank Ice abilities this year. The first, naturally, was Ethan, who had been specially recruited by Jessica. The second, however, belonged to an international student from the Shadowlands. His name was listed Jack. "Brother, another S-rank S-type has appeared. I have a feeling he's coming for you," Ethan murmured after reading the details. Ethan merely shook his head, dismissing the urgency with a slight wave of his hand. "It's nothing. If they want war," he thought, "then let them fight." His current cultivation stood at the upper tier of the first rank, and he even advanced the S-rank body tempering technique, the mysterious Nether Ice Soul body, to its 2nd level. Coupled with his mastery of 2 distinct S-rank skills, he felt invincible. How could he possibly lose? Seeing that Ethan remained unperturbed, Ethan suddenly felt a wave of anxiety himself. He didn't waste time idling in the dormitories. Instead, he rushed out and headed straight for the Frosted Ability Hall to train. Though Ethan outwardly displayed no pressure, his actions spoke volumes. He would not slack off. In another corner of campus, a foreign student with dark skin, an exceptionally tall frame, and thick curls was being led to his dormitory. This man, the 2nd freshman at Crystalport Academy this year to awaken an S-level ice superpower. The ancestors were right, Jack whispered to himself, a flush of pure joy spreading across his face. Eldoria truly offers unparalleled living conditions for international students. He hailed from a poor family in the Shadowlands. His elders had spoken glowingly of the universities here, assuring him that they offered exceptional opportunities. Moreover, he was told that many women in this culture held a deep fondness for men like himself. Driven by these expectations, Jack hadn't settled locally but traveled all the way to Eldoria to study. Initially, he had planned to attend Stormhaven College, believing it more prestigious internationally than Crystalport Academy. However, when Emily, an admissions officer at the rival university, mentioned that the only freshman in the entire region to awaken an S-level ice ability was enrolled at Crystalport Academy, Jack's plans pivoted instantly. It wasn't logic, it was a strange, competitive instinct taking hold. Back in his own mind, the villa before him looked nothing short of opulent. Classical decor, manicured gardens, blooming flowers, gentle streams, and elegant bridges, it was breathtaking. Coming from poverty in the Shadowlands, Jack had never known such luxury. He felt overwhelmingly joyful. In reality, this wasn't special treatment for international students. Every student lived in a villa. He only occupied a 2-story residence, because there were no other students from his homeland to share it with. It was hardly an exception within the sprawling campus grounds of Crystalport Academy. With immense excitement, he opened the dormitory door and stepped into the villa. The living room was vast, its floors spotless. Furnished, exquisite craftsmanship, everything delighted and surprised Jack. "I've seen the dorms, and the conditions are incredible." He paused, a slight smile involuntarily touching his lips. "Now it's time to try the second thing our ancestors told us about." He left the villa, intending to strike up conversation with 2 girls. Though he might be viewed as poor locally. Who would ever know? As Jack walked through the dormitory area, he soon encountered 2 sophomores strolling toward him. They were laughing and chatting, their silvery laughter ringing out carelessly, completely oblivious to his presence. "You 2 are so beautiful. I'm Jack, a student here studying abroad. Could we get to know each other?" Jack flashed what he believed was a charming smile and spoke with blunt confidence. This was the wisdom of his ancestors. They claimed that many women in Eldoria craved praise from men. Yet they also noted that most local men were reserved and awkward. Therefore, speaking frankly greatly increased one's chances of success. The 2 sophomores exchanged glances, frowned slightly, said nothing, and simply veered around him, leaving. After they passed, their silvery laughter resumed its careless rhythm. Jack scratched his curly hair, utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Why is this different from what our ancestors described? It must be my expression, he muttered to himself. Let me try again. He repeated the attempt. The result was far worse. This time the senior not only left immediately but did so with a clear look of distaste on her face. This blow struck Jack like a physical punch. His ancestors had guaranteed this approach worked. They even shared photos and videos in their group chat, which had excited him when he saw them. Now that he was trying to replicate it, why wasn't it working? Well, Jack sighed heavily, sinking onto a stone bench by the roadside. Just as Destea began to settle over him, a senior with long, wavy hair gently patted his back. She smiled warmly and expressed her genuine admiration for men like Jack, men who were charming. "Thank you. Actually, beautiful lady, you are very charming too." Jack felt an overwhelming rush of joy. What incredible stroke of luck. He never expected the prey to take the bait willingly. In truth, despite the senior student's willing interest, something else was at play. She was a veteran of countless battles, and in one of them, she had sustained a minor injury. Jack's appearance intrigued her. He represented something exotic, a specialty from the Shadowlands that she had never encountered before. The opening ceremony for the 2052 class of Aethelgard Academy was today. Ethan, having just roused himself from sleep, found his thoughts immediately drawn to the panel he opened. It displayed his current attributes in stark detail. Name Ethan. Evolution points 200, special ability Ice Crown, rated S, realm upper first tier, mental energy 328. Kai and 750 calories, skills included marksmanship advanced, melee combat intermediate, ice ring isi dias intermediate. Ice fast aid beginner, ice blade airs a beginner, frozen shield a beginner, ice blast assess intermediate and detective skills SS of beginner, body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body rated S as second level. The panel impossibly rich, a display of power that few students entering this year could rival. He recalled that just days ago, he had managed to push his combat skills from beginner to intermediate, a feat costing only 100 evolution points. It was an investment that yielded tangible improvement in close quarters fighting, proving its worth. Satisfied with the metrics, Ethan slipped into the school uniform provided by the welcoming teacher. The fabric felt substantial and finely woven. It was clearly crafted from premium materials, settling against his skin with a comfortable weight. Stepping out of the dormitory, he ran into Liam, who was emerging at the same moment. Observing the slight tension in Liam's shoulders, Ethan knew his friend was feeling overwhelmed. He stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Liam's shoulder and offering a few words of gentle encouragement. Liam let out a visible breath, the rigid knot of anxiety in his posture visibly loosening. The school had mandated that the ceremony begin at 8 a.m., with the central playground designated as the assembly point. After leaving the dormitories and grabbing breakfast in the cafeteria, the two made their way to the vast, open expanse of the central grounds. From a surging tide of students had already gathered. The crisp, unfamiliar fabric of their school uniforms confirmed that they were all freshmen of the 52 cohort. Ethan and Mayan joined the flow, moving into the heart of the crowd. Within the bustling energy of the central playground, two young women sharing a dorm room were engaged in hushed conversation. They were Clara and Amelia. "Clara, you're going to see your Ethan classmate again soon. Aren't you excited?" Amelia teased, a bright smile playing on her lips. "Wes, you're right, okay." Ever since Amelia had discovered Ethan and Clara studying together in the library, she had fallen into a giddy state of gossip, peppering Clara with such remarks. She knew that their connection was nothing more than good classmates at most, just friends. How could it possibly be as dramatic as Amelia suggested? Clara chose to let the subject drop. Soon enough, Amelia's interest waned, and she returned to a more normal rhythm of conversation. Suddenly, the murmur of freshman chatter reached Clara's ears. "Look, isn't the international student who awakened S-Ranki's elemental power?" They were talking about him on the campus forum. "Wow, he's so tall. He's walking this way." Upon hearing the mention of S-Rank Ice, Clara initially thought it might be Ethan and started to turn around in greeting. Then she realized who it was. It wasn't Ethan, it was clearly a foreigner. This international student was none other than Jack. "Hello, beautiful lady. May we get to know each other?" Jack couldn't help but swallow hard, his gaze lingering on Clara's stunning beauty and inviolable figure. He then adopted an air of practiced elegance as he approached her. Clara frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. The sheer burning intensity in Jack's eyes was too obvious to ignore. His constant focus on her chest was blatant. How could anyone not notice? "I apologize," Clara said, keeping her tone cool and measured. "But I have no intention of getting to know you." "All right then, beautiful lady. Have a wonderful life." Jack maintained his performance until the very end, stepping back with an exaggerated flourish. "Wow, this girl is so pretty. I didn't even notice her before." "Wait a mick, I think there was a post saying that the Xia family's daughter came to our school. Could it be her?" "The Xia family? Is it the Xi family that has a 7th level grandmaster?" Listening to the whispers around him, Jack, who had conquered the long-haired senior the night before, felt an inexplicable surge of desire to conquer her. Not only was she top tier in looks and figure, but she was also a wealthy heiress. If he could win her over, his future life would be unimaginable perfection. Jack's current delusion must have been fueled by last night's charge, which had clearly scrambled his brain. Just as Jack was luxuriating in the vision of his perfect future, the sound of Clara and Ethan laughing together drifted toward him. Jack snapped his head around and saw them. Good grief, she was giving me such a hard time just moments ago, and now she's chatting and laughing with other male students. Fortunately, Jack wasn't entirely foolish, so he managed to keep the clownish smirk from his face. He vowed that when the freshman competition arrived, he would teach Ethan a lesson. This public display had utterly humiliated him. Then this beautiful lady would know who possessed boyfriend power. As Ethan walked toward Clara, he also noticed Jack watching them. "Is this the exchange student who, like me, awakened an S-rank ice-type ability?" Ethan glanced at Jack and noted the palpable hostility in his gaze. "Both, asked I'm ice-type. Perfect. I'd like to test my skills against you too," Ethan mused internally. Thus, without knowing that Ethan also possessed an S-level ice-type ability, Jack developed a deep-seated animosity toward him, all because of Clara. Ethan, sensing the challenge and aware of Jack's previous hostility, felt the familiar itch for a fight. "New students." A voice suddenly rang out from the platform before them. The sound cut through the playground like a physical blade, instantly silencing every freshman present. All eyes turned toward the podium. The vast central grounds, filled with over 1,000 new students, fell into an immediate, profound silence. Because the person speaking on the podium was Robert, the president of 8th Elgard Academy. His current level stood at mid-8th rank, and the sheer aura he involuntarily exuded caused many freshmen to feel their legs grow weak, a psychological effect that had nothing to do with his intent. Welcome, new students. I am David, the president of Crystalport Institute. His voice was measured, carrying the weight of institutional authority. This year's class of 52 comprises 1,424 freshmen, a number bolstered by 11 specially recruited talents, marking our largest intake in a decade. He paused, letting the magnitude of the figure settle over the assembly. Crystalport Academy stands among China's premier institutions, often cited as one of the 4 famous universities. With unwavering national support, our resources, cultivation environment, and mentorship strength are truly unmatched by any ordinary academy. David, the principal, continued his detailed address. His words were slow, deliberate, yet each syllable struck a resonant chord deep within the chests of the gathered freshmen. As many students held on to visions of bright futures, David's expression hardened, shifting abruptly as if flipping a switch. The tone changed from proud boast to cold warning. However, merely gaining admission to Crystalport Institute does not grant you immunity or guarantee a golden future. He let the statement hang in the air, heavy and absolute. In an elite university, for those with special abilities, resources are never distributed equally. They flow only to the strongest. His gaze swept over the crowd, sharp and uncompromising. What this society, what this era demands, are not mediocrities, but powerful individuals capable of safeguarding our region's future. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping in intensity, yet gaining a dangerous edge. Therefore, lo freshmen, any tactic of feigned weakness will fail here. You may possess the spirit of a tiger, but if you choose to disguise yourself as a pig, that facade will be stripped away. The upcoming freshman competition is likely already familiar to you. It is your first true opportunity to prove yourselves. David's demeanor was utterly serious, his voice ringing with undeniable power. He paused for dramatic effect, then delivered the bombshell. But this freshman competition will be different from all previous iterations. All freshmen will descend into the school's shadowmire to compete within a subterranean world. The announcement hit certain students like physical blows. Those who had only managed to awaken modest powers by sheer luck, those who had spent their summer in careless reverie, exchanged panicked glances. Whispers erupted immediately. Shadowmire, does that mean ferocious beasts? I've never seen a real beast. What are we going to do? Their murmurs were frantic and palpable, betraying their unpreparedness. It was clear they hadn't even bothered to check the campus forum. They lacked the patience for such formalities. In fact, many senior students had already speculated that the competition would take place in the deep underground. Yet, the vast majority of freshmen maintained a facade of calm, treating the panicked whispers as merely the babbling of a small minority. Despite their attempts to remain quiet, their hushed anxieties were unnervingly clear in the sudden hush that fell over the plaza. Silence. David spoke only 2 words, yet they carried an immense weight. He exuded a palpable aura of command, and his momentum allowed him to strike with surgical precision. The students who had been whispering recoiled as if struck by an invisible force, stumbling back into silence. The surrounding freshmen exchanged glances, a mixture of shock and suppressed amusement flickering in their eyes. The specific rules for the underground competition will be detailed later by dedicated instructors. He continued, dismissing the immediate panic. For now, I will focus on the rewards. He let the gravity of his next words build. Within this subterranean world dwell all manner of ferocious beasts. Their crystals and certain internal organs are highly valuable resources you can collect during the competition. Therefore, he paused, letting the anticipation swell. The winner of this freshman competition will receive a 400% bonus when calculating the final value of their collected loot. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Second and third place winners receive a 200% bonus. Third to 10th place receive a 150% bonus. Rankings from 11th to 50th will receive a 100% bonus. Ranks 51 to 200 earn a 50% bonus. And those ranked 201 through 700 receive a 20% bonus. Though his tone remained measured, the details instantly ignited the previously subdued atmosphere. This is it, thought the protagonist. This is not just an extra bonus, this is a massive windfall. The majority of freshmen were visibly electrified. This was nothing short of a disguised treasure hunt. A 400% bonus for first place. It meant 5 times their initial investment. If one entered with enough Blue Star coins to spend $1 million, they could walk out with $5 million. The potential reward was staggering. While no would dream of the pinnacle, securing a spot within the top 700, roughly half the student body, was an achievable goal, and even that offered a respectable 20% boost. Wave had raised a hand, cutting through the rising tide of excitement. His gesture instantly drew every pair of eyes back to him, filled with renewed anticipation. The winner will receive the opportunity to customize a suitable weapon and S-level resources. Further are numerous other rewards, such as 10 times the monthly cultivation resources, though I won't delve into those specifics now. He listing the tiered prizes. Second place receives S-level resources and 100 credits. Third place attains S-level resources and A-level resources. The revelation of weapon customization caused a fresh wave of uproar. The ability to tailor a weapon was invaluable. Current market weapons were mass-produced, inherently incompatible with the user's unique abilities. Customization required both capital and specialized combat expertise. These rewards will extend down through the top 700 participants, he clarified. Even those ranked at the lower end of the top 700 will receive C-level resources, 10 credits, and a monthly reward equivalent to 1.1 times their standard cultivation allotment. The promise was intoxicating. Even if they couldn't reach the summit, simply making the cut meant a significant boost to their future stability. Ethan, among the new students, felt a surge of quiet elation. With his own abilities and experience in Shadowmire environments, reaching the top 50 seemed highly probable. Even if he missed the top 10, the rewards were already immensely generous. A 400% boost. Ethan's resolve hardened into fierce determination. He knew this wasn't just about making his mentor proud, it was about securing the foundation of his own future. Finally, David concluded, his voice dropping back to an intimate, yet commanding register. One last thing during the competition. I and all the school's mentors will be observing every move. Your performance in the Shadowmire will directly influence our selection process. To become a mentor student, to receive personal guidance from one of us, is infinitely more valuable than simply attending large lecture halls. The vice principal stepped forward, offering a few concluding remarks before the opening ceremony dissolved as quickly as it began. With that final pronouncement, the grand spectacle was over. A wave of relief swept through the assembled students. They dispersed instantly, scattering like startled birds to find familiar faces, murmuring greetings, and melting into the crowd. Christoport Academy, however, managed this exit with a grace unmatched by most institutions. In countless ordinary colleges, the opening ceremony speeches were legendary for their glacial-length monotonous recitations delivered by layers of administrators, often surrounded by an entourage that rendered even checking one's phone an act of rebellion. The students endured it all with palpable misery. Good morrow, Ethan. In the freshman competition, Amelia smiled, standing not far from him. You too, Ethan replied simply. Soon after, Amelia gravitated toward Emily, while he found himself cornered by Ethan and Ethan. Brother, you're doing well, Ethan teased, a grin stretching across his face. It's only the first day, and you've already charmed the beauty from the dorm across the street. He leaned in conspiratorially. You should start a class sometime. I'd sign me up, and I'll bring you a whole cohort of new students. Ethan rolled his eyes, feigning offense. What? We're just ordinary friends. How could it be as outrageous as you suggest? Ethan stared wide-eyed, then leaned closer, scrutinizing Ethan's face with intense focus. He found nothing to critique, no flaw, no hint of pretense. Okay, brother Ethan, Michael apologized immediately, sensing the shift in mood. Fine. Ethan waved a dismissive hand. He wasn't one for dwelling on trivialities or petty squabbles. They eventually returned to their dormitory. Since the school uniform event was not scheduled, they opted to change into their usual training gear before heading down to the Frost Art Ability Hall for today's session. The day passed in a blur of rigorous drills. The second day the freshman competition had finally arrived. Every new student stood ready, clad in specialized battle suits that ranged across a spectrum of colors: crimson, sapphire, ivory, and obsidian, though white and black were the most common. Weapons too displayed incredible variety. Most were cold steel spears, broadswords, longswords, but rare, formidable implements like halberds, axes, and hammers also appeared. A palpable fervor burned in the freshman's eyes, a raw energy akin to a slumbering lion finally awakened. Ethan's class was the first-year Ice-type cohort. Following the counselor's instructions, they were required to line up by college, the Glacier Crest Academy, where Ethan belonged before entering the underground testing grounds together. But wait, Ethan murmured to himself, glancing around the group. There aren't many people in this Ice Academy. At Crystalport Academy, a class of 30 was considered small. The entire Ice Academy only housed one cohort, and it wasn't even full, only 29 students. This was true even with Arthur presiding over such a large group. It was clear that the awakening of ice abilities was rare, and after the martial arts exam, had sorted them into specialized streams. The number seemed pitifully meager. Yet, in a dramatic twist of fate, 2 freshmen this year had awakened S-level ice abilities. As Ethan surveyed his classmates, he couldn't help but notice the hostile glares directed at him by Ryan, an international student standing nearby. He also caught the flash of challenge in other eyes. Ethan paid them no mind. His greatest rivals weren't Ryan or any single individual. They were the hidden talents scattered among the rest. Amelia, the baby deep-sea dragon companion beast, that specially recruited freshman who had manifested an S-level fire ability. But Ethan dismissed them all as mere distractions. They weren't enough. First place would belong to him. There was a saying, be contemptuous strategically, but take it seriously tactically. Even with his confidence soaring, he refused to let his guard drop for a second. Once all the formations had assembled and stood at attention on the central parade ground, the mentor in charge of the freshman competition stepped forward. "Welcome, students," he began, his voice ringing out. "I am your instructor for this year's freshman competition. I will now read out the rules and precautions." All new students snapped their focus to him. This competition will take place within the Shadow Mire and will last for 7 days. He porting the weight of those words settle. "We have prepared ample supplies, medisude, folding tents, and tactical backpacks for all of you to store here." He continued, his tone shifting slightly to one of controlled excitement. "As you know, the beasts in this underground world are bloodthirsty. But do not worry. During the closure period, these creatures underwent special treatment. After you defeat them, they will no longer be tainted by that rage. You may kill to your heart's content. Fight as if there is no tomorrow. For every ferocious beast you eliminate, you will earn points based on its strength. This will form the basis of your ranking." The mentor then gestured toward a piece of equipment. "We are also distributing special record watches to everyone. These devices allow you to view maps, track points, and monitor leaderboards." He lowered his voice slightly, making it sound more confidential. "Most importantly, these watches are imbued with the elemental energy of the mentors. In times of crisis, they can generate an elemental shield, saving your life. Furthermore, senior students will patrol nearby, ready to evacuate you immediately after the shield is triggered." The map is divided into 2 zones, the shallow area and the deep area. He pointed out a difference in color on an unseen display. The shallow areas are marked white, the deeper regions are red. Beasts in the shallow zone range from low-level to middle-tier first-rate creatures. As you delve deeper, you enter the deep area, home to Tier 1 high-level beasts, Tier 2 monstrosities, and even some rare Tier 3 low-level threats. Those confident in their strength may attempt them. He paused to dramatic effect. But remember, victory isn't limited to killing monsters. Defeating other freshmen and triggering the protection mode on their record watches will grant you a direct bonus of 25% of their current score. A critical rule, however, defeating other students is only permitted from the 4th day onwards. Any attempt to do so within the first 3 days will be deemed a violation and result in immediate disqualification. The mentor cleared his throat, sounding suddenly strained. On the 7th day, the final day of the competition, the locations of all surviving freshmen will be broadcast directly onto your map. Having delivered such a detailed briefing, the mentor was visibly hoarse. He quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water and downed it in one gulp. According to the rules of the freshman competition, the most effective strategy is clear, secure points by hunting down ferocious beasts in the initial days. Then, on the final day, once every participant's location is revealed on the map, we can harvest the remaining creatures for a massive point boost. As for that low-level third-tier beast, Ethan muttered, his grip tightening on his fists until his knuckles were white. After I consume enough blood-boosting and extreme ice pills, I might not even be a match for it. His thoughts raced like sparks in the dark. Just as he was lost in this internal calculation, the mentor overseeing the freshman competition, who had been quenching his own thirst, smiled faintly and continued. One final reminder: team formation is permitted in this freshman competition. Naturally, there are advantages and disadvantages to forming a unit, so you must weigh them carefully. A wave of cheers erupted among the assembled freshmen. The underground world was an arena fraught with peril. Even hunting a single beast alone offered no guarantee of survival, and elimination loomed at every turn. Teamwork promised not only mutual support but also a compounded final score. Yet, for the top students including Ethan, the announcement seemed to register little change. Their individual strength was undeniable. They could hunt beasts on their own accord. Teaming up wouldn't significantly boost hunting efficiency, and sharing spoils inevitably diluted the reward. The other points and loot of solo play remained unmatched. Some senior students, who had come merely to audit the class, found the rules of the freshman competition utterly fascinating. They gathered their peers, calling them together to watch the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, many teams were already mobilizing, sending captains and vice-captains out into the fray to observe matches and scout for fresh talent. The entire competition was being recorded by specialized energy cameras and projected onto a colossal screen, a custom-built display designed to ensure that the real-time performance of the top 100 students was visible to all. Led by their instructors, the classes arrived in perfect unison before the subterranean passage beneath Aethergard Academy. Wow! Is this the underground world passage? It truly feels like a black hole. Once you pass through, you'll see a whole new world. Some of the newest students gasped, their faces alight with sheer wonder. The line advanced slowly, one by one. Within the underground domain of Aethergard Academy, an entire small city had been constructed, a fortified barrier designed to guard the passage and prevent any ferocious beasts from spilling into the real world. Ethan knew this place was called Aethelberg Citadel because a massive stone tablet stood nearby, bearing 3 deeply engraved characters: Aethelberg Citadel. He scanned his surroundings briefly. Vendors selling temporary travel gear dotted the area, but they were all vetted by the school. Cheating was impossible here. Along the city wall, over 10 third-tier ability users maintained watch, ready for any emergency. Of course, there was one major difference between this place and Viridian Crossing or Ironwood Borough, the moon-gazing tower. Dear counselors, please distribute tactical backpacks and recording watches to your respective classes. Once distribution is complete, those students wearing spatial rings on their fingers, please come forward for inspection. If you are found secretly hiding any items within your spatial ring and attempting to use them in the upcoming freshman competition, you will be immediately disqualified. Ethan's at the front of his group, receiving a tactical backpack and a recording watch from the counselor. The moment he unzipped the pack, it was filled with various potions, Tier 1 energy draughts, Tier 1 disinfectant supplies. Ethan counted only 7 bottles of energy potions. 7 bottles more than any other freshman could possibly consume. Still, he needed to be meticulous about controlling his elemental energy expenditure. Otherwise, these precious potions would run out too quickly. After securing the pack and fastening the watch to his left wrist, Ethan jogged over for his spatial ring inspection. As Ethan approached, a realization struck him: there were quite a few freshmen with spatial rings at Aethergard Academy. It was easily over 10% of the student body. He found it logical. Even in the early stages of cultivation, having funds from home provided an immense advantage, allowing them to perform better on the martial arts exams than students from ordinary families. After inspecting all the newly created rings and temporarily storing any non-compliant items, the mentor announced with booming authority. 3, 2, 1. I hereby the 2052 freshman competition officially open. Go. Standing behind him, clapped him on the shoulder and spoke urgently. Ethan, you can do it too, then. Returned a calm smile. Charge! Watch me break into the top 700. You have no ambition at all. I'll just aim for the top 100. Okay. As the gates of Aethelberg Citadel swung wide open, a torrent of freshmen shouted and rushed out, desperate not to fall behind. Ethan remained unhurried, his movements measured. Losing one or two low-level first-tier beasts in this shallow area wouldn't significantly impact his overall performance. What? My head is so dizzy. No, I have to hold on. I must hold on. The moment Ethan stepped out of the city gates, he saw many new students stumbling, some leaning heavily against the walls, their faces sickly pale. They were told that the bloodthirsty aura of the beasts had temporarily vanished, but no one mentioned that the oxygen levels in the air were anything but abnormal. The performance of these newcomers mirrored Ethan's own initial experience when he first entered the underground world with his team. Ethan's days did not linger on them. He immediately activated his recording watch. Click. The record was live. First, he accessed the map view. After studying it, Ethan understood that the underground world beneath Aethelgard Academy was circular in nature, and Aethelberg Citadel sat precisely at its center. A white circle radiated outward from the core, marking the shallow layer. The remaining area glowed red, indicating the deeper zones. Ethan chose a random path and moved out first. Once clear of the city's immediate influence, he mobilized a small amount of his mental energy and activated his newly learned S-rank skill, Detective Technique. In an instant, Ethan's senses expanded, mapping every ferocious beast within a 1.5-kilometer radius. Mantis shrimp. Mantis shrimp. Why is it always mantis shrimp? He knew this creature, much like the shadow cat, was among the weakest beasts. It possessed the body of a mantis and the tail and claws of a shrimp, barely reaching the size of a real-world rat. The mantis shrimp were everywhere, nestled in shadowed crevices, clinging to dense undergrowth, even scuttling across the bark of ancient tree trunks. It was a chaotic tapestry of chitin and color, like finding a swarm of electric Pikachu scattered along the roadside. Beyond these vibrant crustaceans lurked other formidable creatures. Natural fell into the category of first-tier low-level beasts. Anything approaching mid-tier or higher felt impossibly distant. Ethan paused, letting his senses settle on the general layout of the underground world, before withdrawing his mental energy. He estimated that even maintaining this minimal psychic hum would drain him completely within half an hour at most. This subterranean realm was subtly different from the environments of Viridian Crossing or Ironwood Burrow. The vegetation here lacked the lush, suffocating density he had grown accustomed to. A soft rustling sound cut through the humid air. Oh no, do? It's a beast. Arthur had only stepped away for moments. Suddenly, two mantis shrimp erupted from the surrounding grasses, appearing directly in front of a trio of freshman students who were barely out of their initial shock. To Ethan, they were nothing more than minor inconveniences. Aha, ferocious beast, what do we dimly? You go first, you, stay back, take this, but for the three new recruits. These two ordinary mantis shrimp were enough to send tremors through their bodies, causing them to stammer and falter. Ethan watched them, a faint shake of his head passing over him. It was a familiar pattern. Many who up an environment of privilege would indeed freeze when confronted with genuine danger, a reaction mirrored by their parents. Influenced by such primal fear, even if they possessed the strength to dispatch the creatures, they might never be able to unlock their full potential. If you won't claim these points, he murmured, a hint of impatience in his tone, then I will gladly accept them myself. His ice blue spatial ring flashed into view as he drew out the black dragon spear. He initiated an ice flash teleportation, reappearing instantly before the pair. Two swift, clean thrusts followed. In the next instant, the two mantis shrimps were reduced to nothing but shimmering ash. The system notifications chimed softly in his ear. He had defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the mantis shrimp, and gained 10 evolution points twice. Ethan barely registered the small accumulation of points. He immediately activated his watch to check his current tally. His score was 20 points, and 10 free Smountis shrimp, the same amount his system awarded him. He quickly switched to the leaderboard view, noting his rank as 155th. 155th. It seems the other freshmen are quite quick on their feet. Ethan offered a detached observation, paying it little mind. There was no need for haste. This was only the first day. The true challenge, he knew, lay ahead. The 3 freshman students, having witnessed his effortless speed and striking appearance, found their gazes fixated upon him. A blush of admiration crept into their eyes. They silently vowed that once the competition concluded, they would seek out this handsome stranger at the campus wall. Time by way, second by agonizing second. The blazing sun overhead relentlessly baked the earth. Fortunately, his awakened superpower was ice-based, allowing him to maintain a stable skin temperature and ward off the oppressive discomfort of the heat. Ethan reactivated the recording watch. His score had risen to 120 points, and his rank stood at 120. 5 hours had passed, and his progress showed he was still far from the top 100. While his detective skills allowed him to track nearby beasts, he concluded that chasing minor gains was not worth sacrificing the broader strategy. How many points did a low-tier first-level beast yield? It wasn't enough to justify diverting his path. He needed to hurry deeper, hunting for higher-grade creatures. Meanwhile, Clara spurred her companion beast Xiaolan forward in a blur of motion. In combat mode, Xiaolan stretched out to 2.5 meters, barely meeting the standard requirement for manned flight. Riding on Ethel Blue's back, her speed was exponentially greater than walking. Utilizing her newly mastered detective skills, she could now sense the faint outlines of first-tier mid-level beasts even in this shallow area. As a companion beast capable of growing up to the 7th tier, the deepwater dragon cub possessed an innate degree of perception. It also retained the ability to launch water balloons for ranged attacks. Even while simply traversing the grounds, she managed to accumulate a considerable haul of points. Yet, despite her best efforts, she only secured second place. The sheer, almost unnatural efficiency of Ethan's existence made even her ultimate goal, the number 1 spot, feel out of reach. So, she blinked, a sharp curiosity replacing her focus. Who would seize the top position now? At that moment, a young man with neatly cropped hair activated his recording watch. If one looked closely, they would notice that his right pupil was not the typical black found in people from Daxia, but rather a striking light green. His score was 300 points, and he held rank number 1. He had awakened the S-class wind ability Eye of Storms, and his light green right pupil was a direct manifestation of this power. The formidable wind magic naturally allowed him to accelerate both himself and the Gale Eagle beneath him, a creature currently at the upper levels of the first tier. Combined, their maximum speed could reach an astonishing 160 meters per second. After 5 hours of relentless flight, Daniel had encountered numerous mid-tier first-order beasts. Furthermore, he noticed a discrepancy in the point values. The points recorded on his watch for killing a mid-tier Tier 1 beast differed significantly from the evolution points gained by Ethan's system. Typically would gain between 20 and 30 points, however Daniel had accrued 50, the equivalent of slaying 5 low-level beasts. He paused, considering this detail. It was clearly a calculated measure by the school authorities to ensure that only the strongest candidates could compete, preventing them from simply camping out and hunting weaker prey. I'm actually number 1. A flicker of surprise crossed his face upon seeing the rankings. But less than half a minute later, he regained his composure. My speed advantage cannot last indefinitely. I need to venture deeper. Riding the Gale Eagle, Daniel remained utterly calm as he plunged once more into the deepest recesses of the underground world. The initial days passed in a blur of travel and acclimation. Day 2 offered little respite from movement, save for a noticeable split among the new recruits. Half chose to remain within the shallow zone, a relatively safe area populated only by low-level, first-tier beasts. The other half, naturally ambitious, pressed forward, confronting mid-level, first-tier ferocious beasts head-on. Nearby, however, a crowd of older students had gathered to watch the spectacle unfold. Even without intense combat, The display frames offered tantalizing glimpses into the new recruits' appearances. It was a natural human instinct for boys to admire beautiful women, and for girls to be captivated by handsome men. Wow, she has incredible looks and an amazing figure. Too bad she isn't my girlfriend. What are you even thinking? Do you know who she is? I don't know. Could she have some powerful background? You're right, she belongs to the Clara family. I suggest you abandon those dreams. The Clara family. You mean the one from Emberwood region, the clan boasting 3 7th-level grandmasters, and whose patriarch stands at the upper echelons of the 7th level. At this moment, Clara, who had been gazing intently at a second display case, spoke to a friend lost in thought. Time is a relentless current. In the blink of an eye, it was the third day of the freshman competition. Hundreds of instructors from Athelgard Academy were seated before the massive screen, their gaze fixed upon the performance data scrolling across it. A total of 100 display frames illuminated the board, with the top 10 reserved for magnified, spotlighted attention. Dean Tanda heard your ICE Academy has 2 freshmen who have awakened S-level ICE abilities this year. Congratulations, James. Dean of the Fire Element Academy sat beside Thomas and spoke up, his fists subtly clenching. Wes, that is true this year. Thomas replied with a simple nod. Ice-type abilities are quite rare indeed. I wonder if either of these 2 freshmen who awakened S-level ice skills are disciples you've taken a particular liking to. James smiled faintly, his concern appearing genuine. Dean James, you needn't worry about me taking on any new disciples, Thomas said, taking a measured sip from the tea on the table and waving a dismissive hand. In turning, however, he snorted with amusement. I know exactly what you're thinking, old devil. It's simply because none of the top 10 players have utilized ice-type skills. Thomas reasoned, having already seen through James's veiled intentions. His gaze gave to the display box for 9th place. It belonged to a young man with dyed red hair. He roared and flames erupted from his broadsword. With the first downward slash, the scorching sound of fire filled the air. A mid-level first-tier shadow cat was instantly cleaved in 2, leaving behind thick black smoke. The data flashed in the upper right corner. His name was Alex. His student identification number was 205202001, and he had accumulated 2,940 points, ranking 9th out of 1424 competitors. Clearly there's the specially recruited freshman who had awakened an S-level fire ability. Next, Thomas's attention moved to the display box at number 87. The owner was none other than his own disciple Ethan. His name was Ethan, his student identification number was 20520070001, and he'd accumulated 1,820 points, ranking 87th out of 1424 competitors. Ethan casual unleashed an ice blade that instantly severed the neck of a black deer in the distance. A slight, satisfied smile touched Thomas's lips. It was simply that those at the top of the leaderboard had companion beasts, granting them a minor point advantage. This was nothing. The true freshman tournament would begin on day 4, when they could fight each other. You mocked me for 4 whole years. It's finally time for my revenge. I hope you're still laughing then, old devil James. Thomas chuckled inwardly. Several hours later, Ethan was incredibly fortunate to encounter a herd of black deer. You're lucky, he muttered, acting with decisive speed. One ice blade or another shot out in rapid succession. After using the ice blade to remotely dispatch a mid-tier, first-level black-spotted deer, a notification chimed in his ear. He defeated a Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer, gaining 22 evolution points. He had defeated a Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer, gaining 22 evolution points. The points displayed on his watch increased accordingly. His accumulated points were 3,150, and he ranked 23rd out of 1424 competitors. Just moments ago, Ethan had been ranked 61st, not even in the top 50. Now he stood at 23rd. But that wasn't what occupied his mind. Ethan summoned the control panel. His name was Ethan, he possessed 2,050 evolution points, and his special ability was Ice Crown S. His current run was upper first tier. Ethan paused, surprised to find he could directly add points to his cultivation level. It was currently 4 p.m. in the underground world. He only needed a little over an hour to break through, so darkness was still far off. The energy fluctuations unleashed by his breakthrough were so potent that even the lower and middle first-tier beasts nearby dared not approach. Furthermore, on day 3 of the freshman competition, they were forbidden from attacking themselves or their own cohort, a rule that allowed him to break through in place. His evolution points decreased by 2,000. His realm advanced from upper first tier to lower second tier. With this knowledge, Ethan pressed the button on the panel. In an instant, an immensely powerful surge ice elemental energy erupted within his body, spreading outward in a visible wave. Ethan quickly closed his eyes and sank to the ground. About half an hour later, 2 new students walked past. A man and woman who had shared feelings during high school and had decided to apply to the same academy after their martial arts exams. Now in the freshman competition, they naturally teamed up, occupying ranks 63rd and 66th on the leaderboard. "There's a ferocious beast ahead," the girl gasped, reaching out to pull her boyfriend back when the terrifying aura emanating from the creature made them realize instantly that this was an existence they absolutely could not afford to offend. "No, we're still in the shallow zone," the boy murmured, his gaze growing serious. "There are only lower level and mid-level first-tier beasts here. How could it exude such terrifying power?" Compared to a mere beast, he felt this aura was more akin to the energy released when someone broke through to a higher cultivation level. What realm did he break through to? Why was the power during the breakthrough so immense? The boy couldn't help but wonder. Thomas at Downey set down his chopsticks when he was pulled back to the mesmerizing glow of the massive screen. The news flashed again. Ethan's ranking had surged, climbing dramatically once more. But it wasn't just the numbers that caught Thomas's eye. It was the scene unfolding within the display case itself, a sight that made his brow furrow in deep concentration. Meanwhile, among the cluster of senior students watching the spectacle, whispers began to ripple through the crowd as they focused on Ethan's displayed frame. That stance. Could he be attempting a breakthrough into a higher realm? Aren't you worried about the risk? Attempting such a leap? The seniors debated amongst themselves, their tone laced with professional curiosity rather than outright shock. After all, they had no true measure of Ethan's cultivation depth. The surge of primordial energy was elusive, detectable only by the most acute senses, not merely projected onto a screen. But Thomas saw differently. He knew intimately that when the freshman competition began, Ethan stood at the apex of the first tier, already among the elite freshmen. Most students at Aethelgard Academy didn't even approach the advanced realm of the first tier until their second semester, if they were lucky. For Ethan to break through again, heading straight for the lower levels of the second tier, even Thomas, a 7th-level grandmaster, felt a jolt of profound shock. This pace is impossible, it was simply too fast. In just 2 months, who would have thought he could leap from the nascent awakener realm all the way to the threshold of the second tier? Yet, the undeniable evidence before his eyes left Thomas with no choice but belief. A wave of profound gratitude washed over him. He felt incredibly fortunate to have taken on such a terrifyingly gifted disciple. It was nearing 5:30 p.m. in the subterranean world. The agitated ice elemental energy within Ethan finally stabilized, settling into a deep calm. He exhaled the breath that carried the scent of ozone and spent power, then slowly opened his eyes. His gaze immediately snapped to his panel. His name was Ethan. His evolution points were 50. His special ability was Ice Crown, rated S-class. His realm level was lower second tier. His mental energy measured 370 haze. His ki and blood totaled 880 calories. He possessed skills including marksmanship at advanced level, melee combat at intermediate level, Ice Ring at D-class and intermediate level, Ice Flash at B-class and beginner level, Ice Blade at a class and beginner level, Frozen Shield at a class and beginner level, Ice Blast at S-class and intermediate level, and Detective Skill at S-class and beginner level. His body 10 technique was Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, rated S-class and second level. His mental state had increased by 50 as, and his T of blood increased by 130 calories. This was not the full measure of power gained from leaping from the upper first tier to the lower second. Ethan endured a long period of rigorous cultivation before merely using evolution points to bridge the gap. "I've reached the lower level of the second tier," he murmured, a faint, satisfied smile touching his lips. Now, even that third-tier beast in this underground world probably wouldn't stand a chance. That subtle curve of the mouth mirrored Thomas's own expression. Ethan had crossed a monumental threshold. Combined with Alex only possessing S-rank fire abilities, they were formidable. Even if they met head-on, there shouldn't be any insurmountable trouble. On the third day of the freshman competition, Daniel and Clara, along with others who moved swiftly, had already ventured deep into the area. Being on the first to reach these deeper zones meant a rich bounty of both Tier 1 high-level and Tier 2 low-level ferocious beasts. Of course, such creatures were masters of concealment. But Clara possessed the detective technique, rendering most natural camouflage useless. This advantage allowed her to surge past her competitors, seizing the top spot on the leaderboard. Her name was Clara. Her student ID was 2052009001. She had accumulated 6,560 points, giving her a rank of first out of 24 participants. Her score was staggering, a monumental 6,560 points. This high total was fueled by the fact that eliminating a Tier 1 high-level beast granted a massive 200 points. The lower second tier required an additional 500 points just to maintain parity. To Clara, these powerful beasts were nothing more than routine obstacles. They crumbled like brittle tofu dregs at the slightest touch. Instead of wasting time hunting nearby creatures, she pressed deeper into the labyrinthine depths. She knew that the points gained from encountering beasts further inside would increase exponentially. "I wonder how long I can hold this first place," she whispered to herself, her focus absolute and predatory. As the morning sunlight barred the ground in an even wash of gold, the fourth day dawned. This was perfect. Defeating other freshmen yielded 25% of their accumulated points, Ethan's specialty. After walking for an hour, Ethan encountered no new students. Instead, they moved deeper into the restricted zones. "We've finally reached the deep areas," he mused, glancing at the red-shaded map on his watch. "The points we gather from the beasts here will be substantial." The distinct sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves echoed nearby. Who was it? The sudden noise instantly snapped Ethan to attention. He activated his detective skill, sweeping his senses across the immediate surroundings. What he detected wasn't a ferocious beast, but a person. This individual is quite tall, almost 2 meters. Ethan stroked his chin, considering the figure. Then an easy deduction formed in his mind: it was Jake. Regardless of whether it was Jake or not, as long as this man wasn't part of the patrolling senior staff, Ethan decided to act. He stood at the lower second tier. Currently, no one could challenge him. Ethan did not attempt to mask the rhythmic sound of his running steps, a sound that immediately caught the eye of a tall, dark-skinned young man with unruly curly hair. This was Jake, who had come to Aethelgard Academy to study. It was crucial for survival. Defeating a new student granted 25% of their points. His rank was 69 out of 24 participants. This ranking allowed him to simultaneously meet 2 conditions: possessing an S-level superpower while remaining ranked below the top 50. "How could I be only 69th? Jake inwardly rejoiced, a flicker of smugness crossing his face. "Luckily, some prey came willingly to me." He quickened his pace. Soon, he and Ethan found themselves moving toward each other in a direct, head-on collision course. "Jake! It really is you!" Ethan's lips curled into a slight, knowing smirk. "It's you." Jake's pupils widened slightly, surprise momentarily overriding his confidence. "Forget it," Ethan dismissed with an air of supreme boredom. "I can't be bothered to talk to you. You don't deserve the effort," Ethan exhaled, and a sharp, lethal intent flashed in his eyes. The next second, several razor-sharp ice blades materialized and streaked through the air. Ethan's sudden, overwhelming attack caught Jake completely off guard. Half of the icy assault struck him directly. A thick, crystalline mist erupted around the impact points, accompanied by deep, visible gashes across his body. He gasped, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. The watch glowed brilliantly, and an energy shield snapped into existence, enveloping Jake entirely. His status was eliminated. As that all had expected, at least a minor obstacle. Ethan's lips curled into a faint, dismissive smirk. He recalled the hostile glare Jake had thrown his way earlier. It was nothing remarkable. Furthermore, Jake possessed an SS-class ice ability, mirroring Ethan's own unique gift. He had genuinely believed he was facing a worthy opponent. Instead, the resistance proved as fragile and brittle as parchment, shattering at the slightest pressure of his will. "Let's see what points Jake has accumulated," Ethan murmured, tapping his record watch. The data instantly flared into existence before his eyes. Jake's current score stood at 3,750 points, placing him 19th out of 1,424 competitors. He remembered vividly that when he had first encountered Jake, the total was 3,150 points, and Jake was ranked 23rd. Now, the total climbed to 3,750, a gain of 600 points. Given the established rules, this meant Jake's actual score was only 2,400 points. "You awakened a rare S-class ice ability, didn't you? Surely you could at least try to prove yourself." Ethan sighed, the disappointment in his tone palpable. If Jake had pushed himself even marginally harder, he would have amassed more points after their confrontation, and wouldn't be relegated to such a low rank. It was genuinely disheartening. Meanwhile, across the arena, Jake, who had activated his elemental shield, was shouting loudly in broken Chinese, pounding on the shimmering barrier with frustrated fists. Ethan feigned deafness, turning sharply and striding away toward a more distant corner of the facility. "Excuse me, you're right." Soon, senior students patrolling nearby arrived, their concern etched into their faces as they extended helping hands. "Fine," Jake mumbled, rising slowly, his dejection heavy in his posture. He allowed them to guide him away. Perhaps coming to this Aethelgard Academy, fueled by a desperate need for competitive validation, had been the greatest mistake of all. He found himself wondering if he could somehow transfer back to the Shanghai University of Superpowers, where things were different. One crystalline ice blade after another erupted from Ethan's hands, punctuated by the rhythmic chime of system kill announcements. After securing the beast's crystal within his spatial ring, Asaya stabbed Ethan. His ice blades were launched with blinding speed, but that velocity inherently meant each strike carried relatively low individual force. Yet, the purple fanged serpent, which was at virtually the same level as himself, to crumble under just 2 blows spoke volumes of his current power. "I never imagined the purple fanged serpent couldn't withstand even 2 of my strikes. This is the result," he mused. "Of combining the effects of consuming the extreme ice pill to activate my ice element during this period, coupled with the recent breakthrough in my body tempering technique and cultivation realm." He did both. He continued his relentless march deeper into the facility's depths. His score increased to 4,500 points, placing him 16th out of 1,424 competitors. Later, it rose again to 5,500 points, ranking him 14th. By the time he reached 7,000 points, Ethan was ranked 12th. In the span of half a day, Ethan's ranking surged from 23rd to 12th. Even without relying on companion beasts, his progress was undeniable, a clear trajectory toward the top 10. His striking figure, the clean efficiency of his monster-slaying movements, and his rapidly climbing rank achieved without any beastly aid, these 3 elements drew the attention of every senior student who watched. Many second-year students, upon comparison, realized their abilities were barely comparable to those of freshmen. Yet, they dismissed these thoughts quickly. Even among geniuses, there were always other geniuses at Aethelgard Academy. To measure oneself against every single one would surely induce profound despair. "This freshman has immense potential. Our team must target him after the preliminary round. Don't even think about it. He awakened the ice element. Our Extreme Ice team already boasts 3 members of that type. It's a perfect match." "So what? Haven't you heard that teams need balance? Our Waterblue team happens to be missing an ice-type player. He is tailor-made for us." Simultaneously, numerous teams had taken notice of Ethan, each formulating a plan to recruit him. Unaware of the scrutiny, Ethan remained deep within the underground sector, relentlessly hunting ferocious beasts. He defeated the purple fang serpent again, and gained 130 evolution points. Then he took down the Tier 2 mid-rank ferocious beast King Tanuki, gaining 200 evolution points. A day passed in a blur of combat, marking the end of the 5th day of the freshman competition. Ethan's points surged again, hitting an astonishing 12,500, breaking into the top 10, and securing 8th place. Now that he occupied the coveted 8th spot, Ethan's figure appeared prominently in the large display frame. "He's charging up again. It's electrifying to watch." Witnessing Ethan casually dispatching the second-tier mid-level beast, the Great Tanuki, with mere flickers of his wrist, the spectators realized he was not alone in making strides. The crowd watching felt an overwhelming surge of collective passion. Some people waved their fists excitedly, as if they themselves were striking down beasts in the underground depths. When one person rose, another had to fall, and the one who fell happened to be Alex, a student favored by James, the dean of the Fire Element Academy. Now, not only did the senior students and teams notice Ethan, but so did James. He stared intently at the figure displayed in the 8th place slot. A layer of icy shield enveloped his body. This was undeniably an ice-type skill. This person must be a newcomer who had awakened an S-level ability. More than he lacked any companion beast. This meant Ethan had forfeited one significant avenue for point accumulation. Was it sheer luck? James was not foolish enough to believe that. This only proved that the individual strength of this new arrival, this master of ice, was definitively superior to several students ranked above him. Just as a wave of disappointment washed over James, a sudden memory struck him. What if Alex had encountered Ethan at that precise moment? Who would have prevailed? While undeniably powerful on his own merits, Alex wasn't merely fire-aligned, he possessed a companion beast, a fiery griffin cub. If Alex were to meet and defeat Ethan? After glancing at Thomas, who stood beside him with an amused smile, James harbored such expectations. Soon his eyes blazed with renewed excitement. Because it was patently obvious from the respective display cases of Ethan and Alex that their paths were about to collide. The clock hand crept toward 6 o'clock, and the deepening twilight blurred across the landscape. Ethan halted his advance not in exhaustion, but purpose. He unslung his backpack and methodically erected a tent right where they stood. Across the clearing, Alex mirrored the movement, setting up his own shelter for the night. Watching at the periphery, James felt a knot of acute anxiety tighten in his chest. His mind raced, calculating how Alex could leverage the elemental advantage of fire against ice, especially with a companion beast by his side. He desperately hoped Ethan would face a challenge worthy of his considerable talent, a chance for both a lesson and valuable points. Yet, the realization settled heavily this confrontation might not come until tomorrow. With a weary sigh, James turned toward the promise of dinner in the cafeteria. But before he could take a step, he saw it. Ethan moved. He abandoned his tent and started walking toward Alex's camp, which was only a short distance away. A flicker of anticipation, a faint, hopeful smile crossed James's face once more. Thomas noticed the shift in focus as well. A silent, knowing smirk played on his lips. He found the unfolding drama amusing. He thought that Ethan, at a second-tier lower level, having consumed so many extreme ice pills, would dismantle Alex like it was nothing. Returning the underground world, Ethan settled into his tent and casually extended a thread of mental energy, activating the detective technique. His original plan had been simple: wait till true darkness fell and hunt some nearby ferocious beasts. But the technique revealed more than just prey. It illuminated another freshman presence nearby. Ethan's resolve hardened, and he left his tent without hesitation. Meanwhile, across the clearing, Alex and the grising griffin cub, both mid-first rank, operated with dangerously low mental attributes. When Ethan used the divine detective technique, he sensed a profound unawareness in them. They were utterly oblivious to the danger gathering at their doorstep. "Ian, hurry up and eat." Ethan hurried over only to be greeted by the warm tableau of Alex feeding roasted meat to the fairy griffin cub. But this peaceful scene was about to shatter. Ice blade. Before Alex could register his presence, Ethan launched a decisive long-range assault. A flurry of razor-sharp ice blades cut through the air in rapid succession. The fairy griffin cub, happily tearing at its meal, suddenly reacted to the glinting threat before its eyes. Without a moment's thought, it reared up and shoved Alex away. Protecting its master was instinct, protecting its owner was duty. "What are you doing?" Alex stammered in confusion. Only when he saw his companion beast bleeding from several deep gashes did the reality of the situation crash over him. There, charging rapidly from a distance, was Ethan, brandishing a long spear. Alex's gaze narrowed as he noticed the faint but unmistakable layer of frost clinging to the shaft, recognizing it as ice type. So you're the freshman who awakened an S-rank ice ability. You dare show such arrogance with your powers? Alex's voice was laced with fury. He raised his broadsword high. Flames erupted from the steel, and he charged to meet Ethan. The spear met the broadsword in a deafening metallic clash. Every senior student, every team member offstage, even Thomas and James observing as mentors, froze, their eyes locked on the spectacle. Sigh. Why did he have to provoke a fire-type freshman? Ice is so weak against fire. Is this where he plans to stop? The older students watched Ethan's actions with bewildered frustration. It was normal to challenge new talent and earn points, but pitting ice against fire felt like inviting disaster, a move that defied all logic. As the two weapons clashed, flames met frost in a spectacular collision. For a moment, fire and ice seemed locked in an elemental stalemate, with the cold seeming to gain a subtle upper hand. Yet, judging by Ethan's controlled expression, he was clearly not exerting his full strength. Alex felt a prickle of confusion. Was this man's marksmanship superior to his own mastery of steel? Extreme flame slash. Seeing the deadlock, Alex changed tactics. He sheathed his greatsword, circled around, and unleashed the devastating skill. The blade, roaring with raging flames, slashed straight toward Ethan. Despite the pain, the fiery griffin cub spat several small fireballs to aid its master as it flew toward Ethan's position. Frozen shield. Ethan murmured the command. A shield appeared before him, thin as a cicada's wing yet radiating an impenetrable thickness. The broadsword struck the barrier, sending up billowing smoke and steam. With one blow, the shield did not shatter, it merely developed several spiderweb-like cracks. Know this. What realm are you at? Alex was genuinely stunned, unable to process the resilience of the defense. Just then, a fireball streaked in. Ethan sidestepped, and after two more fireballs struck the ice shield in quick succession, it finally gave way with a groan. Second tier, lower level. Ethan did not attempt to conceal his true power from those who were about to be eliminated. He let them understand the process of elimination. He immediately pressed the attack, finding perfect footing and channeling a sudden burst of strength augmented by his advanced marksmanship. With a powerful shove, he knocked Alex's broadsword aside. The sword spun through 360 degrees in the air before plunging into the dirt with a wet thud, severing a newly sprouted blade of grass at its root. Second tier, lower level. Alex's pupils dilated instantly. He muttered under his breath, no wonder. His own special ability was only marginally superior to others, and his cultivation level lagged by 2 full ranks. Well, Alex sighed, then proactively activated his recording watch. Since neither of them were a match for him, it was safer to activate the elemental shield actively rather than risk being beaten half to death and triggering it passively. Your knife skills are adequate, Ethan conceded, but you lack true strength. With that final assessment, he turned and walked back toward his tent. Ethan's effortless movements and Alex's voluntary surrender sent a shockwave through the assembled senior students, prompting a chorus of stunned exclamations. This is undeniably a promising talent. Quickly, put him on the first list for recruitment. We must bring him into our team. What about Clara, who came in first place, and Daniel, who placed second? I'll move him to the back of the list. I have a feeling Ethan will definitely be the winner of this freshman competition. Liu Hong, vice captain of the Silver Wolf team, spoke quietly with his teammates beside him. At the mentor station before the large screen, Thomas leaned forward. Dian Xiao, my disciple is correct. Alex's strength is indeed somewhat lacking. He needs much more practice when he returns. After years of waiting, Thomas finally had his moment to shine, and naturally, he would not let this hard-won opportunity slip away. He smiled, patting James lightly on the shoulder. The 6th day of the freshman competition dawned, revealing a brutal truth about survival. Many new students had not been felled by the ferocious beasts themselves, nor had they succumbed to the energy shield triggers on their recording watches. Their downfall was orchestrated by one another. Worse still, instead of pressing deeper into the unknown depths for greater rewards, some were content to retreat, harvesting major points from weaker newcomers. After 5 days of relentless accumulation, many freshmen already held a substantial portion of their potential score, a haul far richer than any single beast could offer. The point leaderboard was a volatile canvas, shifting with dizzying speed. A student who had commanded the top 20 spots, just moments ago, could plummet below 200 in the blink of an eye. The competition, it seemed, had officially entered its most savage phase. Ethan, however, remained oblivious to the drama unfolding around him. He continued his methodical sweep, dispatching any ferocious beast that crossed his path. If you see one, kill it. He moved with a practiced grace, mastering every skill until the beasts were left with no chance of escape. The system notifications chimed rhythmically. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the Purple Fang Serpent, and gained 130 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast, the Unicorn Rhinoceros, gaining 400 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-rank beast, the Two-Headed Rascal, gaining 750 evolution points. As he ventured deeper into the zone, the quality of the quarry escalated. All beasts were now second tier, the first tier specimens had vanished. Then, a superior creature appeared, a two-headed rabid dog. It was a menacing sight, a beast scarred across its face, its body a grotesque tapestry of black and crimson. Its size dwarfed an adult domestic canine, easily standing twice to 3 times its length. It was called the Two-Headed Rabies, and true to its name, it possessed 2 heads. Such a creature would surely send any delicate young woman into hysterics. Yet, Ethan felt no fear. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his handsome features. To him, this second-tier superior beast was not merely an obstacle. It was a walking repository of evolution points, and raw scores, especially the latter. Killing a high-level second-tier specimen could yield a staggering 6,000 points. Such a prize demanded more than mere caution. Watching from the sidelines, the senior students reacted instantly. Ethan has encountered a two-headed rabid dog. No, wait, it has 2 heads. This must be the Two-Headed Rabies, a two-headed rabid dog, second-tier superior.
Ethan, you can't get hurt! Foosh!
Wuthan, take this thing down. Among the crowd of senior students, a sharp-eyed observer immediately recognized the beast. When he realized it was indeed a second-tier high-level threat. Several older students who were secretly rooting for Ethan frowned, their concern palpable. Others maintained their belief in him. Two-headed rabies. I'm rooting for you. James, whose spirit had been dampened by yesterday's events, scowled for hours. He knew Ethan was facing a true threat and silently prayed that the vicious dog would finally end his rival's streak. But knowing Ethan's inherent strength, he could only watch and hope. Back in the underground world, the moment Ethan locked eyes with the two-headed rabies, he knew discretion was impossible. Ice explosion. As the creature charged, Ethan gripped his spear handle tightly. He channeled his inner energy, unleashing a skill that felt both familiar and devastatingly potent. A low grunt escaped him as frost erupted from the tip of the black dragon spear, enveloping the charging beast in an instant sheath of crystalline cold. The sound was deafening. The two-headed rabies, which had been radiating raw energy moments before, exploded into a spray of bloody, mangled flesh. Holy crap. It was done in seconds. What skill. It's so powerful. Every senior student who witnessed the spectacle stood frozen, their eyes wide with sheer astonishment. They had not just expected Ethan to survive, they had never anticipated such instantaneous annihilation. It was terrifyingly efficient. Some of the female students covered their mouths, letting out gasps of awe when they finally lowered their hands. Isn't that Thomas's self-created S-rank skill, Ice Explosion? Many senior students who specialized in ice ability squinted, recognizing the signature move. Thomas, as the dean of the Ice Academy, was well known for his powerful, custom skills. Ryan, vice-captain of the Silver Wolf team, stared intently. His eyes shone with a mixture of professional admiration and desperate ambition. Even Captain couldn't have achieved this level back then. We must get Ethan to join our team, no matter the cost. Like Sarah, Ryan was a senior at Athelgard Academy. And while Sarah had been the champion that year, comparing him to Ethan now felt like comparing an amateur to a master. The sheer gap in power was undeniable. How could this not excite Ryan? Ethan remained utterly unaware of the seismic sensation his single action had caused outside. He simply activated his recording watch after the dust settled. Name a student ID 205207001 points 26 750 rank 3 out of 1424. He had climbed to 3rd place. He barely glanced at the names above and below him. Tomorrow he would surely be first. The final rankings, he was certain, would only solidify when all new students' positions appeared on the map on the 7th day. A wave of confident anticipation washed over him. Tomorrow is the 7th day. Finally, I can spar with more S-class ability users. Night fell, casting long shadows across his tent. Sitting by the campfire, Ethan opened his personal panel to review the day's gains. Name: Ethan. Evolution points 4,400. Special ability: Ice Crown Haser, realm level lower, second tier spirit, 371 Hz, Q Iron Blood. 883 calories. Skills: Marksmanship advanced, hand-to-hand combat intermediate as upper row. Body Tenbren technique profound nether ice soul body, SS is second level. His evolution points now stood at a solid 4,400. I wonder how many more I need to break through to the mid-second tier. It should be soon enough. Ethan rested his chin on his hand, musing quietly. As was custom, he set aside an hour or two for cultivation during his rest period. The subtle flow of energy began. His spirit increased by 1 Hz, and his blood energy gained 3 calories. The day of the freshman competition's grand finale had finally dawned, thick with electric anticipation. The atmosphere was charged. More senior students than any previous day were gathered before the colossal screen, their collective gaze fixed upon the impending climax. After all, only these few remaining contenders would claim the title of champion. Go, Junior! Show them what you've got. Clara, defeat him. Take it down, Junior Clara. The seasoned veterans who had followed this tournament for days could not help but murmur their predictions. The championship seemed poised between two figures, Ethan and Clara. Logically, the grass-type affinity of Clara held a slight counter-advantage against Ethan's ice element. Furthermore, she stood at the upper echelon of the first tier, while he was positioned in the lower reaches of the second, a minor but noticeable gap in power. Even with her formidable companion beast, the Deepwater Demon Dragon Cub, ice attacks remained potent against water-based powers. All indicators pointed toward Ethan having the edge. Yet this world was a vast stage built on the illusion of certainty. A small contingent of older male fans, drawn by Clara's striking beauty, rooted for her to bring down their rival. James, however, saw things differently. He did not view it as a contest of romance or rivalry. He simply hoped Clara could help him vent the frustration and humiliation Ethan had inflicted upon him. Ethan rose before dawn that day, his energy humming with barely contained excitement. He remembered clearly, on this final day, the locations of all the new students would be displayed on a map. With that knowledge, he swiftly accessed the interface. Indeed, dozens of small red dots scattered across the map like constellations. Each dot was accompanied by a label detailing the information of the student it represented. One entry listed Wang Zi with 27,000 points and a rank of 2 out of 1424. Another entry detailed Clara with 29,400 points and a rank of 1 out of 1424. The current map showed roughly 60 red dots. Over 40 were clustered in the shallow layer, while about 10 rested near the edge of the deep zone. As for those who had ventured into the inner regions with him, 4 survivors remained within his immediate vicinity: Clara, Daniel himself, and Fang Shi. The top 2 teams aren't far behind me in points, he mused. And the one closest to me is Daniel. Ethan had never heard of this Daniel before. But far from feeling apprehension, a thrill shot through him. After all, unknown challenges were always the most exhilarating kind, weren't they? With that thought, Ethan began moving deliberately toward Daniel's location. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the arena, Daniel was equally keyed up for this final day. He opened the map displayed on his wrist-mounted device. When he saw that Ethan was the closest person to him, his anticipation intensified into a sharp focus. He heard whispers that the Ice Academy had welcomed 2 S-level freshmen this year, while he paid little mind to the international students' academic standing. What truly mattered was the level of the new students from China. Currently, Ethan held 3rd place, and the point gap between them was razor thin. This proved his mind that Ethan's strength could not be underestimated. It was merely a small difference, luck could easily bridge it. Perhaps I was just lucky. Daniel's gaze sharpened, and he froze, shocked to see the red dot representing Ethan slowly but surely closing the distance between them. Interesting, Daniel murmured, a faint smile touching his lips. It seemed he was not the only one who felt compelled to challenge Ethan. A rustling sound broke the silence from the surrounding depths. Who? Ethan's eyes narrowed, his eyebrows lifting slightly. He immediately channeled a small reserve of mental energy. Activating the detective technique, what they discovered were not ferocious beasts or newly spawned creatures, but senior students patrolling and maintaining order within the underground world. Ethan continued moving while keeping the map in view. Now, Ethan and Daniel could be described as heading in parallel opposition. Both sides vibrated with palpable excitement for the impending clash. About 10 minutes later, when he finally drew near to Daniel, Ethan used his skill again and discovered that Daniel's companion beast was an eagle. Moreover, judging by the movement of the red dot, the opponent was faster than him. And it must be a wind element one. Ethan deduced instantly. His guess proved correct. Finally they met in a tense tableau. Ethan, I look forward to playing against you. Daniel smiled faintly. His striking light green pupils seemed to deepen with challenge. His companion beast, the Gale Eagle, let out a sharp cry, echoing its own anticipation for the battle ahead. Same, Ethan replied. The fight was about to erupt. With the initiative, Ethan unleashed several ice blades from a distance, then shouldered the black dragon's spear and charged toward his opponent. These parlor tricks won't hurt me. Wind-based superpowers were inherently defined by agility. Daniel and the Gale Eagle easily deflected every icy projectile Ethan threw. I'll have a go at you, Daniel challenged. His appearance was deceptively gentle, reminiscent of Jason, peaceful and unassuming. Yet the weapon he wielded was a longsword, like Guan Yu. Did wind-type ability users favor longswords to maximize their destructive output? Ethan narrowed his eyes. This blade was undeniably heavy, yet Daniel handled it with effortless grace, showing no sign of fatigue whatsoever. This suggested that even if wind abilities made lifting easier, Daniel must have undergone rigorous, targeted training, otherwise, such mastery would be impossible. Spears and swords clashed in a magnificent, deafening spectacle, though the longsword moved with breathtaking agility in Daniel's hands. Ethan's advanced marksmanship allowed him to maintain a steady advantage. Just as Daniel seemed poised to falter, his companion beast made its move. A fierce eagle plunged into the fray, its sharp talons flashing. Ethan had no choice but to pivot his spear, take 2 steps back, and use it to fend off the Gale Eagle. Daniel yelled sharply. Ethan's precision was putting immense pressure on him. Whirlwind slash. Once he recovered his footing, Daniel used sheer shoulder strength to sweep his longsword across the ground. The next moment, a massive wind blade erupted, hurtling straight toward Ethan with terrifying speed. Even the fiercest winds and eagles were not lagging behind. The Gale Eagle beat its wings frantically, generating 2 smaller whirlwinds that swept towards Ethan as well. Ethan the first activated Frozen Shield, then used Ice Flash to teleport out of harm's way. The wind blades and small whirlwinds slammed into the Frozen Shield simultaneously. Countless cracks spider-webbed across its surface, but it did not shatter completely. Seeing Ethan vanish, Daniel raised his longsword, intending to block him once more. But then they discovered, surprisingly, he had not been attacked at all. Ethan's target is not himself, but Daniel's gaze sharpened, a sudden realization striking him with crystalline clarity. He glanced around and saw his companion beast, the Gale Eagle, thrown violently by Ethan's thrust. A beautiful hyperbola arced through the air, followed by the sickening crash of the Gale Eagle hitting the ground. Little Eagle. Daniel cried out in alarm, scrambling to retrieve the injured creature back into its containment sphere. Now it's our turn for a one-on-one duel, he declared, but Ethan wouldn't grant him even a breath. He surged forward 15 meters with an ice flash. With a sudden burst of power from his arm, the black dragon's spear shot forth like a tempest. His precision overwhelmed Daniel, leaving them breathless and struggling for purchase. Swift wind kick. As Daniel confronted Ethan with his longsword, he channeled raw wind elemental energy into his right leg. With his first powerful extension, he struck out, creating a sharp whooshing sound. His kick connected squarely with Ethan's frozen shield. Daniel immediately retracted his thigh, his brows furrowing in concentration. The strike had not only failed to scratch Ethan, but had also left a dull ache throbbing in his own leg. That's all. Daniel decisively pressed the recording watch and activated his elemental shield. In an instant, a shimmering layer of energy enveloped him, a clear sign of his elimination by Ethan. "I am no match for you," Daniel admitted, speaking the painful truth. "You're too kind, you aren't bad either," Ethan replied, clasping his hands together with a slight, knowing smile. In his view, Daniel was perfectly balanced in every aspect, possessing no glaring weaknesses, yet also lacking any obvious defining brilliance. They were simply mismatched, a matter of insufficient raw power to bridge the gap. Seeing that Ethan had defeated Daniel without even exerting himself, a wave of cheers erupted from the group of senior students watching the game. Many female students regarded Ethan with undisguised adoration, treating him like an idol. Ethan activated the recording watch. He saw his name listed as Ethan, his student ID as 20520070001, and his current points at 3350. His rank was 2 out of 1424. He was currently in second place, with Clara holding the top spot. This meant that Clara's side had already defeated Marcus. It was predictable. Both Clara's grass type and the Deepwater Dragon hatchling's water type could steadily suppress Marcus's earth type. Judging purely by elemental attributes, Marcus's chances of victory were negligible. It's time to make the final decision. Just as Ethan opened the map to pinpoint Clara's location, a sound ripped through the forest, a deep, guttural roar. Suddenly, from the depths of the woods, the colossal figure of a creature manifested. The deafening roar startled a flock of birds roosting in nearby trees. Ethan's gaze snapped toward the source, and what he saw stole his breath. Its entire body was draped in a fiery red mane, and its musculature swelled beneath skin as vast as a small mountain. Most striking were its pupils, twin pools of incandescent crimson that seemed to burn with raging flames and contained boundless, primal vitality. The sheer presence of the beast radiated an overwhelming sense of dread. A few licking flames ignited on its gently swaying tail. This is a flaming tide at the lower level of the third tier. Not only Ethan but Daniel also noticed the arrival. To his surprise, when Ethan saw the creature, he did not falter or retreat. Instead, they quickened their pace, moving toward the beast. In fact, Daniel had expected Ethan to be able to dispatch most low-level third-tier ferocious beasts. But this was a Tier 3, lower-rank fire-element monster. Yet, based on his previous battles, Ethan did not seem impulsive. He remained incredibly calm and collected. So, instead of leaving the underground world with the patrolling senior students, he stayed put to observe Ethan's performance. Since Daniel wasn't departing, the entire group of supervising students naturally held their positions in wait. If Ethan were defeated, the Yuan energy shield would be ready to extract him from the underground realm. Is this the third-tier low-rank ferocious beast placed here? A low-tier third-order monster, and a fire type at that. I admit it's strong, but isn't it being overly arrogant? Perhaps Ethan is a master of attribute reversal. Wasn't Alex a match for him just now? That's right, go, Ethan. Ethan will win. Ethan's presence ignited the senior students, causing a massive uproar in their hearts. On the mentor's seat, James smiled again beside Thomas. The flaming tiger, a third-tier lower-level beast, was not only an entire realm higher than them but also a fire element threat. Ethan, he thought, let's see how you handle this. Ethan was unaware that thousands of eyes were fixed upon him as he prepared to face the flaming tiger. All he knew was that he had to strike at its core, its head. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, he took a few quick steps forward before suddenly unleashing an ice flash charge. Simultaneously, he swung the black dragon spear wildly with his right hand, creating a whistling sound like a black wheel of fire. 4 icicles orbited him like sentinels. Ice explosion. Just as the flaming tiger coiled to launch its next attack, Ethan's black dragon spear arrived. He roared, and a massive torrent of ice elemental energy, channeled through the spear, engulfed the entire body of the flaming tiger. As the beast prepared to ignite its flames and melt away the layer of frost, a colossal ice explosion erupted. The flame tiger's body was blasted with multiple fissures. Fur, flesh, and crystalline shards mixed together, scattering across the ground in a sizzling mess. Though it did not die instantly, it was critically wounded, teetering on the brink of death. In the next 4 seconds, Ethan unleashed no less than 10 devastating shots. Even as the Fengyang tiger struggled to maintain its life force, flames still flickered weakly across its hide. It was like a candle fighting an unstoppable gale. It could not last much longer. They were utterly outmatched by Ethan's relentless offense. Thus, Ethan completely extinguished the life of the flaming tiger. A system notification chimed in Ethan's mind. You have defeated the Tier 3 low-rank ferocious beast, the flaming tiger, and gained 4,000 evolution points. The moment the creature's life force dissipated entirely, a system notification chimed in Ethan's mind. 4,000 evolution points. A mere Tier 3 low-level beast can yield that much. Ethan's eyes gleamed with sudden excitement, his emotions surged. 4,000 points. Now he possessed nearly 10,000 evolution points. Breaking through the mid-level of the second tier was no longer a distant dream. He also felt an intense curiosity about how many points killing a low-level Tier 3 beast would yield. This was the only one. He opened the watch and saw his current points at 133.50 and his rank at 1 out of 1424. Wow. 6 figures. He had hoped to witness Ethan and the flaming tiger fight to a bloody conclusion, hoping to glean some tactical wisdom from their clash. How does one counter elemental weaknesses? What specialized movement techniques are required? The question spun through his mind. But unexpectedly, this third-tier lower-level flame tiger couldn't even withstand a handful of Ethan's moves. He had only seconds to observe the exchange. How could he possibly learn anything meaningful from such a fleeting spectacle? Daniel stood dumbfounded. Yet, despite his shock, he shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself, Ethan is still holding back. If he had unleashed that move on me, my Yuan energy shield would have been triggered in a single blow. The seniors patrolling the area shared the same stunned silence. This flame tiger was no mere weak beast. It was an apex predator, fiercely formidable. Even for them, juniors, confronting it alone was impossible. It required coordinated effort from several people. Yet, this freshman handled the entire ordeal by himself, and with such effortless grace.
A genius!
Truly a prodigy. Several senior students couldn't suppress their internal sighs of admiration. It ended just like that. I thought the flaming tiger would pose a challenge to Ethan, but I never imagined it would be this easy. Ah, Ethan is so handsome. I adore him. Other female students can scream their adoration, but what are you, a grown man, yelling about? So what? I hail from Whisperwind Valley. Ethan's performance had sent an undeniable shockwave through every senior student present. It sparked a sudden, heated buzz of discussion among them. His strength was such that even senior sister Sarah couldn't compare to him back then. Or Aethelgard Academy is truly brimming with talent. A palpable sense of pride shone in the eyes of the seniors. Having studied and grown within the walls of Aethelgard Academy for so long, seeing such an outstanding student emerge filled them with genuine excitement and deep-seated pride. As for James's emotions were a complex knot. He was naturally deeply displeased that Thomas's student, whom he had previously been at odds with, had not only failed to defeat the flame tiger, but had instead been so easily dispatched by it. Yet, Aethelgard Academy had produced such an exceptional talent. As both a mentor and a member of this institution, a flicker of pride pierced his annoyance. He sighed. Two conflicting emotions wrestled within him until he could only let out a deep sigh, turning away from the mentor's station. Thomas noticed James's departure but said nothing. The captain went to the underground world alone to hunt monsters. We cannot contact him. We must take Ethan down. We can promise him the position of vice captain a year from now. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. Ryan, the vice captain of the Silver Wolf team, spoke with absolute conviction, leaving no room for debate. The teammate beside him nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, her long, slender legs propelling her forward, tracked Ethan's location on the map. Small red dots marked various points. Next to each dot was a data readout detailing the new student associated with it. The name read Ethan. The student ID was 20520070001. His points were 133,500. His rank was 1 out of 1424, but first place with a score in the 6 figures. Clara smiled faintly. It seemed Ethan had indeed slain that low-level ferocious beast. Her points must have increased exponentially. There were no other new students nearby. This was the only logical conclusion she could draw. Even so, it immediately triggered his elemental shield, thus avoiding elimination himself. Instead, they accelerated the journey toward Ethan's coordinates. On the opposite side, Ethan glanced at the small red dot on the map that was steadily closing in on him, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Clara, do you also intend to compete with yourself?" he mused internally. About 10 minutes later, they met. "Ethan, although I already knew you would secure first place, I still wanted to offer my congratulations." Clara smiled warmly. "You flatter me," Ethan replied calmly. "I know that even Robert and I together wouldn't be a match for you, but I would still like to have a friendly spar with you one-on-one. Is that what?" Clara's bright eyes blinked with genuine request. "Sure, freshman competition isn't over yet." Ethan nodded in agreement. The battle was about to commence. Clara raised her longsword, and instantly, several thorny vines wrapped around the blade, amplifying its destructive force. Simultaneously, Ethan coated his black dragon spear with a thin sheen of frost. In reality, it was pure ice-based elemental energy flowing over the metal. While he refrained from using the powerful skill, Ice Explosion, Ethan still did not hold back significantly. Clang! The longsword clashed against the spear, sending up a loud metallic ring. After several rounds, Clara was forced into a steady retreat. She took several measured steps back, breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling slightly. A few glistening beads of sweat traced paths down her forehead. Again, Clara raised her longsword and charged forward once more. As expected, she remained no match for Ethan. A few minutes later, "That was truly satisfying to fight," Clara said, reaching up to wipe the sweat from her brow. A gentle smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, Ethan." He immediately activated his own elemental energy shield. By the rules of the competition, this meant that Clara had defeated him. At this moment, only Ethan remained alive in the deepest sector of the underground world. Another survivor was located in the shallow area. Similarly, fierce fighting raged within the shallow zone, ultimately assuring the survival of those remaining. Of course, nothing could change it. Ethan was the undisputed number one. She smiled, and her smile is so beautiful. "I'm in love." Several senior students, gazing at Clara's radiant smile displayed on the monitor, couldn't help but become restless, lost in daydreams. "You're right, but she wasn't smiling at you." The person next to him rolled their eyes and cut through his fantasy without hesitation. "The freshman competition has concluded. All freshmen, please exit the underground world immediately." Although the official time had not arrived, the freshman competition was effectively over. The broadcast repeated the warning several times. Ethan did not linger. He left the underground world with Clara, Daniel, the patrolling senior students, and a few others. He knew within the Aethelgard Academy's underground realm, the strongest ferocious beast was a third-tier high-level creature. Where had these beasts gone? Nature itself must have retreated to an even deeper place. Ethan guessed that the duration of the sealed skill would not last much longer than 7 days, which was why the broadcast urged the new students to depart quickly. It would take Ethan several days to fully emerge from the subterranean world. Yet, when he and his group finally reached the exit passage of the school's underground network, they were met by a sizable crowd, a mix of returning seniors and eager freshmen. This gathering was no mandated assembly or required credit exercise. It was a spontaneous wave of genuine welcome. Ethan's performance in the depths had been nothing short of spectacular, earning him an immediate and substantial following. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled students as he appeared. Ethan offered a warm smile and a cowl wave, gesturing to the crowd with open hands. "Principal. Wait, is that the principal?" "Sir, look, it really is. It's him." Suddenly, someone pointed excitedly behind them. Following the gaze, everyone's eyes fixed on a group of figures who had arrived. Leading them was none other than Robert, the esteemed principal of Aethelgard Academy. He walked toward Ethan, placing a hand reassuringly on his shoulder. A look of profound satisfaction crossed his face. "Ethan," he announced, his voice carrying easily through the murmuring crowd. "I saw your performance in the underground world. You did exceptionally well. Come to my office tomorrow." "Principal Robert, I understand," Ethan replied with a slight nod. The principal then turned his gaze over the 3 students standing beside him. "And you 3 also performed admirably. You are clearly leaders among our class of 52 freshmen." "Thank you for the compliment, Principal," The trio responded in unison. Very well. I have other matters to attend to, so I must leave you now. With a final wave, he departed. A man who was unfamiliar to Ethan stepped forward. I am David, the mentor of calculating the spoils value this time. Your loot hasn't been tallied yet, has it? Follow me. I will take you there. Thank you for your help, Professor David. The group murmured together before following him away from the main gathering point. The other students, both new and returning, drifted behind them, their curiosity palpable. They were all desperate to know the final value of the spoils won by the top 4 freshmen in this year's competition. After all, 4th place carried a 150% bonus, 2nd and 3rd held a 200% multiplier, and 1st place boasted a staggering 400%. For the convenience of everyone present, the Redemption Center was located within the same building. The group followed David to the designated area, leaving behind a dense crowd of expectant faces. Let's calculate the total value of these students' spoils together. David instructed the 3 staff members overseeing the process. Understood, proceeded. The 3 assistants nodded with professional eagerness. The 4 mentors began counting, dividing the task among themselves. Marcus's results came first, as he had accumulated the fewest items. Marcus, the total value of your loot is 980,000. With a 150% bonus. The final result is 2,450,000. The figure hung in the air a staggering 2.45 million yuan. While it paled in comparison to the 2.54 million Ethan had earned at Ironwood Borough, it was still a sum that would represent years of saving for the average onlooker. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. 2.45 million. I'm so envious. Sive, I was born in the wrong era. Why didn't I participate in such a lucrative freshman competition back then? The only placed 4th, you should aim for the top 3 at least. Don't jump to conclusions, the results for the other 2 haven't been announced yet. Some were openly envious, while others simply waited, their anticipation building. The bonuses for the next tiers, especially the 1st place winner with its colossal 400% multiplier, promised a far more breathtaking revelation. Marcus himself felt a genuine thrill, though he wasn't as outwardly shocked as his peers. His family was already quite wealthy. Next, Daniel's results were announced. Daniel, your total value is 1.4 million. With a 200% bonus, the final result is 4.2 million. The announcement immediately reignited the crowd's buzz. 7 days for 4.2 million yuan, that was an average daily profit of 600,000. The shock rippled through them like a physical wave. Clara. The staff member continued smoothly. Your total spoils value is 1.9 million. With a 200% bonus, the final result is 5.7 million. Envy, subtle and sometimes overwhelming, washed over the students. Many felt a sudden ache in their teeth, the pang of longing for such wealth. Clara's mind drifted away from the numbers. She sent a silent message to her companion beast Xiao Lan. You did wonderfully. For Clara, 5.7 million was merely pocket change. What mattered was Xiao Lan's genuine effort and success. Thank you, Master. Little Blue's sweet voice echoed only in her heart. Perhaps it was David, the mentor who had been meticulously calculating Ethan's spoils, who timed the reveal perfectly, saving the grand finale for last. Or perhaps his inventory simply contained more treasures. Finally, all eyes turned to Ethan. Ethan, David announced, his voice ringing with exceptional clarity and volume. Your total value of spoils is 3.05 million. With a 400% bonus, the final result is 15.25 million. Unlike the measured tones of the other staff members, David's announcement was like dropping an enormous, glittering bomb into already churning water. The students, whose emotions had been running high, stared wide-eyed, momentarily speechless. 15.25 million blue star coins, a number that defied comprehension, a sum in the 8 figures. Snap, sap, a sound broke the silence. Soon, others followed suit. The applause started tentatively but quickly swelled into a roaring ovation. Even Marcus, Daniel, and Clara joined in, their cheers echoing Ethan's undeniable strength and deserved triumph. That's incredible, Clara murmured to herself, her gaze fixed on him, a genuine warmth replacing the earlier envy. With this, Ethan won't have to worry about money. He won't need to venture into the underground world so often, and he won't be so exhausted. The applause intensified, becoming thunderous. It lasted for an impossibly long time. Many young men clapped with all their might, engaging in a silent competition of volume and duration. Finally, Ethan himself couldn't contain the moment any longer. He raised his hands, offering a graceful wave, and slowly, the roaring applause began to subside. "These star coins can be transferred to you now. Please withdraw your bank cards," David announced, his voice carrying a crisp finality. The group nodded in unison, retrieving their bank cards from the folds of their spatial rings. A mechanical chime echoed through the air. A synthesis force intuned that the savings card account ending in 62 had received a transfer of 152,500,000 yuan on a specific date at a specific time. The current balance was announced. To be honest, even after the staggering sum had materialized and been confirmed in his bank account, Ethan felt a profound sense of disorientation. The sheer weight of the number was almost unreal. Though he had braced himself for this moment, hearing David announce the 15.25 million blue star coins had sent a jolt through him. And when the transfer finally completed, his heart hammered against his ribs once more, a frantic drumbeat of disbelief and exhilaration. "All right," David concluded, sweeping his hand as if dismissing the matter. "All the blue star coins have been distributed. As for the other resources, they will be delivered to the dormitory entrance by designated personnel within 3 days at most." The group exchanged slight nods of acknowledgement. David then turned his attention to them. "Ethan, Clara, and Daniel, the three of you, come with me." A different mentor, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces. He quickly clarified, "Every year at our school's freshman competition, we take a group photo of the top 3 as a memento. You don't mind, do you?" The 3 of them didn't hesitate. They certainly wouldn't mind. Competition was secondary, friendship came first. If they couldn't defeat their rivals in this year's challenge, there was no point in harboring resentment. The true spirit lay not in hatred, but in the relentless drive to improve and constantly surpass one's own limits, the mindset of the truly strong. The 3 followed their mentor through a section of the campus dominated by a colossal stone monument. Engraved upon its surface, in dark red characters that flowered like dragon scales, was the motto of Aethergod Academy. The tutor then produced a camera. Though Ethan didn't recognize the brand, he could tell instantly that it was an object of considerable value. They gathered before the massive stone tablet, striking the pose at Ethan's centered, Clara to his left, and Daniel to his right. "Smile more and don't forget to strike a proper pose." The mentor chuckled lightly. "That's what I said." Suddenly, the tutor frowned, a flicker of something passing over his face, a sense that something essential was missing. Then, with an almost theatrical gesture, he retrieved 3 trophies from the space on his finger ring. These were the symbols of first, second, and third place in this year's freshman competition. But these were no ordinary bronze, gold, or silver cups. Each trophy was crafted from materials of rare and profound beauty. The third place award rested upon a base of polished obsidian, its surface meticulously detailed, speaking to countless hours of painstaking craftsmanship. The runner-up's cup shimmered with the breathtaking duality of purple and pink crystals, catching the sunlight and scattering dazzling rainbows. And the championship trophy, it was made of aurora glass, a rare and precious material. Its surface held a subtle, ethereal glow, as if it had condensed the very essence of sun and moon, symbolizing the purest brilliance of top-tier achievement. "Not bad, not bad," the mentor murmured, nodding in satisfaction as they stood together, holding their respective accolades. 3, 1, oh. With the sharp snap of the camera, the group photo materialized on the screen, a perfect capture of their moment. From this day forward, they would forever be remembered as the top 3 of the freshman competition at Aethergod Academy. Naturally, this photograph would also find its way into all 3 of their hands. "Ethan," Clara said, her voice ringing with competitive spirit, "I won't admit defeat so easily. I will challenge you again when I get another chance." "I'd be happy to go all the way," Daniel countered, a grin playing on his lips. "Ethan, congratulations, I must head back now, see you next time." With the photo taken, their purpose was fulfilled. Daniel and Clara departed in succession, each carrying the weight and pride of their own trophy. Ethan did not linger. After carefully storing the Aurora Glass Award into his spatial ring, he turned and walked away. Ethan, join our Extreme Ice team. Most of us have awakened Ice-type abilities, making us a perfect match for someone with your talent. Let's work together and elevate each other. Ethan, why don't you consider the Water Blue team? We have so many beautiful upperclassmen on our roster. Ethan had barely taken a few steps when he found himself encircled by a dozen teams of students. Many had been captivated by his performance and were now vying to recruit him into their ranks. When Ethan left the underground world, they had already begun strategizing how to seize the initiative. But witnessing the valuation of the spoils, the sheer magnitude of the achievement had forced them into silence. And then came the group photo. Such a sacred moment could not be disturbed. Now that Ethan was finally alone, it presented the perfect opportunity. Ethan, a voice cut through the crowd. It belongs to Ryan, vice captain of the Silver Wolf team. We sincerely invite you to join us. Not only will you gain access to numerous resources and opportunities to enter the underground world alongside our veteran members, but after 1 year, you will directly earn the position of vice captain. The moment a representative from the Silver Wolf team spoke, the other teams wisely fell into silence. This was Ryan's signature move. A sigh rippled through the crowd. Ah, the Silver Wolf team is here, someone whispered. They've promised him vice captaincy. He will definitely choose them. We are out of luck. Perhaps he will refuse, another murmured. Captain Ryan, Ethan interjected smoothly, his tone measured and thoughtful. Please give me your contact information first. I need time to consider joining the team. I'll give you my answer once I've thought it through. Ethan had given this matter careful consideration before speaking. This was the subtle art of language. It was far better to feign deep contemplation for a few days than to issue an immediate refusal. Moreover, by leveraging the powerful influence of the Silver Wolf team, he could subtly dismiss every other group with minimal effort. Hearing this, Ryan's gaze sharpened. He understood exactly what Ethan implied. He let out a theatrical sigh and handed over his contact details. Then, without another word, he retreated with his team. When Ethan finally returned to the dormitory, his roommate, Liam, greeted him with a bright smile. Brother Ethan, you made so much money this time. How about treating us to a celebratory meal? Liam was also present among the students who had gathered to greet them. Sure, he replied, feeling buoyant and in good spirits. By the way, brother Ethan, Liam asked, his brow furrowed with curiosity. Where did that mentor take you three? Ethan looked puzzled. They took a group photo with me, and they even gave me a trophy. He held up the award made of brilliant Aurora glass for Liam to see before carefully stowing it back into his spatial ring. It's so beautiful, Liam breathed, reaching out as if to touch the memory. Please let me look at it one more time. After a brief exchange with Liam, Ethan ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor of the dormitory and into his room. For 7 grueling days, they had been trapped in the subterranean world, relentlessly hunting monstrous beasts. The haul was substantial. He had amassed 15.2 million blue star coins on his own. For a long time, at least, the worry of funding would be lifted from his shoulders. It was a profound relief. Yet, spending 2 consecutive days deep beneath the earth had taken its toll. An overwhelming exhaustion settled over him. Ethan let out a massive yawn. The moment he crossed the threshold into his bedroom, he collapsed onto the bed, sinking instantly into a deep, restorative sleep. Ethan finally surfaced from slumber at 10 o'clock in the evening. He left the room, washed up in the bathroom, and subjected himself to a bracing cold shower. As he blow-dried his hair afterward, Ethan noticed a faint vibration emanating from his phone, a clear signal that a message or notification had arrived. He activated the screen. It was the Heart at Aethergard Academy app. The content of the notice made him pause. You performed exceptionally well in the freshman competition. Therefore, in accordance with the special admissions agreement, you have earned 1,000 credits. 1,000 credits. Ethan felt a genuine jolt of surprise. It was crucial to remember that at Aethergard Academy, many desirable resources could only be redeemed through points. On campus forums, he often saw posts detailing students exchanging blue star coins for academic credits, typically at a rate of 15,000 coins per credit. Back in the mission center, rumors suggested the peak exchange rate was closer to 20,000 coins per credit. But upon reflection, given that had claimed first place in the freshman competition, receiving 1,000 credits felt perfectly reasonable. How should I spend these 1,000 credits? Ethan rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. Weapons. The first place winner was entitled to a specially customized weapon, something far superior and more suited to him than anything available through the school's resource exchange office, even those requiring credits. Battle suit. Only a grade alloy battle suits and above required credit redemption. He didn't need such high-level protection right now. After eliminating the first two options, only one remained. Cultivation. Without hesitation, Ethan placed an order for a bottle of second-tier frozen essence liquid, costing 20 credits. He had noticed this liquid before. Applying it to his entire body could accelerate the absorption and exchange of ambient energy, while providing a stabilizing effect on his internal reserves. It was immensely beneficial for both advancing one's spiritual realm and tempering the physical body. Aside from being slightly pricey, there were absolutely no drawbacks. Ethan ordered the one bottle to test its efficacy. If it proved useful, he would add more to his cart. The phone rang shortly after the order was placed. Ethan picked up, seeing the caller ID Jessica. "Hey Ethan, you should have received your credits by now, right? Hope they aren't too few." "No, Mo," he replied with a smile. 1,000 credits is better than the combined offers from the other 3 schools. "That's good. I hope you can get 1,000 next year. Wishing you smooth cultivation. Gotta go now." Jessica hung up. After drying his hair, Ethan's stomach let out a loud growl, prompting him to order some takeout via the Heart at Athelgard Academy app. It's time to see what else I've gained from the underground world. Sitting back on his large bed, Ethan suddenly had an idea and summoned his control panel. He saw his name listed as Ethan. His evolution points were 10100. His special ability was Ice Crown, rated S grade. His level was lower second tier, marked for advancement. His spirit reading was 371 Hz. His Chi and blood reserves were 883 calories. He had several skills listed: Marksmanship Advanced, Melee Combat Intermediate, Ice Ring D grade Intermediate, Ice Flash B grade Beginner, Ice Blade A grade Beginner, Frozen Shield A grade Beginner, Ice Blast Aid Intermediate, and Detective Skill S grade Beginner. Finally, his body tempering technique was Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, rated S grade at second level. Everywhere they looked, the upward arrow marked an upgrade. Apart from his core body tempering technique, every other skill was eligible for advancement. The third level of body tempering technique involves tempering the meridians. Ethan murmured to himself. There are 20 in the human body, the 12 regular meridians, and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Completing this is incredibly difficult. No 10,000 evolution points aren't enough. He opened his phone and quickly searched for more information, gaining a clearer understanding of the process. Let's break to a higher realm first. Without hesitation, he pressed the button next to his current rank. His evolution points dropped by 7,000. His realm advanced from lower second tier to middle second tier. At the moment of breakthrough, Ethan felt an explosive surge of primordial energy erupting within him. He quickly closed his eyes, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began the arduous process of elevating his cultivation level. Meanwhile, in Liam's bedroom, "Mum, let me tell you, your son is truly successful. He placed 15th in this year's freshman competition." Liam was engaged in a video call with his mother. He spoke to her with a smile that held genuine pride. This ranking surpassed his initial expectations, and how could he not be happy? Smiles were infectious. Seeing him so pleased, Ethan's mother beamed back, her face alight with joy. "Our James has made something of himself, haha," she exclaimed. Calm chuckled, patting his chest dramatically. "Don't you even know who fathered the son?" Suddenly, a powerful surge of elemental energy erupted from the room. Its intensity was so profound that it seemed unaffected by the surrounding walls. Ethan's pupils instantly widened, his face froze in utter disbelief. "James, what is wrong on your end?" his mother asked, concern etched into her voice. Seeing Ethan's expression change so drastically, he quickly recovered. "It's never, Mum. Just, my roommate is making a breakthrough. He's amazing, he's the #1 in this freshman competition bar. Liam maintained an air of casual nonchalance, though internally, he was completely numb. He had learned that Ethan had broken through to the lower level of the second tier during the freshman competition. This could only be the middle stage of the second tier. How much time had passed? A week. Ethan began questioning the very meaning of life. He felt as if he was playing a hacked version of reality. "Oh, is that so? Then keep up the good work," Ethan's mother said warmly. "Don't fall too far behind others." 2 hours later, Ethan finally felt the monumental surge of breakthrough energy wash over him. He opened his eyes, a profound sense of altered reality washing away the fatigue. He immediately checked his attributes. His name was Ethan. His evolution points were 3,100. His special ability was Ice Crown, an S-level skill. His REM level was mid-second tier, and his spirit measured 451 Hz. His Chi and blood energy totaled 1,053 calories. Before this moment, his spirit had hovered at a meager 371 as, and his blood energy barely scraped past the 883 call mark. Now, he stood at 451 Hz. His blood energy had not only shattered the kilocalorie barrier, but soared to an impressive 1,053 calories. What truly stunned him was the sheer volume of elemental energy now coursing through his veins. With his body saturated with raw power, Ethan felt capable of unleashing 3 intermediate-level ice explosion spells back-to-back, yet still retaining a substantial reserve. A full 10 to 20% of his total elemental capacity remained. Next, he simultaneously pushed through the limitations of his core ice techniques: Ice Blade, Rosen, Fire Shield, and Ice Flash. All 3 skills ascended to the intermediate proficiency level. The cost for Blade was notably lower than the others. He realized that his frequent use of the skill, even without deliberate practice, had already honed its foundation. As the points were deducted, a massive torrent of knowledge flooded into his mind, a dizzying influx of memories, as if he had spent countless nights and days mastering these techniques in solitude. Phew, incredible, Ethan breathed out, letting the exhaustion wash over him. The upgrades were staggering. As an A-level skill, both Ice Blade and Frozen Shield saw their damage output and maximum range boosted by nearly 50%. Even the B-level Ice Flash increased its maximum displacement distance by a solid 40%, reaching 25 meters, all while maintaining its reliable duration. Though the breakthrough process had been utterly draining, the exhilarating rush of newfound power made him lose track of time. When he finally came to his senses, the clock read well past midnight. The taker container, battered by the evening breeze, seemed to whisper a mocking little taunt. "You think you're so high and mighty, don't you?" Ethan fudged downstairs, placed the cooled food into the microwave, reheated it, and ate his late-night meal in wary silence. The next day, Ethan managed to locate Principal Robert's office by asking Thomas. He knocked politely on the solid oak door. "Come in." Robert's voice drifted out from within. Ethan opened the door and stepped inside. "Hello, Principal Robert. Please have a seat." Robert nodded slightly, gesturing toward a plush sofa nearby. Ethan complied, sitting down while Robert settled himself on the cushions opposite him. The principal's usually meticulous expression was softened by a rare, genuine smile. "Ethan, the performance was quite remarkable. Few freshmen managed to break through to the lower level of the second tier during this competition. In the last 4 years, you are the first." Ethan scratched his head, offering a modest smile. "Principal Robert, you flatter me. I was merely lucky." "No," Robert chuckled gently. "Well, your comprehension is exceptional. It is absolutely inseparable from your own relentless hard work." The warmth of the principal's smile made Ethan feel slightly self-conscious. He remembered the grave seriousness in Robert's eyes at the opening ceremony. The contrast between then and now was vast. "Wait, judging by your aura, you've broken through to the mid-second tier." Robert narrowed his gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Wes," Ethan confirmed quietly. Since everyone else had already figured it out, there was no point in maintaining secrecy. "Excellent. Outstanding." Robert clapped him lightly on the shoulder. 3 consecutive bursts of approval that clearly signaled his pleasure. "Now let's discuss how you plan to handle the freshman competition at the 4 top universities a month from now." Robert's lips curved into a knowing smile. A competition involving freshmen from the 4 most prestigious universities. and it will be held in the underground world?" Ethan asked, confusion coloring his tone. No, this will be conducted within a virtual reality environment jointly developed by the 5 superpowers," Robert corrected smoothly. "After all, the students sent by those 4 elite institutions are undoubtedly the cream of the crop." He leaned forward slightly. "It is crucial to improve your strength at the start of the school year. Any serious injury now would have an indelible impact on your future cultivation path. That's why we must use virtual reality to ensure safety." "Oh, I see." Ethan nodded in understanding. "Our school's Special Abilities Center has set up specialized equipment for this purpose. You should go and try it out," Robert suggested. Dustin replied. He was unaware that such a facility even existed within the Superpowers Hall. In fact, he didn't know it existed at all. Virtual reality. It must be a thing designed to simulate combat scenarios, Ethan mused internally. Gaining experience in real fighting is invaluable for my growth. Also, Robert continued, his tone shifting slightly, some years ago I acquired this skill book within a secret realm opened by a powerful being. Unfortunately, I awakened fighting type ability myself, so it was useless to me. Seeing your connection with such things, I feel compelled to give it to you." Robert walked to the bookshelf beside him and retrieved an object. It was a skill book exceptionally thick, suggesting its value must be immense. "Principal Robert, how can this be? I cannot accept something so valuable." Ethan quickly waved his hand in refusal. Though he desperately wanted it, he knew that refusing outright would be unwise. This required the subtle art of accepting through apparent rejection. "Accepting this gift comes with a condition. Can you lead our Aethelgard Academy to first place in this competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities?" Robert smiled faintly and waited. "Of course." Ethan nodded, reaching out to take the skill book. As his fingers brushed against the cover, he realized it was no ordinary volume. It was an SS-level skill book. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. SS-level skill generates several ice swords around the user, which can be commanded to attack or defend within a certain range. Ethan's eyes immediately lit up. He could already visualize the sheer spectacle of wielding this SS-tier ability. "Ethan," Robert chuckled, his good mood evident. "You say you don't want it, but I can tell you are quite envious, aren't you?" "Haha, you've found me out." Ethan laughed, scratching the back of his neck. "By the way," Robert continued, shifting gears, "I noticed you haven't acquired a companion beast yet. You should visit the beast egg sales point at school. They offer the free eggs. While it might not be overwhelmingly powerful, it makes for an excellent transitional pet or provides significant emotional value." "Thank you, Principal Romard," Ethan murmured, his gratitude genuine and heartfelt. Leaving the principal's office, Ethan felt a surge of giddy excitement that propelled him toward the beast egg sales area. He dismissed the practical concern that the companion beasts sold here might not be formidable fighters with a wave of dismissive thought. At the very least, they were free companions, a bonus he could not refuse. Even if their purpose was merely to provide emotional ballast and companionship, they represented an invaluable treasure. The shop stood beneath a magnificent, imposing structure. Through the expansive glass frontage, Ethan could discern several distinct chambers, some radiating a damp, cool chill, while others hummed with dry, temperate warmth. It was clear that this careful environmental control was designed to shepherd optimal growth for the eggs within. Above the entrance, the words, "Beast Egg Sales Office," were elegantly engraved, overshadowed by the most striking feature, a colossal model of a hatched beast egg, poised as if ready to spring to life. As Ethan stepped outside into the bustling thoroughfare, he immediately spotted a couple emerging through the automatic doors. In their arms, they cradled 2 long-eared rabbits, one with delicate blue ears, the other with soft pink ones. The blue-eared rabbit was a whirlwind of restless energy, attempting several failed escapes from the boy's grasp. Conversely, the girl held her companion close. The pink-eared rabbit blinked its large eyes slowly, remaining perfectly serene in her embrace. Their faces were alight with sweet smiles, they radiated pure contentment. Watching them, Ethan could not help but picture the kind of loyal, joyful companion he might one day acquire. Just then, a familiar figure rounded the corner and walked directly toward him. "Senior Brother Michael." Ethan waved enthusiastically, calling out, "Junior Brother Ethan." Hearing his voice, Michael's face instantly lit up with surprise, and he strode over. Congratulations, junior brother Ethan, on taking first place in the freshman competition. He was the first to give a hearty thumbs up. You fear me, you flatter me. Ethan waved a hand dismissively, his tone laced with practiced modesty. Hey, don't be so humble. Don't let my level 51 senior brother fool you. I certainly'd not solo a tier 3 low-rank flame tiger right now. Michael chuckled, then paused, considering the surroundings. I came pick up some nutrient solution for my little white dog. Junior brother Ethan. Are you here looking at beast eggs? Michael knew that Ethan did not currently possess his own companion beast. Despite him, this sales point was a sprawling complex far too large to house only egg vendors. It was an entire ecosystem of related merchandise. To the astute observer, it spoke volumes about extending the industrial chain and maximizing product value. To be precise. Ethan smiled faintly. No. Principal Song asked me to come here to collect one. Oh. It seems Principal Song values you highly, Michael murmured, a hint of genuine admiration in his voice. He straightened up, adopting a more serious posture. This year's competition for freshmen from the 4 top universities should be held at Aethelgard Academy. Junior, you better your absolute best and crush those other schools. And with that final word, Michael clapped Ethan on the shoulder before happily carrying his bag of nutrient solution back toward his dormitory. Absolutely, Ethan replied, a slight curve to his lips, before stepping into the heart of the beast egg sales area. Upon entering, Ethan paused, taking in the scene. The space was meticulously organized, segmented by elemental type fire, water, earth, each section dedicated to a specific lineage of companion beast. A staff member approached him at the counter, offering a warm smile. Hello. What kind of companion beast are you looking to acquire? My name is Ian, he stated simply. Principal Song asked me to come here to collect a beast egg. The staff member's eyes widened in recognition. Ethan. The Ethan who won first place in this year's freshman competition. Principal Song mentioned it just now. The staff member said, their smile growing even more enthusiastic as they moved away from the counter. Please, follow me. A different employee intercepted them. Jordan, I'll take Ethan to get his beast egg. You can cover for me after my shift ends. The staff member then led Ethan down a corridor until they reached a room specifically designed to replicate an optimal incubation environment for ice-type eggs. Stepping inside the chamber, a thick, palpable chill immediately rushed out to meet him. The staff member visibly shivered with apprehension, but Ethan felt only a profound sense of comfort. Ethan, it's too cold in here, I shouldn't go in. The staff member cautioned. Just wait outside until you've made your selection, and we will handle the registration. That's what the staff said. Ethan nodded, making an OK sign with his hand before walking into the room alone. The temperature inside was merely approximate, not the absolute perfect condition for incubation, so the eggs were housed in specialized incubators, arranged with impeccable precision. Beneath each unit, detailed information glowed: name, cold insect egg, life status good, highest adulthood tier, upper tier 1, price 280,000 blue star coins, incubation time, expected within 2 weeks. This was the data for one egg. Ethan walked slowly through the display. He noted that some eggs could be purchased with blue star coins, while others demanded academic credits. Even a code insect egg whose adult form only reached the first level advanced stage was affordable with currency. Eggs reaching tier 3 or higher required the much rarer academic credits. Within this room, the highest tier egg displayed was 4th tier upper level. While significantly inferior to the Deepwater Dragon Cub of Clara, or the Gale Eagle of Daniel the Beasts owned by other wealthy freshman competitors, a 4th tier high-level egg commanded nearly 400 credits. This was a value Ethan could not afford to ignore. Despite his stellar performance in the competition, he had only earned 1,000 credits. For him, saving such a substantial sum felt like a major victory. After careful consideration, Ethan finally settled on an egg labeled Ice Shard Serpent Egg. The information panel illuminated before him: name, Ice Shard Snake Egg, life status good, highest adulthood tier, upper 4th tier, price 475 credits, incubation time, expected within 3 days. With his selection made, Ethan pressed the activation button. Immediately, a specialized incubator hissed open, and he gently lifted out the Ice Shard Snake Egg. The egg was breathtaking, a deep ice blue shell adorned with crystalline blue stars, giving it an ethereal beauty. It felt surprisingly heavy in his hand. Its size was almost half of Ethan's own torso. Ethan narrowed his eyes, a sudden flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. What did he see? He saw that the egg had 600 evolution points and indicated that the ice-sharp snake, unhatched, would hatch immediately. The incubation countdown showed 48 hours remaining. He rubbed his eyes, certain the panel was real, it had not vanished. Could the ice-shard serpent also have its stats increased? He wondered aloud. Could its adult form even break through to a final stage? A sudden thought struck him, making his heart race. What if its form changed? What if it became a giant python? Or even... After all, Caterpie could transform into Rayquaza. Ethan first shook his head, dismissing the lingering haze of introspection. It was too early for such musings. He needed to focus on the immediate task, registering the ice-shard snake egg first, and only then could they discuss its future. He carried the crystalline egg toward the counter. Ethan, once you sign this form it will be yours, the staff member confirmed with a practiced ease. Ethan glanced over the document, his gaze sharp and meticulous. Only after confirming every detail was accurate did he affix his signature. Eggs capable of hatching within 3 days no longer required such stringent incubation. They merely needed careful attention until their time came. He stored the ice-sharp egg in his spatial ring. Ethan. Just as he turned to leave, a voice called him back. Is there anything else? Ethan paused, turning with a look of mild confusion. My daughter is a great admirer of yours. Would you mind signing an autograph for her? The staff member offered an awkward smile, producing a piece of cardboard and a pen. Your admirer? Ethan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his tone. An autograph. Of course. He nodded slightly, accepting the materials. With practiced grace, he wrote neatly on the card, wishing you happiness every day. Ethan. Thank you so much. The staff member's face lit up with genuine joy, and they bowed deeply in gratitude. With that, Ethan left the beast egg sales area. After departing the sale point, he returned to his dormitory. He switched on the air conditioner in his room, and placed the ice snake eggs inside. With the system panel providing precise reminders, Ethan knew exactly when the hatching would occur, eliminate any worry about a newly hatched companion slipping away. Ethan, come to my residence. A message flashed from Thomas. Understood, teacher. Ethan replied instantly. They left the dormitory together and headed toward Thomas's home. Inside Thomas's elegant residence, he gestured toward a plush sofa beside him. Ethan, you're here. Please sit down. Ethan obeyed, settling onto the cushions. Ethan, you did an exceptional job. Winning first place in the freshman competition was a massive boost to me. Thomas chuckled, clapping Ethan heartily on the shoulder. It is all thanks to your excellent guidance, teacher. Ethan replied smoothly. You are quite the smooth talker. Thomas realized immediately that Ethan was paying him compliments, but he found it useful. Flattery had to be deployed selectively. If an ordinary student from the Ice Academy dared to flatter him, it would only provoke resentment. Thomas relaxed instantly. Ethan, just name any reward you desire. I will do my utmost to help you in every way I can. Since Thomas had offered so freely, Ethan did not hesitate. A flash of light emanated from his spatial ring, and a thick skill book materialized between them. It was the SSS-level tome, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, that Robert had given him recently. This must have come from old Robert, right? Thomas blurted out. Ethan realized this was how Teacher Thomas addressed Principal Robert. Ethan emitted simply. He retrieved this skill book from a secret realm. Thomas explained. At the time, I thought old Robert sell it to me for a low price, a mere 150 million, since it was useless to him anyway. But he absolutely refused, even arguing that this is prepared for a destined person. He smiled mysteriously. As it turns out, this destined person turned out to be my student. Thomas's lips curved into an amused smile. Ethan, I haven't learned this skill before, but I can still teach you the basics. You can master the rest on your own. Thank you, teacher. I promise not let you down. Ethan thanked him quickly. Teaching you this skill shouldn't be considered a reward. It is simply my responsibility as a mentor. Thomas corrected gently. Do you have any other thoughts? Ethan shook his head. This disciple has not decided yet. No rush. Take your time to consider it. You can bring it up whenever you are ready. Know that my commitment to you is permanent. Thomas's expression was one of infinite patience. Also, Ethan continued, recalling a previous conversation, my body tempering technique has already broken through to the second level. Could you advise me on what I need to focus on for the third? The ability to cultivate in advance was undeniably beneficial, as it would reduce the evolution points consumed during the final breakthrough. Hearing this, Thomas's previously amused expression became thoughtful. His own disciple was achieving two things at once, rapidly advancing his cultivation level while mastering a complex Bodhi tempering technique. Excellent, he thought to himself. Such a prodigy. The more he looked at Ethan, the deeper his satisfaction grew. In tempering technique, we must temper both the 12 regular meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Completing refinement of these 20 meridians signifies reaching the third level, Thomas explained. The process is akin to tempering one's organs. Taking the Bodhi tempering technique mysterious nether eye soul Bodhi as a reference, you must guide your yuan energy through the body, making it impact and cleanse the meridians, continuously strengthening and reshaping them. At this point, the circulation path of your yuan energy will become remarkably complete. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping with emphasis. After breaking through to the third level, your control over yuan energy will be like a fish in water, a whole new plane. You will be able to allocate and manage that power within your body with exquisite rationality. Thomas recounted the process in vivid detail. Ethan listened intently, absorbing every word. You are correct, Thomas murmured, flicking his wrist. A tiny, almost imperceptible shard of ice flew out, so small that even its passage through the air was silent. In concert, a flower bud housed within a distant vase seemed to tremble and break open. Ethan's pupils widened slightly. With diligent practice and your innate aptitude, you will soon reach that level yourself, Thomas assured him. Professor Thomas, the dishes are ready. The butler's voice drifted in from the kitchen. Thomas smiled, a different kind of warmth entering his eyes. Ethan, I'm in a good mood today. Would you care for a couple of drinks with me? Of course I would be willing. Ethan agreed. With his current physical condition, ordinary alcohol was useless against him. Even potent baijiu, he felt confident he could consume 10 or even 20 bottles without issue. After following Thomas into the kitchen, time seemed to accelerate. Ethan soon realized how profoundly naive he had been. The liquid teacher Thomas poured was neither beer nor standard spirits. It was a wine brewed from 2 exotic tree fruits, the snake fruit and the bewitching fruit, and its alcohol content was undeniably potent. After the first glass, Ethan felt a pleasant warmth spread through him. After the second, his consciousness began to soften at the edges, and he eventually slumped onto the table. Butler, Thomas called out, his voice smooth and measured. Please take Ethan to the guest room. He then poured another cup for himself. The next day dawned near noon when Ethan finally peeled open his heavy eyelids, a slow, reluctant process of waking up. A profound blankness settled over his mind, like mist clinging to glass. He looked around and a sudden chill of disorientation washed over him. This was not the familiar comfort of his own room. Where was he? Confusion clouded Ethan's gaze until he slapped his forehead in a sharp, self-reproaching gesture. The memory slammed back the haze of alcohol, the 2 glasses of wine from yesterday. He murmured, piecing together the fragments. This is Thomas's residence. With this realization grounding him, he finally pushed himself out of bed and left the room. Ethan, you're awake. Lunch is almost ready, come eat with us. In the bright living room on the ground floor, Thomas stood up, a faint, gentle smile gracing his lips. A flush of deep embarrassment crept across Ethan's face. He had promised only a couple of drinks yesterday, and somehow, he had managed 2. After lunch, the 2 retreated to the training room within the estate. Thomas provided meticulous guidance on meridian tempering, while together they delved into the skill book, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Hours dissolved in a blur of focused effort and shared knowledge. 4 hours had vanished in the blink of an eye. Ethan, Thomas said, his tone laced with genuine concern, if anything remains unclear, please feel free to come to me anytime. Understood, teacher. Ethan nodded slightly, leaving the warmth of Thomas's residence behind him. Once away from the estate, Ethan headed straight for the Crystal Spire Hall. Though the freshman competition had concluded, it was a time when many students would simply breathe and recover. But Ethan refused to let his guard drop. The recent tournament was merely a prelude. What about the annual competitions between the 4 top universities? Soon, he would be facing the elite freshmen from rival schools. Moreover, this prestigious contest for the nation's best was being held at Athagard Academy. With Principal Song and Teacher Thomas placing such immense importance on his performance, Ethan could not afford to let the school lose face. On his way to the Glacier Archive, his phone vibrated softly in his pocket, signaling a new notification. He stopped the shared electric scooter, unlocked the screen, and scanned the message. It was from the Heart of Aethelgard Academy app. After clicking through, the full details unfolded before him. Ethan, I am the Dean of the Combat Academy at Aethelgard Academy. I will be responsible for crafting your weapon. Please use this number 195 followed by 8 digits. We can discuss your specific needs over the phone. Hayes, the Dean of a Martial Arts Academy, personally crafting me a weapon. Ethan raised an eyebrow, a wave of unexpected flattery washing over him. He felt remarkably good about himself. Next, he dialed the number Hayes had provided. The rhythmic beep-beep of the ringing caused his heart to quicken slightly. The call was answered in less than 5 seconds. Hello, Dan Hayes. This is Ethan. I wanted to discuss some issues regarding weapon manufacturing. Ethan cut straight to the chase. Hello. As far as I know, you utilize a spear. What are your requirements for it? For instance, its weight, length, etc. Hayes' voice was crisp and professional on the other end. The length should be 2.9 meters, a bit longer than my current model. As for the weight, Ethan paused, gathering his thoughts carefully. My current comfortable grip weight is between 76 and 84 kilograms. Understood. I have noted that down. Is there anything else you require? Hayes prompted. There is one more requirement. The spearhead and shaft must be detachable. Is that possible? Ethan considered his words before asking. A slight pause stretched across the line. Ethan, are you attempting to extend the lifespan of this weapon, aren't you? No problem at all. Hayes replied smoothly, a hint of amusement in his tone. This request was child's play for him. He was a 7th level mid-level grandmaster and a master-level blacksmith. Dear of Lummas thing, Ethan. The S-level resource you received as a reward for winning first place in the freshman competition is ice vein or crystal. If you need it, I can incorporate it into this spear, Hayes added. Wes, Ethan replied after a moment's thought. We do need to. These ice vein mineral crystals couldn't be ingested for cultivation, but they were invaluable raw material for weapon forging. That is all for now, Ethan. I will hang up. I'll send you some pictures later so you can choose a design, Hayes said, preparing to end the call. Thank you very much for your help, Din Hayes. Eden didn't forget the courtesy. Very bye. Hayes disconnected the line. A new spear. A powerful sense of anticipation bloomed in Ethan's chest after hanging up. The Crystal Spire Superpowers Hall was cool and echoing. As soon as he entered, a staff member recognized him with genuine enthusiasm. Congratulations, Ethan, on winning first place in the freshman competition. Ethan offered a polite smile in return, then asked, You have any devices here that allow access to virtual reality? Wes, the staff member replied. However, it is quite expensive, 50,000 blue star coins per hour. It's fine, Ethan said immediately. I want to try. 50,000 blue star coins might have made him hesitate moments ago, but now the cost was negligible. Aha! The staff member chuckled. The first place winner of the freshman competition. How could you possibly be short on such a small sum? With a smile, he guided to the virtual reality station inside the hall. What came into view was a massive white chair. On it rested a pristine white helmet, connected by an intricate web of colorful wires, making it look densely technological. Next to the seat were various grooves carved into the floor, and surrounding structures, each filled with different colored crystals clearly intended for replenishing elemental energy. Ethan, the staff member explained briefly, just lie down in this chair and put the helmet on. Good, Ethan nodded, settled onto the seat, and placed the helmet over his head. The instant the helmet sealed around him, a dizzying wave washed over his senses. When Ethan opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the Crystal Spire Hall. He stood within a virtual space. Welcome, virtual reality. A mechanical sound rang out, echoing continuously through the boundless digital expanse. Ethan instinctively pinched his face. The touch was almost 100% realistic, leaving him momentarily breathless with amazement. He quickly surveyed the area. Unfortunately, this simulation felt stripped down. Scene generation could not be done at will. How terrifying was the sheer simulation capability of a complete virtual reality system. It could conjure any scene imaginable. It held the power to fulfill every single human fantasy. This stripped-down version, however, limited its scope solely to combat scenarios. That meant generating ferocious beasts and their corresponding environments, a gauntlet against which one could test their mettle. Generate a Tier 3 lower-rank flame tiger. With a mere thought, Ethan's surroundings dissolved and reformed. Before him materialized a blazing tiger of startling realism. An exact replica of the creature he had witnessed in the real world. The beast's roar ripped through the air like burning silk. Taking a powerful stride, the fiery tiger charged. Let me test how difficult it is to deal with you without resorting to ice blast. Ethan raised his black dragon spear, meeting the charge head-on. Iced be meek. Range skills allowed him the crucial advantage of striking first. Several razor-sharp ice blades streaked past, effortlessly slicing through the flame tiger's hide, carving wounds that exposed the tender flesh beneath. The flame tiger cried out in agony, stumbling back before spitting a massive torrent of fire. A searing fireball hurtled toward him. Good timing. Ethan's brow arched slightly. In the next instant, a shimmering layer of ice shield materialized beside him. The fireball struck the frozen barrier, unleashing a blinding cloud of white smoke. To his surprise, he felt no residual shockwave. No lingering heat. The frozen shield had completely nullified the flame tiger's attack. You beast, take this. Ethan surged forward with ice flash, achieving a maximum displacement of 25 meters. Before the flaming tiger could even gather itself, Ethan unleashed a rapid succession of piercing shots. The creature struggled desperately to raise its paws in defense. The ensuing battle was brutal and relentless. One focused shot blinded the flame tiger, causing it to bleed profusely from its eyes. The beast recoiled, writhing on the ground in intense pain. Ethan struck with lethal precision. Not bad. Ethan murmured, a satisfied smile touching his lips. Even without using Ice Blast, I can now handle a lower-tier third-grade flame tiger. Immediately after, Ethan's mind stirred again. He summoned another flaming tiger, this one set at the mid-level of the third tier, but immobilized, merely a fleshy, dangerous prop. Ice Baiji unleashed, ice explosion. The mid-tier beast was not instantly annihilated. It staggered and screamed in agony. Only after the second blast did its life force finally extinguish. I can use Ice Blast at full power 3 times, he mused, lowering his head in contemplation. As long as I am careful, a mid to third grade flame tiger won't pose much of a threat in actual combat. He continued this pattern, using random generation to summon either 2 lower level or 1 middle level third grade beast, engaging them until exhaustion. The purpose was pure refinement to hone his practical experience. Crucially, Ethan did not reduce the pain level. He demanded the most realistic battle possible. Sometimes a stray blow from another ferocious creature would knock him off balance, sending him sprawling and unable to recover. Fortunately, this wasn't reality. Here, failure only endless opportunities for practice. These were the most valuable lessons. The battles, he admitted, were utterly addictive. 2 hours later, still feeling an unquenched thirst for conflict, Ethan chose to voluntarily exit the virtual reality and lifted the helmet from his head. What a pity, he sighed. Killing ferocious beasts in virtual reality doesn't grant evolution points. If only he could exploit that loophole, Ethan felt certain he would soon become untouchable. The system, however, remained stubbornly resistant to such exploits. Even after dinner, Ethan did not retreat to his dormitory. After a short walk to digest the meal, he returned to the Crystal Spire Hall to continue his training. Coincidentally, the delivery address for the bottle of Tier 2 frozen gathering liquid that he had purchased yesterday was set right here at the Crystal Spire Hall. Inside, special lockers awaited each regular student. There the bottle of second-tier frozen essence liquid rested. Ethan retrieved it and happily entered a B-level cultivation room. As his strength rapidly increased, the original C-level training room had become wholly inadequate for absorbing the elemental energy he now required. This feels incredible. The moment the door to the rank B training room opened, a chilling aura carrying with it an even denser concentration of raw elemental power poured out. Ethan narrowed his eyes, instantly feeling a profound sense of refreshment. The price for a grade B training room was 3 times that of a grade C. Ethan wasted no time. He quickly found a spot, shed his outer garment, and settled into meditation. Next, he opened the stopper on the bottle containing the second-tier frozen gathering liquid. He took a light sniff. There was no strange odor. Following instructions, he intended to apply the liquid evenly across his entire body. The moment the essence made contact with his skin, an intense, cooling sensation began to penetrate from the surface. The comfort was indescribable, almost making him sigh in sheer pleasure. After regaining his composure, Ethan applied the gathering essence liquid all over. He felt himself transform into a giant magnet. The surrounding elemental energy behaved like iron filings scattered across a field. He absorbed it frantically. This process could be described by one word: awesome. The peak effect of this second-stage frozen essence was achieved within half an hour. Ethan naturally wasted no time. Closing his eyes, while the effects were at their zenith, he greedily drew in every surrounding wisp of elemental energy. Time dissolved into seconds. An hour later, Ethan opened his eyes with a deep sense of satisfaction. Although the optimal effect of this second-tier liquid only lasted for half an hour, the act of cultivation itself was profoundly captivating, drawing him into a state where he lost all track of time. The effect is truly remarkable, no wonder it costs so much, he thought, giving himself a mental thumbs up. He made a swift decision and placed an order for 10 bottles of second-stage frozen primordial liquid. 200 credits vanished from his account after completing the cultivation cycle. As soon as left the rank B training room, the dense elemental energy in the surrounding air instantly dissipated. The activity within his cells dropped significantly, and a wave of profound fatigue surged through his body. Ethan couldn't help but yawn. He immediately exited the Crystal Spire Hall and headed back to his dormitory. Inside the dormitory across the street, a cheerful energy pulsed through the air. "Isawian, let's get started." A bright, expectant gleam lit up Amelia's eyes. Little Blue, the companion beast, could not speak in full sentences yet, but its anticipation was clear in the rhythmic calls of its calls. Spread across the low table were the delectable creations Clara had just finished, a colorful array of miniature cakes. Food was Clara's great passion. She constantly baked elaborate dishes for her friends and family to savor. Today at the table sat Amelia, acting as the official judge, alongside Xiaolan, her beloved companion beast. Xiaolan looked particularly adorable, sporting a tiny napkin tied around its neck while its tongue peeked out, twitching slightly with every breath. A dozen minutes later, Amelia smacked her lips. This matter was concluded. The following day, under Ethan's expectant gaze, the eggshell began to pulse with a faint, ethereal blue fluorescence, like polished glass coated in a thin sheet of glacial ice. Slowly, delicate fractures spiderwebbed across its surface. 9, 8, 7. As seconds bled away, the cracks deepened and multiplied until the shell seemed ready to give way. 3, 2, 1. The moment the counter hit 0, the ice serpent egg shattered completely in a shower of crystalline fragments. Yet, Ethan paid no mind to the scattered shards. His companion beast had already emerged from its shell. A fissure, patterned like delicate frost webbing, split across the top of the eggshell. A silvery white snout pushed through the break, radiating an aura so chilling it felt palpable as it forced open the remnants of the husk. Before Ethan's eyes materialized a small snake. Its entire body was the color of glacial ice blue, and its scales caught the light with a cold sheen, like perfectly formed crystals. It coiled its slender form and slid free from the shell. Where the tip of its tail swept, a delicate layer of frost instantly condensed upon the fragments. It tilted its head slightly, flicking out a tongue that trailed a wisp of white mist, licking away the last vestiges of the eggshell's scent. Its icy amber eyes slowly opened. Too gent from an extremely cold land, glowing with the fresh chill and vibrant life of a newborn creature. Following the ancient rites of bonding between superhuman and companion beast, Ethan required to offer his own blood, orally, to the newly hatched ice shard serpent. After pricking his thumb with a spike generated by his internal energy, Ethan gently guided his finger into the serpent's mouth. Throughout the process, the ice-sharp serpent accepted small sips of Ethan's blood without resistance. It was twofold. First, it was newly born and still somewhat bewildered. Second, Ethan was the very first creature it had seen upon its emergence, forging an immediate, undeniable bond. Thus the contract between master and companion beast was sealed. Immediately the panel displaying the ice shard serpent's status shifted before Ethan's eyes. The companion beast was now identified as the ice shard serpent, in the lower Tier 1 realm, with potential advancement to upper Tier 4. Simultaneous with the presence of the ice serpent, Ethan felt a subtle but distinct increase in the flow of ice-type elemental energy within his own body. It was minor, currently hovering around 2%. Fortunately, the problem was not critical. As the ice serpent's realm advanced, the amplification it provided to him would only grow stronger. As Thomas had wisely advised, play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. A companion beast of the same type can slightly accelerate the growth of both of you under the influence of the contract relationship, and also enhance the power it brings to this element. Although fire-type ability users outnumbered other elemental types, truly ferocious ice beasts were exceedingly rare. Combining these two factors was precisely why Ethan had chosen an ice-type companion. Master. The serpent swarmed forward, its 30-centimeter length coiling gently around Ethan's wrist. From Mom, Ethan murmured, affectionately stroking the snake's head, "I'll call you Xiao Bing." Xiao Bing's forked tongue trembled slightly, and its slender tail twitched with visible contentment. "Thank you, Master. I truly love that name." The thought resonated clearly in his mind. For the next 10 days, Ethan maintained a rigorous routine. He met Thomas every morning to study the SS-grade skill book, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, and spent his afternoons and evenings at the Crystal Spire Hall training alongside Xiao Bing. Influenced by her master's dedication, Xiao Bing matched his fervor, never missing an opportunity for self-improvement. In just 10 days, she had broken to the mid-level of the first rank. The companion beast was still the ice shard serpent, now at first tier mid-level, with potential advancement to fourth tier upper level. Ethan, meanwhile, consumed every remaining extreme ice pill and Kian blood pill. Though Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array was only SS grade, it remained an ice-type skill book. With his own relentless effort and Thomas's expert guidance, 10 days stayed enough for him to reach a beginner level of proficiency. The moment the array appeared on his panel, Ethan decisively pressed the button beside it. The evolution points were deducted by 120. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array advanced from SSS-beginner to SS-elementary. A massive torrent of memories flooded into Ethan's mind like a tidal wave. It was as if he had studied the skill book 1,000 times, mastering every nuance. At this point, he felt ready to wield the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Let me see just how powerful an SS-level skill truly is. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Ethan paused for a breath, gathering his focus. In an instant, a profound chill emanated from his body, blossoming into a cold mist that rapidly expanded outward. Wherever the fog passed, even the air seemed to tremble with unnatural cold. After spreading, the icy vapor began to coalesce and gather itself back around him. The blade of an ice sword slowly solidified, layers of pale blue crystalline structures piling up. Even the precise curve of the sword spine and the lethal sharpness of its tip were visualized in the frigid air. The weapon remained shrouded in a faint mist, a flowing curtain of cold light. In the blink of an eye, 8 complete ice swords materialized, suspended around Ethan at even intervals, held aloft by an invisible force. Simultaneously, Ethan felt more than 90% of his body's S-type elemental energy drain away. The moment his reserves were nearly depleted, a wave of weakness washed over him. Had Sharpdane not caught him, he would have collapsed to the floor. Fortunately, this was a Class B training room, where the surrounding air was exceptionally rich in elemental energy. Following the principle of energy equilibrium between body and environment, Ethan acted like a vacuum cleaner, frantically absorbing the ambient elemental power. While instant replenishment was impossible, it was enough to quickly restore his complexion and allow him to stand upright once more. Each of these 8 ice swords can instantly fell a low-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Together, he murmured, raising a finger, they might even be able to strike down a high-level 3rd-tier beast. The 8 spectral blades began to rotate around him in a precise, mesmerizing pattern. They looked as cold as death itself, a truly oppressive spectacle. Excellent. Now we've the resources to sweep through the underground world of the school. Ethan smiled, nodding with profound satisfaction. Seeing this, Xiao Bing gently swayed her long, thin tail, her movements suggesting a deep happiness for her master's success. As night fell, the surrounding streetlights flickered on like scattered stars. After concluding his training for the day, Ethan left the Crystal Spire Hall and headed to the cafeteria for some late-night snacks. He made sure to buy Xiao Bing her favorite roast chicken. Just then, Ethan's phone rang. Ethan, your weapon is complete. It was a call from Hayes, the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy. Hearing the details of the conversation, Ethan felt an immediate surge of excitement, his heart thrumming with palpable anticipation. Though Hayes had sent the blueprints days ago, the mere knowledge that the actual product existed still sparked a profound excitement within Ethan. Yet, it was later time ill-suited for visiting someone's home. He could only quell his eagerness, settling instead for the quiet anticipation of dawn. The next day arrived with the promise of new beginnings. Having already arranged a meeting with Hayes by phone, Ethan rose early and took his companion beast, Xiao Bing, out with him. Hey, Ethan. Wanna come together? A melodious voice drifted from behind him. Ethan didn't even need to turn around to know the source. It was Clara, from the dormitory opposite his own. They shared a habit of jogging each morning. Moreover, their dormitories were separated by little more than a winding road, making accidental encounters inevitable. Thus, they often ran together in the crisp morning air. No, I have other things to do. Ethan shook his head gently, declining. He still had an appointment at Hayes' residence, and he couldn't afford distractions. All right. Clara's eyelids lowered slightly upon hearing his refusal. Her gaze darkened momentarily, but she setting more before turning and jogging away with her companion beast, Xiao Lan. A soft roar erupted from Little Blue, followed by a tiny bubble spat out toward Little Ice. The bubbles burst, scattering a small amount of water over Xiao Bing's coat. This was the Deepwater Dragon clan's peculiar way of expressing camaraderie. Xiao Bing shook its body, its slender tail swaying in rhythmic arcs. Simultaneously, the slight opening and closing of its scales served as another silent gesture of affection. With Xiao Bing perched comfortably on his shoulder, they arrived at Hayes' residence via a shared electric scooter. Before the grand entrance stood uniformed bodyguards and a meticulous housekeeper overseeing the daily life within. The elderly butler gestured for them to enter. Is this Ethan? Din Hayes is already waiting for you inside. Ethan nodded slowly and followed the old butler into the house. Inside Hayes' residence, Ethan's eyes instinctively scanned the surroundings. While the general layout echoed that of his teacher, Thomas, the color palette was strikingly different. Thomas's home had been steeped in ice blue tones from the sofas and coffee tables to the very floors. It was an undeniable truth. Here, within Hayes' residence, red and black dominated every corner. Ethan felt a pang of nostalgia. He always found a faint comfort in the sight of ice blue. It seems that the primal energy flowing through a person can subtly alter their environment. Ethan murmured to himself, pondering the shift. Dear Ethan, I have arrived, he called out, spotting an unusually tall and imposing figure lounging on the sofa. A sigh escaped him, a silent acknowledgement of how truly worthy this man was of his title as a master of the fighting style. Ethan. Hayes stood up from the cushions, offering a welcoming smile. Your weapon is in the forging room. Come with me. Following Hayes, Ethan entered the forge. The chamber was vast, spanning nearly 1,000 square meters. In one corner, encased in crystalline ice, lay a long spear. With a sharp clang, Hayes stepped forward and retrieved it from the frozen depths. Shards of ice scattered across the ground, releasing a chilling aura. What true Ethan was the weapon itself. Its shaft was entirely obsidian black, devoid of any luster. The spearhead was sharply triangular and armor-like, cover a thin layer of frost that didn't melt but instead caught the light, reflecting a cold, razor edge. Intersecting ice crack patterns were engraved along the tip, resembling the marks left by a sudden fissure in frozen earth, a design brimming with latent power. The shaft seemed inert, as if its true potential was yet to be activated. "Ethan, come on. Let's try it out exactly as you requested." Hayes laughed and handed the spear over. The moment Tan took hold of the weapon, a wave of curiosity washed over him. The spear felt profoundly top-heavy. The material at the tip possessed an extreme density, making it weighty. Conversely, the shaft was surprisingly light, softer than iron of comparable volume, feeling almost like cotton in his current state. "Try injecting some of your body's primal energy into it," Hayes instructed with a knowing smile. Wes Dean Hayes. Ethan followed the advice. As the yuan energy within him gradually flowed into the spear, the originally dark and dull shaft transformed into a brilliant silvery white. Where before were merely black engravings, now they pulsed with an icy blue luminescence. Furthermore, its surface shimmered with fine, cold silver light, giving of the real chill even when still. More remarkably, the weapon grew heavier. The more elemental energy he poured in, the greater the weight became. Soon the shaft matched the density of the spearhead. "The weight of the shaft has changed," Ethan exclaimed, a genuine thrill coloring his voice. He quickly raised the spear and thrust it forward several times with incredible speed, creating a whistling sound that seemed to pierce the very air. If he looked closely, tiny frost crystals formed where the tip passed. After several powerful strikes, Ethan felt no resistance whatsoever. The spear moved as if it were an extension of his own arm, resonating with him on a deeper, psychological level. "Cool." He narrowed his eyes slightly and sighed contentedly after retracting the weapon. "Ethan," Hayes explained, "who the shaft is forged from est-grade resource ice vein or crystal and other rare metals. Once infused with elemental energy, its weight will change dramatically." He patted his chest confidently. "It can reach a maximum weight of over 4,280 kilograms, the caliber of an S-class spear. As your state increases, the head can be replaced. You could say this weapon is more than enough for you to use throughout your entire 4 years at university." "Thank you so much." Den Hayes bowed slightly, his gratitude clear. "It's nothing, really." Hayes dismissed it with a wave of his hand, as if he had performed only a trivial favor. But how could Ethan not recognize the immense value of this spear? If it were displayed publicly, even an offer of tens of millions of blue star coins would incite a fierce bidding war. The engravings reveal an icy blue luster, and a silvery cold light flows across their surface. A sudden idea struck Ethan. "Let's call it the Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear." As if responding to his thought, the icy blue luminescence on the spear did not fade, it seemed to deepen slightly. "I have mastered the SS-level skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Annihilation Array. Furthermore, I possess a Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear, a weapon that feels akin to a divine artifact in my grasp. With these assets, sweeping away the depths of this underground world within the Academy will be effortless." The burning ambition that once fueled him had long since cooled into cold certainty. With the prestigious freshman competition looming from the 4 great universities, the time for mere preparation was over. It was time to accelerate his power exponentially. Returning to his dormitory with the newly acquired Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear, Ethan's mind was already alight with a plan. With a mere thought, he summoned the system panel to assess his current capabilities. His name is Ethan. He has 600 evolution points. His special ability is Ice Crown, rated S. His rum level is mid-second tier. His spirit rating is 564 Hz. His QI and blood reserves are 1,190 calories. His skills include Marksmanship Advanced, Melee Combat Intermediate, Ice Shard D Intermediates Upgraded, Ice Flash B Intermediate, Ice Blade A Intermediate, Frozen Shield A Intermediate, Ice Blast S Intermediate, Detective Skill S Beginner, and Extreme Ice Annihilation Array SS-Beginner. His companion beast is Ice Shard Serpent Tier 1 Mid-Tier/Tier 4 High Tier. After reviewing the data, a profound satisfaction bloomed across Ethan's face. "Wait. This Ice Ring's proficiency can actually be upgraded." Ethan raised an eyebrow, then tapped the upgrade button next to Ice Shard Ring. Evolution points -600. Ice Shard Ring D Intermediate becomes Ice Shard Ring D Advanced. A torrent of memories flooded his consciousness, absorbed by Ethan with effortless speed. At that moment, the 4 icicles surrounding his body shimmered and expanded into 5. Correspondingly, the internal activation level of his ice-type elemental energy surged upward. Next, Ethan arrived at the mission center. He now possessed the qualifications to undertake A-level missions. Such a task would reward him with a substantial 100 to 300 credits upon completion, a decent supplementary income, even for someone who had just amassed such vast resources during the freshman competition. Rank A missions were not perpetually available, they required demand. Fortunately, fate smiled upon Ethan. After placing his student ID against the task display screen, a striking purple glow pulsed amidst the sea of white, green, and blue indicators. Purple represented A-level assignments, a fact Michael had mentioned long ago, and Ethan was keenly aware of its significance. Rank A Mission 1 Flaming Tiger Whip, minimum mid-tier 3rd tier. Completion reward 175 credits. Perfect, mission lit up his eyes. Within the underground world beneath Aethelgard Academy, high-level ferocious beasts like the flaming tiger were still prevalent and accounted for a significant portion of the threat. Ethan did not hesitate. He accepted the task with decisive finality. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the bustling mission center, Captain, an A-level mission was snatched. I apologize, I was too slow. One member of the Silver Wolf team spoke, regret heavy in his voice. It's fine, the vice captain waved a dismissive hand. He's just fast, he deserves it. At the same time, Sarah, the captain, fixed her purple gaze on a tall, handsome figure across the center, Ethan, who had just accepted the A-level mission. Ryan had once mentioned that the winner of this year's freshman competition had refused his offer to join their team. Sarah didn't dwell on the rejection, everyone was free to choose. If Ryan forced Ethan into their ranks, she would only incur further blame. What truly bothered her was that this freshman named Ethan had single-handed felled a 3rd-tier lower-level flame tiger during the competition. As the 3-year reigning champion, she felt compelled to compare herself to him, believing she could never have achieved such feat at that time. At best, they could only win by a razor's edge. She needed assurance. After graduating from Aethelgard Academy, someone had to assume the mantle of leadership. Of course, she quickly suppressed her thoughts. After casting one last glance at Ethan, Sarah led the rest of the Silver Wolf team away. As their eyes met, Ethan felt the weight of her gaze. Seeing that only lingered briefly and held no overt malice, he dismissed it. He was not a regular visitor to the mission center. Currently, having entered the underground world only 3 times and completed just 5 missions, his current standing remained at level 2, meaning he could only accept 2 concurrent missions. He had accepted 1 A-level and 1 B-level task, netting him exactly 200 credits. With the mission secured, Ethan proceeded to the school's resource trading office. He spent a considerable amount of blue star coins purchasing a variety of pills and potions. Notably, he also acquired a swiftness pill. Ethan had a deep understanding of this item. Without it, he would likely have perished in the jaws of that flaming tiger long ago. None of this would have been possible. Though he was confident in his ability to wipe out the underground world within the school, as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Caution remained paramount. After gathering all necessary supplies, Ethan returned to his dormitory. Even with his immense confidence, conserving energy before venturing into the depths was an essential step. So, at 9 o'clock in the evening, while many students were still engaged in self-study sessions, Ethan, a college freshman, was already tucked into bed and asleep. The next day dawned. Ethan awoke naturally, long before his alarm clock could sound. He donned his battle armor, fastened his spatial ring, and brought along his companion beast, Xiaobing. Athirst his mind a crucial question: after Xiaobing kills ferocious beasts alone, will it be able to earn evolution points for itself? If so, the rate of its growth would accelerate dramatically. Xiaobing murmured, stroking the serpent's smooth head. If you intend to progress further, you must work harder and defeat monsters on your own merit. You must earn your own evolution points. Master. Xiaobing looked utterly bewildered. It knew that fulfilling this request would bring joy to its owner, and that was reward enough. This was the subterranean heart of the academy, a labyrinthine world beneath the polished veneer of civilization. Whispers followed him like an invisible current. Look. Isn't he breathtakingly handsome? What good is beauty? Can flawless features fill your stomach? Wait, isn't that Ethan? the victor of this year's freshman competition. The moment Ethan stepped into Aethelberg Citadel, the air itself seemed to vibrate with hushed speculation. Yet, he remained unmoved by the surrounding murmurs, walking through them as if they were merely background noise. Beside him moved Xiaobing, his silent companion beast. Leaving the bustle of Aethelberg Citadel behind, Ethan chose a direction at random and ventured deeper into the sprawling underground metropolis. After only a few paces, though no wind stirred the air, a subtle, dry rustling sound began to permeate the silence. The attention was palpable. Ethan's gaze swept around, instantly alert. A nearby thicket of bushes shifted, betraying movement. In the next instant, a figure detached itself from the shadows, a feline beast, marked by a faint crescent moon etched upon its brow. It was clearly one of the lesser creatures, the shadow cat. Go, Xiaobing. Ethan's mind reached out, sending a silent command to his companion. Any ferocious beast active so close to Aethelberg's citadel must be at least Tier 1 low rank. At this level, he could dispatch it with a single strike of his ice blade. But he had his own reasons for deploying Xiaobing. It was time to test the theories that had been forming in his mind. Wester. Xiaobing dipped her serpentine head in acknowledgement. A fierce energy pulsed within her. This was the first task assigned by her owner. She needed to perform flawlessly, and absolutely could not disappoint him. With a sudden burst of speed, Xiaobing darted forward, an icy brilliance flashing deep within her sapphire pupils. The shadow cat let out two mocking yelps, already showing signs of panic. Xiaobing moved with decisive grace, pouncing and sinking her teeth into the shadow cat's thigh. The moment her sharp fangs pierced the creature's flesh, a torrent of ice elemental energy flooded through the wound. The shadow cat struggled desperately to break free, but as the cold power continued to flow into it, its movements grew sluggish, its strength rapidly draining away. Soon, the shadow cat collapsed beneath Xiaobing's fangs, its life extinguished in a burst of crystalline frost. At that precise moment, a pleasant chime echoed in Ethan's mind. He realized his companion beast had slain a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, granting him 10 evolution points. As expected, Ethan murmured, a faint smile touching his lips. When Xiaobing kills a beast, I gain the corresponding evolution points. No matter how much he had speculated before, it was all conjecture. He could never be 100% certain that his ideas were viable. But this system notification was undeniable proof, absolute authority. After confirming the mission's perfect completion, Xiaobing trotted back to Ethan's side and lifted her head with evident pride. As her master, Ethan understood her intent. Alright, he reached out, stroking the smooth crown of her head. I will grant your wish. Xiaobing closed her eyes slightly, settling into a state of deep contentment. Bing. Remain in this area and hunt down any ferocious beasts you can find. Then wait for my next instructions. Ethan spoke with grave seriousness. Since killing these creatures provided him with evolution points, and given that Xiao Ice had not yet fully matured, he needed to venture deeper alone, leaving Xiaobing behind to secure the resources. Yes, master. Though a pang of reluctance crossed her heart, Xiaobing knew her master must have his reasons. As a companion beast, obedience was paramount. Any unnecessary action could only complicate things for him. She nodded with perfect compliance. Don't worry, Ethan reassured her, then departed. Xiaobing watched his retreating figure. The icy blue pupils, momentarily clouded with hesitation, hardened instantly into unwavering resolve. It is, she thought to herself. Time to hunt. Ethan continued deeper into the depths alone. The ferocious beasts he encountered posed no threat whatsoever. To date, his iced blade was powerful enough to kill a typical mid-tier second-level beast outright. Even against an armored rhinoceros, a creature notorious for its impenetrable defense, it only required one more focused shot. He received 10 evolution points for defeating the Tier 1 low-rank shadow cat, and 20 additional points for defeating a Tier 1 mid-tier black-spotted deer. With the addition of his S-rank skill, detective technique, and the consistent help from Xiaobing, Ethan's evolution point count skyrocketed like a rocket. Day 1 brought 500 evolution points gained, followed by 700 on Day 2. In previous freshman competitions, energy potions were severely rationed, averaging only 1 bottle per day, and they were merely Tier 1 grade. For Ethan, who was already approaching the lower levels of the second tier, This supply had become dangerously insufficient. But things were different now. Ethan carried a full cache of 50 bottles of second-tier energy potions. It wasn't that he lacked stamina. It was that his body simply couldn't process such an immense influx of power. Therefore, Ethan began using Ice Flash intermittently for travel. This timing was incredibly precise. The consumption rate barely exceeded the body's natural recovery cycle, a deficit almost equal to the total elemental energy provided by 3 second-tier potions. It works. On the very second night, Ethan reached the deepest point of this underground world. He stopped advancing, lit a campfire, and pitched his tent. Then, he grilled the fresh meat from the ferocious beasts hunted that day, seasoning it with cumin. The aroma was intoxicating. Ethan ate his barbecue while gazing up at the full moon slicing through the cavern ceiling. A myriad of emotions swelled in his chest. This scene made him ache for his time with the Firefox team. Yet, ambition is a relentless current, one must always look forward. Some memories are simply meant to be cherished, not clung to. We haven't practiced our marksmanship yet. After a brief moment of digestion, Ethan stood up, his gaze hardening with renewed purpose. By the flickering light of the campfire, they began honing their aim. 2 hours dissolved into the passing time. Hey! Hey! Kevin's sky-splitting spear was thrust out again and again. Suddenly, Ethan realized that after so much practice, he felt neither fatigue nor exhaustion, only a growing, profound mastery. Could it be that the most direct path to verifying any theory was to open the panel? After all, only the control interface could reflect one's true, real-time status. Ethan's mind stirred, and the system panel snapped into existence before him. It displayed his name, Ethan, his evolution points total of 1200, his Qui and blood level of 1191 calories, his skill and gunplay at master rank, his body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, which was at a 2nd level, and his companion beast, the ice shard serpent, described as being at a mid-tier 1 and high tier 4. There is no plus sign after marksmanship. Could I be mistaken? A sudden electric jolt of realization shot through him. He felt as though his marksmanship had undergone a massive leap, his progress surging forward dramatically. He currently held 1200 evolution points. It had been an eternity since he had broken through to the advanced proficiency level in gunplay. Yet, the familiar upward arrow remained stubbornly absent beside gunplay, suggesting he was simply overthinking things. Sigh. I wonder my marksmanship will finally reach master. Ethan shook his head slightly, a soft sigh escaping him. Just yesterday, Teacher Thomas had promised that once his gunplay reached the master level, he would gift him an SS-grade skill book. Moreover, unlike Sketch's Ice Explosion, or Extreme Ice Illusion Killing RA, which momentarily drained the user's strength, this particular skill was known for its persistent nature. It grew stronger the longer the fight raged. A true champion must possess both explosive power and enduring stamina. Once I accumulate enough evolution points, I will immediately invest in my marksmanship. The Thorpes lit a flicker of genuine excitement within him. In his eagerness, Ethan glanced at the panel several more times. He was just about to dismiss the interface, when something crucial caught his eye. My marksmanship has reached master level. Am I hallucinating this? Ethan's eyes widened in sudden disbelief. After rubbing hard and confirming that the system panel before him had not changed at all, a sharp, brilliant light flashed through his pupils. He was utterly electrified. This was the first time he had experienced such a complete self-driven improvement in proficiency. From advanced to master, all achieved without spending even a single evolution point. While using points for advancement was certainly gratifying, relying solely on one's own grit felt like the purest form of triumph. Wait a minute. No, this reasoning is flawed. Evolution points were earned through the brutal process of slaying ferocious beasts. The system did not simply grant them out, just because he logged in every day. The morning of the 3rd day arrived. They had ventured into deeper, more volatile regions, and the rate at which they accrued evolution points accelerated sharply. In less than an hour, Ethan gained 300 points. At this point, his total reached 1,500 evolution points, and he noticed a change: a companion beast, Ice Shard Serpent, now listed as being at a mid-rank 1 with an upward arrow, and high rank 4. Little Ice had broken through its current realm. Piper, Find us a safe and secluded location, Ethan commanded mentally. But he knew that breaking through a cultivation level was not an overnight miracle. It required time to stabilize. After the contract formed, the bond between master and companion beast established a unique mental link, allowing them to communicate regardless of distance. Yes, master. Piper asked no further questions. She trusted her master implicitly and obeyed without hesitation. About 10 minutes later, Piper reported that she had found an ideal spot. Ethan pressed the upgrade button. The system deducted 1,500 evolution points. Ice Shard Serpent, moving from a mid-tier 1 and high-tier 4, upgraded to a high-tier 1 and high-tier 4. Only by becoming stronger could Piper hunt more powerful beasts and earn evolution points for herself faster. The benefits to her own survival far outweighed the cost of those 1,500 points. Most critically, while ferocious beasts were driven by bloodlust, companion beasts were affected only minimally, a vast difference from his own human condition. If I can survive in this underground world for 2 weeks a month under extreme duress, Piper'd last at least 20 days, perhaps even 25. After several well-coordinated moves, the conclusion was clear: investing in Piper was an investment in their shared future. Master, I have broken through to a higher realm. Piper did not grasp the underlying principles. She could not fathom that Ethan's system was the source of her breakthrough. But for her, reaching a new level was a profound and genuine joy. It meant greater protection and aid for her owner. Piper, keep up this incredible work, Ethan offered words of encouragement. For several days afterward, the accumulation continued in relentless waves. On the third day, he gained 1,800 evolution points. On the fourth, a second-tier high-level beast appeared before him, netting him 4,000 points. Ethan originally planned to continue boosting Piper's power, but the system flashed a warning. She was not the owner of the system, and required a cooldown period after such a major breakthrough. On this day, he encountered 2 low-level third-tier beasts, both slightly weaker than the flaming tiger of the same realm. One provided 3,400 points, the other 3,600. By the end of that 5th day, Ethan had amassed an incredible total 11,000 evolution points. On the 5th night, he opened the panel and stared at the figure. Evolution points 18,000. A whopping 18,000 evolution points, all earned through sheer effort. Ethan could not help but smile, a genuine sense of pride warming his chest. There was no resisting this urge. He focused on the next major upgrade. Realm level mid-second tier with an upward arrow. Ethan estimated he was still far from breaking through his body tempering technique, but not by much. Of all remaining options, improving his cultivation level remained the most cost-effective gamble. Then, the system deducted 8,500 evolution points, realm level mid-tier 2 upgraded to upper tier 2. 10 days of grueling training had significantly reduced the points required for this breakthrough. The moment Ethan pressed up arrow, an unprecedented surge of pure yuan energy erupted from his body. It was a turbulent surging wave of elemental force. Ethan quickly closed his eyes, letting himself ride the process. Such a terrifying burst of raw energy awakened many of the ferocious beasts that had been slumbering nearby. The sheer output caused them to tremble violently. They could only speculate in their minds that no amount of effort would ever draw them out for investigation. But one passing beast happened to catch the wave, and it paused, its massive form frozen by a look of utter surprise. This mid-tier second-level frost lion cub had just completed his daily hunt, the scent of fresh kill clinging to his coat. As he trotted back toward the safety of his lair, a sudden anomaly caught his attention: Ethan, who was visibly struggling through a breakthrough to the next realm. The ice lion's eyes flared with predatory excitement. His father was a tier 3 high-ranking ice lion, a creature considered an overlord even in this subterranean world. Yet, he had hit a rigid bottleneck, trapped at the upper echelon of the 3rd tier, unable to push past the barrier. And now here stood a being who had shattered through into a higher realm, radiating a torrent of yuan energy so terrifying it felt like raw elemental force. Perhaps, the cub mused, after my father consumes this power, his cultivation will naturally break through. As for the risk of retaliation, he dismissed the possibility as minuscule. His father was a high-ranking official of the 3rd rank. What could possibly dare to strike him down? What could even wound him? If his father managed to truly ascend to the 4th rank, wouldn't his reliance on this cub become exponentially greater? The cold-blooded lion cub smiled a slow, arrogant curve of the muzzle, as if he already possessed a crystal ball showing nothing but his own brilliant future. Meanwhile, Ethan remained utterly oblivious to the predatory gaze fixed upon him. Even if he were aware of the danger, he likely wouldn't have given it a second thought. As the almost violent ice-type elemental energy within his body finally began to stabilize, Ethan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of faintly turbid air. A system window shimmered into existence before him. Name: Ethan Evolution Points 9500 Spirit, 654 Hz Chi and Blood, 1391 Calories. Realm Level Upper 2nd Tier, Skill Gunplay, Master Body Tempering Technique, Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, 2nd Level Companion Beast, Ice Shard Serpent, Tier 1 Higher 4 High. Having broken through to the upper level of the 2nd tier, I still retain 9,500 evolution points, he murmured. I estimate that by tomorrow, or at most the day after, I will accumulate enough resources to break into the lower 3rd tier. A surge of quiet pride warmed his chest, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. For Top University's freshman competition, here we come. Among freshman competitors, the realm of the lower 3rd rank was an undeniable force, a near-invincible existence. Furthermore, he had mastered this S-level skill, Extreme Illusion Killing RA, granting him a means to challenge opponents far above his current level. Little Blue, Water Jet Attack, Clara commanded. Following the master's directive, Little Blue opened its mouth and spat forth a concentrated stream of water. Do not be fooled by the appearance. It looked like nothing more than a mundane tap spray. Its impact was devastating. Before their eyes, a 2nd Terra-level burrowing squirrel was instantly torn into pieces by the sheer force of the blast. If this were merely a real-world faucet, it would only be suitable for bathing and cooling off. The difference lay in the abundant elemental energy woven into every drop of water. Little Blue. Excellent, Clara praised. He. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Grace's adorable voice echoed warmly in her heart. After witnessing Ethan's sheer power during the freshman competition, Clara had become fiercely determined to improve herself. Originally, she had spent weeks accumulating experience at the upper-level 1st rank. Just days ago, she successfully broke through to the lower level of the 2nd tier, a massive leap in strength. In contrast, Companion Beast, Little Blue, was only truly motivated by the words eat and sleep. When it came to training, Clara admitted she was rather lazy. In any case, her own strength needed rapid improvement. So, she had brought Grace deep into this underground world for intensive training. Ferocious beasts grew stronger through combat and consumption. Even if a companion beast lacked its wild bloodlust, the relentless pressure of the fighting environment could still accelerate its growth exponentially. To maximize efficiency and save travel time, Clara even purchased an off-road vehicle. Her ring, with its enormous 100 cubic meter capacity, could easily accommodate an SUV. I wonder if this has awakened my true nature. The moment Grace arrived in the underground world, the little dragon perked up instantly. The training proved incredibly effective. Just as Clara offered praise to Little Blue, her superpower, Natural Spirit, gave a sudden, ominous warning. A fiery tiger was charging toward them at high speed. Judging by its bulk, this creature was at least in the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. While Grace, a water-type companion beast, perfectly countered the fire element, there was still a significant gap. Little Blue had only recently reached the lower 2nd tier, while the flaming tiger stood firmly in the middle of the 3rd. And for Clara herself, her grass-type ability was severely disadvantaged against such a powerful flame foe. Little Blue, run. Without hesitation, Clara scooped up Grace and sprinted toward the parked SUV nearby. A massive explosion echoed behind them, so powerful it made the very ground tremble slightly. Curiosity had demanded a price, but safety was paramount, and Clara did not dare look back. After she secured herself inside the off-road vehicle with Grace cradled in her arms, she risked a glance over her shoulder at where the flaming tiger had been. What came into view was nothing like a flaming tiger. It was merely a gruesome mixture of bones and torn flesh. A head, cleaved in half, bore an incomplete character, the symbol for Arth, on its forehead, barely recognizable as the beast she expected. As the thick smoke finally dissipated, a tall, imposing figure slowly materialized before Clara's eyes. "Ethan," she gasped, utterly taken aback. She never imagined that such a massive commotion was orchestrated by him. "Clara, what are you doing here?" Ethan also noticed her, his expression tinged with mild bewilderment. "I brought Grace here for training," she explained quickly. "The freshman competition from the 4 prestigious universities is fast approaching." She paused and added with a playful lilt, "And Ethan, I'm at the lower 2nd tier now. It's still quite difficult to surpass you. But don't even think about leaving me too far behind." Ethan merely smiled, a simple, unreadable curve of the lips, neither confirming nor denying her statement. He then down and began rummaging through the large pile of debris, searching for something specific. Clara also perched low, resting her hands on her knees, allowing a slight glimpse of her skin, but she paid it no mind. Instead, she asked, "Ethan, what are you looking for?" "Deed not." Ethan waved his hand dismissively, continuing his search while indicating his refusal. The next second, he straightened up, his handsome face suddenly alight with surprise. Clara's gaze immediately dropped to his hands. On his left was a large, fiery red crystal, and on his right was the tiger whip of the fiery tiger. This is, it be that Ethan. Seeing these items, Clara's small mouth parted slightly, unable to suppress her guess. After being introduced to science by her best friend Amelia, she knew instantly that this was a matter of male dignity, a question that should never be asked. The mischievous glint in Clara's eyes left Ethan feeling profoundly perplexed. As far as he knew, she was a woman who possessed both effusive enthusiasm and profound thoughtfulness. Yet this expression was so fleeting that Ethan dismissed it, not taking it seriously at all. If he had been privy to the true thoughts swirling behind her gaze, he suspected he would have collapsed instantly. One could say whatever they wished about a man, but never suggest he was utterly worthless. Humans were complex creatures of social instinct. For several days, Ethan had hunted ferocious beasts alone in the subterranean depths. A system notification flashed before him. He had defeated the Tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, the flaming tiger, gaining 7,000 evolution points. Now, he had stumbled into someone familiar, and the kill of that formidable flame tiger had yielded such a substantial cache of evolution points. When one was in a state of exhilaration, it was inevitable that words would spill out. Ethan was no oblivious fool. On the contrary, his emotional intelligence was quite high. Suddenly her bright smile evaporated, replaced by an expression of stark solemnity. Seeing this shift, Ethan instinctively activated his detective technique. After a slight drain on his mental energy, he could sense information spanning several kilometers around them. They had encountered an ice lion charging toward them. It was built with robust power and exuded a palpable chill. Its fur was the color of pale blue or white, seeming coated in a thick layer of frost that shimmered with a cold luminescence under the light. A mane of razor-sharp icicles framed its head, each crystalline spike standing rigid and radiating deep cold. At the tip of its tail were spikes composed of multiple, clustered ice crystals. As it raced at full speed, its tail swayed rhythmically, causing the ice shards to collide with a sharp, brittle tinkle. "This ice lion, it's upper level Tier 3, Ethan murmured softly, his eyes narrowed in assessment. "Come with me, my SUV is parked nearby. Get inside, this ice lion won't be able to catch us." Clara's voice held a thread of genuine anxiety. Seeing Ethan remained utterly unmoved, she even considered reaching out to pull him away. But then Ethan moved. He didn't run away. Instead, he took impossibly fast strides and charged straight toward the oncoming beast. Killing a Tier 3 high-level ferocious beast should earn at least 10,000 evolution points, right? This was the singular thought driving him. Evolution points were the primary currency of survival. The man and the lion met in a flash of cold air. This human is intriguing. The Icelow narrowed its eyes, slowing its charge slightly. Instead of fleeing when faced with me, he dares to attack. Through some mysterious intuition, it realized that Ethan was likely the person its beloved son had mentioned yesterday. This realization only fueled its excitement. Perhaps this is the perfect opportunity for me to break through my bottleneck and advance to the 4th level. During the sprint, Ethan downed a specially formulated berserk potion. In rare cases such as dragon-type versus dragon-type, combat damage between members of the same type could be partially mitigated. For instance, Ethan's frozen shield possessed an enhanced ability to absorb ice damage compared to other types. The same logic applied here. Ethan's attack, which would drain every last reserve of his internal energy, might not instantly kill it. To ensure Ice Lion had no chance to escape, he chose the Berserk Potion. This special edition was a diluted version that Thomas had meticulously prepared for him. The damage increase was less than a standard rage potion, approximately 25%, but the side effects were negligible. It only allowed for the mobilization of a tiny amount of stored bodily energy over 2 hours. He could afford this risk. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, Ethan muttered to himself. In an instant, terrifying primal energy erupted from his body and swept outward in a continuous wave. Soon, that raw energy materialized into 8 spectral ice swords that began to surround him. Wrong. Seeing the attack coming, the Ice Lion, which had been so confident just moments before, whipped around and fled like a cornered animal. It even wrapped itself in a makeshift shield, desperately trying to withstand Ethan's onslaught. "I knew you'd try to run. You still want to escape? You are finished." Ethan smiled, the confidence ringing in his voice. The shield proved utterly useless. The ice swords shattered upon contact. The Frost Lion was systematically dismantled, its neck, its body, its thighs, its tail, all cleaved apart by the relentless barrage of ice blades, accompanied by a series of mournful, agonizing cries. All that remained was a half-dead head, but severed from its body it could not survive. The last head slowly closed its eyes, signaling the final death of the beast. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Ethan's ear. He had defeated the Tier 3 high-rank ferocious beast, the Frost Lion, and gained 15,000 evolution points. 15,000 evolution points this time. Ethan's eyes snapped open. He quickly opened his system panel to check the total. His current evolution point count was 3,350. Though he was utterly drained, feeling as if every drop of energy had been wrung from him, seeing that number made it all worthwhile. 30,000 evolution points, it was a monumental sum. His strength had advanced by leaps and bounds after this haul. Clara, who had witnessed the entire brutal display, trembled slightly. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide with shock. Ethan had instantly killed something as powerful as a Tier 3 high-level beast. It was crucial to remember that killing in an instant and simply defeating were two vastly different things. After he elected the Ice Lion's crystals and several vital organs, the effects of the specially formulated Berserk Potion began to wear off. The side effects followed swiftly. In a flash, his legs cooled, and he collapsed onto the cold ground. Even having taken an energy potion beforehand offered little defense against this crash. "Ethan." Onyor rushed forward. Clara rushed, kneeling beside him, and extended her hand. He hesitated for a moment, but under the steady gaze of concern in Clara's eyes, he finally reached out and took her hand. Even with her support to stand up, Ethan felt profoundly unsteady. Noticing his weakness, Clara quickly activated her A-level skill, Vein Light Therapy. 2 thick vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping tightly around Ethan's body. They worked tirelessly, mitigating the severe side effects of the specialized Berserk Potion. It was truly a superpower worthy of its S-class designation. Just 2 minutes later, Ethan felt significantly better. The debilitating inability to use his internal energy, the limitation imposed by the potion, was gone, except for Ice Explosion, an extreme ice illusion killing array. All his skills were once again available. "Thank you, Clara," he managed to say, a genuine wave of gratitude washing over him. Faced with Ethan's sincere gaze, Clara paused, a subtle turn of her head preceding a gentle wave of her hand. "No, you should not feel obligated. We are friends. Helping each other is simply natural." She blinked her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes, the question hanging in the air. "Ethan, are you planning to continue hunting ferocious beasts here?" It had been 3 days since she and her companion beast, Grace, had navigated the underground world. Their training was complete. It was time to return to the surface. "That," Ethan nodded, his response decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Clara mused, watching him go. Ethan must earned a fortune in Blue Star coins and credits after the freshman competition. He should not be spending all his time deep underground. She wondered if there was another reason for his fervent pursuit of beasts in this subterranean realm. She wondered if there was another reason for his fervent pursuit of beasts in this subterranean realm. She stared blankly at his receding figure, her mind a whirlwind of unanswered questions. A sudden realization began to dawn upon her. After parting ways with Clara, Ethan found a secluded spot to rest briefly before resuming the hunt. Ethan received notifications detailing his kills. He had defeated the Tier 2 superior ferocious beast, the blue-spotted tiger, gaining 1,000 evolution points. He also gained 4,000 evolution points from defeating the Tier 3 low-rank ferocious beast, the two-headed viper. Additionally, his companion beast defeated the mantis shrimp twice, earning 10 evolution points each time. A day bled into the next, and Ethan's account steadily accumulated evolution points. He focused on beasts of the second tier. Third-tier creatures were not easily encountered. With meticulous care, he poured his hard-won points into upgrading his S-level skill, Detective Technique. He spent 1,600 evolution points upgrading his S-level skill, Detective Technique, from beginner to intermediate. On this day alone, Ethan gained 7,000 evolution points, leaving him with a current balance of 38,900. The instant the skill upgraded, memories flooded his mind, a tidal wave of knowledge that felt almost overwhelming. He absorbed them like a dried sponge, frantically soaking up every detail. Once, detective skill reached intermediate proficiency, its maximum detection radius extended to 6 kilometers centered on him. That was how they had stumbled upon the two-headed viper, which had ventured out merely for sustenance. There was no avoiding it, even with his skill's vast range. The underworld was colossal. The more powerful a beast, the more territorial it tended to be. It was impossible that all third-tier creatures congregated in one place. For the long haul ahead, detective skill will be invaluable, Ethan murmured to himself, determined to keep leveling it up. Another surge of points followed, and he spent 4,800 evolution points upgrading his S-level skill from intermediate to advanced. With 34,400 evolution points remaining, the sheer act of absorbing these mental memories drained Ethan's reserves. Only when his mental strength had nearly recovered did he decide to unleash a massive expenditure of energy. The next moment was blinding clarity. Every ferocious beast within a 10-kilometer radius snapped into sharp focus. Thea, a golden-feathered vulture, upper third tier. Ethan's face lit up with genuine delight. He could almost taste the reward, another 10,000 points beckoning him. 2 more days passed in grueling silence. Ethan's body began to protest. His endurance was nearing its breaking point. Not only was the bloodlust within him dangerously high, but he was physically and mentally depleted. When he finally looked into a mirror, his eyeballs were stained crimson, and his face was etched with profound exhaustion. He checked his status. His evolution points totaled 50,100. 50,000 points. Ethan breathed out, a sense of completion washing over him. It is time for me to go back. He simply turned and walked away from the underground world. The new student watched the others' accomplishments. Ethan had instantly killed Tier 3 low-level ferocious beast during the freshman competition. He thought to himself that 20 days had passed, and he refused to believe that dealing with a low-level third-tier beast was beyond his capability, let alone such a massive, heavy behemoth. A new student's eyes gleamed with renewed confidence as he looked at the armored rhinoceros. His name was Owen, and he had awakened the S-level poison ability, bone-corroding toxin. He had also ranked 5th in the 2052 freshman competition. The rhinoceros before him stood 3 meters tall, a low-tier third-tier beast. It charged toward Owen like a moving mountain, shaking the very ground beneath them. A torrential downpour of poison. Owen waved his hand. A curtain of purple raindrops rained down upon the charging behemoth. The armored rhinoceros did not flinch or dodge. It simply plowed straight through the rain, heading directly for Owen. The drops struck the rhino's thick armor, yet they failed to penetrate its defenses effectively. You think this is the end of it? As the rhinoceros absorbed the poisonous rain, Owen curled his lip and flung several daggers imbued with poisonous elemental energy. The blades struck the beast's head before ricocheting off. The injury was negligible, like a mosquito bite to a giant. The armored rhinoceros slammed its fist into the earth, sending an invisible seismic wave radiating outward from its massive form. Owen could not evade in time and was thrown back by the force. Sigh, this rhino is too durable. My skills feel like mere tickling. He dusted himself off, shaking his head with frustration. I wonder what level of attack would actually damage it. At that precise moment, a series of whooshing sounds cut through the air. Owen's gaze snapped to the area where he saw them. Razor-sharp as blades, they traced graceful, deadly arcs before striking the armored rhinoceros's armor. When the cold mist finally dissipated, Owen gasped. Grooves deep, unmistakable lines of damage marred the rhino's impenetrable shell.